Apologies, my hearing is not quite good. The king of the ball, May, engaged in numerous outdoor activities throughout the day, and everyone appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. Inzaghi, while indulging in a moment of contemplation during the evening, pondered for over an hour. He concluded that such occurrences were rather mundane. Ultimately, he slammed the remote control down and muttered, "It seems that the activity itself is of little significance. What truly matters is the company one keeps." Upon arriving at this realization, Inzaghi resolved to make a change in his romantic life, for after all, the essence of truth is universal. If that scoundrel Bobo could date Bellucci, then he too ought to elevate the caliber of his romantic interests, all for the sake of the kingdom's future. The group's escapades even made it into the newspapers, though the information obtained by the Gazzetta dello Sport was scant, merely capturing a few candid shots of them. The primary weekend activity of Huang Kaiwen and his companions was transformed into a visit to a flea market in the eyes of the publication, which even detailed the items they purchased. In passing, they lauded the Milanese stars for their frugality. On his way to the training facility, Huang Kaiwen received a call from Rooney. "Wayne," he exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Ramos, who was driving, was equally taken aback, unsure which Wayne it was. However, it soon became clear through Rooney's boisterous voice as he complained, "I saw your news in the papers. Why is it that when you buy second-hand items, it's considered frugal, but when I use coupons for meals, it's seen as stingy?" Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes. That was simply because Rooney was indeed stingy. In every conceivable way. It's rare to see someone request 10 games when purchasing a console, as game discs can be quite expensive. Due to this particular incident, Rooney had yet to purchase a PS console. Huang Kaiwen's visit to the flea market was not motivated by thriftiness. Rather, he sought to acquire some vintage items. Indifferent to the price. For him, it was merely a novel experience, not a lifelong pursuit of frugality. Naturally, he refrained from expressing this and instead advised, "Wayne, do you realize I spend millions each year on gifts for my teammates and the club staff?" Rooney found himself at a loss for words. The extravagant gifts Huang Kaiwen had previously given to his Chelsea teammates had been thoroughly exposed by the Sun. From the appearance of the items to the significance of the prints, their value, and materials, nothing remained concealed. Rooney was astonished by Huang Kaiwen's generosity. Even if he possessed such wealth, he could never afford to give his teammates gifts of that magnitude. Nevertheless, he retorted, "That's only because you have money. Therefore, you should earn more." Huang Kaiwen chuckled in response. The Manchester United class of '92 certainly had their fair share of entrepreneurial endeavors. Giggs and a few others frequently banded together to engage in business ventures. However, their enterprises were often hit or miss, yielding little substantial profit. It was the hotel they opened near the Theatre of Dreams that brought them some financial success. After all, stars ultimately rely on their parent club. The legendary Manchester United alumni were acutely aware of this reality, frequently reminiscing about the club post-retirement, much to the annoyance of the fans. As for the other Manchester United players, there were no reports of anyone running a particularly large-scale business. After a brief exchange, Rooney mumbled and hung up the phone. "Rooney?" Ramos, who was driving, inquired. "Yes, he wanted to know why my reputation surpasses his," Huang Kaiwen jested. With a sudden screech, Ramos slammed on the brakes, turning to stare at Huang Kaiwen in astonishment. Huang was equally taken aback by Ramos's intense reaction and quickly clarified, "The media claims he is stingy. We were shopping at a flea market yesterday, while they described us as thrifty, which left him feeling resentful." As Ramos restarted the vehicle, he scoffed. He intentionally dined at a budget restaurant. How dare someone who forgets to bring a newspaper coupon and refrains from eating even ask such questions? Rooney is truly stingy to the core. He, along with Colleen, had once returned home after discovering that without the discount coupon from the newspaper, they could not receive a price reduction at the restaurant. Associating such a scenario with a football star earning over $100,000 a week is inherently perplexing. Even if one is frugal, it can be taken too far. Many players are labeled as stingy primarily for their meager tips. Yet they spare no expense when it comes to satisfying their appetites. As the team commenced training, although Clement had been dismissed, some of his training drills were retained. After years in football, he had garnered certain insights. Before lunch, Guardiola summoned the first team to the sidelines and remarked, "The Italian Cup is upon us. And in the coming period, our match schedule is quite congested. In February, we will face formidable opponents such as Napoli and Udinese, interspersed with 2 Champions League matches against Barcelona. I will strive to rotate our squad, ensuring each of you gets a chance." The coach relishes competitive spirit within the team. However, the recent internal competition at Milan had become excessively intense. Some football luminaries had stirred the pot, necessitating his intervention to temper the rivalry in the attacking line. As Huang Kaiwan prepared to have lunch, Galliani approached him, saying, "Carlo Lidholm wishes to see you." "What is it about?" Huang inquired. Carlo Lidholm is the son of Swedish football legend Nils Lidholm. The story of Nils is lengthy, as he is a celebrated foreign captain of Milan, having formed one of the finest forward duos alongside Nordahl. Remarkably, during his first 2 seasons with Milan, Nils did not commit a single passing error, an achievement Huang Kaiwan himself has yet to replicate, and one that remains difficult for anyone to emulate. Besides aiding Milan in reclaiming the championship after 44 years and establishing a new dynasty, he also led the Swedish national team to the World Cup finals at the age of 36. After retiring, he coached Roma, securing a championship before returning to Milan, with Capello serving as his assistant at that time. When Nils Lidholm passed away during the 2007 season, although Huang could not attend, Barbara represented him. He aspired to establish a Lidholm Award to honor those who embody the values of sportsmanship, loyalty, and honor, particularly within the realm of football, Galliani remarked. "That sounds splendid." Huang Kaiwan remarked, "I support his decision." Galliani promptly responded, "Carlo Lidholm feels his influence is insufficient. Thus he seeks to leverage the strength of Milan. Let Canale 5 take charge, with young Lidholm serving as the executive chairman. If we aim to honor those in football and other fields who embody loyalty and a sense of glory, we ought to seek out more retired candidates. As for other sports, I shall not interfere. Let us select 5 individuals from the realm of football to receive accolades, with one awarded each subsequent year," Huang Kaiwan proclaimed as he walked. Galliani listened intently, nodding vigorously. "By the way, let Kevin's Tea become a sponsor," Huang Kaiwan added suddenly. "If this award ceremony is executed well, it could indeed expand, filling the void left by the merger of the Ballon d'Or and the World Footballer of the Year." He continued, "Should we recruit a few experienced individuals from France?" Galliani inquired. "Indeed, that is the way forward. Your thoughts align perfectly with mine," Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile. Galliani's face blossomed with joy. After spending so many years beside Berlusconi, he understood that the distinction between right and wrong mattered little. What was essential was the alignment of ideas with leadership. The two then deliberated on several details before Galliani hurriedly departed. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Huang Kaiwan found Ramos had already set out his meal. No one commenced eating at the table. Huang Kaiwan took a seat and said, "Let us eat." "Why the delay?" "They all insisted on waiting for you," Kaka chuckled. "It's nothing. The manager was merely discussing a selection matter with me," Huang Kaiwan replied. Messi nodded in agreement, yet among the 6 at the table, only he seemed to grasp the situation. The newly arrived Messi, unaware of the relationship between Galliani and Huang Kaiwan, observed Van Persie and Ibrahimovic seated together, while Torres sat apart. Huang Kaiwan inquired, "What is going on over there?" "What else could it be?" Inzaghi replied. Koeman stated that Ibrahimovic and Van Persie possess superior skills, suggesting Torres should be a substitute. How could they possibly share a meal? "Damn those bastards," Huang Kaiwan cursed. "These Dutchmen truly know how to stir trouble, even outside Milan. They can create discord in the locker room. No wonder Guardiola emphasized today that everyone has an opportunity. Shouldn't you support your sheriff?" Huang Kaiwan asked with a grin. Inzaghi shook his head vigorously, saying, "I cannot take sides in internal conflicts. That would only exacerbate matters." Huang Kaiwan nodded in satisfaction. Inzaghi was merely playful, yet he was not foolish. Huang Kaiwan resolved to speak with a few individuals later. However, the issue of competition was undoubtedly insurmountable, and it was likely that one among the 3 would depart. The surplus of forwards was indeed an unavoidable circumstance. A day later, during the Coppa Italia match against Novara, Torres scored 4 goals with his head and feet, leading the team to a resounding 7-1 victory and advancement. Newspapers from Spain to Italy rallied behind his ascent, while the English media fanned the flames. January 22nd. In the match against Novara, Ibrahimovic showcased an impressive performance with 1 goal and 2 assists, while Messi netted a brace, leading Milan to a resounding 6-0 victory over their opponents. Within 4 days, Novara conceded a staggering 13 goals to Milan. On January 26th, Van Persie, Torres, and Hazard formed a formidable trident, effortlessly defeating Lazio 4-1. 3 days later, returning home to face Cagliari, Kevin Huang assisted 5 times within 30 minutes. with both Van Persie and Messi completing hat-tricks, and Van Bommel scoring a long-range effort, culminating in a 7-0 triumph that wrapped up Milan's January fixtures. Throughout the month, Milan scored an astonishing 33 goals across 6 matches, a terrifying offensive display that left all of Europe in awe, averaging more than 5 goals per game. Although Hwang had limited appearances and Messi had yet to officially secure a starting place, the team demonstrated remarkable attacking prowess. The Times even conducted a poll regarding AC Milan's potential to defend their Champions League title, with an overwhelming 83% of respondents believing they could achieve it. Thus, Hwang welcomed February with renewed prospects. Special template: White Horse Explorer 1,000,000 Fate points. Templates: Luis Monti 10,000 points. Telmo Zarra 10,000 points. Dixie Dean 10,000 points. Skills: High Press Mastery 5,000 points. Fried Meatball Proficiency 200 points. Tank Driving and Maintenance 100 points. Items: 24-hour immunity card 20 points. Special item: James Pierce's video 50 points. Upon seeing the special template of White Horse Explorer, Hwang felt no interest, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the character, who merely appeared as a minor role in Detective Conan. The next 3 templates, however, evoked a sense of nostalgia in Hwang. These were indeed ancient deities. Luis Monti is the only player in history to have represented 2 national teams in World Cup finals, a fact that succinctly encapsulates his career, as subsequent rule changes have rendered such occurrences impossible. Telmo Zarra was a legendary goal machine from Spain, having scored 251 goals in 277 La Liga matches, a record that stood for 60 years until it was eventually surpassed by Messi and Ronaldo. As for Dixie Dean, he was also an exceptionally efficient forward. Regrettably, during his era, the England national team did not participate in the World Cup. The template, featuring 2 forwards and a defensive midfielder, lacked any apparent commonalities, save for their equally formidable skills. The special item, Pierce's video, triggered a recollection for Hwang. Such scandalous tidbits often leave a lasting impression. After Leicester City secured their place in the Premier League, the coach's son, Pierce, along with teammates Adam Smith and Tom Hopper, summoned 3 Thai girls to film a video. Unfortunately, in a lapse of judgment, they inadvertently shared it in the team's large group chat. The video subsequently circulated widely, while the 3 individuals faced no legal repercussions. Leicester City, succumbing to public pressure, dismissed them, along with the head coach, Pierce. The successor to Pierce is none other than the repairman Ranieri. Who could have predicted that Ranieri would work wonders? After a moment of reflection, Hwang Kaiwan spent 120 points to acquire the immunity card and Tank Driving and Maintenance. The skill of tank driving and maintenance enables you to master the art of operating and repairing tanks. Such a simple description, yet Hwang Kaiwan felt quite satisfied. During his previous trip to North Africa, had he not possessed submarine mastery, that journey would have lacked the thrill he experienced. Hwang Kaiwan mused that if he continued on this path, he would inevitably learn to pilot an aircraft carrier one day. The young lady's belly gradually swelled, yet she continued to go to the office as usual, which caused Hwang Kaiwan some concern. Upon arriving at the team, he specifically sought counsel from Kaka and several teammates who had children. His teammates deemed his worries excessive, leaving Hwang Kaiwan somewhat speechless. Indeed, the European perspective on such matters differs significantly. However, during the away match, Hwang Kaiwan came off the bench, and Milan ended up drawing 2-2 with Lazio, bringing an end to their previous winning streak. Guardiola remarked in the post-match press conference, "No team can maintain an unbroken winning streak. I am satisfied with the team's performance. Our players displayed commendable skill in this match. We have more crucial matches ahead, and even AC Milan cannot guarantee victory in every encounter." Despite Guardiola's reassurances, the entire Milan squad, along with him, faced considerable criticism post-match. Some English media outlets gleefully proclaimed the impending end of the Milan dynasty. Yet, on February 5th, back at home, Milan delivered a resounding slap to their critics. In this match, Milan led Udinese 9-0 at halftime. Hwang Kaiwan, playing as an attacking midfielder, dazzled the crowd with 4 goals and 3 assists, while the illustrious Messi and Hazard combined for an impressive 21 successful dribbles in the first half, rendering Udinese's defense utterly porous. In the second half, Hwang Kaiwan was substituted by De Bruyne. Milan went on to score 4 more goals. totaling 13 for the match and breaking the single-match record of 12 goals previously set by AC Milan against Atlanta in the 1972-73 season. This performance silenced the media that had doubted Milan's prowess. With a staggering 73 possession and 38 shots on goal, the match was a one-sided massacre. The only unfortunate aspect was Udinese, who maintained a decent relationship with Milan. After the match, Galliani reassured them once more. Such is the landscape of Serie A. The top 3 teams in the north each have their allies and subordinates. Should one lose a partner, Juventus will swiftly seize the opportunity. Even a club as prestigious as Milan cannot afford to disregard the utility of others. Loaning out players for development and acquiring promising young talent are of paramount importance. With just over a week until the match against Barcelona, both sides have their focus set on the impending rekindling of rivalry in the Champions League. Paolo Maldini addressed the media, stating, "We are invincible. I have never seen a Milan team as formidable as this one. Our opponent is Barcelona, a powerhouse and a strong team, but that is not a reason to prevent us from advancing." In his column for the World Sports Journal, Cruyff expressed his lingering uncertainty regarding whether it was Rosell or Laporta who orchestrated Messi's departure. Messi, a quintessential team player, possesses the ability to score and provide numerous assists, elevating the performance of his teammates, except for Kevin. In the upcoming matches, Enrique should focus on marking Messi, while regarding Kevin, it might be prudent to leave everything to fate and pray that he does not take the field. This match has captured the attention of all of Europe. The Italian peninsula now finds no team capable of halting the advance of the Rossoneri. The entire European football landscape can only place its hopes on La Liga teams to wage a cosmic defense. However, the stark reality remains. The more the English media herald Barcelona's triumph, the higher the odds offered by William Hill for a Barcelona victory, ultimately leading to the suspension of betting altogether. On February 11th, Cesena narrowly escaped disaster, as a heavily rotated Milan team secured a slim victory, rendering Cesena one of the teams that conceded the fewest goals against Milan post-winter break. Soon after, the entire Milan squad boarded a private jet bound for Barcelona. Encounters in the Champions League with Barcelona are not unfamiliar to the Milan players. However, Messi, once a member of Barcelona, found himself feeling somewhat anxious. After all, since his transfer, the World Sports Journal had not spoken kindly of him. Inzaghi, grasping Messi's arm, remarked, "You haven't done anything wrong to Barcelona. So don't carry that burden of guilt. Otherwise, they will only believe you owe them." Inzaghi, having faced a similar predicament with his former club Juventus, empathizes deeply with Messi's situation. "I understand," Messi said softly, cradling a teacup in his hands. "You drink that all the time. Is it any good?" Inzaghi inquired, genuinely curious as he had never tasted it before. Messi promptly offered him the cup. Inzaghi took a sip and immediately spat it out. Witnessing his exaggerated reaction, Messi couldn't help but chuckle. For those unaccustomed to it, mate tea is indeed challenging to accept due to its distinctive flavor. Juan Kevin turned to him and said, "Filippo, how can you be so reckless on the plane?" "I didn't do it on purpose," Inzaghi retorted with irritation. "Once we reach the hotel, I'll post it online for the world to witness the demeanor of His Imperial Majesty of the Holy Roman Empire. I believe it will greatly benefit the empire's image," Juan Kevin declared, shaking his digital camera. "Damn it, just say what you want," Inzaghi exclaimed. Juan Kevin quipped, "Yes, just teasing Inzaghi. I didn't expect His Majesty to actually be willing to pay." After a brief moment of contemplation, Juan Kevin said, "I want Iberian ham. The last batch Adriano sent was delightful, but it's all gone." "One piece?" Inzaghi asked. "Two," Juan Kevin responded. "Deal. Hand me the camera," Inzaghi said, somewhat exasperated. "It's a gift," Juan Kevin replied, handing the camera to Inzaghi, who immediately began to inspect it, only to become flustered and exclaim, "Damn it, Kevin. This camera is out of battery." Juan Kevin turned to him, shrugged, and remarked, "I never claimed to have captured it. That is merely your own interpretation." Messi, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. He found the dynamic between Inzaghi and Juan Kevin quite amusing. However, he was deeply intrigued by one aspect: why Inzaghi, despite consistently being at a disadvantage with Juan Kevin, still gravitated towards him. Their playful banter alleviated much of his anxiety about returning to Camp Nou. They were still in Espanyol territory, which was responsible for providing the venue for Milan. Each time they faced Barcelona, Espanyol offered Milan unwavering support. Almost always at their beck and call, eagerly awaiting the away team to confront their local rivals. Experiencing the Espanyol training ground for the first time filled Messi with a sense of novelty. The intensity of the match astonished him, and the proactive engagement of the Barcelona fans revealed a different facet of the club. When they tormented the visiting team, they were not dissimilar to other teams. However, Juan Kaiwan had not disclosed to Messi that the fervor of Barcelona fans was primarily due to Mourinho's influence. After that infamous incident at the church, even standing on the sidelines made the King of Yellow a target of their ire. This is why the past 2 years of Mourinho's tenure in La Liga had been so eventful. Finally, the time arrived on February 15th. With the assistance of Espanyol, Milan's journey to Camp Nou unfolded without incident. Upon changing into their away kits in the locker room, Juan Kaiwan accompanied Guardiola to the press room, looking quite dashing. Guardiola jested, "No wonder Maria keeps saying she wants to marry you." "Spare me, coach." Juan Kaiwan feigned surrender, raising his hands. "There are too many who wish to marry me. I am no George Best." "If you wish, you could," Guardiola winked in response. Juan Kaiwan glanced down at the white jersey he wore, preferring the black third away kit of the season over this one. The host of Camp Nou was already seated at the podium. As Guardiola and Juan Kaiwan entered, the press room erupted with excitement. Guardiola approached the podium, exchanged a cheerful high five with Enrique, and took his seat, with Juan Kaiwan beside him. As they settled in, the journalists could no longer contain their enthusiasm and began bombarding them with questions. "Pep, was it your idea to lure Messi away?" "Kaiwan, does Messi's departure relate to you? Why didn't Messi attend the press conference? Shouldn't he say something to the fans? What are your thoughts on Maradona's views of Messi?" "Luis, tell us about today's objectives. Can Barcelona secure a victory?" Ironically, Barcelona's captain Puyol found himself sidelined, with hardly any questions directed at him. Luis Enrique spoke first, stating, "AC Milan finished their league match on February 11th, but we only played Osasuna on February 12th, a challenging away game. The loss of 24 hours in preparation significantly impacts the team." "Are you suggesting Barcelona is already destined to lose?" a reporter inquired. "I did not state it in those terms. Rather, I merely presented the evidence. The Spanish Football Federation's support for us has been insufficient. Each time, we have had less preparation time than our opponents, which undoubtedly affects the performance of La Liga teams in the Champions League. Consequently, La Liga is poised to lose one Champions League qualification spot. I am aware that you may not wish to hear this, but it is the truth," remarked Luis Enrique. Guardiola could not suppress his astonishment. He had not anticipated that his former partner would evolve into a master of press conferences. Enrique's words were indeed significant. Regardless of victory or defeat, the post-match commentary serves as an enhancement. If we win, it goes without saying, winning under adverse conditions is a testament to his skill. In the event of a loss, the blame would not rest solely on him, as he had forewarned of this situation. "Should we focus on marking Messi or Kevin? Or both?" a journalist inquired, revealing his affiliation with a Catalan publication. After a moment's contemplation, Enrique responded, "We will strive to prevent our opponents from scoring while endeavoring to score more ourselves. As for our defense, we shall not relinquish our efforts against any player." Observing Enrique's continued evasion of a direct answer, the journalists redirected their inquiries toward Guardiola. "Pep, do you feel any guilt about luring away Messi?" a reporter asked. Guardiola, maintaining his composure, seized the microphone and stated, "I have explained this multiple times. I do not possess the authority to sanction a 200 million transfer. That decision rests with the Milan hierarchy. If you inquire whether I desire Messi, my answer is affirmative. Capello wants him, Wenger wants him, every coach covets Messi. Why did Messi not attend the press conference? Is he afraid to face us?" the journalist pressed. Guardiola shook his head and replied, "The player's primary role is to play football, not to attend press conferences. It is erroneous to seek news from a player who does not relish facing the media. If you wish, I can bring Toni Kroos next time." Juan Kevin nearly lost his composure, surprised by Guardiola's response. "You must have seen Maradona's comments about Messi. Do you agree with him?" a reporter asked. Guardiola smiled and nodded, saying, "I cannot evaluate Maradona or discern his thoughts. However, Messi is not the type who enjoys shouting or drawing attention to himself. He continually aids the team through his running and scoring. One cannot assert that a player who diligently scores and assists is not a leader. It is merely a difference in expression." "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Juan Kevin responded. "Leo does not particularly enjoy expressing himself. His feet are his means of communication. Each individual possesses a unique character, and one cannot expect everyone to embody the qualities of Cantona or Maldini. Kevin, does Messi's transfer relate to you? A journalist directly asked. Kevin nodded and replied, certainly. I do not deny this matter. I have seen World Sports criticize Messi post-match, and I have also shown Messi some evaluations of players from other teams. Clearly, World Sports prefers to hold Messi accountable rather than the Catalan players. So why should Messi not leave? This statement left many Catalan media representatives speechless. After all, they are well aware of their own actions. A reporter with a Manchester accent inquired, Kevin, Wenger has expressed some doubts regarding AC Milan's finances. Do you think he is correct? Kevin Huang chuckled, I am not an accountant for Milan. I have a good relationship with Mr. Wenger and understand his character. But the financial dynamics of Milan are simpler than he perceives. One cannot assess Milan through the lens of Arsenal. The football world boasts dozens, if not 100, exceptional players, and Milan possesses 20 of them. Each player in Milan commands a vast fan base and significant commercial value, and their collective presence creates a greater impact. I trust Mr. Wenger can grasp this concept. Hearing Huang's remarks, many began to realize that today's Milan boasts a more glamorous lineup than the Galacticos. With a more stable performance, as a singular entity, they often overlook that AC Milan's commercial value surpasses that of other clubs, frequently viewing Milan through the lens of typical powerhouses. Will you score many goals in today's match? A reporter asked. I cannot say. Our opponent is Barcelona, not the Milan U17 youth team. Your question is inherently disrespectful to Barca, Huang replied. As the journalists struggled to obtain the desired news, they suddenly remembered Puyol. Carlos, do you have confidence? A reporter inquired. Puyol's expression grew serious as he responded, the opponent is formidable, and we have had less preparation time. This match will be challenging. But the entire team is ready, and we will strive to deliver a performance that satisfies our fans. In many matches, you have been specifically tasked with marking Kevin. Do you have any particular strategies for this? A journalist asked. Puyol's expression darkened further. If he had any strategy, would he still be overwhelmed each time? His tone shifted. Laced with irritation, yes, I am particularly skilled at marking Kevin. His mindset was clearly affected, had it not been for the potential repercussions. He might have left the situation altogether. He felt that the reporter's question was mocking him. At that moment, Kevin Huang covered his ears and spoke into the microphone. Could you repeat that? My hearing is not so sharp, and I did not catch what you said. Puyol turned to glare at Huang, his face dark enough to rain. On the way back to the dressing room, Guardiola continued to advise him to tone it down. If this continued, Puyol would surely deliver a couple of kicks. And that would be on Puyol for not being adequately fed. Huang readily agreed, yet remained indifferent. Puyol often elbowed him, but Huang had never sought to retaliate. Wasn't the treatment meted out to Puyol in the press conference due? Reflecting on this, Huang considered himself benevolent, while Puyol aimed to physically dismantle him. He merely offered verbal retorts. As for the fans targeting Puyol, that had nothing to do with the King of Yellow. The entire Milan squad rose only when they saw Huang and Guardiola return, and neither spoke a word. Huang Kaiwan directly joined his teammates on the pitch for warm-up. As he stepped out of the player tunnel, a cacophony of boos erupted from the Camp Nou. The disdain grew louder, and Huang Kaiwan, without looking back, discerned that it was directed at Messi. It seemed Messi still felt a sense of guilt towards his former club and would likely refrain from any retaliatory gestures today. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwan was a representative of the Huang Ball King and a friend of Messi. It appeared that once again, he would need to support his brother. Observing the anticipation level reaching 100, Huang Kaiwan opted for a lottery draw. He obtained a 24-hour experience card for the match between AC Milan and Napoli in the 11th round of the 1953-54 Serie A season. Yesterday, Chelsea suffered an abysmal defeat. In contrast, the match between Liverpool and Manchester City showcased a remarkable level of play. It seemed that Bo Hai's tenure was nearing its end, possibly even faster than that of Tong Hai, who, despite his poor performance, had not lost too many points. Seeking monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter end. As Huang Kaiwan returned to Camp Nou, he encountered an unexplainable fervor. It was the first time he witnessed Barcelona fans in such a manner after numerous visits. They had shed their pride and restraint. Ignoring their appearances and language, it felt as if one were in Istanbul amidst a storm of anger and vitriol. The stadium was adorned with various banners, some targeting Messi, others Huang Kaiwan, and even Guardiola, with Mourinho, the Real Madrid coach, not escaping unscathed. Ramos was similarly implicated. They boldly inscribed in Catalan, Platini's love child, Sergio Ramos Platini. Their dissatisfaction with the lack of serious repercussions for Ramos was palpable. The Barcelona fans had been in a foul mood lately, leading them to find fault with everyone. Rosell had managed to evade accountability, shifting the blame onto Laporta, leaving them with no outlet for their frustration. This match served as an opportunity for catharsis for the Barcelona supporters. They were not concerned with victory or defeat. They merely sought a means to vent their anger. Even the Milan players, who could not comprehend the fans' words, could sense the palpable tension from the Barcelona crowd. "What's going on with them today?" Buffon inquired during warm-ups. Zambrata shook his head, casting a glance towards Messi. "Well, we have many stories with Barcelona, and they are far from over," Huang Kaiwan remarked, waving his hand. "If they desire war, we shall give them war. Today, only one team can walk out of Camp Nou with their heads held high. Tell me, who will it be?" "Milan." "Who will win?" "Milan." "Excellent. Let us demonstrate through our actions that the Catalans have provoked the wrong people." Huang Kaiwan clapped his hands. The Milan players, gathered together, dispersed once more to commence their warm-up. Even before the match had begun, the competitive fervor was already palpable. The stands were filled with stars, fresh from the Australian Open. Nadal and Djokovic had already taken their seats in the Camp Nou stands. This Australian Open final had set a historical precedent, lasting an astonishing 5 hours and 53 minutes, marking it as the longest match in tennis history. As the fifth set commenced, Nadal appeared unsteady on his feet, yet he persevered into the decisive set. Regrettably, he still fell short against Djokovic. This match, a true test of human limits, is heralded as one of the greatest tennis encounters in history. Now, both players find themselves in the stands of Camp Nou, amidst a throng of enthusiastic away fans. Due to the plethora of celebrity supporters in Milan, tickets for away matches are notoriously difficult to procure. "Would you like an apple?" Nadal inquired, offering one to Djokovic. The latter accepted with a smile, forcefully splitting the apple and returning half to Nadal. Both athletes exhibit remarkable restraint in their dietary habits, consuming a significant amount of fruits and vegetables. Reports suggest that Nadal devours over 200 pounds of fruit annually. "What an astonishing combination," Nadal remarked, observing the proceedings. Previously, his favorite player was Ronaldo, but now he admires both Huang Kaiwan and Ronaldo. "I never anticipated Milan would be this formidable," Djokovic expressed in astonishment. The two engaged in a discussion about Huang Kaiwan, particularly noting that Ibrahimovic, known for his arrogance, surprisingly holds great respect for Huang. This revelation struck them as one of the most absurd occurrences in the world. The jeers from the Camp Nou crowd gradually subsided as both teams retreated to the tunnel. Huang Kaiwan and Kaká exchanged remarks, with Kaká stifling a laugh. If only Ronaldo could come and sell voice remedies today, he would surely make a fortune. The incident involving Ronaldo has become a running joke within the Brazilian squad. As both teams entered the tunnel, the much-anticipated clash was about to commence. Indeed, both coaches hail from Barcelona, and Messi's return to Camp Nou adds to the day's allure. Today's match promises to be quite challenging. "I have never witnessed such fervor at Camp Nou in all my years of commentary," he chuckled, noting that nearly 100,000 fans would fill the stadium, with its towering stands amplifying the noise, presenting a daunting challenge for AC Milan. "Indeed, today's Camp Nou stands as a veritable fortress," he continued. "But let us first examine the starting lineups. Barcelona, in a 4-3-3 formation with a lone defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Valdez, defenders, Puyol, Pique, Mascherano, Alves, midfielders, Xavi, Busquets, Keita. Forwards, Iniesta, Fabregas, Sanchez. AC Milan, also in a 4-3-3 formation with a double pivot, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Zambrata, Thiago Silva, Nesta, Ramos, midfielders, Rakitic, Kaká, De Bruyne. Forwards, Huang Kaiwan, Torres, Messi. Both teams have surprisingly chosen unexpected starters, particularly Fabregas's positioning as a forward, a departure from his deeper role during his time at Arsenal. Yes, this is an experiment from Enrique, but it also showcases his faith in Huang Kaiwan. While Keita's placement on the right is a tactical response to Huang, he noted. Although AC Milan employs a double pivot, De Bruyne's defensive capabilities are rather limited, leading me to believe that Guardiola may opt for a three-man defense with Ramos positioned higher up the field. Do not speak, for there indeed exists such a possibility. Typically, Nesta positions himself on the left, forming a defensive line alongside the Italian defender Zambrotta. However, today Nesta has been assigned to the right flank, indicating that Guardiola must harbor some unique strategies. The players from both teams stand on either side of the officiating crew, listening to the stirring anthem of the Champions League. Fabregas, having returned to the starting lineup, finds himself in a whirlwind of emotions. He never anticipated that his friend would depart from Barcelona, nor did he foresee that after merely 6 months back at the club, he would transition from one of the world's top 3 midfielders to a peripheral figure, even being relegated to a forward position. If time could be reversed, perhaps he would have opted to remain steadfast. This is not the triumphant return Fabregas envisioned. As the anthem concludes, Juan Kaiwan and Puyol engage in a coin toss, with Puyol losing the choice of venue. At 7:45 p.m., the Swedish referee Jonas Eriksson signals the commencement of the match. Some Barcelona players have already noticed that Juan Kaiwan and Torres have exchanged positions, yet they remain unaware of the implications of this change. The two initiate the kickoff with a back pass, while Fabregas surges forward. Upon receiving the ball, Kaká swiftly turns and strikes. De Bruyne, upon receiving the pass, deftly nudges the ball forward. As Iniesta closes in, he delivers the ball to Rakitic, who returns it without hesitation. Fabregas, pressing towards Buffon at the edge of the penalty area, aims to force a mistake. Buffon, with skillful footwork, sidesteps and launches a powerful kick. The ball soars past the halfway line, heading towards Barcelona's half. Kaká, positioned behind Keita, heads the ball back, which strikes Messi's thigh. As the ball descends, Messi deftly controls it with his right foot. Familiar with Messi's playing style, Iniesta unexpectedly intercepts, making contact with Messi's left foot. Messi stumbles momentarily but quickly stabilizes himself, using the outside of his right foot to distribute the ball. Juan Kaiwan receives it with his back to the goal, turning swiftly. Keita immediately follows Juan Kaiwan's movement, while Torres opts to advance through the center. Pique and Busquets position themselves, bracing for Juan Kaiwan's approach. The match has barely begun, yet the two defenders in the center circle already serve as Barcelona's last line of defense. This exemplifies Barcelona's defensive philosophy. Even if Guardiola were to coach Milan, they would not exhibit such aggression. Observing Torres's forward run, Busquets pivots and sprints, while Pique remains rooted, attempting to anticipate Juan Kaiwan's actions. Having completed his turn, Juan Kaiwan fiercely propels the ball forward with his right foot, sending it swiftly past Pique. Busquets, recognizing the situation, decisively abandons Torres and moves towards the left flank. However, the nearby spectators have a clear view. As Busquets makes his move, Juan Kaiwan has already exchanged footwork 3 times with remarkable speed. The disparity in their pacing is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Juan Kaiwan has overtaken him, racing towards the ball. Hush, hush, hush. The terrifying figure clad in white, the one adorned with the number 10 jersey, evokes memories of the most humiliating moments from years past. Juan Kaiwan, during his tenure at Real Madrid, was the bane of every Barcelona supporter. Each season, there are at least 2 direct confrontations, during which they relentlessly vanquish their opponents. Upon reflection, it seems that Juan Kaiwan has ascended in the football realm by stepping over Barcelona. He has eliminated Barcelona representing Milan, decimated them while donning the Real Madrid jersey, and seized their championship as a member of Chelsea. The World Sports Daily has portrayed Juan Kaiwan in their little theater as a figure capable of silencing the cries of Catalan children at night. Witnessing Juan Kaiwan play live, they once again succumbed to fear. With a swift motion, Juan Kaiwan chased the ball and deftly nudged it forward with his right foot. By this time, the gap between Busquets and Juan Kaiwan had widened to more than a meter. Valdés had previously stationed himself in the small box, fully aware that Juan Kaiwan could indeed launch a strike from midfield. Any miscalculation in his positioning would leave him at the mercy of Juan Kaiwan. Realizing Busquets was unable to impede Juan Kaiwan's advance, he abandoned his previous intentions. "Look at me," Valdés bellowed as he charged toward the edge of the penalty area. However, just as Juan Kaiwan reached the top of the arc, his right foot was already poised for action. With a powerful thrust, he struck the ball with the inside of his foot. The crisp sound resonated, indicating the force was not overwhelming. Yet, the magnitude of that force is relative. Valdés, already at the edge of the penalty area, could not react in time. He instinctively turned to the ground as the ball rolled past him. The Barcelona goalkeeper fell, not even glancing back. Had the goalpost not been there, the angle left no room for escape. After scoring, Huang Kaiwen raised his hands to the heavens. Some fans mistakenly believed he was imitating Kaká's celebration. Goal! 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 Kevin goal! Just 24 seconds into the match, Kevin struck against Barcelona. Though it was merely one goal, what I wish to convey is that this match has already concluded. Today, Kevin is not his usual self, even against Barcelona. He wouldn't typically celebrate a single goal in such a manner. The camera captured Messi, and from the expression on his face, it was evident that this celebration bore significance to him. I recall Messi often celebrating in this manner, a tribute to his grandmother who passed away in 1998. Kevin's gesture of pointing skyward was clearly in solidarity with Messi, who had been targeted at Camp Nou. One cannot navigate this world alone. But if you have a friend like Kevin, that is more than sufficient. Countless tales circulate in the football world about Kevin. He stands up for his teammates, encourages them when they are injured, goes out of his way to celebrate their birthdays and holidays, and presents the most thoughtful gifts. The greatest fortune I possess is my support for Milan, for it has forged a friendship with Kevin. My only regret is that I was born too early, which deprived me of the opportunity to partake in the splendid life of Kevin. This time, Torres and the others did not rush in. Messi approached Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen and Rakitic embraced Messi closely. Huang Kaiwen urged, "Lift your head." "Yes, raise your head." Zambrotta nodded in agreement. However, Messi hesitated. With a gentle yet firm motion, Huang Kaiwen lifted Messi's chin with his forearm. Messi gazed at the stands of Camp Nou, where once supportive fans were now vehemently cursing him. This sight brought him sorrow. He did not wish to witness such a scene, yet the two men flanking him were unwilling to relent. "You know, your departure from Barca left over 200 million euros. Zambrotta declared loudly. "You have won championships representing Barca and scored numerous goals. You have not shortchanged them in any way." "Indeed, Leo," Huang Kaiwen said, cradling Messi's head. "Without Barca's assistance, there would be no you today, and that is a fact. Yet, you have also provided Barca with ample returns. This, too, is true. Even if you choose not to celebrate at Camp Nou, you need not feel guilty for leaving them." "I understand." Messi nodded in response. He had not yet overcome his internal struggle, but he wished to alleviate the concerns of Huang Kaiwen, Rakitic, and his other teammates. On the bench, Ibrahimovic scoffed. "This guy is truly troublesome. What about his performance on the pitch?" Inzaghi inquired. After a brief silence, Ibrahimovic replied, "He is a troublesome player, but a talented one." In football, the strength of two players is not merely a matter of words, especially when they train together daily on the same team. Messi's exceptional dribbling skills in tight spaces are among the best in the world. The attacking players from Milan could not deny this. Hazard, who once felt quite accomplished, transformed entirely after Messi's transfer to Milan. Even if the club refrained from engaging with those selling hamburgers, he would no longer participate. Enrique observed the field in silence, not from a lack of desire to speak, but from uncertainty about what to say. The opponent received the ball, turned, and successfully bypassed three defenders. What more could he do? He had already arranged for Keita to target Huang Kaiwen. Should he now utilize Sanchez as a fullback as well? "Get your act together," Puyol shouted, waving his robust arm. "I have told you countless times, do not give him too much space. Stop overthinking, just close in on him. Whether by hand or otherwise, understood?" Pique shrugged. "I haven't even made a move yet, and he's already dashed past." "Then you should act more swiftly," Puyol retorted. "If you are so slow, you'll soon find your girlfriend taken from you." Mascherano found this amusing but refrained from laughing aloud, for Pique held a special status at Barca. Despite his youth, Pique's position surpassed that of Mascherano, an outsider. Moreover, Pique had not been in his rightful position. If scrutinized, he too bore some responsibility. Puyol approached Busquets and whispered, "He has been frequently using physical fouls lately. See if you can draw a foul." Busquets replied, "Come on, drawing a foul is a basketball term, isn't it?" He comprehended Puyol's intent. It was merely a suggestion for him to assume the role of Huang Kaiwen. However, Busquets is far from foolish. On the contrary, he possesses keen intellect and plays with his mind. Upon hearing Puyol's advice, he feigned ignorance, stating, "Opportunities arise, as you know, but it requires the right circumstances." Regardless, Busquets had no intention of embodying Huang Kaiwen. He even questioned whether he had inadvertently offended Puyol recently. Why else would Puyol wish him ill? He resided in comfort and had no desire to wake one day to find himself the target of a Molotov cocktail. As Barcelona resumed play, Iniesta seized the ball and launched a direct advance. De Bruyne swiftly pressed forward to challenge him, surprised to find himself starting against Barcelona in the Champions League. The young teacher, Ding, lacked the audacity to confront Guardiola. In preparation for this match, De Bruyne had undertaken considerable effort. Recalling Iniesta's attributes, he refrained from extending his foot as they closed in. Instead, Iniesta opted for a backward pass, having noticed Ramos's positioning, which precluded him from passing to Fabregas. Xavi promptly distributed the ball to the right flank, finding Alves surging forward. Keita closely marked Huang Kaiwen, requiring more synergy with the opposite side of the team. Alves advanced with remarkable speed, intentionally avoiding Huang Kaiwen by taking the central route. Kaká pressed forward to challenge, but Alves quickly returned the ball to Busquets, who in turn played it back, engaging in a wall pass with Alves. The confrontation between the two teams intensified in the midfield, as both Barcelona and Milan gradually pushed their formations forward. Torres chased the ball fervently, instilling a sense of caution among the Barcelona players, who dared not linger on the ball. They frequently maneuvered and passed near the midfield area. Puyol moved up to receive the ball, prompting De Bruyne to charge towards him. Today he played higher up the pitch, with Ramos providing support behind him, allowing De Bruyne to press further forward. The ball was exchanged a few times before arriving at Piqué's feet. As Piqué lifted his gaze, he swiftly struck the ball with his right foot, which arced rapidly across the pitch towards the right side of the forward line. Sanchez and Zambrata surged toward the ball almost simultaneously, but Zambrata lagged slightly in speed. Noticing his delayed arrival at the ball's location, Zambrata decisively lowered his center of gravity and executed a sliding tackle, ensuring that neither he nor Sanchez would gain possession. Sanchez, observing Zambrata's action, did not decelerate. Rather, he accelerated. Just as he approached the ball, Sanchez leapt, striking it with his left foot while raising his right foot to make contact with its side. The ball soared from Zambrata towards the penalty area. Fabregas reacted quickly, but someone else was even swifter. Nesta had firmly established his position, denying Fabregas passage. Realizing the ball was rolling too slowly towards the baseline, Nesta extended his foot to nudge it out of play. Barcelona resorted to long passes and aerial balls. Is that not curious? Mainly due to Keita's positioning. Had it been Fabregas in that role, with Pedro up front, Barcelona's options for ball distribution would have been significantly greater. Indeed, today Keita followed Huang Kaiwen, resulting in Barcelona's midfield lacking a player, hampering their ability to connect passes effectively. AC Milan easily discerned their passing routes, and thus, they had no choice but to push forward. During this defensive sequence, AC Milan's two defenders exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Zambrata, unable to seize the ball, opted for a tackle, while Nesta, realizing the ball was out of play too late, hastily cleared it away. This aspect is indeed crucial. Previously, Iniesta and Alves surged forward, and had the ball been allowed to roll slowly, it could have been intercepted by the opponent. Following this, Barcelona earned a corner kick, yet given AC Milan's situation, I believe corner defense would not be an issue. Even without a height advantage, the Milan players remained diligent in their preparation. This corner opportunity saw a considerable number of Barcelona players pushing forward. Messi instinctively retreated, only to be waved back into the fray by Huang Kaiwen. Huang positioned himself at the left side of the arc, having noticed Alves' positioning was somewhat amiss. Indeed, as expected, Xavi made a run and delivered a short pass directly to Alves. Alves, with a habitual touch of his right foot, caught sight of Xavi's alarmed expression. Instinctively, he pulled the ball back, only to be brought down by a swift challenge from Huang Kaiwen. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" Xavi exclaimed, sprinting from the corner flag. Before he could reach Huang Kaiwen, Ramos had already intercepted his path. A standoff ensued among the players in the backfield. The referee promptly intervened, extending his arms to separate the players, issuing a warning. That was an attempt to play the ball. He merely sent it up, so Kaiwen escapes a card. However, if anyone dares to escalate or utter anything I deem unacceptable, I shall issue a card. But referee, he made no effort to retract his foot, Xavi protested, raising his hands in exasperation. Ramos glared fiercely at Xavi, determined to settle matters in the national team match first. Referee Jonas Eriksson retorted, "Silence, I am the arbiter here." He had anticipated potential conflicts during the match. Huang Kaiwen's foul against Barcelona led to Ramos retaliating against a Barcelona player, a scenario that could yield several thrilling highlights. Thus, he had resolved beforehand to keep a close watch on fouls today, ensuring that any infractions were addressed immediately to prevent Barcelona players from entangling matters further. Eriksson certainly did not wish to jeopardize his officiating career over a single match. Xavi, dejected, retreated. The referee showed him no leniency. Buffon observed Xavi's retreating figure and disdainfully remarked, "They relish in besieging the referee. Never mind, let's play well." Huang Kaiwan added, "Even if Messi were a Milan player, he would feel awkward upon hearing Buffon's words. It is prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts with Barcelona today." Alves executed the throw-in, and Barcelona resumed their passing game. The Milan players had all retreated near the penalty area, refraining from premature movement. Xavi delivered a pass to Mascherano, and Huang Kaiwan seized the moment to apply pressure directly. Torres cleverly darted towards the left flank, promptly severing Alves's opportunity to receive the ball. Mascherano was compelled to retreat with a pass. Pique hastened back, yet at that moment, he sensed a presence behind him. Even without sight, after years of playing, he instinctively knew that this individual was not a teammate. Damn, Pique cursed inwardly. He surmised that the person trailing him was most likely Huang Kaiwan. He felt no confidence in catching up to the ball under these circumstances. In the next instant, Pique caught sight of Huang Kaiwan. There was no need for speculation. It was indeed the last person he wished to confront. Even a mere thought revealed that he could not outrun Huang Kaiwan. Pique instinctively reacted, positioning himself closely to Huang Kaiwan. Engaged in a physical tussle without the ball, Pique became entangled with Huang Kaiwan. Valdez found himself with an opportunity to advance, yet he hesitated to charge out. The ball was positioned far from the goal, and if Huang Kaiwan were to seize it first, it would spell disaster. The broadcast cameras captured the scene of the Barcelona goalkeeper standing indecisively on the edge of the 6-yard box, amusing many viewers. Meanwhile, Pique, entangled with Huang Kaiwan, inwardly cursed. He had not anticipated Huang Kaiwan's formidable strength. Pique's weight pressed upon Huang Kaiwan, yet the latter remained unfazed. At that moment, Pique felt his balance wavering. Damn! He suddenly realized that Huang Kaiwan had made his move. Just moments ago, Huang Kaiwan had been toying with him, not exerting his full speed. Now, with a sudden burst of energy, Pique found himself losing his balance. In a swift reaction, Pique wrapped his arms around Huang Kaiwan's waist and executed a side throw. This foul was tactical, yet it would certainly warrant a card. Indeed, a yellow card. The referee showed no leniency, demonstrating a commendable control over the match. The position was excellent, precisely where Huang Kaiwan thrived. Pique's foul was decisive. Had Huang Kaiwan gained possession and formed a clear shot, a goal would have been inevitable. Nonetheless, defending against a free kick would prove challenging. Huang Kaiwan stood over the ball at the foul's location, observing the Barcelona players setting up a wall. He exhibited an air of calm, contrasting sharply with the flustered demeanor of the Barca players. Even the Barcelona fans conceded that Huang Kaiwan's composure was truly captivating. Despite the crowd in the vicinity of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwan stood out prominently. Approximately 40 seconds elapsed before the Barcelona players were properly positioned. Pique, Busquets, Keita, and Puyol lined up in succession. Valdez positioned himself on the goal line, faced with the wall constructed by his teammates, leaving Huang Kaiwan with limited angles. Nevertheless, he remained entirely focused. Huang Kaiwan possessed the capability to strike for the far corner. The uncertainty lay in which side would be targeted. Puyol's side appeared slightly shorter, leading Valdez to believe that the strike would likely come from that direction. The whistle blew. Huang Kaiwan stepped forward with his left foot, and with his right foot's outside instep, he struck fiercely at the ball's rear side. The impact was tremendous, sending him leaping as he absorbed the force. The reaction of the Barcelona wall was remarkably synchronized. With the exception of Puyol, everyone turned sideways, fearing that Huang Kaiwan's powerful shot might strike between their legs. However, the ball whizzed past Puyol's head. Positioned to the right, Valdez did not rejoice at having anticipated the ball's trajectory. Rather, he failed to predict its destination. The curvature of the ball was exceedingly exaggerated, veering past Puyol's head with intense spin, heading towards the left side of the goal. Initially poised to dive towards the right corner, Valdez was compelled to redirect his effort, executing a lateral dive. He had performed admirably, managing a rapid stretch despite the circumstances, yet was ultimately unable to thwart Huang Kaiwan's strike. Valdez nearly hit the ground simultaneously with the ball, which, upon landing, did not bounce, but came to rest a mere 30 centimeters from the left post. At that moment, the Barcelona goalkeeper could only ponder the laws of physics as articulated by Newton. Huang Kaiwan, a brace. This goal was truly exquisite. I had anticipated he would aim for the far corner, yet instead, he delivered a stunning arc from close range, resembling a sharp turn that rendered the goalkeeper's efforts futile. It is evident that this goal will ignite considerable discussion post-match. Hwang Kaiwan's striking technique has long been a subject of analysis in football, yet his style remains ever-evolving, leaving no consensus among analysts. In my recollection, Hwang Kaiwan has delivered 3 particularly enigmatic free kicks. One was a long-distance left-footed direct free kick reminiscent of Carlos's goal in the Four Nations tournament, marked by a similarly dramatic curve. Then there was the S free kick, attributed to unstable air pressure. But how does one explain the arc of this latest strike? Through replays, football fans worldwide witnessed the extraordinary curvature of the ball, as if it had abruptly veered sharply from Puyol's head in a dramatic fishtail maneuver. For Valdez to react was no small feat. Had the ball been struck by Buffon or Casillas, the outcome would likely have been the same. Following his goal, Hwang Kaiwan sprinted to the corner flag to execute a somersault, a familiar and passionate celebration that caused Barcelona fans to shut their eyes in despair. They had booed incessantly before the match, their voices hoarse, yet they could not deter Hwang Kaiwan's scoring. There were no previous displays of outrageous dribbling, yet the goal remained exceedingly impressive. Following an initial strike, another free kick defied the laws of physics. Barcelona fans, who had been cursing Messi, began to wonder if the outcome would differ had the owner of the number 10 jersey still been with the club. As for Nadal's goal, Old Ye did indeed locate it, though the ancient footage was quite subpar, inferior even to that of Pelé's era, rendering only a shadow visible. Thus, a more recent goal was utilized, seeking monthly votes and recommendations. End of chapter. 0539 The War of the Wise. Puyol shrugged and tilted his head as he stood before Busquets, who silently rolled his eyes in response. Were it not for the inability to prevail, he would certainly have relished the opportunity to strike Puyol. You are both penning scripts and scouting actors. Why not step into the limelight yourself? Despite the fervor that enveloped Camp Nou today, once beyond Catalonia, repercussions will inevitably follow. Busquets is acutely aware of this. If compelled to select a role, he would rather don the guise of Messi than engage with Hwang Kaiwan. At worst, he could offer an apology to Messi post-match, and given Messi's temperament, forgiveness would swiftly follow. However, an apology to Hwang Kaiwan would be met with even swifter acquiescence from that fellow. Yet, the fans would not endorse such actions. A notion began to crystallize in Busquets' mind. As Barcelona resumed play, they found themselves increasingly beleaguered. The primary catalyst was Hwang Kaiwan's rapid first goal. He had a penchant for scoring in the opening moments, a feat that could irrevocably alter the dynamics on the pitch. Indeed, Barcelona faltered in their passing, with Torres inadvertently assisting Hwang Kaiwan. As Messi and Kaká exchanged positions, Hwang Kaiwan then fed the ball to Messi, who launched into action, and the Barcelona defenders, in their attempts, were rather unforgiving. Remarkably, Messi managed to rise and release the ball. The referee signaled a foul but refrained from issuing a card. Had he done so, Pique would have been sent off. Barcelona's seasoned comrades found themselves at a loss in the face of Messi's prowess. The positioning for this free kick was promising, and Hwang Kaiwan took it upon himself to execute it, though alas, the ball soared just a tad too high. Barcelona's defense was faltering today, primarily due to the formidable offensive capabilities of AC Milan. It was not a matter of stifling one or two players. Indeed, in the early stages, Kaká had been quite influential, transitioning from dribbling to facilitating his teammates' movements. Yet could one truly afford to neglect Kaká? Zhang's insights resonated. Previously, Hwang Kaiwan had proven elusive, creating opportunities for his teammates. This was evident during his tenure at Chelsea, where he enabled less capable teammates to seize numerous chances. Now back at AC Milan, others are likewise crafting opportunities for him, rendering him nearly indefensible, with the likes of Kaká, Torres, and Hwang Kaiwan utilizing their speed to surge forward, and Hwang Kaiwan and Messi employing their dribbling finesse. Any moment of brilliance from either could spell disaster for Barcelona. Once, I held Iniesta in high regard. Yet after facing AC Milan, he appears to have diminished significantly. Barcelona had relied predominantly on Messi. The contributions of others could only be described as sporadic brilliance, lacking the consistency to salvage the team. It is rather amusing that the English pundits speak of Barcelona's resilience against AC Milan, yet after today's performance, they might as well be likened to Udinese. Previously, I focused solely on Hwang Kaiwan's matches, but now I realize Messi's true brilliance. How could one have watched Hwang Kaiwan without witnessing Messi in action? Surely, one must not be a mere pretender among fans. Juan Kaiwan has faced off against Barcelona, Juventus, Real Madrid, and Manchester United. To be candid, Messi's low center of gravity and his ability to navigate tight spaces are nothing short of extraordinary. Yet Juan Kaiwan, despite his towering stature, exhibits remarkable agility in confined areas. This has always puzzled me. No matter, as the experts assert, those with quick reflexes are adept in many aspects. Juan Kaiwan's speed is unparalleled, clocking in at a mere 2 seconds. But why then does he have 2 girlfriends, one for each second? Foolishness. Could they not coexist harmoniously? In truth, Juan Kaiwan is a mere smokescreen. Goodness gracious, my friend. Listening to your words, my spirits have been significantly uplifted. What benefit does Juan Kaiwan derive from amassing such wealth? Luis Enrique stands at the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, yet still pales in comparison to Guardiola. His facial features appear somewhat stern. At this moment, Enrique displays not a trace of emotion. Barcelona finds itself ensnared in a quagmire. Much like how Juan Kaiwan draws defenders to create opportunities for his teammates, in the past, Barcelona had Messi, who attracted defenders, allowing them to effortlessly seize chances. While Sanchez and Iniesta possess commendable skills, they ultimately fall short of Messi's exceptional dribbling ability, failing to instill chaos in Milan's defense. Fabregas's frequent retreats exacerbate Barcelona's offensive crisis, as the absence of a central receiving point renders it impossible for Iniesta and Sanchez to connect. When Sanchez receives the ball, he encounters Zambrata once again. He deftly pushes the ball and turns, stopping it with the inside of his right foot. He then sweeps his right foot over the ball, generating spin as he pushes it forward. Throughout this maneuver, he relies solely on his dominant foot, successfully deceiving Zambrata. However, an issue arises, operating on the right flank. His forward push directs the ball towards the sideline. As Zambrata adjusts his weight to keep pace, Sanchez finds himself devoid of an opportunity to cut inside. Alves's overt attempt to support is all too apparent, and Sanchez's return pass is promptly intercepted by Rakitic. Rakitic, exercising caution, refrains from turning to return the ball to Thiago Silva, who then clears it forward with a powerful kick. Juan Kaiwan glances at the ball's landing spot, which is not particularly favorable. As he runs, he deliberately accelerates. Keita, who had been shadowing Juan Kaiwan, is taken aback and hastily matches his pace. Fool, behind you. Keita runs blindly, failing to observe the ball's trajectory. Yet, Busquets has already perceived the issue. Unfortunately, by this point, it is too late. Prepared for the moment, Juan Kaiwan suddenly pivots and sprints back, leaving Keita unable to halt his momentum, causing him to tumble onto the grass. As the ball descends, Juan Kaiwan, not yet at the landing point, extends his right leg to cushion it from below. With a thud, the ball rebounds off his calf, soaring towards the top of the arc in the center. Noticing this, Torres immediately darts towards the penalty area. Pique, not daring to be complacent, quickly follows suit. Kaká leaps ahead of Busquets to head the ball, directing it towards the right flank. This time, the force is miscalibrated. Messi sprints fiercely. Yet the ball eventually reaches Puyol's feet. Puyol deftly nudges the ball away from Messi's pursuit and promptly passes it to Pique, who, in turn, sends it to Busquets. Messi relentlessly chases back. Busquets again delivers a diagonal pass, finding Alves in the half. In a sudden burst of speed, Juan Kaiwan surges forward, prompting Alves, in a moment of panic, to slide tackle the ball. After making contact, the ball ricochets off Juan Kaiwan's right foot, veering towards the center. In the vicinity of the center circle, De Bruyne and Fabregas were entangled in a struggle for possession, neither able to seize the ball. It was Messi, who had tracked back swiftly, that deftly hooked the ball away. Observing Juan Kaiwan making a rapid forward run, Messi flicked the ball with his left foot and began to drift towards the left flank. Kaká, noticing this, immediately surged forward, applying pressure on the Barcelona defense. An astonishing scene unfolded on the field, with Juan Kaiwan, Torres, and Kaká all positioned near the edge of the penalty area. The Barcelona players hesitated to press Messi, allowing him to advance unchallenged. After several meters of unimpeded dribbling, it was only then that Busquets attempted to close in. Messi pivoted, and with the inside of his left foot, he deftly sent the ball rolling past Busquets to Juan Kaiwan. As Juan Kaiwan received the ball, Pique abandoned his mark on Torres and rushed forward. Beside Juan Kaiwan, Keita was also poised to press. The two prepared to execute a quick combination. But before Pique could close the gap, Huang Kaiwen gently nudged the ball between Pique and Keita towards the center. Messi, anticipating this, intercepted the ball before Busquets could react. With a swift touch of his left foot, he assessed Huang Kaiwen's position. At that moment, there were as many as 8 defenders from Barcelona within the penalty area. Without hesitation, Messi delivered a precise diagonal pass with the outside of his left foot, directing it closer to Mascherano. However, he had faith in Huang Kaiwen's explosive pace. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen took off, successfully receiving the ball right in front of Mascherano. In such proximity, he had a significant advantage, granting him ample space to maneuver. With a deft touch of his left foot, Huang Kaiwen guided the ball into the small box, just as Messi had followed closely behind. However, all the attention from the Barcelona players was fixated on Huang Kaiwen, for scoring from that angle seemed effortless. The impatient Valdez rushed out of his goal, and at that moment, Huang Kaiwen executed a subtle flick. This startled Valdez, who collapsed to the ground, spreading his legs to cover more area. Realizing the ball was rolling towards Messi, he quickly understood his mistake. He awkwardly turned in an attempt to block Messi's shot. To his surprise, Messi anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would not take the shot himself. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, turning sideways to hook the ball back to himself, and with a smooth left-footed push. The ball rolled easily into the empty net. Huang Kaiwen immediately embraced Messi. One by one, the Milan players rushed in to celebrate. Messi, however, refrained from revelry. Yet, the fervor of the Milan players in the Barcelona penalty area incited considerable displeasure among the Catalan supporters, who raised their voices once more in discontent. The louder their jeers became, the more the brilliance of that goal shone through. It was unforgivable that the departing player had relinquished the noble number 10 of Barcelona to don the number 19 for another team, and had executed such a beautiful combination with others. Fabregas, knowing Messi well, refrained from glancing towards his own penalty area, aware that his dear friend had indeed found a new home. The former Arsenal captain turned his gaze towards the Milan bench. Van Persie, that proud fellow, is he truly willing? Humans are exceedingly sensitive to scrutiny. Upon raising his gaze, Van Persie spotted Fabregas, immediately turning to rummage through his waist bag. Fabregas, bewildered by the sudden motion, was left in a state of confusion. When Van Persie brandished 2 medals from his bag, Fabregas's expression darkened. Damn this guy? What the hell? You are all a bunch of nonsense. Luis Enrique shouted from the sidelines. You've been pushed back into your penalty area. This is not the football philosophy of Barca. Yet with 8 of you defending, you still can't manage to stop 2 opponents. Are you not ashamed? Enrique was utterly exasperated. This goal had ignited his fury. Having once graced the ranks of both Real Madrid and Barcelona, he was acutely aware of the pettiness of these Catalans. If the match continued in this manner, it would nearly seal his fate. Consequently, Enrique was no longer inclined to be courteous with the first team. During the summer, several clubs had expressed interest in him. At worst, he could leave Barcelona to coach teams in the Europa League. Busquets, with his head bowed, made his way to his position, not daring to glance back. For he felt the weight of scrutinizing gazes from behind. Damn it, what a bunch of scoundrels. When play resumed, Busquets was heavy-hearted. As a teammate passed him the ball, he hesitated to advance, opting instead for a long, grounded pass to the right flank. Sanchez and Alves combined splendidly, both exhibiting commendable skill among wingers. Their seamless interplay allowing for smooth progression. Though Fabregas found himself in a position far from his preferred role, he dutifully executed Enrique's tactical directive of a false 9. This approach was not only embraced by Barca, but also increasingly adopted by the Spanish national team, leaving Fabregas feeling quite uncomfortable in both realms. Facing Zambrata's defense once more, Sanchez attempted a cut inside with a deft maneuver, yet Thiago Silva's swift advance left him with scant opportunities. Reluctantly, Sanchez passed to Fabregas. With no one drawing defenders away, Fabregas nudged the ball with his right foot, preparing to surge into the penalty area. Nesta approached with a sliding tackle, dislodging the ball from Fabregas's control. Thiago Silva, holding off Sanchez, played the ball to Buffon. Buffon deftly evaded the encroaching Fabregas and quickly distributed the ball to the right. Noticing that Kevin was absent from the sidelines, Ramos opted to pass to the left flank in the attacking zone. The accuracy of this pass was considerably lacking compared to the previous ones, but fortunately, Torres's pace allowed him to head the ball ahead to Messi. Observing Kaká's run, Messi expertly flicked the ball in his direction. Kaká, striding forward with purpose, bore down the pitch, only for Busquets to charge in with a tackle. In a flash, both players tumbled to the ground. Busquets instinctively covered his face while rolling, appearing even more distressed than the fouled Kaká. This was troubling. It seemed Kaká might have sustained an injury. The emotions among AC Milan players are running high. Hwang Kaiwan, in a moment of fervor, does not hesitate to push Messi aside to check on Kaká, perhaps to prevent any awkward confrontation between Messi and Barcelona. Hwang Kaiwan displays the passion of a true athlete on the field, balancing fervor with composure. The team doctor assists Kaká off the pitch, as he appears unable to continue. Remarkably, Kroos warms up with impressive speed following a red card issued to Busquets. In slow motion, it is evident that Busquets' tackle was intended to foul. Yet he inadvertently stepped onto Kaká's ankle, caught off guard by Kaká's swiftness. Indeed, Busquets seemed to anticipate a play, but miscalculated, resulting in a painful twist of his own ankle as he limps towards the sidelines, while Luis Enrique refrains from any conversation with him. A sudden turn of events unfolds on the pitch. Busquets receives a red card and injures Kaká, placing Barcelona at a significant disadvantage. Kroos indeed enters the match. Yet Guardiola calls upon Van Persie. What could be the rationale behind this decision? Guardiola stands at the sidelines, arms crossed, possessing a deeper understanding of Barcelona from his tenure as their former coach. Barcelona's fouls are no less frequent than those of other teams. Their high possession rate makes their play appear cleaner. A team playing a high press must be cautious, for failing to interrupt the opponent's counterattacks may lead to dire consequences. Xavi and his midfield companions engage in numerous deft maneuvers. Consequently, Guardiola contemplates substituting Hwang Kaiwan, while Barcelona shows no intention of making changes. Xavi shifts to a defensive midfield role, with Fabregas retreating to play as a central midfielder. Following Sanchez's move to the center, Barcelona's offense begins to show promise. Fabregas, now in midfield, displays remarkable agility, and with Keita abandoning his focus on Hwang Kaiwan, they finally orchestrate some threatening attacks. In the 28th minute, Fabregas executes a long, rolling pass down the left flank, bypassing Kroos to reach Sanchez, who, in motion, delivers a precise through ball behind Nesta. Iniesta manages to reach the byline but finds no angle for a shot. Milan's seasoned defense remains impenetrable. Buffon effectively seals off the near post, while Nesta disrupts the connection between him and Sanchez. Iniesta, standing at the byline, awaits support from his teammates. However, Fabregas struggles to shake off Ramos, suffering several knocks in motion, prompting Iniesta to question his well-being. With no options, Iniesta deftly pivots, creating an angle to take a shot. Nesta intervenes, deflecting the ball out for a corner. The most astute observer of your tactics is always your adversary. As Barcelona prepares for a corner, Hwang Kaiwan positions himself in the backfield, instinctively believing it to be a tactical play. Xavi, at the corner flag, hesitates, initially intending to pass to Fabregas. Eventually, he retreats, taking a run-up to deliver the ball into the penalty area. As anticipated, AC Milan's aerial superiority proves formidable. The ball is directed towards Hwang Kaiwan, who, preparing for a long pass, faces pressure from Fabregas. The ball is then given to De Bruyne. De Bruyne. The long pass was remarkably precise. In recent matches, I have observed this young talent's passing ability to be exceptional. Indeed, De Bruyne, during his loan last season, netted 3 goals and provided 8 assists, regularly delivering long passes that directly connected with his forward teammates. The synergy between Messi and Torres was evident. Alas, this time Messi attempted to navigate through defenders, but his intention to pass to Torres was anticipated. AC Milan's counterattack transformed into Barcelona's offensive play, underscoring the significance of endurance training. Hwang Kaiwan released the ball without making an advance. He took a moment to catch his breath in his own half. Observing Barcelona preparing to attack again, he hurriedly sprinted towards the midfield. Fabregas pushed the ball forward, and Sanchez, in an effort to evade Rakitic, delicately nudged the ball ahead, executing a skillful dribble. However, in that instant, Sanchez's eyes widened in alarm, for he realized the ball was at risk of being lost. Earlier, Sanchez had noticed Hwang Kaiwan, yet he seemed quite distant. To his astonishment, Hwang Kaiwan crossed half the field in no time. Sanchez gritted his teeth and accelerated once more. He was unwilling to relinquish possession. The Camp Nou was enveloped in silence, with fans intently focused on this duel of speed. Hwang Kaiwan's position was indeed a tad too far, and it appeared he would not reach it in time. But just then, Hwang Kaiwan lowered his body and executed a sliding tackle. Arriving late, yet making the first impact. Huang Kaiwen reached the ball first, compelling Sanchez to leap aside in regret. Consequently, he missed the subsequent moment, as Huang Kaiwen slid to the ground. His right foot connected with the ball, which soared with fierce spin towards Barcelona's penalty area. The players were racing towards Milan's half, and the ball faced no obstruction. More crucially, it traveled at considerable speed. Valdez, slightly advanced in position, found the ball piercing the net just as he reached the goal line, leaving him astonished. A moment of brilliance. The Barcelona fans, poised to unleash their jeers, found their voices caught in their throats. Throughout the years of competition with Huang Kaiwen, they had witnessed an array of his scoring methods. Midfield goals were not a novelty for him, but this one was utterly outrageous. Sliding to the ground, he executed a side tackle while simultaneously unleashing a spectacular strike with his right foot. Even the staunchest Barcelona supporters had to concede that this goal was truly magnificent. Applause erupted sporadically from the stands of Camp Nou, gradually enveloping the entire stadium. Ultimately, the Barcelona fans reclaimed their pride, offering their applause to Huang Kaiwen. Such a goal, such a performance, such a 10 in white, deserved all their accolades. This also reflected their dissatisfaction with the team's performance. The applause marked a beginning, yet it also signified an end. The Barcelona fans were unwilling to continue harboring expectations for their team's display. They had resigned themselves. Goal, 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 Kevin goal. During the clash at Camp Nou, Kevin once again emerged as the maestro of the match, which came as no surprise. Barcelona has always been his favorite adversary. From the era of Ronaldinho to that of Messi, and now in this post-Messi chapter, Kevin has consistently been Barcelona's greatest nemesis. This marked the second occasion he received applause from the Barca faithful at Camp Nou. However, it is noteworthy that the intensity of the rivalry in today's match escalated significantly compared to previous encounters. The animosity among Barcelona supporters surged tenfold. They harbor resentment towards Guardiola, Messi, and Kevin alike. Yet, this is the essence of Kevin. Regardless of the animosity directed at him, he conquers his opponents with his feet. I have now conceived a solution to the disputes in the Balkans: to have Kevin play an annual friendly match there. The most delightful spectacle in the world is witnessing Kevin score. The disintegration of the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia can be attributed to Kevin's late arrival by several decades. Prudelli has always believed that Huang Kevin had exhausted all possible methods of scoring. Little did he expect that Huang Kevin could still deliver new surprises. Italian fans are indifferent to what he may have said, for the goal was indeed a masterpiece. Guardiola stood at the sidelines, holding his forehead. And only after the restart did he realize, embracing Van Persie warmly. He remarked, "Robin, I have always felt you could achieve more. Mr. Wenger says you can play as a winger, forward, and attacking midfielder. I believe you could even excel as a central midfielder. I aspire for you to become a versatile warrior on the front line, which is the direction in which football is evolving." Van Persie's countenance darkened considerably. The concept of total football originated in the Netherlands, a notion he had encountered countless times throughout his life. Whenever a coach informs attacking players that they must do more, it typically signals the expectation for them to begin defending from the front line. Van Persie's willingness to compete does not equate to a readiness to defend. In youth academies, those lacking talent often play in defense, while gifted attacking players tend to look down on defenders, let alone engage in defending themselves. Nevertheless, he refrained from contradicting Guardiola or even nodding in agreement. Guardiola remained unfazed. He is not a psychologist, and such words cannot resonate with every player. If he can deceive one, it is a victory. If not, there is no loss. The actions of the Barcelona players on the field have grown increasingly aggressive. Following the applause at Camp Nou, the players transitioned from playing the ball to targeting each other. Zambrata received the ball near midfield and immediately surged past the halfway line. Alves and Keita showed no intention of defending him, and Zambrata relished the freedom. He advanced another 10 meters before Keita finally charged at him. At this moment, Zambrata deftly passed the ball laterally to Cruz, while De Bruyne made a quick run to receive it, but Cruz ignored him, turning and striking the ball. The ball rolled precisely past Xavi, finding Huang Kevin. With his back to the goal, he flicked the ball with his right heel, sending it past Mascherano and perfectly into the path of Torres in the center. Torres sprang into action, chasing the ball, but Peak stepped in with a stride, pivoting and elbowing Torres beneath the jaw. Torres, having endured a devastating blow, fell heavily onto the grass. The referee reacted swiftly. rushing to issue a red card to peak at the first opportunity. However, the ire of the Milan players had been ignited, and it was impossible to quell their anger easily at that moment. Players from AC Milan, clad in their white-away kits, surged forward one after another, encircling Peak to prevent his departure. Juan Kevin positioned himself in front of Ramos, pushing Peak forcefully. An anxious Messi struggled to find his way through the throng. Fortunately, recalling previous experiences, he assisted Torres in leaving the contentious area to avoid further mishap. A confrontation erupted. Indeed it did. Juan Kevin had intended to restrain Ramos, but after a brief exchange with Xavi, he took action, and chaos ensued. Guardiola, anxiously observing from the sidelines, was distressed, leading 4-0. What if they lost? The young AC Milan players were surprisingly fierce. He had never witnessed their ferocity before, though, to be clear, fighting is unsavory and should not be emulated. At this critical juncture, it was Nesta who stepped forth. His own fiery temperament emerged as he attempted to mediate, highlighting the disorder of the scene. Red cards were issued. Juan Kevin received a red card, followed by Ramos, De Bruyne, and Rakitic. Why did Buffon and Kroos escape sanction? Barcelona also faced penalties. Piqué's foul led to 2 yellows transforming into a red, while the foul-mouthed Xavi was shown a red, and the combative Puyol and Valdez also received red cards. The referee, having distributed the cards, seemed momentarily bewildered. Barcelona was running short of players. Indeed, regulations dictate that if a team falls below 7 players, the match may be halted, awarding victory to the opposing side. If the score is less than 30, it is recorded as 3-0. If more goals have been scored, the current score stands. Eriksson appeared at a loss, needing to consult with UEFA officials at the sidelines. Juan Kevin relinquished the captain's armband to Nesta and led his teammates towards the sidelines. Kevin, are you unscathed? Guardiola inquired, extending a water bottle and towel. I'm fine, coach, Juan Kevin replied, gesturing towards the field. If the match continues, substitute Leo. This atmosphere would be quite awkward for him. I share your sentiment, Guardiola agreed. You all should return to the players' tunnel for a moment of respite. Juan Kevin nodded, guiding his teammates into the tunnel. Ramos, with one arm draped around Kroos and the other around De Bruyne, disregarded his split lip and grinned. I didn't realize you had such courage. You see, playing football is like this. One must always be prepared to strike. Sergio, don't lead the youth astray, Juan Kevin replied. Bemused. I'm not mistaken, Ramos retorted nonchalantly. Barcelona, a century-old powerhouse, see? They can't handle defeat. They've been schooled on the field. Now is the time to act. Juan Kevin shook his head with a smile, recalling a line. Is there still a need to rehearse Thunderstorm? It's all about camaraderie. Should my good brother become the youth coach of Milan in the future, the Milan youth team may very well be the most formidable squad in Europe. Soon after, Milan players gradually returned to the locker room. The match had concluded. Nesta, the first to enter, remarked. Ramos exchanged high-fives with Buffon. As the two had just delivered a thorough thrashing to Xavi, their coordination remarkably seamless. Kroos found a corner to sit in, wishing to diminish his presence, hoping that the coach and referee had not noticed his involvement in the fray. Juan Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. This was all anticipated. Guardiola stood in the center of the locker room, attempting several times to speak, yet unable to produce a sound. The crux of the matter was that Juan Kevin had also participated. Criticizing him would be equally inappropriate. Guardiola sighed and said, let us focus on playing football and refrain from fighting. Such altercations invariably lead to injuries, and it would be unfortunate to harm oneself. Initially expecting some form of punishment or at the very least a reprimand, he was surprised that the coach only managed to utter these words after much contemplation. The Milan players, sitting upright, erupted in laughter, filling the locker room with mirth. This was undoubtedly the most unexpected conclusion to a match, and given Juan Kevin's ties with Barcelona, it seemed rather reasonable. The chapter concludes here. In the grand reversal at Camp Nou, Juan Kevin did not share in the laughter. This was a rather egregious incident. Not to mention the Champions League. Even in league play, it is rare for a match to be halted so abruptly. An early termination signifies a failure in the referee's control over the game, which is why officials typically exert strict oversight on both teams' conduct. Even if they cannot manage the players' actions, they generally regulate the issuance of cards. Today, for reasons unknown, the referee had shown an unusual number of cards. Juan Kevin believed that rather than taking a harsh stance against Barcelona, it was more likely that they had overlooked Busquets' earlier exit. Otherwise, The coincidence of 4 cards for each team in that particular conflict was too uncanny. The Barcelona players, who had been committing fouls, undoubtedly bore the primary responsibility. Guardiola glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who nodded and rose to follow him. Upon arriving at the press conference, Luis Enrique was already on stage addressing the reporters. The red card altered everything. Our style of play revolves around passing and ball control, and we require time to wear down our opponents. The first goal was a foul, which impacted the players' mentality, and thus, the issuance of the red card. Along with the subsequent one, Huang Kaiwen, who had just seated himself, nearly applauded Enrique. This man possessed a certain quality that reminded him of a Manchester United manager. Luis, you mentioned that the first goal was a foul. Where exactly was the infraction? A reporter inquired, raising his hand. That is for you to investigate, not me. What I wish to emphasize is the red card. This match represented one of our best stretches of the season, and under the current circumstances, we are more than capable of staging a comeback and securing victory. Busquets was going for the ball, yet the referee issued a red card, fundamentally altering the course of the match. There were no further questions for Enrique. The reporters hastily turned their attention to Guardiola and Huang Kaiwen. Pep, did you authorize the players' brawl today? Does your attitude influence the players of AC Milan? How do you assess the various fouls committed by the Barcelona players, including the 2 red cards received by Busquets and Pique? Kevin, what do you have to say about Ramos's reckless kick against an opposing player? De Bruyne, who previously exhibited remarkable discipline during his loan, has he been affected by the locker room culture at AC Milan? Why was Toni Kroos absent from the press conference? Kevin nearly lost his composure, unexpectedly realizing that he was not as popular as Kroos. It is understandable, as the journalists likely favor Kroos's style. Guardiola stated earnestly, our intention was to play a high-quality match, yet events did not unfold according to my wishes. I have communicated to the players the necessity of controlling their emotions, but we failed to achieve that. Do you think the brawl among AC Milan players was provoked by the numerous fouls committed by Barcelona? A journalist inquired. Guardiola's expression became troubled. Being a Catalan with relatives and business interests in Catalonia, any response to this question would inevitably offend one side or the other, either Barcelona or the Milan team he coaches. After a brief pause, Guardiola nodded and remarked, the number of fouls is not the issue. Tactical fouls are indeed strategic, not malicious. However, both teams lost their composure due to various external factors. You can observe that today's Camp Nou was different from its usual self. I believe the pressure caused the Barcelona players to deviate from their typical style, which is not the team I recognize. Will the players who received red cards face any penalties? Another journalist asked. Guardiola nearly stood up to leave, his mind in turmoil, forgetting that his assistant was present. Every question now bore significant weight on his life. However, compared to the previous queries, this one was considerably milder. Guardiola did not hesitate and replied, a red card is inherently a form of punishment. I will communicate with the players to ensure they understand what is expected of them. The absence of several key players will undoubtedly affect us, yet the entire team will strive to overcome this challenge. What is the condition of Kaká and Torres? A journalist inquired. Guardiola sighed in relief and responded, Fernando currently shows no significant issues. We will return to Milan for further examinations to rule out any skull or nerve damage. As for Kaká, he is already injured, and the medical staff has informed me that his condition is not promising. He will likely be sidelined for a considerable period. That was a misunderstanding, Enrique stated. Guardiola nearly lost his composure, but managed to maintain his composure. The situation in Catalonia is particularly sensitive for him. Conflicts while leading the team against Barcelona would place him in a precarious position in the public eye. Kevin quickly grabbed the microphone and said, injuries are unavoidable, but fouls can be prevented. I hope other teams do not intentionally harm my teammates. Kevin, are you implying that someone is deliberately causing injuries? A journalist asked. Could you repeat that? My hearing isn't quite sharp, Kevin responded with a smile after the question was reiterated. We played exceptionally well, yet injuries plagued us one after another. What more can I say? Engaging in a match against Barcelona invariably leads to injuries. This was the case during my tenure at Real Madrid and likewise at Chelsea. Perhaps this indicates that Barcelona's inherent style of play is predicated on inflicting harm upon others. Nonsense, Luis Enrique exclaimed, striking the table emphatically. We are the epitome of attacking football. It is Ramos and Van Bommel who embody the willingness to injure fellow players. The journalists perked up, eagerly awaiting Kevin Huang's response. Unperturbed, Huang raised a hand and remarked, "In our nation, there is a saying that oranges planted on either side of the river will taste entirely different." During Van Bommel's time at Barcelona, he may have been compelled to commit fouls due to tactical necessities. However, after joining Milan for over a year, he has scarcely received a yellow card, which underscores that the issue lies not with Van Bommel, but with a particular team. Enrique found himself at a loss for a counterargument. A journalist inquired, "Today, you initiated contact with Xavi, and numerous AC Milan players engaged in physical altercations. What exactly did Xavi say to you that provoked such behavior? Is such conduct justifiable? I was attempting to persuade my teammates to remain composed, but Xavi insulted my teammate. And I cannot tolerate such affronts. Everyone has loved ones, and when you insult someone's family, you must be prepared to face consequences," replied Huang. "So, do you not regret your actions?" the reporter pressed. Indeed, if not for the constraints of law and morality, he likely would not have exited Camp Nou today. Huang retorted with a cold smirk. Guardiola, exasperated, slapped his forehead. He wished to curtail Huang's remarks and quickly interjected, "I have coached this team for over a year, and Milan is an exceptionally talented squad." Kevin has garnered widespread recognition across the globe, with over 2 billion people adoring and admiring him, which speaks volumes. Toni Kroos and Kevin De Bruyne are both remarkable young talents, endowed with great gifts and compassion, even in the absence of organized team activities. They contribute donations to assist others. While Ramos may be somewhat impulsive, he is an eager learner. He is currently a graduate student and frequently frequents university campuses during breaks, where his passion for knowledge remains undeterred by his football commitments. What I wish to convey is that Milan players are not malevolent individuals. Kevin Huang had no retort. Guardiola seized his moment to speak. As they made their way back, Guardiola advised, "If you express remorse today, there is a chance your red card may be rescinded." "A red card is a red card. Must I feign regret for confronting Xavi?" Huang replied indifferently. Guardiola could only sigh and ceased his persuasion. Although Huang's temperament is generally amiable, once he has made a decision, it is rarely altered. The match concluded prematurely, 50 minutes ahead of schedule. Yet it incited a global uproar, diminishing the focus on concurrent matches. To avert further incidents, the entire Milan squad hastily returned to Milan that night. At Malpensa Airport, as the Milan players emerged from security, they were met with the fervent enthusiasm of their fans. A few players who received red cards were treated like heroes. De Bruyne and Kroos, this unfortunate duo, had not seen much playtime, their positions overshadowed by veteran players, even falling behind the overlooked Pirlo. Yet this time, they garnered the admiration of the fans. Kroos, brimming with excitement, waved to the supporters, feeling he had discovered the best way to integrate into the team. Due to minimal physical exertion, their return journey commenced rather early. After the entire team signed autographs for fortunate fans, they boarded the bus. When Huang Kaiwen returned home, it was already past midnight. Discovering that the young lady and Lily were asleep, he changed his clothes and retired to the guest room. The following day, Huang Kaiwen awoke to find a thick stack of newspapers laid out on the table. Curiously, he inquired, "Where do the newspapers from other countries come from?" Albert chuckled. "I know a lad who runs errands. He waits at the airport for the newspapers brought by travelers, purchases them, and delivers them to me. I compensate him for his efforts." Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up, reminiscent of his good friend Ramos, who personally ventured to the airport for such acquisitions. With the advent of the internet, much of the content can now be found on newspaper websites, yet Huang Kaiwen still relished the tactile pleasure of reading a physical newspaper. The front page of the Sun continued to belong to Giggs, who, on the day following his daughter's birth, went on a date with his sister-in-law, their story perpetually captivating British readers. The ongoing coverage underscored the significant impact Giggs News had on sales. Huang Kaiwen even noticed in the corner a piece about Cassano and an Italian girl named Caroline on a date. In the second edition, they recounted the 10 most unexpected match terminations. Aside from the Turkish Super League in the 2003 to 2004 season, where Besiktas received 5 red cards, the others differed from Milan's circumstances. For instance, the Bernabeu had previously experienced a terrorist attack, while Bremen's match against Schalke was interrupted by a power outage. The most recent incident occurred just a few days prior, in early February during a Serie A match, where Roma's away game against Bologna was halted due to excessive snowfall, necessitating a rescheduling. Milan had likewise encountered a power outage during the second leg of the 1990-91 UEFA Champions League quarterfinals against Marseille. Milan trailed 0-1 when the power failure occurred in the 88th minute, and they, suspecting the cause of the outage, refused to return to the match. Consequently, Milan was ruled to have lost 0-3 and faced a one-year ban from European competition. The Times even provided a lip-reading interpretation of the match. They reported that, according to a lip-reading expert, Xavi had remarked, "You two Spaniards have acknowledged a foreign father. At this moment, indeed, you need your father to stand up for you." Clearly, Xavi was alluding to Kevin, mocking Ramos and Torres. This was not the first time Xavi had provoked Kevin during their matches, and such behavior could significantly impact the unity of the Spanish national team. This was splendid news for the English national team, as Capello's squad would face one less formidable rival. Hwang Kaiwan nearly burst into laughter. The British remain ever so confident. England lacks midfield organization and wing breakthroughs, which creates a deadlock. The generation of players that includes Gerrard has reached the twilight of their careers. This European Championship features a commendable German squad. Had Reyes not been injured, they would possess virtually no weaknesses. As reported by Marca, Barcelona suffered a defeat and lost their composure, resorting to malicious fouls that injured Kaká and Torres. In the post-match press conference, Enrique shamelessly claimed they could have won. It is hardly surprising for a player who betrayed Real Madrid to utter such words, as was even more forthright, stating that Barcelona lost everything yet triumphed in the press conference. According to Mundo Deportivo, Ramos deserves a harsher penalty. Since the introduction of red and yellow cards in 1970, Gerard Piqué holds the record with 40 red cards, notably as his career approaches its end, averaging around 2 per season. Previously, the record for most red cards in Serie A belonged to Paulo Montero, who accumulated 21, averaging 1.23 per season. Remarkably, Ramos, in just his 9th season, has already received 23 red cards, surpassing Montero with an average of 2.55 per season, making him the player with the most cards. His lack of severe punishment has allowed him to assault other players with impunity. Upon reading this, Hwang Kaiwan was displeased. This seemed like a concerted effort to undermine his good friend. Hwang resolved to ensure that Ramos received more visibility in the public eye to rehabilitate his image, while also addressing the fouls and theatrics of Barcelona players. He planned to further expose the dubious dealings of Laporta and Calderon, diverting some of the fire away from his friend. Gazzetta dello Sport issued a stern critique of Barcelona, stating that they transformed the pitch into a boxing ring. With Kevin suffering numerous injuries at Camp Nou, this time, Barcelona has targeted others. Piqué's brutal foul on Torres was the catalyst for the ensuing conflict and warrants severe punishment. Hwang felt this was justified. However, Piqué may not face significant repercussions due to his influential connections, with Barcelona likely to intervene on his behalf. The Spanish giants wield considerable power within UEFA. Conversely, Corriere dello Sport praised the performances of Messi and Torres. Overall, aside from the Catalan media, these publications did not place much emphasis on the fouls committed by Milan players. A few English media outlets stirred the pot, hoping for a long-term ban for Hwang. But such sentiments were merely talk, as UEFA would not acquiesce. Hwang remained unfazed, as long as Ramos was not directly named. Later, Hwang joined his team in making a donation to UNICEF, a modest sum aimed at urging fans to pay attention to children in war-torn regions. The Golden King has always been passionate about such initiatives. One individual can only contribute so much. It is crucial for fans to recognize the significance of this cause and actively participate to make the world a better place. Thank you all for your support. The person in charge said to Hwang Kaiwan, "It is our responsibility. We have every reason to assist those children who are threatened by war." Hwang Kaiwan replied, "Will this money go to Afghanistan?" Inzaghi inquired. The other person's expression darkened immediately. Once the individual departed, Inzaghi muttered, "I was merely asking what was going on." Hwang Kaiwan shook his head, remarking, "Some things you become aware of yet cannot change." Before the team left, Cruz engaged in an interview with reporters, stating, upon drawing Barcelona, "I knew it was a favorable match. Milan does not fear Barcelona. After Messi, they pose little threat. The course of the game substantiated my belief. Had they not deliberately received so many red cards, they might have shattered the Champions League record for goals conceded." The following day, Hwang Kaiwan and Ramos visited Kaká in the hospital. Kaká would be sidelined for approximately 2 months, with a possibility of an earlier return, though not by much. When the two arrived at Milanello, they discovered Cruz being pulled aside by Guardiola. I detest reading about you in the newspapers, as it is rarely good news. Guardiola remarked with a grim expression. I never anticipated that Tony had such strong opinions about the match. I'm sure you've seen what he said in the papers. Rather than being a player, he seems more suited for a commentator. After enduring the press conference, a victory in the next round was practically secured. Guardiola was taken aback that Cruz would provoke Barcelona. It was a rather vexing issue for him. UEFA's prolonged silence regarding player sanctions placed immense pressure on him. Acquiring Messi could certainly bolster Milan's offensive line in Juan Kaiwan's absence, yet Juan Kaiwan holds a unique significance for the team. He had sensed this during Juan Kaiwan's injury. While Juan Kaiwan could be sidelined, he could not be rendered incapable of participating. As long as Juan Kaiwan occupied a spot on the bench, the performance of Milan's players would be remarkably outstanding. He was uncertain whether Cruz's words would draw UEFA's attention. As for matters back home, he had grown weary of contemplating them. Once Guardiola departed, teammates quickly surrounded him. Tony, you truly dare to speak out, Gattuso exclaimed. I merely expressed my feelings, Cruz replied, somewhat aggrieved. I support you, Inzaghi said, wrapping an arm around Cruz's shoulders. The coach hasn't demoted you, indicating he is quite satisfied with your performance. It's just that his position prevents him from openly supporting you. It seems to be the case, Cruz nodded in agreement. Despite Guardiola's anger, he had not mentioned any punishment for him. With Inzaghi's reminder, Cruz also recognized this fact. It appeared the coach still held a fondness for him. I believe your style is quite commendable. Seize the opportunity to engage in more interviews, Inzaghi encouraged. You bastard. Get away. Juan Kaiwan playfully pulled Inzaghi aside, mockingly scolding him. This guy is clearly waiting to see the spectacle. Inzaghi stuck out his tongue and ran off. Juan Kai remarked to Cruz, at times, one cannot fully articulate their thoughts. There are matters you are acutely aware of yet cannot voice. This is not hypocrisy. For expressing such sentiments may lead to numerous complications. Should you wish to avoid entanglements, ponder carefully before speaking to reporters in the future. Understood, Captain. Cruz nodded vigorously. Later, UEFA finally announced the disciplinary decisions regarding the players. During the first leg of the Champions League round of 16, a multitude of unpleasant incidents transpired in the match between Barcelona and AC Milan, severely tarnishing the image of European football. After deliberation, it was decided that Barcelona's Busquets would receive a one-match suspension, with an additional 2 matches added. Pique faced a 1-match ban for a serious foul, along with an additional 4-match suspension. Xavi was suspended for 1 match with an additional 5 for showing a lack of respect towards the referee. Puyol and Valdez, for their involvement in an altercation, were suspended for 1 match with an additional 2. Ramos received a 1-match suspension with an additional 3 for striking an opponent, while De Bruyne was handed a 1-match ban with an additional match for the same offense. Milan's Cruz and Kevin were also suspended for 1 match due to a confrontation with an opponent. Upon seeing this disciplinary ruling, Juan Kevin was momentarily taken aback, recalling Galliani's persistent financial contributions to Platini. The relationship between Milan and UEFA was notably cordial, as both parties held considerable influence. UEFA had to consider viewership ratings. During the match, the referee overlooked Rakitic and Buffon, yet such infractions would undoubtedly be evident in the post-match review. It was clear that the intention was to protect Milan, thus safeguarding viewership and sponsorship. Given the intent to favor Milan, this disciplinary outcome was hardly surprising, were it not for his esteemed reputation. Juan Kevin suspected that Ramos would have faced merely a 1-match suspension with 2 additional games. This ruling, apart from the protests from Barcelona, did not incite much of a stir. Ultimately, it was Juan, the king of ball's illustrious reputation, that shielded them. On February 19th, at the San Siro Stadium, Milan triumphed over Napoli with a score of 3-1. Messi, despite not scoring, provided 2 assists to Inzaghi. Post-match, Inzaghi lauded Messi's exceptional abilities. Conversely, Messi felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had longed to play at the Stadio San Paolo, the very ground where Maradona once showcased his brilliance. Unfortunately, this season, Napoli had already played there. A day later, Milan faced Fiorentina away, securing a hard-fought 1-1 draw, thus advancing to the next round of the Coppa Italia. Had the Champions League not concluded prematurely, the schedule would have been grueling. Although they could have arranged matches differently, the Italian Football Federation opted for this taxing schedule, leaving one to ponder their reasoning. On February 25th, returning to their home ground, Milan confronted Juventus once more. Juan Kevin found himself on the substitutes bench. Conte deployed a 3-5-2 formation for this match, and Juventus exhibited aggressive play from the outset. In the 14th minute, Simone Pepe delivered a cross from the right that found Matri, who capitalized on a moment of indecision to score past Abbiati, breaking the deadlock. Juventus's flanks were notably dynamic throughout the encounter. The rotating Milan squad proved to be quite a challenge. It was as if they had taken some performance-enhancing medication today, remarked Inzaghi as he observed the match. If you wish to mock, just say it outright. No need for circumlocution, Kevin Huang retorted with a roll of his eyes. Inzaghi was well aware of the underlying reasons. Juventus had finished 7th last season, failing to qualify for European competition, and were recently ousted from the Coppa Italia. Presently, their only pursuit remained the league title, and the gap in points between them and Milan was minimal, prompting Conte to strive for victory in this crucial confrontation, a match worth 6 points in the title race. After scoring a goal, Juventus tightened their defense significantly. Their strategy against Messi was notably stringent. Juventus' tactics today feel rather familiar, one could observe. Indeed, they had previously attempted to sever the connection between Kevin Huang and his teammates, a tactic employed years ago by Capello, now repurposed by Conte to target Messi. The initial results appeared promising. After all, if Messi was deprived of the ball, his impact would be minimal. Conte's approach was clear. After scoring, he aimed to defend the lead through counterattacks, inviting the opposition to respond. Juventus' defensive system was indeed formidable. Marchisio excelled, while Vidal utilized both hands and feet during his defensive efforts against Messi, yet he managed to avoid any major fouls, leaving the referee powerless. If the match continued in this manner, Juventus might indeed secure a victory. Winning? Is Kevin Huang on the bench a mere figment? Someone scoffed. I too wish to address this matter. Despite Juventus' current vibrancy, once Huang steps onto the field, they will falter. Surely not. Juventus' defense is quite commendable today. They have concentrated on defending Messi, but what will they do when both Messi and Kevin Huang flank the sides? They will have to shift to the wings, leaving the center exposed. Indeed, mark my words, once Kevin Huang enters the fray, Juventus is destined to crumble. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to this scenario, which seems orchestrated for Kevin Huang's grandstanding. I was just watching his astonishing goal against Barcelona. Even after thousands of views, it remains hard to believe. All right, staff, get to work, another undercover agent. At halftime, Juventus entered the locker room with a 1-goal lead. Guardiola refrained from speaking to Kevin Huang, perhaps hoping to ignite the team's performance. I understand you are weary, but today's match is of paramount importance. It concerns the championship. Our starting lineup is significantly more expensive than Juventus's. I hope to avoid substitutions, opting instead for some adjustments, and with that, you shall secure victory, Guardiola stated. However, Kevin Huang, seated on the bench, silently shook his head. It seemed substitutions were indeed necessary. Hazard remained inconsistent, an issue common among young players. Juventus had concentrated their efforts on Messi today, allowing Hazard several opportunities, yet he struggled with his dribbling and passing choices, often hindering the team's offensive flow. Observing his anticipation meter reach a full 100, Kevin Huang decided to draw a lottery ticket. In the first round of the 1996-1997 Serie A season, Lazio faced Bologna, and Huang Kaiwan was astonished to receive a 24-hour experience card for Nedved. At that moment, the ironclad defense was vulnerable to a long-range strike. Nedved's prowess in distant shooting is well known, and given his status as a Juventus legend, paying homage at the newly inaugurated stadium seemed a fitting tribute. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Kaiwan activated the experience card. Shortly after the second half commenced, Juventus substituted Estigarribia for Simone Pepe. Conte had resolutely decided to defend their single-goal lead. By the 60th minute, Guardiola replaced the starting Ibrahimovic with Torres. Yet the impact of this substitution was not immediately evident. With little space to exploit, Torres' speed remained unutilized. Kevin, prepare to warm up, Guardiola instructed as he approached the bench. All right, coach, Huang Kaiwan replied, shedding his training jacket and jogging towards the sidelines. Having observed Juventus' tactics from the bench, he felt confident in identifying their weaknesses. In the 77th minute, as Messi was brought down by Barzagli on the right flank, Huang Kaiwan stood ready on the sidelines. Substitution. Huang Kaiwan is coming on, he announced. He replaced the young Hazard, whose performance had been somewhat hesitant, though his technical skills remained commendable. With only about 10 minutes of regular time left, it remained uncertain whether Huang Kaiwen's entry would yield any effect. Upon entering, Huang Kaiwen positioned himself on the right, near the spot where Messi had fallen. Nedved's free kick abilities were also noteworthy. As Huang Kaiwen took his place, the previously vibrant Courtois' demeanor changed. When the whistle blew, Huang Kaiwen sprinted forward and struck the ball with his left foot, curling it around the wall towards the left side of the Juventus goal. Courtois, stationed on the right, displayed unexpected agility for his large frame, executing a side dive to deflect the ball out of the penalty area. In the ensuing chaos, Lichtsteiner rushed in, clearing the ball into Milan's half. Courtois, the young goalkeeper, roared with passion. Successfully blocking Huang Kaiwen's free kick was indeed a point of pride. This young player had faced considerable controversy, with accusations of Milan deceiving him and his alleged preference for Juventus over all other Serie A giants. Such remarks had drawn criticism. Yet his performance remained consistently stable, showcasing the potential of a world-class goalkeeper. Indeed, many claimed that in the transaction between Buffon and Courtois, AC Milan had suffered a significant loss, though the full ramifications of this deal would only become apparent with time. Huang Kaiwen, unfazed by Courtois, charged back into play. Most Juventus players had returned to fortify their defense, leaving only Quagliarella and Matri up front. Matri's pace was lackluster, prompting Nesta to charge directly at him. At that moment, Matri appeared utterly bewildered. Quagliarella positioned himself forward, remaining onside due to Thiago Silva's retreat. However, confronted by Nesta, he lacked the confidence to deliver a penetrating through ball. Matri's clumsy touch sought to pull back, but Nesta decisively intervened, nudging the ball behind him. Upon returning to the halfway line, Van Bommel successfully received the ball and, noticing Huang Kaiwen beside him, instinctively played a lateral pass. Alas, the Juventus players had just advanced, still far from the attacking zone. Observing Huang Kaiwen seize the ball, they sprinted back in desperation. Zambrotta and Van Bommel surged forward alongside Huang Kaiwen. As Huang Kaiwen crossed the halfway line, he was already beset by 4 defenders. At that moment, he aimed to switch the play to Messi, but as he decelerated, Vidal swiftly closed in, extending his hand. Reluctant to engage in a tussle, Huang Kaiwen had no choice but to accelerate once more. Vidal and Marchisio relentlessly pursued him. While on the move, Huang Kaiwen executed a deft back heel, successfully returning the ball to Van Bommel. Van Bommel, upon receiving the ball, surveyed the field. Zambrotta had already made a proactive run to the flank. Yet, the Juventus players remained fixated on Huang Kaiwen. Estigarribia stood right next to him. Vidal sprinted toward Van Bommel, aiming to restrict his passing options. In that instant, Van Bommel seized the opportunity, delivering a swift pass. The ball threaded through the gap between Vidal and Marchisio, finding Huang Kaiwen, who deftly brought it into the penalty area with his left foot. Estigarribia quickly turned to follow. Marchisio cursed under his breath, desperately chasing back. "Foul! Tackle! Don't let him shoot!" shouted Courtois from the goal. Marchisio had also caught up to Huang Kaiwen, momentarily forgetting the potential repercussions of a foul within the box, and reached out. Bonucci and Chiellini charged toward Huang Kaiwen, wholly disregarding Milan's other players. In that moment, Huang Kaiwen, dribbling laterally, suddenly pivoted and struck the ball with his right foot, aiming at the far side of the goal, right in front of Juventus' entire defense. Thud! Courtois, having adjusted his positioning for so long, instinctively reached out, but in the next second, the ball had already nestled in the net behind him. Apologies for the delay today. Winter has brought unexpected challenges. Last night, as I hurried home, I slipped on some ice and scraped my wrist while tending to my wound, hence the late update. I kindly request your support with monthly votes. The chapter concludes. Goal. Kevin scores. Just a moment ago, I was questioning whether Guardiola intended to end Kevin's undefeated streak, and in the next, Kevin scored a spectacular goal amidst 3 defenders behind him and 2 ahead. Courtois, who had been excitedly preparing to block Kevin's free kick, suddenly found himself retrieving the ball from the net. This Belgian player may not have heard the adage that until the final second of the match, anything is possible. I wish to extol the virtues of Antonio Conte, who has today realized the true potential of a coach. This Juventus squad has exhibited a defensive prowess unparalleled in the annals of football history, successfully repelling the formidable Milan onslaught with a cadre of players of modest caliber. However, when the Emperor Kevin graces the pitch, even the most resolute defense is destined to crumble. Juventus resembles the audacious Hungarians, repeatedly invading Bavaria, Tübingen, and even besieging Augsburg. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the current sovereign is no longer the carefree Henry I, but rather the formidable Otto the Great. The ensuing narrative mirrors that of over a millennium ago, as Juventus, akin to the Hungarians, will be left in tatters by Kevin's onslaught. Conte, somewhat disheartened, lifted his right foot and tapped the grass at the sidelines with his toes. He had foreseen such a scenario, yet, when it materialized, it was nonetheless disheartening. He had invested considerable effort in preparing for this match, especially given that Milan was engaged on multiple fronts while Juventus focused solely on the league. Despite the favorable circumstances, Juventus could not endure until the final whistle. Conte displayed no restraint in expressing his envy, casting a glance at Guardiola. Which coach, capable of winning at will, would choose to flirt with the precipice of dismissal? Were he to coach Milan, he would not merely relegate Juan Kevin to a defensive midfield role. He would restrict him to the left wing, utilizing AC Milan's roster to its fullest tactical extent. Counter-attacking would also prove to be an excellent strategy. Upon resuming play, Juventus adopted a notably cautious approach. Yet, their 5 midfielders, aligned in a straight line, failed to exploit the length of the pitch effectively, soon becoming flustered under Milan's pressing. The substitute Torres exhibited remarkable vigor as Marchisio distributed the ball wide, and he swiftly darted towards Estigarribia, showcasing his impressive speed. In a moment of instinctual reaction, Estigarribia tugged at Torres, who, unable to halt his momentum, careened off the field. Alas, it appeared Torres could not rise again. What transpired? A replay revealed that Juventus' coach Conte had inadvertently dug a hole at the sidelines with his foot, and Torres had stepped directly into it, resulting in an injury. Torres had scarcely graced the pitch before succumbing to injury. Inzaghi, summoned by Guardiola, took to the field. AC Milan had recently faced their share of injuries, but Inzaghi's goal-scoring ability was not in question, and his entry posed no issue. The esteemed player, having hardly warmed up, dashed onto the field, arms wide open, exchanging high-fives with passing teammates. Excitedly, he approached Juan Kevin and urged, "Seize the opportunity to pass. I shall teach that boy a lesson." "Which boy?" Juan Kevin inquired, perplexed. "The one in goal. Was he not just boasting to you?" Inzaghi pointed towards the Juventus net. Juan Kevin chuckled. "I hardly regarded him. He is merely a jester. Courtois, aside from the green ding-ding incident, has proven to be quite capricious. Engaging with him would only serve to diminish Huang the King's stature. Rest assured, I am aware of your tendencies. You will undoubtedly harbor a grudge, so do pass me the ball frequently," Inzaghi remarked, patting Juan Kevin on the shoulder. Juan Kevin mused. Inzaghi truly understands him well. Ramos stood on the right flank to take a throw-in, which Rakitic received before turning to pass to Cruz. Today, Cruz played in the attacking midfield position, a role he had also occupied during his time at Bayern. However, his style markedly differed from that of Kaká. Cruz's passing was notably steady, and at that moment, his long-range shot was more ferocious than in later stages. He advanced the ball while observing Inzaghi ahead, but suddenly switched the ball to the flanks with his right foot. This maneuver was anticipated by Marchisio, who extended his leg to block the ball. Oh, it seems Cruz was attempting to emulate Juan Kevin, though he did not quite master the art. Fortunately, the ball rebounded, and Cruz attempted a through pass, which was again thwarted, causing him to show signs of impatience. Chiellini failed to secure possession, allowing Juan Kevin to sprint forward, deftly turning the ball before Chiellini could close in. In a swift motion, he delivered a cross with his right foot. The ball, struck beneath its surface, exhibited a modest arc but an impressive spin. It soared over the heads of several players from the edge of the penalty area, heading straight for Juventus' goal. Seizing the opportunity, Inzaghi dashed towards the 6-yard box, extending his foot to nudge the ball into the net from mere inches away. Inzaghi spread his arms wide, sticking out his tongue and playfully swaying as he approached Juan Kevin. On the Juventus bench, Pirlo was at a loss for words, bemused by the old-timer's antics. "Does my celebration really look that ridiculous?" Pirlo inquired. Storari, suppressing a chuckle, replied, "It's mainly because Inzaghi deliberately exaggerated. He's not as handsome as you." Pirlo nodded in satisfaction. On the field, Inzaghi rushed over to Juan Kevin, waving his hands at Messi. "Come here, Leo, come here." Clearly, Inzaghi had not abandoned his grand scheme of involving Messi in the play. Messi jogged over, and by the time he reached the sidelines, he was surrounded by people. Inzaghi, with one arm around Juan Kevin's neck and the other around Messi, shouted excitedly towards the stands. with his appearances dwindling over the past 2 years. He felt a surge of exhilaration with every goal scored. The atmosphere in San Siro was electric, with banners expressing gratitude towards the stadium. Previously disgruntled due to the lack of a home ground, the Rossoneri were now approaching the bittersweet day of departure from San Siro, filled with a sense of nostalgia for the cherished memories created within its walls. As they made their way back, Inzaghi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I promised to teach that kid a lesson. I almost forgot. I'll score again shortly." Juan Kaivan, skeptical, suspected Inzaghi might be feigning an assist. Messi observed the interaction between Juan Kaivan and Inzaghi, beginning to understand why Inzaghi was so inclined to team up with Juan Kaivan. Inzaghi may have lost some money, yet he gained immense joy. With 7 minutes remaining in regular time, and given the unexpected occurrences of the day, the stoppage time would likely exceed 5 minutes. Indeed, with over 10 minutes still on the clock, it would not be difficult for Juventus to find the back of the net. Lichtsteiner seized the ball, his breakthrough marked by remarkable speed, leaving Juan Kaiwan unable to defend effectively. Juventus executed a rapid series of passes in the attacking third. Juan chased back relentlessly. Lichtsteiner swiftly passed the ball to Matri, who received it with his back to the play, hesitant to make any extravagant movements. Upon noticing Vidal's forward run, he promptly returned the ball to him. As soon as Vidal received it, he swung his right foot. Van Bommel, anticipating the action, sidestepped and extended his foot. With a resounding thud, the ball ricocheted off Van Bommel's sole and veered to the opposite side. Pizzini rushed forward, but Ramos was quick. Upon receiving the ball, Ramos immediately turned, evading Pizzini with a deft Cruyff turn despite the looming defensive pressure, and sent the ball to the left flank where Juan Kaiwan awaited. As Juan prepared to accelerate, he noticed Cruz had arrived in front of him, prompting a swift through ball. Cruz, upon receiving the pass, directed the ball forward with precision. This long pass showcased exceptional skill, as Inzaghi, in motion, headed the ball towards the left side. Messi, well prepared, sprinted to the left to receive it, effortlessly evading Chiellini with a deft touch of his left foot. Bellucci, sensing danger, rushed in and executed a sweeping tackle, bringing Messi down. A confrontation ensued between Inzaghi and Bellucci. Although Inzaghi had not seen much playtime recently, he remained a seasoned player and a mentor for Milan, stepping up to defend his teammate when it mattered most. The two were quickly separated, and fortunately, Bellucci's foul was not directed at Messi, who emerged unscathed. However, this resulted in yet another free kick. Juan Kaiwan jogged into the attacking zone, and before he could position himself at the foul spot, he saw Courtois gesticulating dramatically on the edge of the penalty area. "Come on, come on," Courtois shouted, vigorously slapping his gloves. "I can save one. And I'll save the next. Let me show you how I handle free kicks today." Hearing his taunt, Juan slowed his pace, opting to watch the spectacle unfold. Courtois, feeling slightly embarrassed by the lack of reaction from the opposition, turned to his teammates and barked, "Can you adjust the wall faster? I can't see. Are you looking for trouble?" Bellucci pointed a finger at Courtois, who brushed Bellucci's hand aside, puffing out his chest defiantly. Chiellini quickly intervened, urging them to calm down, reminding them that it would be foolish to incur penalties for internal discord before the free kick was even taken. Realizing the excitement was fading, Juan waved over several teammates. With Courtois jumping around, Juan felt compelled to surprise him. Standing on the goal line, Courtois watched as Juan and the Milan players deliberated their free kick strategy, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yet, he managed to assert, "There's nothing to fear. Tactical free kicks are merely a fallback for those lacking confidence in direct free kicks. If I can deny a few of his shots, I'm sure to make the headlines. Come on, Thibaut, you can do it." Courtois fervently motivated himself, yet his body remained obediently honest. The unknown is far more terrifying than the known. He was unaware of the approach that Juan Kaiwan would choose, nor did he know if discussions with his teammates were mere theatrics. Juan Kaiwan was poised to unleash a powerful free kick. Damn, Courtois resolved that, like check, he would don a helmet later to protect himself from a potential blow to the head. It may not be aesthetically pleasing, but safety is paramount. The question remained whether there was a product to shield his lower body as well. Under the referee's urging, the AC Milan players made their final preparations. Messi darted from right to left, gliding over the ball, while Cruz leapt over it from left to right. Neither displayed any overt actions. A mocking smile began to emerge on Courtois' face. However, the next move was Juan Kaiwan, who lifted his right foot and ran over the ball, causing Courtois to nearly dive in anticipation. He had been on high alert for Juan Kaiwan. This time, Huang Kaiwen did not shoot, allowing Courtois' muscles to relax. With a resounding thud, Ramos struck the ball with his right foot, sending it beautifully over the wall and into the net, ricocheting off the crossbar. Courtois barely shifted his body, not even adjusting his stance. He merely watched as Ramos scored. After the goal, Ramos did not rush towards Huang Kaiwen. Instead, he turned towards the penalty area, mimicking Courtois by clapping his hands twice before roaring with triumph. Ramos. AC Milan was certainly in the game. When Huang Kaiwen called them over earlier, I sensed something extraordinary was afoot. I had not anticipated such a captivating free-kick play. Indeed, Messi and Kroos were evidently feigning an attack, but this would create the impression that Huang Kaiwen was next to shoot. If it were me, I too would believe Huang Kaiwen would take the shot. We had just witnessed how, after Huang Kaiwen ran past, Courtois made a clear motion to relieve himself, preparing for a save before abruptly halting. Therefore, when Ramos took the shot, he was entirely unprepared. Huang Kaiwen had cleverly exploited the inertia of thought, outsmarting Courtois. Damn. I told you Huang Kaiwen was cunning. Courtois fell for it again. There was no other option, as Coach Zhang stated. Any goalkeeper seeing Huang Kaiwen cannot help but be wary. Courtois nearly dove because his reflexes were too sharp, an admirable quality for a goalkeeper. This free kick was indeed intriguing. Where does Huang Kaiwen derive such imaginative schemes? Who knows? Perhaps he spends his days devising ways to outwit others. Do you not find Ramos noteworthy? His free kicks are astonishing. Brother, if you paid a little attention, you would know that Ramos has been practicing set pieces with Huang Kaiwen for several years. Observing his precise long passes indicates that his free kick skills are equally formidable. Ramos is also quite adept at penalties. During the summer, in a competition among AC Milan and other elite clubs, his penalty kicks were more reliable than those of forwards. In truth, aside from his close relationship with Huang Kaiwen, Ramos has no significant flaws. I believe he surpasses Maicon in prowess. When discussing Maicon, one cannot overlook Chelsea's Bale, who previously stated that his move to Chelsea was largely influenced by the presence of Huang Kaiwen. Huang possesses a certain charisma within the realm of football athletes. To put it plainly, do not judge based on character, but rather on performance. If one achieves remarkable results, one could run through the streets in the nude without repercussions. Lo and behold, not long after the restart, Juventus lost possession once more, failing to even cross the halfway line. Huang Kaiwen, receiving the ball on the left flank, effortlessly found Messi on the right. After a series of dazzling dribbles, Messi was once again brought down at the edge of the penalty arc. On the sidelines, Guardiola observed the scene with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. He sensed that Huang had seemingly delegated the task of breaking through to Messi, while he himself played the role of a distributor from behind. However, with the left side tightly defended, transitioning to the right appeared to pose no significant challenge. Huang jogged forward, only to find his teammates fixated on him, reveling in the moment and eager for another opportunity. Initially, Huang intended to execute a clean finish himself, yet the enthusiasm of his companions compelled him not to disappoint. He beckoned others over, and they formed a circle. Huang, with an arm draped around a few necks, instructed Sergio and Ivan, stand to the left of the ball, Leon and Filippo, to the right. Tony, you'll be positioned behind on the right. I'll be behind on the left. When Tony and I reach the halfway mark, we'll halt. Filippo, you create space, and Leon will take the shot. Agreed? Inzaghi nodded in affirmation. Messi, initially inclined to speak, opted for silence, having been practicing free kicks and seizing the opportunity to test his skills today. The players began to take their positions, while laughter echoed throughout San Siro. Previously, Milan had utilized 4 players for a free kick. This time, 6 stood near the ball, captivating the anticipation of the entire world regarding AC Milan's approach to this set piece. Even the referee, adopting a spectator's mindset, urged them to expedite the process. As the whistle blew, Kroos approached with utmost seriousness. Huang's actions were even more theatrical. His right foot swung back, but abruptly halted. Ramos on the left executed a running motion before coming to a stop. The simultaneous movement of several players towards the ball abruptly ceased, startling all involved. At that moment, Inzaghi relinquished his position, allowing Messi to swiftly pivot and delicately chip the ball with his left foot. The wall leapt in unison, yet they were slightly tardy. The ball sailed over their heads, and Courtois, weighed down by his own momentum, failed to make the save, watching helplessly as the ball nestled into the right corner of the net. Another goal. Messi had scored from a free kick. Courtois, overwhelmed by the situation, hurled his gloves to the ground, a clear indicator of a faltering mindset. Indeed, after previously saving Hwang's free kick, Courtois had been taunting. But being outsmarted by AC Milan on 2 consecutive free kicks had left him utterly humiliated. Despite the young goalkeeper's commendable abilities, including his composure, today's circumstances were simply insurmountable. Hwang Kaiwan, oh Hwang Kaiwan. While he refrains from taking shots himself, his influence on set pieces is universally acknowledged. Hwang Kaiwan has ingeniously transformed corner kicks into free kick opportunities. Indeed, there were inquiries regarding his exclusive focus on tactical corners, neglecting free kicks. Today, however, Hwang Kaiwan showcased his orchestrated tactical free kick, with 2 exquisite goals that left the goalkeeper utterly unresponsive. This highlights Hwang Kaiwan's remarkable understanding of the opponent's psyche. The referee approached to admonish Courtois, while Conte violently tore off his tie and cast it to the ground. Even in his absence from the field, one could sense Courtois' frustration. Yet, Courtois continued to provoke. Was it not justified to retaliate? Conte longed to ask Courtois what accolades he possessed that granted him the audacity to challenge a 6-time Ballon d'Or winner. Did he believe he was truly in a contest? The reality was that Hwang Kaiwan disregarded him entirely. He could easily breach the net guarded by Courtois without even taking a shot himself. Conte reminisced about encountering Maradona during his youth with Lecce. The Argentine's dribbling had instilled a sense of despair within him. However, Hwang Kaiwan's skills far surpassed those of Maradona. Conte felt a tinge of relief that he was not born in this era. Otherwise, playing in Serie A now might have been his greatest misfortune. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against substitutions. Courtois' caliber was evident, and although Storari was competent and experienced, talent is an undeniable factor. Courtois, at such a young age, excelled beyond their second-choice goalkeeper. On the bench, Del Piero struggled to continue watching. How had the great Juventus fallen to such a state? AC Milan seemed to play at will. It is essential to remember that their prior encounters were fierce battles for survival. Now, it had transformed into a unilateral domination by AC Milan. Observing the number 9 on the pitch, he could not help but sigh. Once, a disagreement over passing with Inzaghi had led to the latter's departure, and he believed he had triumphed then. Little did he know that Inzaghi would ultimately have the last laugh. It was no wonder Buffon would go to such lengths to join AC Milan. Del Piero held deep affection for Juventus and had no intention of leaving. Yet, witnessing his former teammates relentlessly claim titles stirred envy within him. Their generation valued wealth. Yet they cherished championships even more. After all, the essence of playing lies in the pursuit of victory. No one wishes to earn a weekly salary of 350,000 while subsisting on cafeteria takeout. The 4th official had raised the substitution board, but upon noticing that 9 minutes of stoppage time had been allocated, Conte could no longer restrain himself and approached to argue. Is this deliberate? How can stoppage time be so extensive? Nothing extraordinary occurred in today's match. Conte bellowed at the 4th official. There were numerous substitutions and injuries in the second half, not to mention several internal disputes within your team. The 4th official replied, expressionless. Internal disputes? Where were they? Are you blind? My players were merely communicating. Conte unabashedly vented his frustrations. The 4th official summoned the referee. A red card. Juventus coach Antonio Conte received a red card. The consecutive goals conceded drove Conte to lose his composure. However, one can empathize, as Juventus had been performing commendably, only to see the 3 points that once seemed within reach evaporate, leaving them with naught. Indeed, in terms of tactical arrangement, Juventus had executed their strategy flawlessly, restricting Messi's touches while the decision to allow Hazard to play yielded commendable results. Chiellini displayed remarkable composure when faced with Hazard. Yet the entrance of Kevin Hwang altered the course of the match entirely. This exemplifies the impact of world-class players. Hwang entered the fray with nearly 80 minutes played, at a time when AC Milan trailed by a goal, yet by the time injury time arrived, they were 2 goals ahead. Cruz, after regaining possession, delivered a precise through ball. Hwang's speed was astounding, and he skillfully maneuvered around Courtois to regain possession, effortlessly slotting the ball into the empty net. Just moments ago, we remarked on Hwang's prowess, and lo and behold, he scored again. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that despite Conte's extensive experience as a player and coach, today's match proved too much to bear. And the Juventus players undoubtedly mirrored this sentiment. Therein lies the issue. Just as victory seemed imminent, the situation took a dramatic turn. The goalkeeper was toyed with by free kicks on 2 occasions, leading to a palpable shift in the players' mentality, rendering them incapable of retaining possession. The instinct to attack AC Milan emerged, ultimately culminating in the current predicament. Possession was relinquished, and AC Milan seized the opportunity to score. The concession of goals further exacerbated their frustration, propelling them to attack more fervently, creating a vicious cycle. Previously, Juventus defenders could rise to the occasion. But following an altercation between Bellucci and Courtois today, no leader emerged to galvanize the team, leaving them in a precarious situation. In the stands, the sparse Juventus supporters began to rise, initially hopeful that the team would find a way to rally. Yet, their dreams lasted a mere 77 minutes. For dreams, 77 minutes may seem lengthy, but in the realm of football, it is all too brief. San Siro transformed into a sea of jubilation. The most exhilarating aspect was the reversal against a formidable adversary. Moreover, today's opponent was Juventus, a direct rival for the championship. Having previously bypassed Manchester United, they adapted Arsenal's anthem to herald a new season, proclaiming that nothing could impede them. Kevin is everything. Let us embrace the novel experiences brought forth by Messi. Kaka shines as the luminescent beacon in our hearts, and the Rossoneri stand as Europe's most formidable contenders. With nearly every first-team player's name woven into the lyrics. Singing English songs in Italian stadiums may seem peculiar. Yet every Rossoneri fan can proudly declare to the world that those who speak English are but vanquished foes. No more goals conceded, Marchisio shouted. For others, Juventus may merely represent a team, a workplace. At the tender age of 7, he joined Juventus, aspiring to emulate his idol Del Piero as a second striker. For him, Juventus represented everything. Regrettably, his words bore little impact. Following the restart, Marchisio resolved to take charge himself. It wasn't until he reached 16 that he was transformed into a midfielder. He remained well-versed in the nuances of playing as a second striker. As Marchisio observed Inzaghi pressuring him, with a deft touch, he elegantly maneuvered past Inzaghi. For Marchisio, the significance of this match transcended mere victory or defeat. It was about perseverance and conviction. He had never felt in such splendid form, as if the entire pitch resided within his mind. He planned to carry the ball forward to orchestrate play, aiming to secure a goal for his team and stabilize the game. Kroos possessed an acute sense of positioning, promptly positioning himself in front of Marchisio. This maneuver likely intended to direct Marchisio towards Ramos and Van Bommel's side, facilitating a quick double team. However, Marchisio deftly sent the ball forward with his left foot. Kroos's eyes widened in surprise. As a devoted fan of Juan Kaivan, he was all too familiar with this move, deep-fried meatballs. The primary flaw in defending against this maneuver is the instinctive urge to extend one's leg to counter the initial action, leaving one vulnerable to the subsequent move. Kroos, unprepared, felt the repercussions as he extended his leg. To his astonishment, Marchisio miscontrolled the ball, sending it astray. Rakitic seized the opportunity, surging forward, prompting Kroos to hastily follow suit. Marchisio, having lost possession, felt no embarrassment, instead gazing at the Milan players countering with envy. Oh, talent, an attribute that cannot be compensated for through sheer effort. Even a mere midfielder from Milan could deliver passes that ignited his envy. Life indeed can be cruel. Unbeknownst to him, as he envied others, countless individuals dreamt of becoming professional players, even if they could not serve a prestigious club like Juventus. Even if they could only partake in a single top-flight match, they would harbor no regrets in their hearts. Milan's counterattack was astoundingly swift. The interplay between Rakitic and Kroos showcased the fruits of their training. Yet, Juventus's defenders continued to retreat, showing no intent to press forward. Regardless of how much ground others covered, the ball would ultimately find its way to Juan Kaivan. Only when retreating became untenable did Vidal finally charge at Kroos, aiming to foul. Noticing Vidal's intent, Kroos executed a sudden stop and released the ball, deftly sidestepping Vidal's robust legs. In a flash, Juan Kaivan positioned himself behind. But within a mere second, he successfully outpaced Chiellini to seize the ball in the penalty area. Chiellini, Bonucci, and Barzagli stood resolutely within the box. However, the seemingly intact defense offered no solace to Courtois. The Belgian youth felt a chill enveloping him. Suddenly, Juan Kaivan decelerated and pivoted, leaving the perplexed Chiellini to mirror his movement. Idiot! Bellucci could not contain his frustration, exclaiming aloud, standing by the sidelines. He was acutely aware that Huang Kaiwen was about to accelerate. As anticipated, Huang Kaiwen deftly tapped the ball with his left foot and surged forward along the flank. With a significant advantage over Chiellini, Huang Kaiwen executed a seamless turn at the edge of the penalty area, skillfully controlling the ball with the outside of his right foot. Undeterred by Chiellini's attempts to intervene, "Damn it," Courtois muttered inwardly, instinctively lunging forward and extending his leg. His long limbs nearly suffocated all available angles. Yet, in that confined space, Huang Kaiwen effortlessly shifted the ball from his right foot to his left, executing a nimble nutmeg. The temperature in San Siro soared by more than 10 degrees. The air was filled with gasps, yet silence prevailed in exhalation. Barzagli rushed toward the goal, but his efforts proved futile as Huang Kaiwen, right before his eyes, gently nudged the ball into the unguarded net. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The stadium erupted in fervor. Their enthusiasm could melt the icebergs of the Arctic. In a remarkable turnaround from trailing to a commanding lead, it all stemmed from a single substitution. As long as their number 10 remained on the pitch, Milan would never have to dread defeat. Messi, who had entered the box but failed to score, stood still, applauding alongside the fans. His prowess in dribbling made him acutely aware of the challenge Huang Kaiwen faced. The consecutive goals left Juventus momentarily stunned, yet they had grown accustomed to such trials over the years. Marchisio seized the ball, organizing another attack along the flank. Lichtsteiner, spotting Huang Kaiwen, swiftly pivoted to deliver a long pass. Estigarribia received the ball on the left, but failed to control it. As it landed just over a meter in front of him, Van Bommel, displaying remarkable speed, charged forward decisively, realizing he lacked positional advantage, and opted for a sliding tackle. Estigarribia collided with him, causing the ball to escape their grasp, where Cruz, lurking nearby, seized it and turned instantly. With a single motion, Marchisio dashed toward Huang Kaiwen. Witnessing this, Cruz smiled, gently nudging the ball to Messi. Juventus's defense shifted once more. In motion, Messi delivered a precise through ball. Inzaghi, upon receiving it, found himself one-on-one. Courtois, reacting swiftly, lunged towards Inzaghi's feet. With remarkable agility, Inzaghi nudged the ball forward, leaping over Courtois, who nearly stumbled. Steadying himself with one hand on the ground, Inzaghi deftly maneuvered past the approaching Courtois, effortlessly slotting the ball into the empty net. After scoring, Inzaghi made a face at Courtois. "You bastard." Courtois retaliated with a punch. Inzaghi clutched his face, rolling dramatically to the ground. Infuriated, Courtois approached to deliver a kick. He had clearly not touched Inzaghi, yet the forward fell theatrically. Barzagli quickly intervened to restrain Courtois. Though the young man was less than endearing, he was crucial to the team. His suspension would pose significant issues. "You need to exit the field," Barzagli advised. Courtois emitted a disdainful grunt as he cast his gloves onto the ground, striding towards the sidelines. A red card. This was indisputable. As Courtois approached the edge of the pitch, he ought to exercise better control over his temper. Alas, he stumbled, falling into that same pit left by Conti. The match concluded rather prematurely. Huang Kaiwen invited his teammates to his home for a gathering, primarily because, following the transfer of the football king Messi, he had not yet organized any collective activities. This time, he made sure to inform his teammates in advance to bring their partners along, thereby providing Antonella with a stable social circle. He also intended to introduce her to Shakira at some point, ensuring that their burgeoning friendship would not be jeopardized due to Huang's prominence. Ramos's barbecue skills had improved remarkably. One might mistakenly believe he was a professional grill master. Listening to his teammates discuss investment matters in clusters, Messi curiously inquired of Inzaghi. "I have heard numerous tales of investment failures, yet it appears that everyone in Milan is profiting?" Every individual who had consulted Kevin seemed to have reaped rewards. Inzaghi scoffed. "That little rascal Kevin possesses an exceptional eye for opportunity. We always consult him before investing. Recently, I purchased several $1 million worth of stock in a tech company. Something called Godzilla, I believe," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "The Majesty has quite the audacity, which attests to his trust in me." He invested without even remembering the company's name. Recently, that rascal Materazzi had been getting rather close to Frederick, which troubled Ambrosini. "Frederick is that fellow's child," Inzaghi pointed out, directing his gaze at Ambrosini. "Who told you to gift him a Milan jersey?" Huang Kaiwen interjected. "Materazzi's son, David, was a Milan fan, and Ambrosini had presented that child with a number 23 Materazzi Milan jersey, which had caused Materazzi considerable embarrassment before the Milan derby. As an interplayer, the thought of bringing a child adorned in the rival's colors on match day was simply dreadful. Fortunately, Hwang Kaiwan need not fret over such possibilities. Even the children of Inter players were Rossoneri, and he had no cause to worry that Paul would develop an affinity for Inter or Juventus after his birth. During dinner, Hwang Kaiwan arranged the television and VCR, holding up a videotape and exclaiming, "I have something intriguing to show you. It's not one of those tapes, is it? The kind with fuzzy visuals?" Inzaghi jested, expressing his gratitude for technological advancements. Hwang Kaiwan simply raised his middle finger and inserted the tape. As the footage began, many Milan players recognized the match. Before the 1998 World Cup, FIFA had organized a friendly match, with 32 teams each sending a star player. The World Stars team, featuring Ronaldo and Batistuta, faced off against the European Stars team, led by Zidane. Many Milan players had witnessed this match and were quickly drawn into the action. The intensity of this friendly match surpassed that of the more exhibition-like friendlies that followed. The extent of dissemination and influence of the 1998 World Cup far surpassed previous tournaments, attributed not only to technological advancements, but also significantly propelled by various industry giants. That summer, purveyors of cola and hamburgers embarked on fervent promotional campaigns. Many individuals discovered their passion for football during this period. As the match commenced, a European star team swiftly scored a goal, heightening the tension on the field. The exhilarating sight of Ronaldo and Batistuta collaborating to breach defenses stirred fervor, as they effortlessly assisted a teammate in scoring after drawing defenders away. Inzaghi suddenly proposed, "Shall we organize a match against the world elite team?" This suggestion was met with enthusiasm. Hwang Kaiwan promptly remarked that a match against the world elite would be a sensational event for Milan. Furthermore, it would greatly benefit the club. Even if the teams were evenly matched, Milan would undoubtedly demonstrate superior coordination compared to an impromptu assembly of players. However, it remained uncertain whether other players would accept the invitation. If not, arranging a star-studded exhibition match through sponsors could also be intriguing. Such activities, while not essential for the players, could easily capture the attention of fans. The more individuals who cherish football, the better it is for every professional in the sport. Later, Hwang Kaiwan resolved to discuss this matter with the sponsors, considering whether those selling apparel or beverages could facilitate the organization. As the day progressed, Hwang Kaiwan became eager to glean insights from professionals regarding the match. To his surprise, he first encountered a rather absurd advertisement featuring His Majesty. Since Inzaghi ascended to the status of the Divine Emperor, he had garnered considerable attention from brands. This particular advertisement, produced alongside Micon for a materials supplier, depicted Pharaoh Inzaghi delivering Micon into the 21st century, inquiring about the supplier's offerings that were both affordable and delivered to one's doorstep. Inzaghi, the Pharaoh, then turned to the laborers, suggesting they cease their toil. Italian advertisements often possess an air of absurdity. Previously, Hwang Kaiwan and the Milan players had even endorsed wine. Perhaps due to a lapse in timing, Hwang Kaiwan had missed any football programming. The following day, while having breakfast, he perused the front page of the Milan Sports Daily, where the headline featured Juventus coach Conte. The article proclaimed, "Antonio Conte has become the focal point of the match, with his tactical arrangements proving exceptional." More critically, the traps he set on the sidelines led to the injuries of Torres and Courtois. It was uncertain how Courtois would react upon learning the truth. At this point, Hwang Kaiwan recalled the injuries of the two players, realizing they stemmed from Conte's strategies. He speculated that, given Courtois' temperament, he might not address the issue now. Yet it would likely resurface should either he or Conte depart from Juventus. Conversely, Torres appeared rather unfortunate, having endured a heavy blow against Barcelona without significant consequence, only to suffer an inexplicable injury upon returning to Italy. The Turin Sports Daily reported, "The facts have established that Kaiwan far surpasses the average star. When he is absent, AC Milan struggles immensely. However, once he takes to the field, AC Milan can relax and toy with Courtois." During two free kicks, Courtois was utterly made to look foolish. Kevin's appearance not only equalized the score, but also instilled confidence in the AC Milan players, which is of paramount importance. Currently, Juventus lacks a standout player willing to step up, and the club's hierarchy ought to seriously contemplate their upcoming recruitment strategy. Kevin smirked, surprised that Juventus was receiving criticism. Without King Huang, Milan's supremacy would have been ended by this match. Indeed, owing to King Huang, Buffon has already joined Milan. Milan's lineup is rather absurd. Even with prolonged injuries, Juventus would find it exceedingly difficult to contend for the Serie A title. During his break, Kevin conversed with the young master back home via video call. He had only recently returned to the country and had already become the most popular player in the LPL. After all, at this time, the notion of an all-Chinese team was not yet prevalent, and the young master's initiative to learn Chinese had garnered considerable goodwill. It seems that the foreign monk indeed recites scriptures well. If he produces a few more videos titled I Love Hot Pot, the young master might see his popularity soar even higher. Upon returning to the team after his break, Kevin couldn't help but chuckle at Messi, who was bundled up. It was evident he had been taken out fishing by His Majesty. Prior to training, Guardiola summoned everyone to the tactical room. Ambrosini, bewildered, inquired, "What does the coach intend to do?" "Who knows? Just listen," Kevin replied. The entire team gathered in the room. Guardiola swiftly opened the PowerPoint presentation, displaying images from the previous match against Juventus. Holding a pointer, Guardiola remarked, "Although we triumphed over Juventus, we indeed faced considerable challenges during that match. The discussions in the newspapers regarding Conte's tactics have been extensive, and it's clear that many teams are preparing to counter our strategy. So what should we do?" Gattuso directly asked. Guardiola pointed at Gattuso and said, "Good question. What I am about to discuss is our countermeasures. Can anyone tell me why we won that match?" "Because I and that guy Kevin played," Inzaghi replied. Guardiola nearly burst out laughing, managing to nod and say, "Yes, it was indeed because Filippo and Kevin played. But the primary reason was Kevin's presence. I played as well and scored 2 goals. That's a fact," Inzaghi retorted. Guardiola pretended not to hear him and pointed to the formation chart, stating, "Juventus primarily pressured our build-up play at home, preventing our midfield and attack from establishing quick connections. While the focus was mainly on the midfield, they also targeted the ball carriers. Am I wrong, Leo?" Messi nodded in agreement. "They will also assign defenders to Leo. However, Ibrahimovic faced minimal defensive pressure, primarily because he did not withdraw enough. If we encounter such a situation again, regardless of who the starting forward is, my requirement is for them to drop back and retrieve the ball from the midfield," Guardiola instructed. "And one more thing. Kevin should receive more passes when he is on the field," Guardiola added. Instantly, the tactical room was filled with whistles, applause, and jeers. After all, such tactics are easily conceived by them. Guardiola, indifferent, waved his hand and said, "You may go out for dinner and prepare for the afternoon training." "How is Fernando's condition?" Kaiwan inquired on the way to the cafeteria. "I heard the situation is not promising. I learned from Johnny this morning that he might miss the European Championship." Gattuso replied, "That is indeed unfortunate news," Kaiwan remarked. "Torres is an exceptionally fortunate player when it comes to championships. Missing the European Championship equates to missing a title." That evening, after soothing the young lady and Lily to sleep, Kaiwan encountered the latest refresh of the shop. Special template, Yusuke Urameshi 1,000,000 fate points. Templates, Hidate Hoshi Nakai 10,000 points. Billy Wright 10,000 points. Menezes 10,000 points. Skills, Mastery of the hairdryer 5,000 points. Mastery of the fish leap header 800 points. Mastery of shorthand 100 points. Items, 24-hour immunity card 20 points. Special item, Aubameyang's shooting boots 500 points. This special template featured the protagonist of Yu Yu Hakusho, though Kaiwan had long forgotten the specifics of that manga. Interestingly, he found himself unfamiliar with one of the 3 ancient deities that followed. Hidate Hoshi Nakado was the core player for Hungary at that time, providing passes to Puskas and Kochis. Billy Wright is a renowned defender in English football history. It was only after Kaiwan searched online that he learned Menezes was a Brazilian forward. As for the Aubameyang's shooting boots, they held no utility for him. Ultimately, Kaiwan spent 120 points to acquire Mastery of Shorthand and Immunity Card. The skill of Mastery of Shorthand significantly enhances one's instant memory and finger dexterity, allowing one to become an exceptional shorthand typist. Upon reading that it improves finger dexterity, Kaiwan felt justified in his purchase. Dexterity is paramount on the field, particularly concerning specific body parts. For a gaming enthusiast, fingers are critically important. Satisfied with his acquisitions, Huang Kaiwen retired for the night. On March 3rd, Milan faced Palermo away. In a previous tactical meeting, Guardiola had called out Ibrahimovic, who then delivered a hat trick, while Messi contributed with both a goal and an assist, leading Milan to a resounding 5-0 victory over the home team. Huang Kaiwen observed a peculiar issue. Previously, Guardiola did not take him to away games, and now, he still did not. Messi had been treated by Guardiola as a miniature version of Huang Kaiwen, albeit with less caution in his application. Considering that Messi likely wished to play more matches, Huang Kaiwen resolved to refrain from discussing this matter with him. With both Guardiola and Messi content, was this not a win-win situation? The Huang Kaiwen, who could win without attending away games, had triumphed twice. In the highly anticipated second leg match, Milan, back on home soil, effortlessly defeated Barcelona 3-0, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. The teams that have advanced to the quarterfinals are now confirmed: Real Madrid, Marseille, Chelsea, Milan, Benfica, Olympiacos, Bayern Munich, and Arsenal. The discussions regarding the group draws in the locker room are quite fervent. However, Huang Kaiwen believes that the next team they will face will either be Real Madrid or Chelsea, undoubtedly one of his former clubs. What he did not anticipate was that Milan would draw Arsenal, the former club of Van Persie. It is hard to fathom what the professor might be thinking. Surely, upon witnessing the elimination of Fabregas and Barcelona, the professor may feel a sense of solace. Yet, facing Milan, it is likely that his spirits have dampened. A few days later, back at home, Huang Kaiwen came off the bench and, within 5 minutes, completed a hat trick as Milan triumphed 6-0 over Lecce. Following that, Parma could not halt Milan's momentum either. Due to the Champions League commitments, Guardiola made considerable rotations in the match against Roma on the 24th. De Bruyne, who was granted a starting opportunity, shone brightly, contributing to 2 goals that led Milan to a narrow 2-1 victory over Roma at home. Guardiola has clearly prioritized the Champions League. Arsenal has also prepared in advance for this match. In the post-match press conference after their game against Wolves, Arsenal's manager Wenger stated, "We are all delighted to have Robin back in London, and I believe he will receive the applause he deserves. However, once the match whistle blows, we are adversaries, and there will be no leniency. We will do our utmost to defeat him and his team." In the 2007-2008 season, we faced AC Milan, a formidable team, and we were eliminated. Times have changed, and both teams have made significant progress. For us, tomorrow night presents a golden opportunity for revenge. I hope the players do not fall into their rhythm, but instead play to our style. If the lads perform exceptionally, we can triumph over any team in the world. While dining in the hotel, Ramos watched the professor's statements on television and remarked with a smile, "Wenger seems to say the same thing every time." Huang Kaiwen explained, "Of course, he knows it will be tough, but the coach cannot express it that way. Mr. Wenger has managed to maintain Arsenal's competitiveness while renovating the stadium, which is no small feat. I do not mean to belittle him. I just feel that his words are rather similar whenever he faces strong teams." Ramos scoffed, while Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head. The professor indeed possesses an indomitable spirit. If Arsenal were merely content with finishing 4th, they would not sustain their competitiveness. It can only be said that securing 4th place each season is somewhat coincidental, and the depth of Arsenal's squad is evident. 4th place is already a stretch. There are also elements of luck involved. For instance, Leicester City's championship season did not boast an exceptional squad depth. However, injuries and various internal and external factors are crucial. Should key players encounter legal troubles during the season, such incidents are not uncommon. Remarkably, Leicester City's championship season unfolded without significant surprises. "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin." The fervent fans outside were chanting loudly. Huang Kaiwen stood by the window and glanced out. Ramos, with a hint of concern, advised, "Perhaps you should refrain from going out. One can never predict their actions." "Rest assured, they are merely fans, not terrorists," Huang Kaiwen replied. The crowd of fans outside the hotel continued to swell. If they were not dissuaded, their enthusiasm might disrupt the Milan players' rest. With the Golden Prisoner Award, he feared no challenges. Seeing that Huang Kaiwen was unyielding to his counsel, Ramos had no choice but to accompany him outside. As the two emerged from the hotel, the crowd erupted in excitement. Despite the early spring chill in London, their fervor remained undeterred. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" the fans chanted passionately. Huang Kaiwen even spotted several young fans holding up hand-painted signs that read, "Thank you for saving my life." It was evident they were the children from the school bus incident. Interestingly, London had previously been a stronghold for Manchester United supporters, a fact that Carragher had humorously remarked upon in a show. Now, however, the Milan fanbase in London was substantial, perhaps due to the city's wealth attracting affluent individuals from around the globe. Hwang Kaiwan's presence heightened the hotel's security, who were anxious that the fans might rush up the steps to embrace him. Fortunately, the crowd remained relatively composed. Without any amplification, Hwang Kaiwan called out, "I sincerely appreciate your enthusiasm. It has warmed this chilly March in London. In the coming days, we must prepare for our match against Arsenal. And I hope you will return home to enjoy dinner, supporting us from the stands or in front of your televisions." Several Milan players descended to witness the excitement. Messi had previously visited London, and at that time, the fans had struck him as aristocrats observing gladiators duel, devoid of genuine fervor. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised by the enthusiasm displayed today. Inzaghi, draping an arm around Messi's shoulders, remarked, "North London belongs to Arsenal and Tottenham, West London to Chelsea, East London to West Ham, but all of London belongs to Kevin." "Truly remarkable," Messi exclaimed. "Have you not seen the video where Kevin bravely halted the out-of-control school bus? I had no idea he possessed such courage. I always thought he, like me, feared death," Inzaghi quipped. Messi remained silent. The evidence was irrefutable. Hwang Kaiwan had indeed risked his life to save a bus full of children. Even more astonishing was the rumor that he had emerged unscathed, leading Messi to ponder whether Hwang Kaiwan was truly under divine protection. "How do you know so much?" Messi inquired, snapping back to reality. "Well, Kevin too used to talk about these events every day," Inzaghi pointed to Ramos. Whenever new players inquired about Hwang Kaiwan's heroic legacy, Ramos could easily regale them for hours. From the act of authoring a book to the auction of a jersey fetching an astronomical price, encompassing the variety and rarity of the medals acquired, their profound significance, and the accolades earned by Kevin Hwang globally, along with his charitable endeavors, Ramos articulates every detail with precision. At this moment, Inzaghi realizes that Ramos, this graduate student, indeed possesses remarkable prowess. After the fans departed, the AC Milan players returned to their quarters. This time, Milan had brought their own chef, ensuring that dining presented no issues. As the match drew near, esteemed figures from English football became notably vocal, each expressing their opinions. Prominently, Manchester United's manager, Ferguson, remarked on the unexpected elimination of his team from the Champions League group stage, having previously made some sardonic comments. During an interview with Manchester United TV, Ferguson stated, "Arsenal has no chance of victory. For Kevin, this match is merely an opportunity to tour London, with playing second to the experience." Chelsea's captain, Terry, shared his thoughts in an interview. "Our focus is on Chelsea's matches. Kevin is a dear friend, and while Arsenal represents English football, I should support them. Yet I hope for Kevin's success. In truth, whether it be Arsenal or Chelsea, overcoming AC Milan is a formidable challenge. I wish for us to progress further and avoid facing AC Milan whenever possible." However, Arsenal legend and former captain Tony Adams offered a contrasting perspective. In an interview with a reporter from The Times, Adams stated, "Juventus has already provided the answer to the questions posed. Mr. Wenger will not turn a blind eye. When he arrived at Arsenal, his progressive ideas captivated us all. Mr. Wenger is exceptionally adept at learning. And I believe Arsenal will pose considerable difficulties for AC Milan at the Emirates." Yet, on the official website of the Daily Mail, a poll regarding the support for both sides and the likelihood of victory yielded results that left the English football community quite embarrassed. The visiting Milan garnered a staggering 83% support, with a remarkable 91% of fans believing Milan would triumph. Excluding abstentions, merely 6% of local supporters felt Arsenal had a chance of winning at the Emirates. This situation was widely reported by various international media. Bild, in bold headlines, mockingly referred to the rivals as traitors, stating, "The English still consider their football the best in the world." Yet the online voting reveals that Serie A clubs far surpass Premier League teams in both strength and popularity. Previously, the English would unite in support of their teams during European competitions, yet reality has proven to be harsher than they anticipated. Germans have never missed an opportunity to mock the English when given the chance. The development of the Premier League has sparked envy in many nations, and the attitude of the British media has indeed provoked considerable resentment from other countries. Finally, the time arrived on March 28th. However, As the entire Milan squad prepared to depart in the afternoon, an unexpected incident occurred. What has happened to Christian? Guardiola inquired anxiously. It remains unfeasible. Even if he ceases his diarrhea, I would not recommend starting him. He currently resembles a drained soft-shell shrimp, jested Giannini. However, Guardiola was not in the best of spirits at that moment. Buffon had recently been troubled by injuries. Although his recovery was progressing well, Guardiola chose to refrain from risking Buffon's future in the upcoming European Championship. Consequently, only Abbiati and Emilia accompanied the team to London. Abbiati was designated as the starting goalkeeper. After breakfast today, Abbiati began to experience diarrhea, which was quite a significant blow for Milan. What shall we do, Pep? Inquired Dominic Torrent. Guardiola did not respond but instead countered, What do you think, mate? After a moment's hesitation, Torrent replied, Marco Emilia is quite loyal. Is that all? Guardiola asked. Torrent nodded. Emilia's capabilities were hardly sufficient for him to start for Milan. With Buffon and Abbiati occupying the primary positions, Emilia had scant opportunities to play. Damn it, Guardiola exclaimed, striking the door with his fist, resulting in a loud bang. His hand ached considerably, yet he restrained himself for the sake of his image. At that moment, someone reminded them to hurry, as the departure time of the bus would be delayed if they did not leave soon. Away games often present numerous unexpected challenges. The bus would depart earlier to avoid any issues reaching the stadium. Both Torrent and Guardiola hastily gathered their belongings and exited. Upon boarding the bus, they sensed a dismal atmosphere inside. The driver remarked, The players are discussing the goalkeeper situation. They are quite anxious about tonight's match. During away games, clubs would typically have their drivers take the bus to the venue ahead of time to familiarize themselves with the route, thus avoiding being misled by locals. No team would dare hire an away game bus driver. One could easily end up heading in the opposite direction, as fervent fans could resort to any folly. Guardiola nodded. Thanking the driver, he settled back into his seat to discuss the evening's matters with Torrent. Their primary deliberation revolved around whether to have the captain take on the goalkeeping role. Guardiola was also feeling the weight of pressure. After facing numerous media and fan criticisms, he had grown more cautious regarding the positioning of Hwang Kaiwan. With Emilia still available, having Hwang Kaiwan in goal could potentially lead to complications. After much discussion, they arrived at no conclusive outcome. Just then, Guardiola felt a shadow cross his vision, blocking the light from the side. He looked up, surprised, and asked, Kevin, what's wrong? Coach, let me be the goalkeeper today, Hwang Kaiwan replied. Although he had not yet drawn his card, he had already acquired the template of a regent. With enhancements from various aspects, the regent was unlikely to be a liability. Furthermore, Bravo's footwork aligned well with Guardiola's tactics, which is why he had caught Guardiola's attention. Upon hearing Hwang Kaiwan's words, a look of surprise instantly illuminated Guardiola's face. He nodded and remarked, That is splendid. Since you are willing to take up the role of goalkeeper, it alleviates a considerable amount of trouble. It is my duty, Hwang Kaiwan replied with a smile. I shall position myself wherever the team requires me. Guardiola rolled his eyes, firmly believing in Hwang's sincerity. However, the fans held a different opinion. Fortunately, Hwang had proactively requested this role today, and he would certainly clarify this point post-match to preempt any trouble from fans or media. With the final matter resolved, a smile returned to Guardiola's face. Arsenal was no ordinary team. Although many anticipated a Milan victory, he felt little confidence in Emilia guarding the net against Arsenal. Standing up, Guardiola declared, Kevin has just informed me that he will be starting as goalkeeper today. The atmosphere within the bus instantly surged with anticipation, and the previously anxious Milan players began to jest. Hwang patted Emilia on the back and said, Marco, I am not trying to usurp your position. I'm fine, Captain. Emilia chuckled. Suddenly thrust into the responsibility of starting in such a crucial match, Emilia was not entirely mentally prepared. While Milan was undoubtedly strong, he possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. If too many goals were conceded today, the fans would certainly have harsh words. The thought of his performance leading to the team's elimination was too daunting for Emilia to contemplate. Back in his seat, Hwang Kaiwan, noticing his expectation level had reached a full 100, decided to draw a lottery. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a 24-hour experience card for the second leg of the 1995-1996 UEFA Cup final, Bayern Munich vs Porto, featuring Oliver Kahn. A goalkeeper card. And it was Kahn. Hwang Kaiwan had anticipated Lehmann, but was pleasantly surprised to draw Kahn instead. At his peak, Kahn was among the world's finest goalkeepers. having consistently overshadowed Lehmann, preventing him from claiming the national team's starting position. Huang felt relieved to draw Kahn today. This was a superior choice compared to Lehmann. Without a second thought, he opted to use it. At that moment, he hesitated regarding the immunity card. After all, the goalkeeper position would not require the extraordinary exertion typical of his usual play. After some reflection, Huang decided it prudent to conserve one immunity card. With the end-of-season finals approaching and the Olympics in the summer, it was wise to save such resources. Upon arriving at the Emirates Stadium and changing into his attire, Huang Kaiwan appeared alongside Guardiola at the press conference. The professor was already seated, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor more than that of a coach. Clearly aware of the challenging nature of today's match and concerned his players might misstep in their words, the professor had chosen not to bring anyone else to the conference. He and Sir Ferguson had long been the focus of the British media's attention. However, today, the professor seemed somewhat out of favor. Pep, is it true that Abbiati suffered from food poisoning? Is it food poisoning or a stomach flu? Does this matter have any connection to Arsenal? Upon hearing this, the professor's expression darkened immediately. Is Amelia guarding the goal today? He has yet to feature in a single official match this season. Is this not a bit reckless? If Amelia were to cause Milan's defeat, would you take responsibility? Will Kevin be in the starting lineup today? The reporters were eager to insert their recording devices into Guardiola's mouth, all desperate to extract news from him. At that moment, they sought to glean insights from Guardiola himself. Guardiola flashed a charming smile and remarked, "Christian indeed has encountered some physical issues, rendering him unable to participate in today's match. But this is not a concern. We have already devised a solution." The players from both sides commenced their warm-up. Arsenal exhibited a spirit entirely distinct from that of other teams. Judging by the fan sentiments, they might genuinely believe in their victory. After all, they are a group that has long doubted Wenger's capabilities, feeling he is unworthy of Arsenal. As Kevin watched Arsenal AFTV, he pondered whether these fans had forgotten what Arsenal was like under Graham and Bruce Reich. Nonetheless, they bask in the luxury of the most expensive tickets in Europe. A sense of superiority is only natural. Even before the match commenced, various banners were unfurled in the stands. The returning Van Persie naturally became the focal point of attention. With each touch of the ball during warm-ups, he was met with a chorus of boos. "Go away, Robin Van Persie. Return to your Netherlands. You belong playing there. Judas. You have betrayed us. Damn you, you will go to hell." Observing Van Persie's expression, Kevin sensed that today's match would not be straightforward. There might even be a clash with Arsenal. Van Persie is not one to suffer indignities quietly. Reflecting on the Dutch players he knows, Kevin believed that only Van der Sar and Huntelaar are not so self-absorbed. Each individual's upbringing varies. Thus it is unreasonable to expect everyone to embody the virtues of humility. Some players remain indifferent to the opinions of fans, yet these Dutchmen tend to harbor grudges. It is no wonder they share such a close bond with the King of Yellow. Ahem. Kevin thought it might be wise to encourage the Dutch players to be more magnanimous and to repay grievances with kindness. Wearing the number 10 goalkeeper jersey, Kevin casually showcased his skills, eliciting awe from the Emirates Stadium crowd. After all, he is a template card of Pelé. Utilizing different enhancement experience cards is merely to enrich his experience and gain a better understanding of various opponents' characteristics. Observing Kevin's performance, some Arsenal fans began to suspect that AC Milan was creating a smokescreen, for Kevin is still playing as a winger. Back to work, the staff announced. Kevin followed his teammates as they made their way toward the tunnel. The refereeing team was familiar, with Hungarian referee Viktor Kásai at the helm. Kevin smiled at Messi and said, "This time you're going to win the championship again." You claimed victory under his officiating at the Olympics. Kásai officiated the Olympic final in 2008. Messi remarked, "Today is not a final, yet you may approach it as if it were." Huang Kaiwan responded, while Van Persie added, "He is the one who faced derision from Arsenal fans." It seems that Kevin intends to give Arsenal a thorough challenge. Van Persie decided to take the opportunity to call Robin and inform him of the situation, curious about the nature of their relationship. Just because they are acquainted does not imply a strong bond. When Van Persie needed assistance, did Kevin truly come to his aid? Today's match is indeed a focal point, with AC Milan being the team that has scored the most goals in Europe and Arsenal known for their exquisite attacking style. A clash between these two teams is bound to be spectacular. Interestingly, Henry is seated on the bench today. Once, he and Messi were teammates, both having succumbed to Kevin. Now, having departed from Barcelona, they find themselves as rivals. Additionally, there is a surprising twist that many fans have likely noticed. Hwang Kaiwan is donning the goalkeeper's jersey. Indeed, he will be starting as the first-choice goalkeeper for AC Milan. Let us review the starting lineups of both teams. Arsenal, in a 4-3-3 formation with dual defensive midfielders. Features goalkeeper Szczesny, defenders Gibbs, Vermaelen, Koscielny, and Sagna, midfielders Alexander Song, Rosicky, and Arteta, and forwards Ramsey, Higuain, and Walcott. AC Milan, on the other hand, adopts a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, comprising goalkeeper Hwang Kaiwan, defenders Antonini, Godin, Strootman, and Lars Bender, midfielders De Bruyne, Van Bommel, and Rakitic, and forwards Hazard, Van Persie, and Messi. Higuain, a former teammate of Ramos and Hwang Kaiwan at Real Madrid, has been performing admirably at Arsenal, effectively filling the void left by Van Persie. While this Argentine forward may not possess the finesse of Van Persie, he is well-rounded with no discernible weaknesses, making him a suitable fit for Arsenal's lineup. Wenger's selection today clearly aims to neutralize Messi, with young Ramsey expected to play as a wide midfielder. It remains to be seen whether he can fulfill this role. AC Milan's lineup has undergone considerable changes. Buffon is injured, and Abbiati suffered food poisoning prior to the match, leading to Hwang Kaiwan taking on the role of starting goalkeeper. Zambrotta is rested, allowing Antonini to occupy the left flank, compounded by Nesta's injury and Ramos's suspension, prompting Guardiola to deploy the Bender brothers today. From the onset of warm-up, Arsenal players exhibited palpable excitement. With Hwang Kaiwan confirmed as the goalkeeper, they finally exhaled in relief. Even Alexander Song's loss in the coin toss did not dampen their spirits. The match commenced with Arsenal swiftly organizing an attack. Higuain passed the ball to Ramsey, who sought out Messi. Despite Messi's vigorous pressing, his defensive capabilities are rather average, allowing Ramsey to skillfully evade him. Rakitic immediately charged towards Ramsey. At this juncture, Arsenal's formation had already unfolded, and Ramsey deftly passed to Rosicky. Despite several years of injuries, Rosicky's touch has remained impeccable. The swift pass was executed with deft precision. He nudged the ball with his right foot, successfully maneuvering it away from Van Bommel's reach, promptly relaying it to the right flank. Walcott surged down the right wing with remarkable speed. Antonini, slightly delayed in his turn, allowed Walcott to seize the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Upon noticing his teammates advancing into the box, Walcott swiftly delivered a cross with his right foot. The scene in front of the goal was chaotic. Hwang Kaiwan positioned himself to the right, marking Rosicky, who unexpectedly utilized Godin to flick the ball into the center with his heel. As Higuain prepared to shoot, Hwang Kaiwan swiftly dove, spreading his legs apart. The ball struck his right calf, deflecting to the left. Rosicky lifted his left foot for a curling shot, but Hwang Kaiwan, with remarkable agility, rose to block it. Observing the ball drifting towards the sideline, Hwang Kaiwan, without pausing for breath, exerted himself once more, diving out, only for Rosicky's follow-up shot to hit his arm and bounce out for a corner. Splendid. Hwang Kaiwan commenced the match with an impressive triple save. One would not wish to face Hwang Kaiwan as a winger, only to contend with him as a goalkeeper. In the early stages, the AC Milan players had yet to fully acclimate to the match, yet Hwang Kaiwan's saves were nothing short of impeccable. Rising to his feet, he called out to his teammates, "Hey, is this something you learned from Czech?" He is the kind of goalkeeper who loves to communicate. Ramos in the stands gritted his teeth, feeling an urge to rush onto the pitch. What kind of teammates are these? They allowed Arsenal to amass so many shots without a fight. Well done, Antonini remarked. You best not give me a chance to shine. Hwang Kaiwan chuckled. Antonini offered an awkward smile, aware that he had been caught unprepared and outpaced. Many fullbacks struggle to match the speed of wingers. Yet there are methods to defend against quick players. Waiting with a lowered center of gravity is among the more reliable tactics. Some players may be swift, but lack finesse. By trailing closely and anticipating a moment when the opponent's ball control falters, they can seize the opportunity to disrupt play. Additionally, tight marking can be effective. But such tactics are a mere gift to agile players like Robben and Ribery. The first method is undoubtedly the more prudent approach. Position yourself well. And don't apply pressure on Kevin. Guardiola shouted from the sidelines, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. He felt a sense of relief for not having opted for Emilia. While Emilia was not as inept as his assistant suggested, his prolonged absence from matches surely left him out of form. Had it not been for Hwang Kaiwan's intervention, even Abbiati might have conceded that goal. Rosicky took the corner from the right. The contest among players in the penalty area was fiercely intense. The ball's trajectory was perfectly aimed at the goal. Yet due to the congestion, Hwang Kaiwan refrained from reaching out and instead prepared to react. Godin leapt, overpowering Koscielny, and headed the ball away. Hwang Kaiwan relaxed for a mere second before tensing his body once more. With astonishing dynamic vision, he instantly discerned the ball's path. The ball descended to the edge of the penalty area. Standing nearby, Arteta didn't need to move his feet and simply swung his right leg to the left. Such a strike would undoubtedly possess remarkable velocity. At the moment Arteta prepared to take the shot, Hwang Kaiwan had already anticipated the play. He had turned his body and launched himself toward the ball. In front of the goal, Stekelenburg instinctively tilted his head to protect himself, inadvertently allowing the ball a clear path. His judgment was spot on. However, the ball soared slightly higher than Hwang Kaiwan's reach. Well prepared, Hwang Kaiwan forcefully struck beneath the ball with his right fist, sending it flying out of bounds once more. Rising to his feet, Hwang Kaiwan clenched his fists and roared in triumph. Several defenders quickly assumed their positions. Within just 2 minutes of the match, Arsenal had already attempted 4 shots on goal. It was astonishing, even to Hwang Kaiwan himself. The professor slapped his forehead in dismay. How could such a world-class strike fail to find the net? Hwang Kaiwan's reflexes were simply extraordinary. The shot was inherently unpredictable, possessing both speed and an acute angle. The professor acknowledged Arteta's exceptional execution, yet lamented the absence of a goal. This was not a failing of the Arsenal players, but rather an issue with the opposing players. Damn. It was rare for the professor to curse internally. He had always believed that a versatile player resembled quit, which left him perplexed as to why Hwang Kaiwan excelled as a goalkeeper. Rosicky took another corner kick. Hwang Kaiwan leaped high to claim the ball, swiftly launching a quick throw to the front line. Van Persie, with his back to goal, deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, sending it bouncing toward Messi. Messi, on the left flank, engaged Gibbs in a one-on-one duel. With a slight feint to the right, he effortlessly maneuvered past the young Arsenal fullback with a deft touch of his right foot. The nearby spectators gasped in astonishment. That was incredibly fast. Gibbs, at the very least, should have managed to contest a bit longer. To everyone's surprise, he lost his balance before even attempting to reach for the ball. Messi, with quick, nimble steps, dribbled laterally before suddenly accelerating to carve out an angle, unleashing a powerful shot from the edge of the arc. The ball ricocheted off Vermaelen's leg, striking the post, causing Szczesny to hastily dive and secure the ball. Had it veered just slightly to the left, it would have been a goal. A ball that changes direction is the most difficult for a goalkeeper to handle, as they have already committed to a dive, making it challenging to adjust their weight. In such moments, if the shot is close, it is manageable, but if it veers in the opposite direction, it becomes a matter of luck. Not long into the match, both goalkeepers had been put to the test. Following a series of attacks, the tempo of the game began to slow. This was primarily because both Milan and Arsenal possessed the ability to consistently pass the ball into the opponent's penalty area, prompting both sides to intensify their pressing near the midfield. Young De Bruyne exhibited remarkable attacking prowess, though his defensive skills left much to be desired. Indeed, perhaps due to Hwang Kaiwan's absence, he sought to enhance the midfield's passing capabilities. The 3 midfielders of both teams were relatively comparable. Van Bommel and Rakitic demonstrated stronger defensive capabilities, while Arsenal relied on Arteta and Alex Song to support Rosicky. With the evolution of football, few coaches aside from Guardiola dare to employ a single defensive midfielder. Even Guardiola has become astute, pairing Van Bommel with Rakitic for additional support. This similar midfield configuration rendered the contest in the center of the pitch particularly intense. Arsenal's midfield boasted a wealth of experience, yet Van Bommel, the seasoned strategist, had a more cunning approach. When De Bruyne pressed forward, he gestured for Antonini to join the attack. As Antonini advanced, Walcott found himself in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Van Bommel, positioned behind, had already identified the sole passing lane. The moment Walcott attempted to distribute the ball, Van Bommel surged forward, intercepting it just in front of Rosicky. Rosicky promptly sought to regain possession, but Van Bommel cleverly obstructed him, taking the ball and advancing towards Arsenal's half. Arteta was quick to press, but Van Bommel executed a lateral pass before making a forward run, with Rakitic swiftly returning the ball. After the duo completed a wall pass, Van Bommel, once again in possession, turned and delivered a pass to De Bruyne before retreating to his defensive position. Just as De Bruyne received the ball, Vermaelen stretched out a leg to intercept. What an exquisite defensive maneuver. Indeed, Vermaelen was pivotal for Arsenal, a defender with an eye for goal, consistently netting 4 to 5 strikes each season. In Arsenal's counterattack, one could observe that they shared similar traits with AC Milan when they surged forward. A multitude of players advanced cohesively, maintaining organized passing routes and executing swift one-touch passes amidst their movement. Once again, Walcott delivered a cross from the flank, creating a chaotic scene for the goalkeeper. That was Strebant, known as Little Bender, who fell to the ground to block the ball. The referee's whistle rang out, signaling that the ball had struck Little Bender's arm, awarding Arsenal a penalty. The Emirates Stadium erupted in fervent cheers, as the fans were evidently thrilled by the unexpected penalty. However, the away supporters, the Rossoneri, exhibited little emotion, devoid of even a hint of concern. Such was their faith in Juan Kaivan. In his first Champions League final, Juan Kaivan had saved 4 penalties from Liverpool, creating the Istanbul miracle. The Rossoneri were confident that Juan Kaivan would not betray their trust. Meanwhile, discussions unfolded among the Arsenal players. Higuain had netted 19 goals in the league, 3 of which were penalties. Yet at this moment, Higuain hesitated to step up to the spot. "I can't, you take it," he declared outright. The impression Juan Kaivan had left on him was too profound. Even before standing at the penalty mark, he began to feel apprehensive. In open play, there was less time for contemplation when the ball arrived. However, standing at the penalty spot, gazing at Juan Kaivan's face, Higuain feared that his kick would lack the strength and simply roll into Juan Kaivan's arms. "What do you think?" Rosicky inquired, hands on his hips. As Arsenal approached their 1,500th league victory against Sunderland, Rosicky had previously missed a penalty. If it were not necessary, he would have preferred not to take it. "Let me do it," Arteta offered. "Are you sure?" Higuain questioned. At Real Madrid, he has encountered numerous prodigies from Argentina. He holds a certain indifference toward Arteta, whom he views as a mere journeyman. Arteta, with a hint of irritation, rolled his eyes and remarked, "Why don't you take a turn?" Higuain fell silent, standing off to the side. The players from both sides had already positioned themselves behind the line, poised to surge into the penalty area. Arteta, cradling the ball at the 12-yard mark, exhibited no immediate action, yet beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Before him stood the most remarkable goalkeeper in the world. Statistically, Juan Kaivan had never lost a match as a goalkeeper, an achievement that even Yashin could not claim. Furthermore, Arteta had meticulously studied the footage of the 2 penalties saved by Xabi Alonso numerous times. Reflecting on Juan Kaivan's saving habits, he found himself unable to draw any conclusions. Everyone asserted that Juan Kaivan's reflexes were extraordinary. In light of this, Arteta resolved to leave everything to chance. He placed the ball down, retreated a meter, and upon hearing the whistle, made a swift run up, striking the ball with his right foot. Perfect. The moment the ball was struck, he felt confident about the angle. However, Juan Kaivan indeed dived in the correct direction, causing Arteta's heart to race. Fortunately, Juan Kaivan could not thwart his shot. The ball found its way into the net. Boom. Mikel. 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 The Emirates Stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. The Gunners had not anticipated that, in this crucial moment, this makeshift hero would emerge as the savior of the team. Post-goal, Arteta was filled with exhilaration as he sprinted toward the corner flag. Equally elated, Arsenal players leaped onto Arteta's back, engaging with the home fans at the corner flag. They celebrated as if they had won. Strebant remarked with a smirk, "If you hadn't given away the penalty, they wouldn't have scored." Lars Bender commented. The elder Bender, though less verbose than his brother, could not help but chime in. The defenders from Milan were quite formidable. Earning a starting position in such a crucial match was no small feat. If the younger Bender continued to perform this way, he might soon find himself relegated to the bench. Strebant muttered a few words. Juan Kaivan clapped and shouted, "It's just 1 goal, don't dwell on it. Let us play well and show them what we're made of today." After the goal, Arsenal's offensive momentum intensified. In the 31st minute, Gibbs launched a long pass to the edge of the penalty area, where a forward-moving Arteta was perfectly positioned. He immediately leapt for a header, sending the ball hurtling at great speed. Yet, Juan Kaivan managed to deflect it over the crossbar. Juan Kaivan. Today, his performance in goal was nothing short of spectacular. Indeed, Guardiola's starting lineup seemed somewhat ill-conceived. The defenders lacked cohesion, often allowing Arsenal to exploit advantageous positions. Moreover, in the midst of the offensive play, Messi was being thoroughly troubled by Ramsey, who was employing every tactic in his arsenal to contain him. "So how? I have my suspicions that the AC Milan players might have been bribed to deliberately undermine Hwang Kaiwan. Today, AC Milan's performance was rather disappointing, particularly in defense. However, Coach Zhang's observation holds merit. The team's lack of cohesion stems primarily from their unfamiliarity with one another. The Ben brothers have scarcely graced the pitch together. While Zambrata maintains his starting position, and Antonini's form remains inconsistent. Your assumptions are overly simplistic. Hwang Kaiwan is no ordinary player. Indeed, if Arsenal fails to score, it would be one thing, but should they find the net again, it is entirely possible that Hwang might orchestrate a stunning solo run, reminiscent of his previous exploits against Chelsea while at Real Madrid. I jest, but I suspect that performance may have convinced Abramovich, leading to a rumored signing bonus of £1 billion. Why not mention 1 billion tons of gold instead? Though Hwang is impressive, £1 billion could easily acquire a Premier League team outside the Big Four. And the notion of the Big Four, can one not see the strength of Manchester City? Let us speak of championships when they are secured. Chelsea has risen through financial means. Why should Manchester City not do the same? With Hwang's departure, the suspense in the Premier League has returned. Arsenal has once again earned a corner. A chaotic skirmish ensues in the penalty area. Godin's header inadvertently strikes Alexander Song, sending the ball ricocheting into the small box. Hwang stands poised in front of the goal, shifting his feet as players attempt to kick the ball, severely disrupting his judgment. Fortunately, he remains composed, steadfastly maintaining his balance. At this moment, he longs for Ramos and Nesta, whose clearances are decisive, averting such predicaments. Thankfully, Antonini rises to the occasion, skillfully hooking the ball away just before exiting the penalty area, only to be brought down from behind by Walcott. The referee promptly issues a warning to Walcott. Arsenal's players sprint back in defense. This foul was tactical in nature, warranting no further discussion. Had Antonini not been brought down, AC Milan's counterattack would have flourished. Hwang, positioned within the box, appears ready to launch a long kick. Arsenal has thwarted Milan's fast break opportunity. Yet, Hwang perceives that there remains a chance on the field. He refrains from executing the kick immediately, noting that Arsenal's players are oblivious, and he does not wish to reveal his intentions, lest they become alert. After a run-up, Hwang strikes the ball forcefully underneath. The familiar fans recognize this as his signature technique. The ball swiftly crosses midfield, plummeting toward De Bruyne. De Bruyne, with his back to the play, deftly nudges the ball with his calf, stopping it in front of him before passing it to Hazard. Hazard, with a quick flick of his foot, sends the ball soaring over Sagna's head, landing near Van Persie. As the ball bounces, Van Persie swiftly flicks it with his foot. The approaching Koscielny is completely outmaneuvered, and as he attempts to turn, he stumbles within the penalty area. Unmarked, Van Persie unleashes a volley with his right foot. Szczesny dives instinctively, yet fails to intercept Van Persie's shot. It's a leveler. Goal. Van Persie has equalized, thanks to Hwang Kaiwan's brilliant setup. As Kevin stood on the goal line, I found myself enveloped in a dual sense of assurance. On one hand, I was relieved that our team would not frequently concede goals, and on the other, I was confident that we would not struggle to score. This particular play exemplified my sentiments perfectly, as Kevin's genius pass orchestrated the entire offensive maneuver. Arsenal believed that a foul would grant them ample time to regroup. Yet in reality, the very foundation they relied upon was riddled with vulnerabilities in Kevin's eyes. It is essential to remember that a score of 1-1 is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. The Arsenal players had just celebrated wildly, but soon they would come to experience the anguish of fleeting triumph. Van Persie, having scored, sprinted across the Emirates Stadium, met with resounding jeers. However, as he ran towards the Milan goal, the Arsenal fans paid little heed, as long as he did not provoke them. Kevin Hwang stood in the penalty area with a smile, arms wide open in readiness. Unexpectedly, Van Persie executed a slide knee maneuver just outside the box. This slide, however, encountered an unforeseen hiccup. The turf was not as slick as anticipated, and he found himself snagged mid-slide, tumbling forward. Van Persie instinctively extended his hands to prevent injury. Yet he ended up kneeling right before Kevin, his head nearly grazing the grass. After finally regaining his balance, Van Persie looked up at Kevin, who gazed down at him, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Although Kevin was tempted to jest, he reconsidered, knowing that Van Persie had a tendency to be sensitive, and opted instead to assist him to his feet. This act, however, bore an uncanny resemblance to a scene from a historical drama. What's Van Persie doing? Just crashing down like that? This situation feels oddly familiar. I recall watching Liu Bei from the Three Kingdoms performing similar gestures. Someone chuckled. It's hilarious. We used to say Van Persie could only play at AC Milan due to Kevin. Witnessing him kneel like this seems to validate that notion. Did you notice? The crowd has fallen silent. The Arsenal fans likely remain perplexed by this young man's antics. I initially thought that with Kevin in goal, Messi would shine the brightest. Yet it was Van Persie who stole the spotlight. Was Messi underperforming? Arsenal consistently deployed 2 defenders against him, and he still generated a significant number of opportunities on the right flank. But today, Vermaelen truly excelled. Vermaelen is indeed formidable. He seems to be one of the best defenders in the Premier League at present. Still, I maintain that Terry is more impressive. His defensive prowess inspires confidence. Not to mention, Terry's broad shoulders are twice the width of mine. He is undeniably robust. Van Persie's kneeling lessened the tension on the pitch. Most Arsenal players were his former teammates, and witnessing Van Persie's antics elicited smiles from them as well. Inzaghi raised his thumb in approval, surprised by the Dutchman's directness. Van Persie pouted, muttering a few words as he jogged back. This celebration was indeed somewhat embarrassing, and he would have to devise an explanation for it. After the goal, Milan had regained the initiative. De Bruyne's relentless distribution of powerful passes to both flanks, coupled with the dazzling performances of Hazard and Messi on the wings, creates a spectacle of remarkable beauty. Observing from the sidelines, the professor feels a pang of envy. One Kevin, one Messi. These 2 prodigies are already part of AC Milan. But where did Hazard and De Bruyne emerge from? Hazard's exquisite dribbling on the pitch is akin to a diminished version of Messi's artistry. De Bruyne's pinpoint passes suggest the emergence of another midfield maestro, much to Wenger's delight. In the 44th minute, Messi, after skillfully evading 5 defenders on the right flank, delivered a precise square ball. Had Van Persie not sought an impossible angle, striking the post instead, Arsenal would have already found themselves in a precarious position. The Emirates Stadium has lost its earlier excitement. Their once proud offensive prowess pales in comparison to Milan's relentless attack. Milan's players exhibit seamless passing combinations while also demonstrating the ability to maneuver past several opponents individually. The twin wingers, each with their own flair, instill a growing sense of dread about the possibility of defeat. On the left flank, Hazard's dribbling leaves Sagna floundering as he scurries into the penalty area. Koscielny rushes forward, but Hazard deftly sidesteps him with a gentle touch of his left foot. Watch the center. Szczesny shouts, aware that if Vermaelen neglects Van Persie, Hazard will soon deliver a crucial pass. Realizing Vermaelen is not approaching, Hazard continues his advance into the box. Koscielny, sprinting back, attempts a desperate sliding tackle. Although Hazard evades it, the ball is ultimately claimed by the advancing Szczesny, who launches it away with a powerful kick. Ramsey sprints forward on the left, while Van Bommel, feeling the pressure of Milan's high press, momentarily relaxes upon spotting a figure emerge from the penalty area. Van Bommel slows to intercept Ramsey, while Kevin successfully races to the right and unleashes a long pass. Relief washes over Van Bommel as he believes the threat has been averted. However, he quickly discovers that the situation is far from simple. The ball unexpectedly traverses nearly the entire pitch, finding its way behind Arsenal's defensive line. Van Persie, having successfully evaded the offside trap, effortlessly guides the ball into the net. At 5:44, Van Persie breaks Chilavert's record with yet another goal. Kevin, from deep in his own half, locates Van Persie with a pass that rivals the precision of a midfield player. Indeed, Kevin's long passes and throw-ins have been remarkably successful today. Van Persie's first goal was also orchestrated by Kevin, the linchpin of the attacking play. Arsenal now finds themselves in a conundrum, having devoted most of their resources to neutralizing Messi, leaving Van Persie to exploit his opportunities with ease. As previously discussed, countering players with exceptional individual abilities typically requires at least 2 defenders, but with so many talented players on the pitch, they struggle to cover them all. Meanwhile, the young Hazard is thriving on the left flank, proving to be a formidable challenge even for the seasoned Sagna. As Arsenal resumed play, the referee promptly signaled the halftime whistle. During the intermission, Wenger should contemplate how to adjust the lineup. Kevin removed his gloves and made his way to the sidelines. Van Persie, walking from the midfield to the sidelines, was once again met with jeers from the Arsenal supporters. Striding purposefully towards the bench, Van Persie took his bag from a teammate and triumphantly raised 2 medals aloft from within it. Kevin watched this scene with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. Previously, He had seen Van Persie displaying his medals to Fabregas in a newspaper. This fellow must have been quite pent up over the years. One can only imagine the elation he must feel after securing the Champions League and league titles. "How does it feel, Kevin?" Guardiola inquired, handing him a towel and a water bottle. "It feels quite good. From the goalkeeper's position, I can observe the entire field's dynamics better. Personally, I quite enjoy being a goalkeeper," Kevin replied after rinsing his mouth and spitting the water at the sidelines. "That's excellent. Go rest for a while," Guardiola said, patting Kevin on the shoulder. The atmosphere in the locker room was devoid of tension. Although Arsenal had numerous attacking attempts today, aside from that penalty, they posed little threat to Milan. Kevin instilled a tremendous sense of security in the Milan players, even more so than Buffon in goal. "I have a friend in the acting world who wishes to meet you," Inzaghi approached to say. "Her name is Vanessa Heisler, and her father is a wealthy businessman." "Not interested," Kevin flatly rejected. "Don't be so heartless. She has long legs," Inzaghi coaxed. Kevin retorted, "Since when did you take on such a role? Are you getting paid for this?" "Of course not," Inzaghi chuckled. "I have some business dealings with her father, which is why she asked me to arrange this." "Filippo, go away," Gattuso interjected grumpily. "I remember that Heisler. She isn't exactly young anymore. Are you planning to have Kevin give her an autograph?" "Who knows? I merely mentioned that she wants to meet you," Inzaghi shrugged. Ambrosini frowned and remarked, "Kevin's child is about to be born. If you wish to avoid being dismissed by the president, it would be best to behave yourself." Inzaghi finally fell silent. A few German lads were discussing barbecue recipes. "What about using yellow mustard and slow cooking it over charcoal for 4 hours, then shredding it for pulled pork?" It sounded rather delightful. At least Kevin found it difficult to swallow his energy bar. "By the way, I saw in the newspaper today that Icelanders eat ram's testicle salad. Is that true?" Van Bommel asked. "It should be true. I've seen it on a travel show," Kevin replied. "However, the taste may not be as revolting as described by the British newspapers. The Brits don't have a fondness for Icelanders. Those British troublemakers have enemies everywhere. They've fought against Iceland several times. Previously, due to cod fishing, they even took the matter to the International Court of Justice. Iceland's territorial waters extend only 3 kilometers. Unfortunately, their claims did not receive a favorable response, and in retaliation, the Brits refused to import Icelandic cod, striking a blow to Iceland's economy. The Soviet Union supplanted the United Kingdom as Iceland's largest market, raising alarms in the United States and ultimately addressing the demands of the Icelandic people. Reflecting on the post-World War II era, the Soviet Union's influence on the world has been considerable. I have heard that Sardinia produces a cheese infested with live maggots, the larvae of flies, writhing on the cheese's surface. These white creatures can inadvertently be consumed by outsiders, burrowing incessantly within one's mouth, as Gattuso remarked. In the locker room, a chorus of retching ensued. Kevin tossed a banana back onto the table, saying, "Thank you for helping me with my diet." "All right, gentlemen," Guardiola interjected, rising to his feet. "We cannot continue this discussion on peculiar delicacies. Otherwise, someone may feel unwell and be unable to participate in the second half. While we currently lead, the performance has been far from satisfactory." Guardiola clapped his hands and declared, "The shot count stands at 13-17, indicating our goal has been threatened numerous times. Had it not been for Kevin's remarkable display, we would not be ahead at halftime. Perhaps we could dismiss Gigi and allocate his salary to Kevin," Inzaghi proposed, always eager to undermine a fellow comrade. "How constructive," Guardiola replied, raising an eyebrow and pointing at Inzaghi. "I will discuss this matter with Gigi later. However, you must improve your defensive quality today. Even the forwards need to bolster their defense. If you afford Arsenal so many opportunities in the second half, your day off tomorrow may be revoked." "I am not joking." A lamenting murmur filled the locker room. Post-match respite is crucial for players, both physically and psychologically. Yet Guardiola refrained from softening his words, as Kevin's relentless dives had him worried. He anticipated trouble after the match. His own position was at stake, leaving him little room to concern himself with the players from Milan. Once Guardiola exited the locker room, the Milan players engaged in an intense discussion. Is the coach in a bad mood? Who knows? Coaches always have myriad thoughts. In comparison, I find Carlo to be much more endearing, Inzaghi remarked. Even if Mr. Ancelotti returns, he won't allow you to start, Gattuso countered. Inzaghi, feeling exposed, retorted, "You're a substitute now as well." Gattuso shrugged, indifferent. His focus lay on training diligently and maintaining his form, ready to step in when the team required him. He was prepared to retire if he could not even make it onto the pitch for 15 matches in a season. As halftime came to an end, Hwang Kaiwan rejoined his teammates on the field. Shortly after the restart, the Milan players delivered a tremendous surprise to Hwang Kaiwan. The entire team advanced too far forward in their attack, and Alexander Song's long pass unexpectedly found its way behind the defenders. Higuain charged into the penalty area, shouldering Godin aside. Noticing Hwang Kaiwan positioned too far forward, Higuain took the opportunity to lob the ball directly toward the goal. "Oh no, this is bad." Hwang Kaiwan, positioned just outside the 6-yard box, immediately turned to run. Seeing the trajectory of the descending ball, he let out a sigh of relief. However, his feet faltered slightly. In such a scenario, Hwang Kaiwan simply leaned back, using his head to meet the ball beneath him. In the next moment, the ball struck the post with a resounding thud and rebounded into the small penalty area. Many Rossoneri nearly had their hearts leap from their chests. They were not afraid of conceding a goal, but they certainly did not wish to witness Hwang Kaiwan score an own goal. One own goal was sufficient in the career of the number 10. There was no need for him to become the new caricature. Eagerly, Higuain leaped and powerfully headed the ball towards the lower corner of the goal. Hwang Kaiwan quickly pushed off the ground and lunged once more. Back in the penalty area, the diminutive bender seized the ball and immediately passed it to Godin, who promptly cleared it with a mighty kick. "Damn it!" Guardiola covered his bald head, shouting at the players on the field. "Even if you do not participate in the attack, you must maintain a solid defense. Do not grant Arsenal any more opportunities like this." The old injury in his waist throbbed, rendering Guardiola's handsome visage somewhat grim. Dominic Torn inquired, "Are you all right, Pep?" "I am fine," Guardiola replied, shaking his head. Compared to physical concerns, he was far more troubled by Hwang Kaiwan's condition. Had it not been for his new protege being detained during security checks, he would not have been so conflicted today. Alchemy was indeed effective. Yet nurturing a life form consumed a considerable amount of time each time. Milan's offensive in the front was strikingly sharp. Hwang Kaiwan had discerned the issue. Their inability to effectively regain possession led Arsenal to launch high-quality counterattacks with each opportunity. Aside from the seasoned trio of Van Bommel, Godin, and Antonini, the other players appeared somewhat inexperienced in defense. Additionally, they rarely committed fouls during regular play, meaning Milan's players seldom thought to disrupt the opponent's counterattacks with fouls in the front line. Rosicky had sustained another injury, and one could only wonder about his physical condition. The player, often hailed as the Mozart of the pitch, had long been plagued by injuries. Arsenal had no choice but to make a substitution. Arshavin entered the fray, presumably to allow Ramsey to move into the midfield. Yes, this change might liberate Messi. Although Messi performed admirably today, the young Ramsey had imposed a notable restriction on him. While he could not stop him, he could run tirelessly, often extending his limbs, which proved quite bothersome for Messi. The camera shifted to the young Gibbs, who had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Messi today. Had it not been for Vermaelen's exceptional performance, consistently providing cover, Arsenal would have conceded more than just 2 goals. Arsenal's lineup was genuinely not lacking, but their injuries were overwhelming. Vermaelen had also endured a serious injury previously, resulting in a lengthy absence. It would be insufficient to merely attribute the issues to the players' physicality. The depth of Arsenal's squad was also a concern. Lacking sufficient substitutes, they had no choice but to rely heavily on their starters. Good heavens, it was Henry. Henry had also stepped onto the sidelines to begin warming up, prompting raucous cheers from the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal fans likely believed that their once great marksman could rescue them from their plight. Having departed from Barcelona, Thierry Henry joined the New York Red Bulls, only to be loaned back to Arsenal during the winter. The returning gunner has already netted 3 goals, making the cheers at the Emirates Stadium quite understandable. Henry surveyed the arena and everything within it. Originally, he was supposed to return after the commencement of the Major League Soccer season, but due to his requests, he was loaned until the season's end. Henry aspired to assist the Gunners in securing either the Champions League or the league title. Yet, observing Messi, who donned the number 19 jersey, alongside Kevin, who stood resolutely on the goal line, the seasoned striker found his confidence wavering. He was the king of Highbury, but Highbury was now a relic of the past. Could he aid the Gunners in triumphing over their adversaries once more? As the match commenced, Arshavin unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. Yet Kevin reacted with even greater swiftness, soaring to deflect the ball over the goal line with a single hand. Wenger did not rush Henry onto the field. Aging players must be thoroughly warmed up, for a single injury could spell the end of their careers. After a calculated run, Arshavin took a corner kick, directing it with precision towards Koscielny at the near post. Kevin leapt from the post, successfully claiming the ball above Koscielny's head. "Run, Leon, run!" Kevin shouted while clutching the ball. Messi, Hazard, and Van Persie surged forward with fervor. Arsenal's players dashed back with relentless determination. This was a contest of both speed and willpower, transcending the mere outcome of the match. The Gunners were equally averse to witnessing Van Persie flaunt his prowess at the Emirates. With a resounding thud, Kevin tossed the ball into the air and launched it with his right foot. He intended to pass to Messi, and the ball landed accurately in the right flank of the penalty area. The moment Messi received the ball, Gibbs lunged in to challenge him. With a deft touch, Messi effortlessly evaded Gibbs with a clever nutmeg. Wenger could not help but shake his head slightly as he watched his pupil tumble once more onto the grass. Before the extraordinary talent of Messi, the Academy's top graduates and underachievers appeared indistinguishable. The young players who made it to Arsenal's first team were indeed a rare breed. Yet when faced with Messi, they could only serve as mere training dummies. Vermaelen immediately pressed Messi. Noticing Koscielny was also ready to converge, Messi refrained from advancing directly into the box, instead deftly pulling the ball laterally with his right foot. "Do not grant him any opportunity," Szczesny shouted. Having reviewed footage of their opponent prior to the match, Szczesny was aware that Messi frequently unleashed powerful shots from just outside the penalty area. As Alexander Song returned to the box, he collided with Messi from behind. The referee, Kazian, promptly blew his whistle, brandishing a yellow card. Van Persie approached, inquiring, "May I take this free kick?" "No," Messi replied, rising to place the ball. "Let Kevin take it." Upon hearing this, Van Persie, eager to complete a hat trick, begrudgingly acquiesced. Messi vociferously encouraged his teammates from the front. Van Bommel turned and said, "They want you to take the free kick." Kevin glanced down and remarked, "If I miss, they could launch a direct counterattack. Then simply score," Van Bommel countered. Without a retort, Kevin hastily sprinted toward the attacking front. Hwang Kaiwan personally takes the free kick. This is not surprising, yet today he finds himself in the role of goalkeeper. Indeed, the most renowned goalkeeper known for taking free kicks is none other than Chilavert, who scored 67 goals throughout his illustrious career and even executed a penalty hat trick. Hwang Kaiwan stands at the foul spot, while Messi gently places the ball into his hands. Hwang turns and inquires, "Do you believe this position is better for the left foot or the right?" "Certainly the left foot." Messi responds without a moment's hesitation. "To the right. The angle for the left foot is more favorable." "Then I shall attempt it with my right foot," Hwang murmurs. Messi's eyes widen. Yet Hwang has already positioned the ball on the ground. At this moment, it would be impolite to disturb Hwang's focus. However, using the right foot does present a rather unfavorable angle. The outside of the foot? Messi ponders the technique Hwang might employ for the kick. Arsenal forms a three-man wall, with Rakitic positioned at the far end. An idea sparks in Hwang's mind as he glances at Rakitic, who promptly nods in response. To thrive at AC Milan, one must grasp the intentions of star players, and none shine brighter in the team than Hwang Kaiwan. After a brief run-up, Hwang witnesses Rakitic dart away to clear the path. With a resounding thwack, Hwang's right foot connects fiercely with the ball. It soars into the air, passing the spot where Rakitic had just stood, heading straight for the outer side of Arsenal's left post. Szczesny, rather than feeling pleased, finds himself cursing under his breath. Hwang's free kick veers out of bounds. Such a mishap had never crossed his mind. Observing the ball's trajectory, he instinctively knows it will curve. The crucial uncertainty lies in the nature of its arc. There is no time for contemplation. Szczesny can only react instinctively, diving toward the post. As he lunges, the ball brushes against his fingertips and slips into the net. It seems merely a whisker away. Yet, Szczesny understands all too well that this ball is insidiously deceptive. Not only does it curve laterally, but it also ascends. This dual movement leads to a misjudgment in his dive's height. The Polish goalkeeper licks his lips and rises to retrieve the ball, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disheartened. At the very least, Hwang did not unleash a powerful shot that threatened his safety. However, the ball's bizarre arc is such that, even if faced with it 100 more times, he would be unable to save it. "Time to enter the fray," Wenger says, patting Henry on the shoulder. Henry, standing at 1.88 meters, is even taller than the professor. Both are quite familiar with such scenarios, yet the passage of time has infused a sense of estrangement into their hearts. After exchanging a high five with Walcott, Henry takes a deep breath, bends down to touch the grass, and swiftly charges onto the field. As a professional player, he must ceaselessly run in pursuit of victory. He had done so before, even breaching the gates of the Bernabeu. Yet, throughout his entire career in this match, having not yet stepped onto the pitch, he feels as though his team stands no chance whatsoever. Henry hastily slapped his cheek, striving to dispel any errant thoughts. Hwang Kaiwen did not even celebrate. He dashed straight back to his own goal. The echoes of Henry's song reverberated through the Emirates Stadium. Yet, the King of Highbury bore no trace of ease upon his countenance. He accelerated past Messi, only to find Rakitic and Van Bommel swiftly advancing, granting this legendary figure considerable respect. Henry cast a quick glance, deftly sidestepping to make a lateral pass, then surged forward. Ramsey, upon receiving the ball, intended to return it to Henry for a wall pass, but his intentions were all too transparent, allowing Rakitic to intercept with ease. With a nimble flick of his ankle, Rakitic passed to Van Bommel, who spun to locate De Bruyne. De Bruyne lifted his gaze towards the center, executing a precise long-distance ground pass that found Sagna lurking behind the defense. It is hard to dismiss the influence of Hwang Kaiwen in this moment. Indeed, while Ronaldinho's no-look pass is renowned, Hwang Kaiwen's ability to pass and shoot without looking is equally impressive, suggesting that De Bruyne may have absorbed some of Hwang Kaiwen's training methods. Although Hazard may not match Bale's blistering speed, he still managed to seize the ball first, showcasing his exquisite footwork in a splendid interplay between the two Belgian prodigies. Hazard charged into the penalty area, and what a stunning back pass it was. Attracting a multitude of defensive attention, Hazard executed a sudden return pass. Rakitic found himself unmarked, poised to unleash a strike, only to be upended by a sidelong challenge from Arteta. This time, Kosai refrained from issuing a card, though he did admonish the Arsenal players. In the second half, Arsenal found themselves on the back foot, while AC Milan seemed to consolidate their position, suggesting that Guardiola had made significant tactical adjustments during the intermission. Lo and behold, Hwang Kaiwen was summoned to take the free kick, a strategy one finds commendable, with Messi and Hazard drawing fouls to set the stage for Hwang Kaiwen. This position was quite favorable, yet it posed no challenge for Hwang Kaiwen. As the Arsenal players anxiously arranged their wall, Hwang Kaiwen remained unhurried, biding his time. Observing him at the foul spot, one could sense that the ball was destined for the net. With a powerful run-up, Hwang Kaiwen struck the ball. A world-class hit from 37 meters away, it ricocheted off the inside of the post and into the net, an exquisite shot with an exceptionally acute angle. Szczesny had correctly anticipated the direction of the free kick on 2 occasions, yet the trajectory of Hwang Kaiwen's shot defied conventional expectations. Indeed, there is little more to say. The execution was clean and decisive. In the starting lineup for AC Milan, the goalkeeper Hwang Kaiwen contributed 2 goals and 1 assist, orchestrating the play for another goal as well. Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to regard him as the linchpin of the defense. A palpable tension hung in the air at the Emirates Stadium, which had fallen into an eerie silence. The Arsenal fans, who moments ago were jubilantly chanting songs in honor of Thierry Henry, now covered their faces, stifling silent sobs. Some supporters had already risen from their seats, unwilling to witness the unfolding disaster any longer. It became evident that Henry's appearance was not a beacon of hope for them, but merely a grander backdrop for Hwang Kaiwen's triumph. With his hands on his hips, Henry's face bore a look of dejection, starkly contrasting with the spirited demeanor he had displayed years ago. He observed the number 10, who had just breached Arsenal's defenses and imitated his signature sliding celebration. Once a youthful figure, now the captain of Milan, he had become one of the most illustrious players in the world. Henry had once felt a sense of nostalgia watching Hwang Kaiwen, reminiscent of his own younger self. But now he could only feel a blush creeping to his cheeks, realizing he had never possessed such extraordinary prowess at that age. Holy Kevin! Holy Kevin! Holy Kevin! The shouts of the modest 2,000 Rossoneri resonated through the night sky of London. The local fans suddenly recognized that even though the King of London had departed, he still reigned supreme over the city. After the goal, Hwang Kaiwen's understated jog towards the net starkly contrasted with the exuberant celebrations of his teammates. For some, what they yearned for came effortlessly to others. Arsenal supporters felt a lump form in their throats, as both Mikel Arteta and the traitorous Robin van Persie, 2 illustrious players of Arsenal's legacy, were rendered insignificant in comparison. The only outlet for their frustration was to jeer, directing their discontent once more at Van Persie. Booze, booze, booze. The professor had returned to the bench. For goals away from home, though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that this match, no, this two-legged tie, held little suspense. AC Milan had decisively eliminated Barcelona in the first leg, so it was no surprise they would similarly dispatch Arsenal. Back on the bench, Wenger murmured incessantly, with his assistant Steve Bold catching fragments of his words. Brand value, commercial value. So close, yet so far. Why not warm up in China? On the pitch, Arsenal had resorted to long balls in an attempt to initiate an attack. Arteta's lofted pass found its way to the edge of the penalty area. Hwang Kaiwan, rushing out, headed the ball away from Henry, clearing the box and redirecting it successfully to Lars Bender. Bender, an offensively adept fullback, quickly turned and launched a long pass upon noticing the high positioning of the Arsenal players. As Eden Hazard sprang into action, Sagna attempted to pivot alongside him, but he slipped and fell heavily onto the grass. The task of defending against Hazard had taken a toll on Sagna, and his stamina was dwindling. Szczesny also charged out, executing a successful sliding tackle that sent the ball out of play. And then, oh dear, as Hwang Kaiwan advanced, Szczesny too made a move, but alas. Hazard found the net. After Szczesny's tackle, he quickly got up and ran, while Hazard threw the ball directly onto Szczesny's back. The ball rebounded, and he immediately took a long-range shot, successfully breaching the empty net. This incident underscores the inherent risks of a goalkeeper's advance. One must exercise caution when venturing forth. Szczesny knelt on the ground, while Koscielny returned to the penalty area to help him up, gently patting his cheek. Such misfortunes are commonplace. When he first joined Arsenal, he faced considerable difficulties, often ridiculed by fans and the press for his blunders. Occasionally, he would make several mistakes in a single match. Thus, he could empathize with Szczesny's plight. It was not until recently that his performance began to stabilize. Playing football without a strong heart could lead one to crumble under pressure before even stepping onto the pitch. He and Manchester United's Fletcher serve as prime examples. They endured the relentless scrutiny of fans and media, transforming from objects of disdain into crucial team members. Szczesny regained his composure and took his position in goal once more. A few minutes later, Guardiola substituted Ambrosini for Van Bommel, while Gattuso replaced De Bruyne. It was clear that the end was nigh. Inzaghi was warming up, likely preparing to substitute Van Persie. Indeed, with a score of 5-1, victory over two legs was assured, and AC Milan no longer needed to press for further goals. Today's match was quite thrilling. Arsenal performed commendably in the first half, yet Hwang Kaiwan, as always, dictated the course of the game, even while stationed on the goal line. It must be said, Hwang Kaiwan's prowess as a goalkeeper proved more challenging for opponents than his role as a winger. Your observation is astute. When Hwang Kaiwan plays as a winger, he scores, but as a goalkeeper, he not only scores but also prevents the opposition from scoring, showcasing his formidable defensive skills. His quick reflexes are paramount. Although his movements may not always be textbook, his speed makes his saves appear impressive. With better positioning, there would be far fewer nail-biting saves. Indeed, quick reflexes are essential, as experts have noted. There is no need to envy Hwang Kaiwan. However, it must be acknowledged that he possesses substantial wealth, which undoubtedly brings him joy. To dismiss this notion is rather trivial. One should aspire to a higher plane of happiness. Is that trivial pursuit truly of a higher nature? It certainly is. Otherwise, why would ancient emperors, possessing vast riches, choose to surround themselves with numerous concubines instead of simply spending their wealth? Your point resonates. After both teams had exhausted their substitution allowances, the match was nearing its conclusion. Inzaghi did not substitute Van Persie, but rather Messi. Messi's breakthroughs today were remarkably sharp, and he endured numerous fouls. Observing that Hwang Kaiwan was performing well, Guardiola was reminded of his former protege. It has been proven that love does not fade. It merely shifts to another. A coach does not require many proteges, only the strongest among them. Arsenal, lacking a leader, has shown little desire to continue competing. Such performances increasingly affirm Van Persie's decision to leave, as he feels that his ambitions far exceed those of his Arsenal teammates. The referee has already begun to check the watch. The stoppage time is nearing its conclusion. Arteta's pass has landed squarely at Gattuso's feet. This is not a recovery effort, it is a foul. The players of Arsenal, trailing significantly, are exhibiting signs of psychological distress. Both teams are rushing towards the scene of the incident, and Kosai is acting swiftly. He wishes to avert any untoward incidents as the match approaches its end. Guardiola is vocally urging from the sidelines, while Huang Kaiwan and Ambrosini are attempting to counsel their teammates. With Ramos serving a suspension and several players having already received red cards, any further indiscretions could provoke severe sanctions from UEFA. Gattuso, the fouled player, remains relatively composed, joining in the efforts to counsel his teammates. He is unconcerned about the prospect of receiving a red card himself, given that he is no longer a starter. However, should he resort to violence, it is likely that Milan's younger players would retaliate against Arsenal with great ferocity. A multitude of suspended players means that their upcoming opponents could find themselves laughing in their dreams. The location of this foul is somewhat distant. Van Persie has decided not to advance. With a free kick from a considerable distance on the left, he lacks confidence. Arsenal has opted to form a two-man wall. At such a distance, the wall can only serve to obscure the view of the player taking the free kick. Szczesny vigorously claps his gloves together. This is the last offensive move of the day. He is determined not to concede another goal. The Emirates Stadium, once filled, now bears the marks of wear. Scattered fans linger in the stands, their eyes reflecting both trepidation and hope. At this moment, most players have become mere spectators. Huang Kaiwan, waiting in place, begins his run as he sees the Arsenal players prepared. He steps forward with his left foot, planting it beside the ball. His right foot follows, swinging vigorously. The exterior of his foot meets the ball with a powerful friction. A sharp crack echoes, and the ball soars over the wall. Szczesny tenses every muscle, poised for the optimal moment to leap. Once he discerns the ball's trajectory, he will pounce like a predator on the savannah. Tens of thousands of eyes track the ball's flight. As it enters the penalty area, what was initially aimed at the upper left crossbar suddenly veers dramatically, curving 90 degrees before striking the right post and crashing into the net. Silence envelopes the stadium. After several seconds, Kosai recalls his duties and blows his whistle, signaling the end of the match. Goal! 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 Kevin scores. Kevin has completed a hat trick, and this hat trick comprises 3 free kicks, replicating and surpassing what Chilavert achieved as a goalkeeper. He does not intentionally seek to challenge any records, yet he inadvertently shatters them time and again. I have resolved to author a book entitled The Complete Record of Kevin, dedicated to documenting the world records he has broken. Liverpool has truly demonstrated their prowess, overturning the deficit in the final moments. The chapter concludes with the fateful battle of Neymar. As the final whistle echoed throughout the stadium, Szczesny knelt at the goal line. Having emerged from Arsenal's youth academy, his professional journey had been relatively smooth. After a brief loan, he swiftly returned to Arsenal, stepping into the spotlight when both Almunia and Fabianski succumbed to injury, while Mannone was also loaned out. Consequently, Szczesny found himself as the first-choice goalkeeper. Despite a few critical errors alongside Koscielny that led to an unexpected defeat against Hull City in the League Cup, he managed to maintain his position as Arsenal's starting keeper. This narrative mirrored that of Casillas, whose rise to prominence is well known among goalkeepers. Szczesny had always regarded himself as the new Casillas. However, today's match shattered his confidence entirely. Kevin Huang's bizarre free kick left him questioning the efficacy of his saves, and his misjudgment, while rushing out, further compelled him to evade reality. The English media would not let him off easily, and the thought of an avalanche of post-match criticism left Szczesny feeling suffocated. Even after being the first choice for over a year, he was still merely a 21-year-old goalkeeper. The uncertainty of the future loomed ominously. Szczesny lay on the ground, tears silently streaming down his face. "Kevin, that was magnificent," Van Persie exclaimed. "That was the coolest free kick I have ever seen." Messi nodded in agreement. Huang chuckled. There was a gust of wind. Otherwise, the trajectory wouldn't have been so outrageous. "Luck is also a part of skill, you fortunate little rascal," Inzaghi quipped. A thought struck him. Huang's scratch card seemed to have never failed to win. Even the small prizes remained unseen. A person with such extraordinary luck could undoubtedly wield it as a regular weapon. Milan players buzzed with excitement while conversing in front of the Arsenal penalty area. Arsenal players lay sprawled, some on the ground, some standing, each displaying the same look of bewilderment. After exchanging a few words with his teammates, Huang approached the sideline and lifted Szczesny up. "Kevin?" Szczesny inquired, puzzled. "You played well," Huang remarked, patting Szczesny's arm. Due to Huang's tone and expression, Szczesny did not perceive any sarcasm, yet he could not fathom what about his performance was commendable. There's an element of luck in free kicks. I never anticipated the curve would be like that. But you did dive in the right direction for the first 2 shots, and the height was quite similar. Which is already quite remarkable, Huang smiled. Is that so? Szczesny replied uncertainly. Absolutely, so keep pushing forward. I look forward to our next encounter, Huang said, wiping his nose. Szczesny smiled and replied, perhaps it's best we don't meet again. Huang waved goodbye with a laugh and turned to leave. Szczesny stood rooted to the spot, watching Huang's retreating figure. Despite their similar heights, he felt Huang towered over him. In the post-match press conference at the Emirates Stadium, a reporter posed a pointed question. Arsene, are you not the biggest problem facing Arsenal? Some fans speculate whether you can keep pace with the fierce competition of the Premier League, Mr. Wenger. Will you be leaving? After a defeat of 6-1 at home to AC Milan, following an earlier loss to Manchester United, is there a flaw in your tactics? Pep, do you believe today's match indicates that AC Milan is the foremost contender for the Champions League title? Kevin, what did you say to Szczesny after the match? The press conference was quite lively, with English journalists eagerly anticipating their turn to question Wenger. Since his arrival in the Premier League, the professor has consistently faced scrutiny. These reporters have been seeking opportunities to create difficulties for the French coach. The previous rumors about Wenger's sexuality were fabrications of their own making. Now, with Arsenal facing such a heavy defeat, they naturally will not miss this opportunity. We have previously reached the finals, semi-finals, and quarter-finals of the Champions League, and I am confident that my players will prove me right. There are unfinished matters in this prestigious tournament, but if I claim we will win, you would mock me. The professor remarked curtly. However, after losing 6-1 to AC Milan, you have already lost your chance, a journalist reminded him. There is always next season. And the season after that, opportunities will arise, Wenger replied, his tone less than amicable. It was evident that the professor was not in a cheerful mood today. It has been reported that Arsenal is preparing to extend your contract. Is this truly beneficial for the team? A reporter inquired. Wenger slammed his hand on the table, saying, why does such a story emerge after we lose a significant match? Do you think I am so naive and foolish as to not see the underlying schemes? Do you genuinely consider me a complete fool? I am certain that after my departure, you will miss me. My current contract expires in 2014, and I have been part of top-tier football for 30 years. Loyalty is essential in football. Observing the professor's mood deteriorating, Kevin quickly interjected. The score merely reflects the data of both teams. It does not necessarily indicate that Milan is significantly stronger than Arsenal. Our squad is formidable. Our tactical adjustments can pose challenges for Arsenal, and it would be unjust to make such simplistic conclusions regarding the team's outcomes. Guardiola regarded Kevin with approval, appreciating his classy approach to defending the opponent. Kevin, what did you say to Szczesny after the match? A journalist raised their hand and asked. Nothing much. I merely told him that he performed well today. My free kick strategy is quite unpredictable, which you must acknowledge. But Szczesny was in the right position for the first 2 attempts, demonstrating his innate goalkeeping instincts. I advised him not to lose confidence, Kevin responded. The professor, unaware of this exchange, nodded at Kevin. Rather than a coach, he resembled a caring elder. Guiding the mental fortitude of these young players is one of his key responsibilities. Even as the match concluded, Wenger was still contemplating how to console Szczesny. To his surprise, Kaiwan had directly assisted him with this task. Guardiola remarked, Arsenal is a formidable team. In the first half alone, they had 17 attempts on goal. Kevin's steady performance salvaged us. If one were to disregard the scoreline and focus solely on the match, a 6-1 result seems rather unjust. They have successfully captured the attention and anticipation of countless fans, with Arsenal being one of the most influential clubs globally. A journalist inquired, does Arsenal have a chance to turn the tables in the next match? Both Guardiola and Wenger coughed awkwardly at the mention of such an uncomfortable topic. Guardiola quickly responded, in football, anything is possible. Milan has also been overturned by Deportivo La Coruña, so we cannot assume we are already through. All right, that concludes today's press conference. Guardiola could hardly endure the British media, promptly rising to leave alongside Kaiwan. Even if Guardiola was not fully cognizant of the Premier League circumstances, he discerned that the reporters were eager to create trouble for Wenger. Due to the fixture schedule, that evening, the entire Milan team flew back to the city. The following morning, Kaiwan had a light breakfast before preparing to play some games. He had not indulged in League of Legends lately. With the recent release of a Maldini skin, he was eager to give it a try. However, As soon as he opened his browser, a news article caught his attention. The official website of Mundo Deportivo reported, Puyol's residence in Barcelona was invaded by unknown individuals. Their hired security personnel were tied to a tree by a group of people. Although nothing was stolen, the doors and windows of their home were sealed shut, and they were only rescued once the fire brigade arrived. Juan Kaiwan commented, Barcelona fans are truly formidable. They know how to make a statement. He thought perhaps Puyol should consider transferring, as remaining in Barcelona seemed perilous. Today his house was set on fire. Tomorrow the doors and windows were sealed. Relocating to another city might be significantly safer. The Times stated, Arsenal has no chance left, and this is a result of Kevin standing on the goal line. Rather than the predictable second leg, we are more focused on the records Kevin set in this match. He successfully replicated Chilavert's goalkeeper hat-trick, also equaling Mihajlovic's single-match free-kick hat-trick. However, Chilavert's hat-trick was achieved through penalties. Currently, the highest quality goals in a single match belong to Kevin. Although Kevin has not played as a goalkeeper frequently, he has established records that are unlikely to be broken in the future, making it challenging for another goalkeeper to replicate a free-kick hat-trick. The Sun, unusually devoid of gossip, featured journalist Stephen Howard stating, I have followed Wenger from the beginning, reporting on him for 15 years, and have never witnessed such a peculiar press conference. After Guardiola and Kevin departed, Wenger remarked about not wanting to win the Champions League, which leads me to believe he is utterly exhausted. Perhaps he is contemplating an exit. Hence his reluctance to continue dealing with the media. I am uncertain about the consequences of Wenger's departure. Yet I wholeheartedly resonate with his statement during the press conference. Many will undoubtedly miss him when he is gone. Juan Kaiwan chuckled and shook his head. The rapport between British journalists and coaches is indeed intricate. They relentlessly seek to unearth the newsworthy aspects of foreign coaches. It appears they harbor a disdain for these foreigners, wishing them ill at times. However, when such newsworthy coaches are genuinely on the verge of leaving, they paradoxically hope for their continued presence. In this respect, the British paparazzi exhibit more sentimentality than the fans themselves. They relish the spectacle but do not desire anyone to truly face unemployment. The official website of L'Equipe has published some recommendations regarding the reforms of the Ballon d'Or. The presence of the Golden King has become the most significant obstacle in FIFA's selection process. It is hardly beneficial for any award to be monopolized by a single individual. Yet they find themselves unable to declare that the Golden King should be excluded from the nominations. Juan Kaiwan is curious about how FIFA will ultimately adapt. Kicker's website evaluated the players' performances, and it was rare for the Golden King to receive a score of 1, a rating they seldom bestow. Messi and Van Persie were awarded 2 points. Hazard received 25, while the penalty-giving Stindl was rated at 45. Their scoring system operates on a scale where 1 is the highest and 5 is the lowest, with 5 being quite infrequent and 45 representing a rather low evaluation. This website is known for its stringent ratings. Nevertheless, Juan Kaiwan feels that a score of 45 for Stindl is overly harsh. Besides conceding the penalty and a few errors, Little Bender's performance during the match was commendable. Just as Juan Kaiwan was about to launch a game, he received a call from Inzaghi. Hey, superstar. You're not planning to spend your day off playing games, are you? Inzaghi inquired with a teasing tone. Juan Kaiwan clicked the X on the LOL client and replied, Of course not. What is up? The weather was delightful, with moderate humidity, a perfect opportunity for a picnic. Gather your things. We're going out for a picnic. Inzaghi spoke rapidly. Picnic or fishing? Juan Kaiwan asked. Picnic. Inzaghi affirmed. If I see fishing gear, I'll toss it out. Juan Kaiwan laughed. Inzaghi quickly interjected. We can fish while we picnic. Hurry up. I'm already at your doorstep. Juan Kaiwan thought to himself, this guy's decisiveness is astonishing. He had no choice but to change into attire suitable for outdoor activities. Grabbing a cap and sunglasses, he took some insect repellent and stepped out of his home. Sure enough, upon exiting, he spotted Inzaghi's head protruding from the driver's seat. This fellow had somehow procured a 7-seater vehicle, which resembled a second-hand car from a factory. Nevertheless, even in such a vehicle, His Majesty's appearance remained quite impressive. Inzaghi was indeed blessed with striking features. Hurry up. Xiao Kaiwan, we've been waiting for you. Inzaghi boisterously shouted while knocking on the car door. Do you need to put on makeup to go out? We've been waiting ages. Juan Kaiwan rolled his eyes and opened the car door, discovering several people already seated inside. No wonder Inzaghi would say we. What is going on? Juan Kaiwan inquired. Ramos replied, This morning, when I woke up, Filippo was sitting in my living room. I nearly kicked him out. Who told you? You fool, to hide the spare key in a flower pot? Inzaghi turned around, a mischievous grin on his face. What about you? Huang Kaiwen asked. He said it was an event you organized, Kaiwen, Van Persie stated. That's what I heard as well. Messi nodded in agreement. I came voluntarily. Cruz raised his hand. Why haven't we seen Ricardo? Huang Kaiwen questioned. The driver, Inzaghi, chuckled awkwardly. That guy probably can't leave. It seems his wife is pulling him to have a second child. You didn't happen to run into him, did you? Huang Kaiwen asked suspiciously. Impossible. Inzaghi coughed lightly. When I went over, they hadn't even taken off their clothes. So I just left. Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up. Inzaghi was not only proactive, but also quite the organizer. It was impressive how he managed to gather so many people. Since they were already in the car, Huang Kaiwen resigned himself to the situation. He asked, They say we're going out for a picnic. Have we prepared anything to eat? Do we still need to prepare food? Inzaghi rolled his eyes. We'll pick up some takeout from a restaurant later. I brought a grill and some meat. We'll catch a few fish. And that's what we'll eat today. Glancing at the direction in which Inzaghi was driving, Huang Kaiwen deduced their destination. Milan's geographical location was quite favorable. Surrounded by numerous attractions, Venice, Florence, Brescia, and countless small villages and lakes. The direction Inzaghi was driving suggested they were headed to one of the small fishing villages along the western coast of Italy, perched on cliffs with stunning views. Locals from Milan sometimes vacation there. I saw another advertisement he made yesterday. Ramos pointed at Inzaghi ahead. What advertisement? Huang Kaiwen inquired. A beer commercial. Styled in a peculiar Chinese martial arts theme, Ramos replied. That's how Europeans perceive Chinese culture. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Thanks to him. Certain Chinese elements have gained popularity in Italy, which is why we often see those Italian commercials and scenes that they mistakenly believe represent Chinese aesthetics. Some compositions are instantly recognizable to me from various Hong Kong films. I've put in considerable effort today, specifically seeking out a less crowded spot abundant with fish. This time, we're sure to have a bountiful catch, Inzaghi exclaimed excitedly. Leo, how was your last fishing experience with him? Huang Kaiwen asked. It was quite the experience. Messi pondered for several seconds before responding. Huang Kaiwen knew the two had come up empty-handed. Hearing Huang Kaiwen's laughter, Inzaghi exclaimed in frustration. Even though we didn't catch any fish, we did manage to catch a rabbit on our way back, which I'm now keeping at home. Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up. A fisherman is indeed impressive. They can catch anything but fish. As Huang Kaiwen gazed at the port, he realized that Inzaghi was not jesting. After driving for over 20 minutes, Inzaghi finally halted the vehicle. Look, there is no one here to compete with us for fish. I even arranged for a boat in advance. We can set sail and navigate ourselves, Inzaghi proclaimed with pride. Indeed, it's quite splendid. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. European fans may not exhibit overwhelming enthusiasm, yet they are invariably intrigued by the lives of grand football stars. Being observed in public is hardly a pleasant experience. So discovering such a secluded spot is indeed a blessing. Tony, I heard you mention something about hand-pulled barbecue in the locker room. Today, that task falls to you. Inzaghi said, draping his arm around Cruz's shoulder. No problem. Cruz replied confidently. Leo, lend him a hand and prepare the ingredients, Inzaghi instructed. Messi nodded and approached to assist with the grill. You lot should find a good spot nearby and set up 2 tents. We certainly cannot dine on the ground. Inzaghi directed Huang Kaiwen, Ramos, and Van Persie. And what about you? Huang Kaiwen inquired. I'm going to scout the area, Inzaghi replied, rod in hand. Huang Kaiwen raised his middle finger in response. This rascal clearly intended to fish. Nevertheless, since they were already here, he had little to say. Inzaghi had indeed prepared thoroughly. These fishing enthusiasts possessed commendable equipment. Huang Kaiwen even stumbled upon some military-grade gear, puzzled as to how Inzaghi had procured it. Each individual took on their respective duties. Once Huang Kaiwen and the others had set up the tents, they joined in the preparation of lunch. Although referred to as lunch, it was already afternoon upon their arrival. Cruz's hand-pulled barbecue was quite time-consuming. While waiting, the group engaged in a game of poker. As several hours passed, Inzaghi had yet to return. Huang Kaiwen queried, Is something amiss with Filippo? He shouldn't be gone for this long. I'll take a look, Ramos responded, sensing that something might indeed be wrong. After the previous trip to North Africa, Ramos had intensified his training in personal combat skills. Now, he could easily take on half a Barcelona team alone. Let us go together, Huang Kaiwen suggested uneasily. They had not encountered danger before, but Italy could be quite chaotic. Those Juventus fans could very well wield rocket launchers and the like. The group made their way to the riverbank, where they found Inzaghi sitting and fiddling with his phone. Spotting Juan Kaiwan and the others, Inzaghi excitedly waved and called out, "Come here, I've caught a big fish." "What big fish?" Cruz inquired. Inzaghi pointed to two individuals bound by fishing line on the ground, exclaiming, "They are certainly not good people. I found them in the water while fishing and rescued them." To my surprise, their bags were filled with cash. Juan Kaiwan approached and opened the travel bag, and indeed, Inzaghi's words were verified. He estimated the amount to be over 500,000 euros. Carrying such a sum in the wilderness certainly did not indicate they were virtuous individuals. "Have you called the police?" Juan Kaiwan asked. "As I rescued them moments ago, my phone was drenched." Inzaghi, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "I wished to summon you, but feared they might awaken and flee." "Well then, Leo, call the police, and Sergio, return to fetch the rope," Juan Kaiwan suggested. "It seems today's outing has been foiled. One cannot ascertain whether His Majesty's fortune is good or ill, encountering such a transaction. Indeed, the fishermen can catch everything but fish." The Italian police remained rather ineffectual, while the journalists were the first to arrive. Standing before the reporters, Cruz excitedly recounted, "Kevin had heard rumors of illicit dealings in this vicinity, so he brought us along to investigate. To our surprise, we stumbled upon it. The adversaries were armed, yet they refrained from firing to avoid drawing attention. In their flight, they fell into the water, allowing us to apprehend them." Juan Kaiwan, listening nearby, rolled his eyes. He directly approached a reporter from the Milan Sports Daily, stating, "Do not reveal our names." "Why not?" Inzaghi retorted, "I was performing a good deed." He even wished to promote the Holy Roman Empire. "Very well, just mention Filippo Inzaghi. How you phrase it is up to you, but do not include us," Juan Kaiwan replied. With the Golden Prisoner Award, he was unconcerned about retaliation. However, he had no interest in stealing Inzaghi's glory. After visiting the police station, the group finally returned home. Cruz and Messi were quite exhilarated, not anticipating such a thrilling encounter. "We were fortunate," Juan Kaiwan said. "The police indicated they were engaged in arms trading. Had we truly faced armed individuals, none of us would have escaped. Last time, we did manage to flee." Inzaghi mumbled. "Silence," Juan Kaiwan reprimanded. Inzaghi promptly complied, not wishing for the over $100 million at hand to be snatched away by the Jewish fellows. The following day, this incident made headlines across all major Italian media. His Majesty garnered considerable attention as the entire Milan team journeyed toward the Olympic Stadium in Rome. Inzaghi continued to narrate his tale of battling over 20 terrorists. Juan Kaiwan mused that in a few years, this story might evolve in Inzaghi's telling into an account of His Majesty wielding a hammer against alien battleships. "All right, James Bond, your story is quite captivating." Guardiola clapped as he approached the front of the bus. "However, today's match is of utmost importance to us. Napoli has been performing exceptionally well, showcasing formidable strength. The Coppa Italia remains their only opportunity for silverware. Our opponents will be quite challenging today. Rest assured, coach, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Let us strip them of all their championship aspirations." Following their recent victory over Arsenal, the morale of the Milan team was notably high. Guardiola was pleased to witness this. Nonetheless, he cautioned, "Exercise caution. Napoli's attacking line is robust." Excluding Milan, Napoli's 17-goal difference ranks just behind Juventus, which boasts a goal difference of 29. However, when compared to Milan, their offensive prowess falls significantly short. By the end of March, Milan has already amassed a staggering goal difference of 79. And by the conclusion of the season, surpassing 100 seems plausible. Had Buffon exerted a bit more effort, Milan's goal difference might have approached 100. The entire Milan squad received an enthusiastic welcome at the Olympic Stadium in Rome. The Italian Football Federation is quite troubled by the choice of the final venue, as any stadium selected would effectively serve as Milan's home ground. The federation has divided the tickets into 3 portions, one for Milan, one for Napoli, and the remainder for local Roman fans. However, judging by the warm-up situation, it appears many Napoli supporters have sold their tickets for a profit, resulting in a sea of red at the Olympic Stadium. Each time Juan Kaiwan touches the ball, it elicits a wave of cheers. After several attempts at goal, Juan Kaiwan recalled that he had yet to draw from the lottery. Observing the anticipation reaching a perfect 100, he opted to participate in the draw. Ding! You have won a 24-hour experience card for the UEFA Champions League final of the 2005-2006 season, Barcelona vs Arsenal, featuring Mark van Bommel. Oh my. I never expected to draw a teammate. Yet, this is a final. Hwang Kaiwan immediately chose to draw again. Ding. Based on the attributes of Van Bommel as a Barcelona player, you have drawn the Barcelona combination, earning a 24-hour experience card for the Copa del Rey final of the 2015-2016 season, Barcelona vs Sevilla, featuring Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, and Neymar. Wow. This marks Hwang Kaiwan's third encounter with the king of football, Messi. However, the previous two were individual cards of Messi. This time, it has transformed into the MSN trio. Having previously drawn Real Madrid's BBC, which left a profound impression on him, today he has directly acquired the MSN. Without a moment's hesitation, Hwang Kaiwan opted to utilize it. At this juncture, he dared not to conserve his immunity card. As Guardiola remarked, the Coppa Italia is the last honor that Napoli can aspire to. And regardless of the scoreline today, the Napoli players will undoubtedly remain resolute. Even if they may not possess a lofty sense of honor, the Neapolitan mafia looms behind them. When a Napoli player gives their all, the reasons behind their fervor remain inscrutable. Both teams are now preparing for warm-ups. This final, positioned between two legs of the Champions League, certainly poses a test for AC Milan. In their two encounters this season in Serie A, Napoli has been unable to gain an advantage over AC Milan, yet today's match promises to be anything but straightforward. Indeed, compared to AC Milan, who recently faced Arsenal, Napoli has had ample preparation time. Now let us take a glance at both teams' starting lineups. AC Milan, 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder. Goalkeeper, Buffon. Defenders, Antonini, Thiago Silva, Godin, Ramos. Midfielders, Toni Kroos, Van Bommel, Ambrosini. Forwards, Hwang Kaiwan, Ibrahimovic, Messi. Napoli's formation consists of a double pivot and dual wingbacks. Goalkeeper, De Sanctis. Defenders, Hugo Campagnaro, Aronica, Paolo Cannavaro. Midfielders, Camillo Zuniga, Blarium Dzemaili, Lavezzi, Hamsik, Inler, Christian Maggio. Forward, Cavani. The return of Napoli's captain, the younger Cannavaro, is of paramount importance, as he has been one of the most outstanding players on the defensive line this season. Buffon's recovery is also crucial for AC Milan, yet Nesta, Kaká, and Torres remain sidelined due to injury, slightly diminishing the impressive depth of their squad. Indeed, many of AC Milan's starters have recently competed in the Champions League, and interestingly, the substitute Inzaghi had previously apprehended a group of criminals. At 1:30 p.m., the referee Matteo Brigi blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. Napoli kicked off, with Ibrahimovic and Messi pressing forward. Hwang Kaiwan maneuvered near Hamsik, searching for opportunities. Matri's tactical setup places significant emphasis on the midfield, particularly on Hamsik's side, where he and Inler form the core axis of Napoli. Lavezzi and Dzemaili may not be pivotal, but they are not merely occupying space either. Observing Hwang Kaiwan's positioning, Lavezzi hesitated to pass laterally and instead opted to distribute the ball to Zuniga. Zuniga's speed is remarkable. Hwang Kaiwan recognized him from the World Cup incident where he inadvertently caused Neymar's spinal injury. Today, Hwang Kaiwan faced Zuniga with a sense of destiny, armed with an MSN experience card. Despite Zuniga's lack of fame, Hwang Kaiwan cautiously adjusted his center of gravity, signaling his teammates to maintain distance. Zuniga, realizing he could not engage Hwang Kaiwan one-on-one, decided to exploit the nearby space. Just as they were about to collide, Zuniga suddenly accelerated. Hwang Kaiwan feigned a left-footed interception, prompting Zuniga to believe he could outmaneuver him. However, in an instant, Hwang Kaiwan decisively withdrew his foot, positioning himself in front of Zuniga. Unable to evade, Zuniga deliberately collided with Hwang Kaiwan, intending to bring them both to the ground. Unexpectedly, Hwang Kaiwan deftly hooked the ball away and swiftly sidestepped the challenge, leaving Zuniga to crash to the ground. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, Dzemaili rushed to Hwang Kaiwan's aid. Hwang Kaiwan turned and executed a back pass, allowing his teammates to regroup. With Napoli's midfield densely populated, a forced breakthrough without proper spacing could easily result in being trapped. Toni Kroos gradually began to orchestrate the play after receiving the ball. Van Bommel has recently done an admirable job of replacing Pirlo's contributions. Although the Dutch captain may not possess exceptional playmaking abilities, Milan is not lacking in creativity, but rather in defensive solidity. The two sides have temporarily reached a stalemate. The head coach of Napoli, Walter Mazzarri, has achieved remarkable success during his tenure, which has lasted over 2 years since taking over from Donadoni. This season, they even advanced to the Champions League group stage, but unfortunately faced Chelsea, the former club of Kevin Huang. The two former Tottenham players, Modric and Bale, dominated both legs of the match. Mazzarri's tactical formation is 3-5-2, which today shifted to 3-6-1, with Lavezzi playing in a more advanced position. Indeed, this adjustment aimed to bolster their midfield presence, as Mazzarri sought to utilize numerical superiority to suppress AC Milan, who favor long passes followed by multiple players making forward runs. Today, Napoli displayed even more aggressive pressing. As their formation gradually pushed forward, Cruz swiftly turned and found Kevin Huang. Upon receiving the ball, Huang accelerated past the halfway line. An attack? Messi, who made a forward run, appeared somewhat puzzled. Had this been Barcelona, with such relentless pressing from Napoli's midfield, they would have gradually worn down their opponent's resolve and patience through precise passing, waiting for a mistake to occur. In Messi's eyes, the chances for such a forceful breakthrough seemed slim. Hamsik was fervently tracking back, clearly tasked with defensive duties by Mazzarri. Christian Maggio spread his legs, maintaining his center of gravity while awaiting Huang's advance. Inler also shifted from the center to the flank to provide cover. Nearby, the fans eagerly anticipated Huang's performance. Suddenly, Huang accelerated, prompting Maggio to quickly turn and follow suit. As he sprinted back, he kept glancing at Huang's position. Huang then made a deft right-footed touch, angling his run. By this time, Hamsik had caught up behind him, while Inler positioned himself to Huang's side front. Before the two defenders could react, Huang flicked the ball with his left foot, causing them to miss. The stadium erupted in cheers. Inler promptly pivoted to pursue Huang. At this moment, Huang had the ball on his left side. Without waiting for Inler to respond, Huang expertly controlled the ball with his right foot and then deftly flicked it with the inside of his left foot. The ball rolled from the flank back towards the center. Inler, having made several adjustments to his balance, found it impossible to regain momentum, and Maggio, who had circled back, collided forcefully with Inler's back. Only Hamsik continued to chase Huang. However, what three players could not achieve together, one could hardly accomplish alone. Hamsik, resolute, extended his leg from behind in an attempt to trip Huang. Even with such close proximity, Huang managed to touch the opponent's foot and propelled himself forward. At that moment, Huang demonstrated extraordinary core strength. He staggered momentarily, but remained steadfast. Kevin! 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 The crowd's enthusiasm ignited as Huang's brilliant performance unfolded. Many fans had risen in anticipation of a goal. Zameli abandoned his forward run towards Cruz and raced towards Huang. Little Cannavaro, cautious and focused, dared not lose concentration. With the ball, Huang positioned himself at the left side of the arc, suddenly executing a diagonal pass. Ibrahimovic, standing on the edge of the penalty area with his back to the goal, immediately returned the ball to the left flank. The swift initiation by Cannavaro was soon overshadowed by the remarkable speed of the ball, which rolled past him to find Huang Kaiwan. Young Cannavaro, without hesitation, dove to execute a sliding tackle, while Aronica surged towards the left flank to provide defensive support. At that moment, Huang Kaiwan also went to ground, sliding to connect with the ball's side. With a resounding thud, akin to the most precise calculations in a snooker arena, the ball traversed the space between Cannavaro and Aronica, evading both Napoli defenders. Unmarked, Ibrahimovic received the ball with a deft side turn. Almost immediately, he spun around to unleash a backheel shot. Campagnaro, in pursuit of Messi, charged into the small box, but was unable to thwart Ibrahimovic's strike. Though De Sanctis lunged to the side, the proximity rendered his efforts futile. The ball found its way into the net. Ah, what a moment! Messi, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed towards Huang Kaiwan. Initially, he had only intended to accompany the forward run, never anticipating a goal. Yet, in a twist of fate, Huang Kaiwan manufactured an opportunity that led to a goal. It was only then that Ibrahimovic recalled the proximity for a celebratory moment together. Alas, it was too late. He stood still, pointing at Huang Kaiwan, a gesture that had recently become his signature celebration post-goal. On the sidelines, Guardiola, with both hands pressed against his bald head, had been in a state of astonishment for quite some time. Even after 2 seasons of coaching, witnessing Huang Kaiwan's extraordinary display left him utterly astonished. The defensive formation of 361 was already quite outrageous, yet the opposition hardly advanced, allowing Huang Kaiwen to utilize his individual prowess to create a scoring opportunity. Weaving past 5 defenders to assist his teammate, Guardiola contemplated whether to recruit 2 more defensive midfielders, considering adopting a 3-defender strategy like Mourinho for the next season. For Huang Kaiwen seemed self-sufficient in generating scoring chances without the need for teammates' assistance. The Olympic Stadium in Rome transformed into a sea of joy. The Milan no. 10 never disappoints. A saying that has gained popularity in Italy over recent years rings true. One cannot trust politicians, capitalists, or various social organizations, each with their own agendas. But one can always place faith in Kaiwen. As Huang Kaiwen's supporters, all they needed to do was prepare for celebration and revel in victory. It was merely the beginning. Conceding a goal posed no concern. Mazzarri shouted from the sidelines, leading Livorno in their first promotion to Serie A in 55 years, after years of miraculous survival with Regina. His journey had not been easy, much like his player career. It was precisely for this reason that Mazzarri cherished every opportunity to touch the trophy of champions. Defend diligently. Deny them space, and we shall adhere to our tactics, he continued to exhort. On the pitch, young Cannavaro rallied his teammates to lift their spirits. Huang Kaiwen's recent performance had left a profound impact on him. His brother Fabio had spoken of Huang Kaiwen's formidable strength, yet that was not a reason to concede defeat. Napoli resumed play, yet they found themselves in a challenging situation. Many teams often lose their rhythm when facing Milan. Due to Milan's relentless pressing, Napoli was compelled to accelerate their passing tempo. Although Napoli's midfield had a numerical advantage, an excess of players in certain areas, coupled with a lack of refined technical skills, transformed their numerical superiority into a disadvantage. Faced with the pressing, Napoli appeared quite disheveled, resorting to a series of backward passes toward their penalty area. At the opportune moment, Aronica launched a long ball forward. Lavezzi's burst of speed outpaced Cavani. However, Godin had already positioned himself perfectly, and, at the moment the ball descended, leapt high to powerfully head it away. Zemaili surged forward to successfully regain possession, while Ambrosini prepared to challenge him, and Cruz advanced cautiously from the flank. Cruz, exercising prudence, refrained from making a tackle until he was right next to Zemaili, whereupon Zemaili pivoted to shield the ball, discreetly delivering an elbow strike behind him. Cruz let out a muffled grunt, doubled over, and watched helplessly as Zemaili carried the ball away. Cursed, Ambrosini, without hesitation, lunged forward with a sliding tackle. Zemaili intended to release the ball early, but the timing of his touch allowed Ambrosini to decisively knock him and the ball out of play. Damn it! Both sides' players swiftly charged toward Milan's half. Nearby, Lavezzi darted ahead, only to be unceremoniously shoved aside by Ramos. Huang Kaiwen rushed over to shove Hamsik, while Godin restrained his national teammate Cavani. Ambrosini's foul was rather harsh, although it appeared he did make contact with the ball. Indeed, he seemed to be targeting the player. Yet Zemaili's adjustment allowed him to connect with the ball instead. Primarily, Zemaili's elbow to Cruz prompted Ambrosini to retaliate, feeling it unacceptable for their younger players to be bullied. The referee issued a yellow card as a leniency. Ambrosini's tackle could have easily warranted a red card. Guardiola knelt at the sidelines, striking the ground with one hand in frustration. The only forces capable of halting Milan's advance were Huang Kaiwen's injury and the tenacity of Milan's players. Witnessing the altercation earlier had made his heart skip a beat. If they were to be penalized like against Barcelona, losing 4 players, the match would be futile. Guardiola quickly rose, admonishing, "Control your emotions. Today is the Italian Cup final. Do not let a moment of impulse cost us the championship." Even in his anxiety, Guardiola was careful with his choice of words. By merely mentioning the loss of the championship, he avoided placing undue pressure on the players. However, when referring to their teammates, Milan's players would find themselves considerably calmer. They shared a harmonious bond, and no one wished to jeopardize the team's chances of victory due to personal missteps. Napoli prepared to take a free kick. Messi quietly inquired, "Why do I feel like my teammates run faster during a brawl than they normally do?" Huang Kaiwen found it challenging to provide an explanation. Surely, one could not suggest that Milan's players were merely waiting to engage in a fight. Yet, judging by the circumstances, it seemed that this group of rascals truly was inclined that way. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he remarked, "Because everyone fears their teammates suffering losses. We embody the spirit of mutual support. We do not distinguish between players from different nations. Clad in the same jersey, we are one family." Messi nodded in agreement. The Milan locker room indeed exuded a comforting atmosphere for him. Hamsik positioned himself at the foul spot, a location near the sideline that posed challenges for him. Nevertheless, after a measured run-up, Hamsik delivered a quality pass. Thiago Silva leaped, but was a fraction slow, allowing Cavani to powerfully head the ball towards the goal. Buffon, with a decisive fist, deflected the ball away. Following his run-up, Hamsik took a corner from the right. The ball soared over the near post and descended towards the center, where Thiago Silva made no mistake this time, expertly heading it clear. Van Bommel intercepted the ball with his foot, redirecting it to the left flank. Antonini swiftly sent a direct pass to the advancing Hwang Kaiwan. As Hwang sprinted, he kept a keen eye on Messi and Ibrahimovic's positions. Although Ibrahimovic's pace was not particularly rapid, he astutely refrained from retreating to the halfway line. Inler was desperately chasing back, yet his speed was insufficient to match Hwang Kaiwan's. The sight of Hwang Kaiwan drawing closer to the penalty area made the Napoli players hesitant to crowd the left flank. Observing Hwang Kaiwan nearing the box, Mazzari shouted from the sidelines, "Idiot! He's doing this deliberately for you to see. If he keeps his head up, are you going to stand by and let him go? Get in there and tackle him, for heaven's sake." Little Cannavaro, stationed inside the box, rushed out. However, as he lunged, he realized he had been outwitted. Hwang Kaiwan, originally angled to shield the ball, suddenly utilized his right foot to deftly evade Cannavaro's challenge. In that moment, Cannavaro, resolute, opted to trip Hwang Kaiwan instead. The whistle echoed sharply, indicating the referee's agitation. The entire officiating team braced themselves to intervene if necessary. Referee Matteo Brigi quickly approached, brandishing a yellow card at Cannavaro, admonishing him, "Do not commit intentional fouls, or you will find yourself sidelined." Paul Cannavaro huffed and retreated to the penalty area. As Antonini approached, Hwang Kaiwan bent low to swiftly execute the ball. Antonini returned it to Hwang Kaiwan at the first opportunity. With a burst of speed, Hwang Kaiwan reached the edge of the penalty area. Little Cannavaro positioned himself to confront Hwang, who feigned with a shoulder shimmy before striking the ball with the inside of his left foot. The ball sped towards the top of the penalty arc. Zameli was taken by surprise, hastily racing towards Cruz. Cruz turned and executed a backheel pass, sending the ball into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic, stationed centrally, also turned to deliver a backheel pass, allowing Messi, already poised in the box, to receive the ball. Without needing to switch feet, Messi effortlessly slotted it into the net. Goal! 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 In less than half an hour of play, Milan had netted 2 goals, both orchestrated by Hwang from the left flank. The Neapolitans anticipated facing Kevin's free kick, yet he opted for a quick execution, orchestrating a splendid offensive maneuver. The Milan players executed 2 exquisite backheel passes, significantly enhancing the brilliance of the goal. Some assert that Arsenal can maneuver the ball into the opponent's net, but Milan demonstrates the ability to achieve such feats even in a structured play. Pelé has long claimed that Kevin epitomizes Samba football, yet has he considered that Samba football merely represents one of the many styles in which Kevin can express his artistry? It is not Kevin who embodies Samba football. Rather, it is Samba football that is honored by Kevin's choice to embrace this style of play. Nostalgia surrounds the Napoli of Maradona, yet even at the peak of his prowess, Maradona could only watch Messi claim victory under Kevin's guidance. Van Bommel stood in the midfield, hands on hips, a smile gracing his face. After spending over a year in Milan, the contrast with his experiences in the Dutch national team became ever more pronounced. Upon Van Bronckhorst's retirement, he assumed the captaincy of the Netherlands, a role fraught with challenges. The locker room exchanges often bore an undertone of sarcasm. However, in Milan, he was liberated from concerns of Ajax heritage or Eindhoven affiliations, unencumbered by Surinamese descent or mixed lineage. All he needed to do was play well, and the trophies would follow. He even felt that Van Persie exhibited greater dedication in Milan than with the national squad. Remarkably, the same individual, a quintessential Dutch striker, could evoke such feelings of altruism despite his notorious selfishness and pursuit of statistics. Van Bommel recalled the words Kevin had shared on his behalf during a press conference. Perhaps Van Persie's presence in Milan and the Netherlands could be likened to an orange tree planted on both banks of a river. He contemplated whether he should discuss with his father-in-law the possibility of appointing Kevin as the Dutch team's leader come summer. With such a leader, could the Netherlands not flourish further? Aronica shrugged his shoulders. Campagnaro retorted, it was all back heels. There was no time to turn around, yet you failed to thwart their attack. I had already made my move, while you remained static, indicating your inherent sluggishness. Aronica responded with irritation. You looking for trouble? Compagnaro challenged, neck stiffening. Neither of you did anything, De Sanctis interjected. All right. Little Cannavaro stepped in to separate the two, stating, it was my foul that granted them the opportunity. I also failed to intercept that lattice pass. No more bickering, please. Humph. Compagnaro turned back towards his defensive zone. Napoli had performed admirably today, compressing space and denying AC Milan any openings. Indeed, however, Kevin's ability to create opportunities is formidable, and the individual prowess of AC Milan players is equally remarkable. The 2 goals scored earlier were a collision of talent and inspiration, feats that other teams might not have achieved. Indeed, the challenge lies not in creating opportunities, but in seizing them. However, for AC Milan, this is hardly an issue, as even the forward Ibrahimovic possesses commendable organizational skills. Thus, Napoli must exercise caution and prevent AC Milan from advancing towards the penalty area. Just as Coach Zhang finished speaking, Huang Kaiwen executed a swift turn on the left flank, sending the ball across the pitch to Messi's feet. Messi's acceleration was remarkable, effortlessly bypassing Zuniga. Hugo Compagnaro quickly shifted his weight, poised to seize his chance to intercept. At that moment, the pursuing Lavezzi, in a desperate attempt, fouled Messi twice from behind. Hey, step aside, Huang Kaiwen shouted as he surged forward. Ibrahimovic and Ramos had already positioned themselves strategically. Several Napoli players, having just engaged in a heated argument, were now sluggish in their response. Captain Cannavaro stood before them, advising, let's avoid red cards in the final. A dismissal benefits no one. I'm fine, Messi reassured them. You better watch yourself, Ibrahimovic said, pointing accusingly at Lavezzi. The intensity of the players' confrontations was palpable. Indeed, Napoli was desperate for victory, yet some fans in the stands held banners proclaiming that Messi could never surpass Maradona, clearly echoing the lingering effects of previous remarks made by the legendary figure. Huang Kaiwen, always the first to defend his teammates, demonstrated true leadership. If I were the Milan captain, I would do the same. Are you out of your mind? Those Napoli players could easily take you down with a single punch. Came the retort. With a salary of several million euros, I'd face them without fear. Do you think players earn such salaries just to take hits? You must know how to play. I sensed that Napoli was performing admirably, running tirelessly, but today Ramos and Antonini were exceptionally solid. Yes, they are playing better than usual. While the 2 central defenders seem to have lost their earlier brilliance. Perhaps fatigue is setting in, considering AC Milan has participated in the Club World Cup this season, alongside their recent Champions League match. Remarkably, Ramos is truly commendable. During a counterattack, Lavezzi surged into the penalty area, in a moment of frustration due to Lavezzi's antics. Ramos lost his composure and collided forcefully with him. Huang Kaiwen had yet to reach the penalty area when Buffon had already tightly secured Ramos. He cared little for conceding a goal, but he was deeply concerned about losing the championship. If Ramos were to exit the match today, it would complicate matters significantly. Guardiola, watching from the sidelines, was visibly agitated. He rushed to the 4th official, swiftly lodging a complaint. Their players are persistently provoking us. This is not a fair contest. They aim to force my players out of the game. The referee should enforce stricter measures. The 4th official rolled his eyes in response. Good grief. Prior to the match, the officiating crew convened with a singular aim, to prevent Napoli players from committing malicious fouls against Huang Kaiwen. Given the circumstances, do they truly expect leniency from Milan? Perhaps they should simply declare Milan the victors. The players from both sides were entangled in the penalty area for less than 2 minutes, leading to a penalty that Lavezzi took upon himself and successfully converted. Following the goal, Lavezzi exuberantly celebrated, sprinting over 70 meters before sliding on his knees in front of the stands. This guy is truly insufferable, remarked Ramos, to which Buffon nodded in agreement. Relax. Don't let a mere mouse dampen our spirits, Huang Kaiwen interjected, harboring his own distaste for Lavezzi due to various reasons. Observing the opponent's exuberance, Huang Kaiwen resolved to score another goal before halftime, aiming to send Napoli into the locker room in a less jubilant mood. Ibrahimovic initiated the play, passing to the left flank, while Huang Kaiwen swiftly turned to send a long ball backfield. Ramos, with the ball at his feet, stood still, surveying the field. Napoli did not rush to apply pressure, nor did he hasten their offensive. Having recently scored, Napoli clearly sought to equalize as quickly as possible. Lavezzi immediately charged towards Ramos, who extended his arm to keep the opponent at bay before pivoting to deliver a long pass. Noticing the ball's trajectory towards the left, Ibrahimovic dashed to the side, while Juan Kaiwin vacated his position to move towards the center. Little Cannavaro was unhurried in his attempt to pressure Ibrahimovic, as Napoli's defensive focus remained on Juan Kaiwin. As he approached the vicinity of the penalty area, Ibrahimovic promptly crossed the ball, which arched beautifully over Little Cannavaro. Aronica, attempting a sliding tackle to thwart the pass, failed to connect. Suddenly accelerating, Juan Kaiwin met the bouncing ball with his abdomen, followed by a deft flick with his right foot, sending the ball soaring into the air. He swiftly turned and maneuvered around Hugo Campagnaro, striking the ball with a volley just above the ground. Though the shot lacked speed, it took a bounce before reaching the small box. The diving De Sanctis was completely deceived, grasping at the air as the ball slipped through his legs and into the net. Juan Kaiwin. Just before the end of the first half, Juan Kaiwin altered the score to 3-1. Recently, his goal tally had not been as abundant as before, yet the attacking plays he orchestrated grew increasingly exquisite. Mainly because AC Milan's opponents have focused their defense on the left flank, Juan Kaiwin often draws defenders away to pass to his teammates. Indeed, therein lies the crux. Juan Kaiwin frequently opts not to shoot himself, resulting in a slight decline in his goal count, yet his threat level and successful dribbles have been on the rise. Upon regaining possession, Napoli immediately attempted a long-range shot, indicating their urgency. After returning to the locker room, Mazzarri would need to soothe the players' emotions. Juan Kaiwin approached the sidelines. Guardiola had yet to join, but Van Persie quickly handed him a towel. Guardiola glanced at the towel in his hand, passed it to Messi, and handed the water bottle to Juan Kaiwin. Juan Kaiwin smiled, inviting Van Persie to walk back with him. Ambition among players is not inherently negative. While the sentiment of being one with the city deserves respect, pursuing championships is equally valid. A professional career spans merely a decade or two, and may even be significantly shortened by injuries. Everyone is an exceptional player. Who doesn't aspire to secure a championship to validate their prowess? Compared to Courtois, who let Chelsea down, necessitating the acquisition of Kai, Van Persie's reputation isn't all that tarnished. His notoriety primarily stems from his previous insistence on remaining with the team. The atmosphere in the locker room is remarkably pleasant. Look around. These are all purveyors of bespoke jewelry. Inzaghi brandished a brochure to flaunt to his teammates. Are you contemplating a custom engagement ring, Your Majesty? Ambrosini jested. A ring? Certainly not. Inzaghi exaggeratedly proclaimed. Diamonds are merely a ruse by those merchants. Only gold possesses true value. I intend to commission a crown and a scepter, and I hope the gems in my crown will surpass those of the Queen. You might be disappointed, Juan Kaiwin interjected. I have seen the crown of Queen Mary, reputed to be worth nearly £500 million. Your funds may fall short. Humph. Inzaghi chuckled. I am well aware of that. Which is why I have reserved spaces for the gems. Once we reach England, I shall seize the jewels from the English to adorn my crown. Juan Kaiwin playfully raised his thumb. Just remember not to damage my home while you're storming London. I've invested quite a sum in renovations. Fear not. Once we conquer England, I shall grant you the title of Prince of Wales. Inzaghi casually mentioned a title he had heard. Juan Kaiwin raised his middle finger. He was disinclined to be either Inzaghi's successor or the English heir. The Prince of Wales is a title bestowed upon male heirs by the British royal family. Guardiola cheerfully strode to the center of the locker room, clapping his hands as he said, I apologize for interrupting your discussion of national matters. But I must remind you that a score of 3-1 does not guarantee our victory. You must continue to score in the second half. The locker room echoed with agreement. Messi, hiding in a corner, stifled a laugh. He suddenly realized that Guardiola had changed. In his previous days at Barcelona, Guardiola would not have so nonchalantly asserted the need for further goals after a 3-1 lead. It seems Milan is indeed a magical city, capable of transforming everyone. After the halftime break, as they exited the locker room, they encountered the Napoli players. There were no deep-seated grudges between the teams. Yet the intensity of the confrontation today was palpable. Familiar players exchanged no greetings, each heading to their respective fields. Shortly after the second half commenced, Napoli substituted Andrea Dossena for Camillo Zuniga, aiming to bolster their defensive capabilities. Dossena, the Italian winger, possessed significantly higher tactical acumen than the robust Zuniga. Napoli orchestrated an offensive play, still relying on long passes from the back. This time, Cavani laid the ball off to the right flank. Marchisio surged forward, immediately delivering a cross. Buffon dashed from his goal, successfully claiming the ball right in front of Cavani. What an impressive display of reflexes. Buffon's speed is indeed remarkable. Some may claim Buffon is in decline, but his performance remains exceptionally steady. Grasping the ball, Buffon executed a one-handed throw toward the center circle. Inel positioned himself directly behind Ibrahimovic, who deftly flicked the ball on, allowing Hwang Kaiwan to make a timely diagonal run and effortlessly control the ball. As Hwang Kaiwan received the ball, the players of Napoli frantically pursued him. Messi, instead of immediately springing into action, lingered by Hwang Kaiwan's side. Upon receiving a glance from Hwang, Messi surged forward with alacrity. With a deft touch, Hwang Kaiwan nudged the ball with his right foot, subsequently using the inside of his right foot to flick it back. Before the defender, Zameli, could regain his balance, Hwang swiftly released the ball once more. The orb found its way perfectly to Messi's feet. Just as Messi prepared to advance, the returning Lavezzi collided forcefully with him from behind. The referee promptly intervened, attempting to mediate between the players, yet refrained from issuing a card to Lavezzi. Unscathed, Lavezzi concealed himself behind his teammates, casting a provocative glare towards the Milan players. Damn it! Ramos was ready to retaliate, but Hwang quickly restrained him. Recently, the reputation of their close-knit group had suffered due to reports that the Catalans faced little in the way of repercussions. Engaging in violence would surely attract severe penalties from the Italian Football Federation. You take the free kick, Hwang instructed Messi, hoping he would score and silence their adversaries. However, the distance was considerable and close to the sideline, resulting in Messi's free kick missing the target. As he walked back, Lavezzi did not miss the opportunity to glare provocatively at Hwang. Hwang was tempted to retaliate, yet before he could act, Napoli advanced the ball forward. Lavezzi had barely crossed the halfway line when Van Bommel, already primed, sprinted 15 meters and executed a two-footed tackle, sending Lavezzi crashing out of bounds. Calm down, Hwang urged as he swiftly positioned himself to shield Van Bommel. After all, it was not Milan's loss, and calling for calm was prudent. The Dutch captain, displaying cunning maturity, refrained from further provocation unlike the younger players. He had decisively tackled Lavezzi, lowering his head to diminish his presence. The Napoli players were visibly incensed. Van Bommel's tackle had been a bold charge from midfield to the sideline, launching Lavezzi into the advertising boards. In such circumstances, no player would emerge unscathed. However, Milan possessed far greater combat experience. Ramos observed Hwang's restraint and stood firmly to separate the two sides. He, Buffon, and Thiago Silva formed an impenetrable wall, both in height and strength. Given the day's events, it was evident that tensions would escalate. Indeed, Lavezzi exhibited the characteristic flair of South American players, perhaps engaging in verbal taunts while using his hands, and Van Bommel had acted without hesitation, seizing the moment with precision. Mazzari attempted to restrain Van Bommel from leaving the pitch, but Gattuso and Inzaghi pushed him aside, reminding the coach to maintain composure, especially since Van Bommel had already been shown a red card. Hwang then approached Napoli's captain, Paolo Cannavaro, in hopes of persuading his teammates to regain their composure. It is hardly surprising that the players of Napoli were emotionally charged. Van Bommel's tackle was exceedingly harsh, and Lavezzi will likely need an extended period to recuperate. The commotion among the spectators persisted for quite some time, with the local Roma fans being the most fervent, known for their propensity for trouble. The Roma supporters have a particular admiration for Ramos, who stands out as the most favored Milan player among them, illustrating their character quite vividly. However, it appears that Van Bommel's standing will significantly rise after today. That tackle was unambiguous in its intent. Lavezzi may not grace the pitch again for at least half a year. Milan's midfield suddenly found itself diminished, prompting Guardiola to urgently call upon Rakitic and Gattuso to warm up on the sidelines. Gattuso anticipated that Rakitic would be the one to enter, yet he refrained from voicing any complaints. Every player must eventually confront the passage of time. The distinction lies in the attitude one adopts in facing it. Van Bommel's red card shattered the deadlock on the field, rekindling the fighting spirit of Napoli, who had previously harbored little hope for the championship. Eduardo Vargas, substituted by Mazzari, formed a dynamic duo with Cavani, combining speed and height. The Napoli midfield, boasting numerical superiority, organized themselves with composure. Hamsik advanced his position significantly. A precise through ball was delivered to him, yet Kroos swiftly pressed him. Hamsik, lacking in pace, found himself unable to shake off Kroos. And after an unsuccessful attempt to evade him, he promptly passed the ball to the left flank, where Docena waited. Docena, who once played 2 seasons at Liverpool but managed only 18 appearances due to his struggle to adapt to the Premier League, was sold back to Serie A at a low price. As a former fullback, his ability to penetrate in this position is limited, but with Van Bommel off the pitch, no one rushed to cover him. By the time Ramos advanced, Docena had already pivoted and delivered a cross. What a strike it was, lofted into the box. Yet Godin and Thiago Silva, both possessing exceptional heading ability, proved formidable. The attempt was indeed cleared out for a corner kick. Observing closely, it appears that the most effective strategy for scoring against AC Milan is to capitalize on their set pieces, especially corners, when they tend to commit more players forward, making counterattacks more fruitful. Although AC Milan accumulates a fair number of cards, their fouls are not particularly frequent. Most bookings arise from tactical substitutions. Rakitic replaced Toni Kroos, a Croatian midfielder held in high regard under Guardiola's management. I believe Rakitic possesses a more comprehensive skill set. He resembles a younger, more agile Ambrosini. While both Kroos and De Bruyne can deliver superior passes, AC Milan does not require such high organizational prowess. Their focus often lies in strengthening their defense. During this corner, Napoli committed numerous players forward. Hamsik, after a brief run-up, deftly flicked the ball towards the near post. Clearly, this was part of Napoli's strategic plan. Aronica and Inler awaited here, and at a crucial moment, Antonini stepped forward. Although his premature leap failed to deceive his opponents, he had gained a significant height advantage by the time the Napoli players took off. In midair, Antonini spread his arms, inadvertently affecting Aronica. Buffon successfully punched the ball to the left flank, where it landed squarely at Hwang Kaiwan's feet. A wave of astonishment swept through the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. Quickly retreat. Everyone back? Mazzari shouted from the sidelines. The Napoli players also sought to regain their defensive positions, but Hwang Kaiwan offered them no opportunity. With no extraneous movements, he forcefully propelled the ball forward with his left foot, embodying the form of a sprinter on the track, gliding just above the grass. In the blink of an eye, Hwang Kaiwan had crossed the halfway line from his own penalty area. Such speed unnerved De Sanctis, who, originally stationed in the small box, hastily retreated to the goal line, daring not to advance a single step. Damn, Hwang Kaiwan's goal from midfield is terrifying. Zemaili was on the brink of madness. The entire backline consisted only of him and Paulo Cannavaro. Although Ibrahimovic was not present, they needed to confront Hwang Kaiwan and Messi in a 2-on-2 situation, a task far beyond the capability of a player earning over $1 million in salary. Zemaili's focus on shifting his weight was lost, with no teammates to assist. He had only one thought: to tackle Hwang Kaiwan with a sliding challenge. With only a single defender beside him, Hwang Kaiwan possessed a multitude of ways to elude him. Just as Zemaili's foot approached within half a meter, Hwang Kaiwan took a step forward with his left foot, followed swiftly by his right. He skillfully lifted the ball high into the air with both feet, executing a rainbow flick. Hwang Kaiwan soared over Zemaili with remarkable finesse, their bodies scarcely making contact. The ball landed precisely in front of Hwang Kaiwan. He lifted his foot, preparing to make an aerial pass to Messi, only to hear a wail behind him. The opponent's cries were heart-wrenching, prompting Hwang Kaiwan to turn and play the ball out of bounds. He quickly glanced back, and the previously grounded Zemaili sprang to his feet. Clasping his hands in gratitude and bowing repeatedly, a broad smile plastered across his face. Hwang Kaiwan thought, "Damn, this guy is acting." Amused yet bewildered, he made his way back. Zemaili proved to be quite clever. The crucial point was that he had not attempted to deceive Hwang Kaiwan into receiving a card. Thus, Hwang Kaiwan found it difficult to react. "Susong, huh? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen Hwang Kaiwan being outwitted. How should I put it? A gentleman can be deceived with decorum." Hwang Kaiwan, with his commendable sportsmanship, immediately kicked the ball out of play upon hearing of the opponent's injury, completely unaware that the other party was deceiving him. Indeed, Hwang Kaiwan embodies the essence of a gentleman on the field. He is likely the only player to intentionally miss a penalty in a Champions League final, while others merely seek to show off in less significant matches. Truly, I have never witnessed a player willfully miss a penalty in a final for an unfair advantage. One can only say that Huang Kaiwen possesses extraordinary confidence. Rest assured, despite Huang Kaiwen's seemingly cheerful demeanor, he undoubtedly harbors grudges. And I believe the matter will not be resolved without at least 2 goals. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen is known for his sweet words. Yet he shows no mercy on the pitch. The referee, Bridge, swiftly brandished a yellow card. Zameli's smile faded as he pursued Bridge, attempting to explain. This is merely a jest. Kaiwen is unfazed. Yes, but I am concerned, replied Bridge, pointing at Zameli. Such behavior can lead to the neglect of players who are genuinely injured, and it is absolutely unacceptable in my matches. Upon hearing the referee's words, Cannavaro, who had intended to intervene, retreated to the backfield, discontented. Maggio threw the ball out, and Rakitic and Antonini immediately pressed forward. Inler, slightly delayed in controlling the ball, found Rakitic surging toward him upon adjustment. Aware of the danger, Inler swiftly turned and passed the ball to the left flank, where Ramos successfully intercepted. With the ball now in his possession, Ramos carried it wide, and as Dos Santos approached to challenge, he deftly shifted the ball to the advancing Ambrosini. Although Ambrosini's touch was slightly slow, it proved effective. The entire Napoli defense shifted its focus toward the right flank. Ambrosini adjusted and delivered a pass with the outside of his foot, sending the ball swiftly between Dos Santos and Zameli into the penalty area. Messi, suddenly springing into action, received the ball and, confronted by 3 defenders, executed a quick right-footed through ball. Ibrahimovic in the center merely grazed the ball without retaining possession. The ball rolled past the sideline and collided with Cannavaro. The Napoli captain, taken by surprise, found the ball bouncing off his foot and into the space behind him. De Sanctis lunged for the ball, but Huang Kaiwen was quicker, diving to connect with the ball. In such moments, victory belongs to whoever touches the ball first. De Sanctis, a fraction too late, could only watch as the ball rolled past the goal line. 41. Huang Kaiwen scored his second goal. We previously mentioned that AC Milan could indeed find the net. Messi's sudden burst on the right drew 3 defenders, simplifying the ensuing play. Indeed, many players in AC Milan possess such capabilities, which is what makes them formidable. Despite being outnumbered, they seize opportunities to score immediately. Although the philosophy of team football gains traction, these stars continually remind us that individual prowess can indeed alter the course of a match. In the current scenario, who could discern that AC Milan is down a man? Guardiola turned to the bench, extending his infamous right hand towards Cruz, who looked utterly astonished. Dominic Torrent quickly interjected. Pep, Tony was substituted just moments ago. I forgot, Guardiola chuckled, patting his forehead. Then let Gennaro warm up. Pep, you just had him warming up. You won't deny him a chance to play this time, will you? Torrent inquired. Although Gattuso is quite approachable, his appearance is undeniably formidable. Torrent genuinely fears that Guardiola might incite Gattuso into a fervent outburst, potentially leading him to deliver a few punches. Rest assured, Guardiola dismissively waved his hand, indicating that as long as they could replace Huang Kaiwen to bolster their defense, it mattered little who took the field. Everyone, get your act together, shouted little Cannavaro, clapping his hands. Standing 10 centimeters taller than his brother Fabio, he boasted superior physical attributes. Little Cannavaro strode towards the midfield, calling out, AC Milan is down a man. They won't hold out for long. For the championship, we must give our all. Let's go, echoed Maggio's rallying cry. With no championships to be claimed in either the league or European competitions, their only pursuit lay in domestic cup tournaments. This match was undoubtedly the most critical of their season. Their ranking was not as high as last year, making Champions League qualification difficult while still remaining in contention for the Europa League. This match could very well be their last. Napoli players rallied and returned to the midfield, and the fans in attendance offered them some goodwill. Beyond the mere outcome of the game, the spirit of relentless perseverance held great significance. No fan wishes to witness a lackluster performance. As the game resumed, they lacked midfield organization and passed the ball directly to the right side to Maggio. Hamsik positioned himself to the right as well, allowing for seamless interplay between the two. Compared to the other side with Dos Santos, Maggio possessed superior dribbling abilities. Ambrosini joined Huang Kaiwen in pressing forward, while Rakitic promptly fell back to bolster the defensive line. With one fewer player in midfield, the 2 central midfielders could not press together. However, Napoli anticipated this scenario. Maggio swiftly relayed the ball to Hamsik, who was already prepared, and quickly executed a forward pass. Cavani, dropping back, received the ball, shielding it from Rakitic. Despite Rakitic's valiant efforts, he lacked an advantage in physical confrontation. Observing this, Godin charged forward. Well acquainted with Cavani's characteristics as a national teammate, Cavani awaited Hamsik's arrival before executing a back pass. Hamsik met the ball with a powerful right-footed strike. What a remarkable long-range shot. The attempt was rather tricky, but Buffon reacted swiftly. Despite his positioning favoring the left, he quickly extended his leg to deflect the ball away. Today, Napoli earned numerous corner kicks. However, none posed a threat to AC Milan, primarily due to Milan's exceptional aerial defense. While much has been said about Godin and Thiago Silva, Chelsea captain Terry claimed in an interview that Ramos possesses the best physical attributes among all defenders today. Indeed, Ramos's leaping ability is impressive, and his long passing skills are equally outstanding. It appeared that Napoli players were embroiled in a dispute over who would take the corner. Hamsik and Inler were arguing near the corner flag. "Stay alert, they're trying to deceive us," Hwang Kaiwan cautioned. The Milan players, initially caught up in the spectacle, swiftly tightened their focus. Indeed, the irate Hamsik, departing from the corner area, dashed forward and unleashed a strike. The quality of the ball was subpar, but with a prompt from Hwang Kaiwan, Ramos nudged it forward, effortlessly controlling it with his chest. As Ramos turned to pass to Hwang Kaiwan, he found himself pressured by Cavani's rapid advance, forcing him to pivot again and clear the ball with a powerful kick. "How do you know they're deceiving us, Kevin?" Buffon inquired curiously. "I can't say for certain, but it seems plausible," Hwang Kaiwan replied with a smile. At this juncture, if the Napoli players were in their right minds, they wouldn't be bickering over a corner kick. It's not a penalty or a free kick. I suspect they might be trying to catch us off guard for a surprise attack. Buffon chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Truly a master of tactical corner kicks. While others are merely spectators, Kevin is already contemplating their theatrics. Napoli, returning with renewed vigor, persisted down the right flank. Hamsik, drawing Ambrosini in, once again distributed the ball to Maggio. The ball slipped past Hwang Kaiwan toward the sideline. Maggio, suddenly igniting with intricate footwork along the line, was met by Antonini, who seized the opportunity to poke the ball away, sending it behind Maggio. Hwang Kaiwan instinctively sprinted toward the sideline to receive it. "Tackle him," Hamsik shouted, charging toward the flank. Hwang Kaiwan had barely taken 2 steps when he spun and unleashed a powerful left-footed strike. The sound echoed like thunder, freezing the Napoli players, who had been rushing towards him, in their tracks as they gazed up at the sky. On the sidelines, Mazzari's mood was far less buoyant, for De Sanctis was positioned too far out. Mazzari's gaze was fixed on De Sanctis, who, realizing Hwang Kaiwan was aiming directly for the goal, turned to sprint back. Yet, the ball was traveling at a pace that outstripped him. Before De Sanctis could reach the small box, the ball had already soared to the line. In a moment of despair, De Sanctis leapt with his left foot, but under such circumstances, he could not possibly make contact with the ball, becoming a mere backdrop to the impending goal. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The crowd at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome erupted in a frenzy, leaping from their seats and roaring with exhilaration. Following one spectacular goal after another, Hwang Kaiwan netted yet another remarkable strike. Watching Hwang Kaiwan play, one can never predict where the pinnacle of excitement lies. Amidst the spectacle, the once great Maradona, now somewhat out of shape, sat in the stands, his expression one of disappointment. He had hoped to witness his former club triumph over the formidable AC Milan, but that remained an elusive dream. Kevin! Goal! Hwang Kaiwan executed yet another breathtaking long-range shot from midfield, a 60-meter lob that showcased impeccable power and precision, with no room for criticism. Kevin once again performed the remarkable feat of a hat trick. Today's goals unveiled a startling truth. The fouls from the opposing team were utterly ineffective against him. During his initial offensive play, he took a mere 11 seconds. However, following a foul by the adversary, he orchestrated an attack from the vicinity of the penalty area in even less time. Thus, it can be said that any foul against Kevin is nothing more than a futile endeavor. The infractions by Napoli merely afforded them a few seconds of respite, delaying the inevitable goal by a fraction. The principal challenge in the Ballon d'Or selection lies in how the judges will choose one or several of Kevin's myriad splendid goals from the season to feature on the website for fan voting. The illustrious Hwang Kevin, having completed his hat trick, once again executed a stunning backflip in the corner flag area, eliciting another round of cheers from the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. His signature celebration is a spectacle to behold, no matter how many times one witnesses it. The excitement remains palpable. As he approached the sidelines, Rakitic rushed over to remind him, "Kevin, the coach is making a substitution." Kevin glanced toward the touchline, where indeed the fourth official had raised the substitution board. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and made his way to the sidelines. Amidst the applause from the Stadio Olimpico, he lightly tapped Gattuso's hand and casually handed over the captain's armband. Gattuso donned the armband and quickly dashed onto the pitch. Guardiola handed him a towel and a water bottle, saying, "Take a breather today. You may need to feature against Arsenal, even if it doesn't pertain to progression. Scoring to secure your position on the scoring list would be beneficial." Kevin replied, "Professor, what on earth is going on with you?" He had never even contemplated playing against Arsenal. It was surprising that Guardiola would utter such words to him. Kevin could only perceive it as a jab at Wenger. After a quick rinse, he returned to the substitutes bench. Inzaghi nudged Kevin with his arm and suggested, "How about we celebrate tonight? I have a friend who works in the film industry. It would be an eye-opening experience for you." "Forget it. I'm not interested," Kevin advised. "You shouldn't be preoccupied with leisure all the time. Find a good woman to settle down with, or else your substantial inheritance will have no one to pass it on to." Inzaghi merely pouted in silence. It was precisely because he struggled to find a suitable partner that he indulged in such escapades. In youth, he took relationships for granted. But as he aged and sought marriage, he found that the women he encountered often came with a myriad of issues, some solely after his wealth. Though such circumstances are common among players, Inzaghi felt that as the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, he should not be likened to ordinary athletes. Moments later, Guardiola substituted Pirlo for Messi, prompting Milan to adopt a more defensive stance. Nonetheless, even in this configuration, Milan's counterattacks remained threatening. Yet, with only Ibrahimovic at the forefront, they ultimately failed to breach the opponent's goal again. With a powerful kick from Pirlo, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Amidst the celebrations, Inzaghi, having procured champagne from an unknown source, burst onto the field and exuberantly sprayed it around. This fellow never lagged behind when it came to celebrating. Kaiwan declined the invitations of his teammates and leaned against the side of the players' tunnel. When Van Bommel approached, embraced him, exclaiming, "Well done, Mark. Let us revel in this championship together." Noticing that had not departed, Van Bommel also paused. After a moment, he observed Nesta and Kaka, among others, donning their jerseys. "Let us go, fellows," waved, prompting a wave of cheers as they entered the field. What was Kaiwan doing there? One might wonder. He was indeed awaiting Kaka and Nesta. Kaiwan undeniably deserved the captain's armband. Regardless of the scoreline, he consistently stepped up, uniting his teammates both on and off the pitch. Although he appeared slightly younger than his peers, Kaiwan, having entered the football realm 6 years ago, was now 29. His professional journey began and returned to AC Milan, where he crafted history in the city, particularly as next season will see the unveiling of a new stadium bearing his name, an unparalleled honor for any player. As Gary Lineker famously articulated, "Football is a game where 22 individuals run for 90 minutes, culminating in a victory for Hwang's teammates." While this statement may be somewhat exaggerated, Kaiwan has unequivocally validated Lineker's assertion. Within a mere 8 years, he amassed 7 league titles, 7 Champions League titles, 3 Coppa Italia titles, 2 Copa del Rey titles, 2 FA Cup titles, and 2 English League Cup titles. Even Sir Alex Ferguson remarked that had Manchester United possessed Kaiwan, their dynasty would have endured until 2020. The entire Stadio Olimpico in Rome rose to its feet in applause, not solely in recognition of Kaiwan's performance, but also in gratitude for his contributions to Italian football. The tales of the 2006 World Cup continue to circulate, and during Serie A's decline, Hwang made the pivotal choice to return to AC Milan, injecting a vital boost into Italian football. Indeed, broadcasting revenue and sponsorship funds do not deceive. Hwang's return elevated Serie A's brand value by over €1 billion, benefiting every team in the league. The fans are acutely aware of who orchestrated this transformation, ensuring that Kaiwan will never encounter hostility in Italy. As the players from Napoli hurried away, the time had finally arrived for the main event. The most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Van Persie, who could hardly contain his excitement even while lining up. Each time the camera panned to him, he grinned widely, his joy evident. Next up is the Italian champions, Kevin and his team. The DJ at the Stadio Olimpico jested, a moniker widely associated with AC Milan. The Milan players, however, expressed no dissent. Rather, they marched proudly onto the podium one after another. For them, Kevin represented far more than just a name. Buffon was the first to ascend the podium, followed closely by Juan Kaiwan and Kaká. After Kaká received his award, Juan stepped forward. "Congratulations on yet another championship, Kevin." The president of the Italian Football Federation, Abet, clasped Juan Kaiwan's hand and remarked. Juan Kaiwan inquired, "Why is Maradona not here? I noticed a banner at the stadium. Napoli lost, and he did not wish to attend the awards." Abet replied with a hint of resignation. Juan Kaiwan chuckled. "That's truly Maradona's character." After exerting himself twice, he finally extricated his hand from Abet's grasp. Abet offered an awkward smile. Juan Kaiwan then descended from the podium. One by one, the Milan players stood before the arch commemorating the Italian Cup champions of the 2011 to 2012 season. "Rob and Mark, come here." Juan Kaiwan beckoned. Van Persie promptly jogged over with a smile. Van Bommel hesitated before saying, "You're the captain. You should do it." "It's fine. We're all tired of lifting it." "It's not easy for the Dutchman to win the championship," Juan Kaiwan teased. Van Bommel, caught between laughter and exasperation, stepped forward, flanking Van Persie as they grasped the trophy. Juan Kaiwan stood behind them, arms wide open, one arm embracing Kaká and Cruz, the other wrapping around Ramos and Messi. As the Milan players gathered around him, amidst the countdown from the crowd, Van Persie and Van Bommel raised the trophy high. The Olympic Stadium in Rome transformed into a sea of joy. The Milan families were well versed in the festivities. Juan Kaiwan and his teammates took several photographs before engaging in playful antics with the children. The teammates' children had grown considerably. Gabriel was now a 9-year-old lad, beginning to take an interest in his appearance, no longer chasing after the younger kids. 10-year-old Maria stood nearby. Kaká remarked with a smile, "Kaiwan is always so adored by children. I hope that when Paul grows up, he will also be fond of Kaiwan." "Paul is right here," Nesta interjected with a smirk. Kaká turned to see Paolo Maldini with a scowl. Although in Europe, naming a child after someone signifies affection, Maldini was somewhat aware of the reasons behind Juan Kaiwan and Kaká's choice of names. Or perhaps, the very name Kevin Maldini carried a hint of mischief. Messi was joyfully playing among a group of children, racing alongside Juan Kaiwan and a throng of youngsters. Many fans chose to linger in the stadium, continuing to watch. Besides the fervor and struggle, the warm interactions between players and their families also constitute an essential aspect of the verdant field. "Don't you feel you ought to have a child as well?" Torres inquired. Inzaghi snorted and dashed to the side to grab the trophy, continuing to pose for the photographer. As for his inner thoughts, only he was privy to them. Van Bommel's 2 sons, Thomas and Ruben, were not very familiar with Juan Kaiwan, and being just over 10 years old, they pondered more deeply, standing timidly at the periphery. Observing this, Juan Kaiwan directly passed the ball to Thomas. Thomas's skills were nowhere near his father's, and his first touch sent the ball far afield. Ruben dashed forward, completely disregarding sibling solidarity. Van Bommel stood by, smiling, as he relished the scene before him. Previously, the implications of a red card suspension held little significance for him. His sole focus was on striving for victory through his own efforts amidst the unfolding events on the pitch. After securing the Champions League title, he yearned for stability. "Hey, return the trophy to me," Inzaghi exclaimed vociferously. Van Persie, clutching the trophy, dashed across the field, with Inzaghi trailing behind. Ultimately, Inzaghi succumbed to fatigue, conceding the chase after a brief sprint. Van Persie, one hand adorned with 3 medals and the other grasping the Coppa Italia trophy, called out to the cameras, "Arjan, Wesley, did you see that? Before long, I shall also claim the Serie A title and the Champions League trophy." Robin, watching the live broadcast from his television, scowled in dismay. "Damn it, when we next meet in national team duties, I'll give Van Persie a proper whack." Bayern's signings were indeed swift. Having recently secured a player from Zaragoza who netted 2 against Barcelona for 15 million, he seemed slightly more formidable than Antony. Being a one-footed player with a remarkable outside foot, Bayern's acquisitions were truly impressive. "I assumed he was here to assist me," he mused in the mixed zone. Van Persie, bare-chested, showcased his 3 medals prominently around his neck. The sports journalist recognized them immediately as the medals for the UEFA Super Cup, the FIFA Club World Cup, and the Coppa Italia. Despite harboring some reservations about Van Persie's ostentatious displays, the reporters eagerly pursued interviews. Van Persie, equally accommodating, smiled as he remarked, I arrived in Milan primarily for the honor. Money is not my foremost concern. Born in this era, the prospect of winning a Ballon d'Or has faded. Thus I aspire to secure more championships, and today's achievements are a testament to my endeavors. Is it true that your transfer was facilitated by Van Bommel contacting Kevin? A reporter inquired. Van Persie brushed his damp bangs aside and shook his head. I have a good relationship with Mark, but I did not communicate with him prior to coming to Milan. The specifics are not for public disclosure, but I can assert that joining AC Milan is quite a challenge. Van Persie couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Had he not once infiltrated Kevin's home, he might still be sitting at home watching AC Milan claim their titles on television. After joining Milan, Van Persie discerned clearly that as long as Kevin was present, the absence of any player was inconsequential. Is it a Dutch tradition to bestow gifts upon others? A journalist of distinctly Spanish descent queried. Why do you say that? Van Persie replied. Because, previously, both Robin and Sneijder, as well as Huntelaar, have privately gifted Kevin on several occasions, the journalist explained. Van Persie retorted, damn, those fellows. They never mentioned such an important matter to him. Resolute, Van Persie resolved to consult his wife upon returning home to prepare a suitable gift for Kevin. However, he did not reveal his thoughts on his face, and sarcastically remarked, the Netherlands does not possess this tradition, yet some individuals, fearing for their precarious positions, may indeed resort to other measures. I know Kevin is not one of those people, yet there are always those eager to present him with gifts. The journalists were elated, as this clearly hinted at discord within the Dutch national team. They were keen to pursue further inquiries. Nonetheless, Van Persie, preoccupied with preparing gifts, had little inclination to respond to the reporters. A keen-eyed journalist spotted Messi nearby and rushed over to pose a question. Lionel, is this your first championship since your transfer to AC Milan? Are you feeling excited? Messi smiled subtly and replied, I am delighted to have secured the championship. The journalist pressed on, what are your thoughts on AC Milan? Without a moment's hesitation, Messi answered, it is splendid. On my very first day here, when Cesare Maldini showed me around the trophy room, he told me that Milan is more than just a club. I feel this truth in every match and in life. The team is akin to a large family, where everyone is willing to contribute for the sake of the family. Comparing it to Barcelona, the journalist continued. What do you think is better? Messi's expression finally reflected some difficulty, and after nearly 20 seconds, he spoke. The philosophies of Barcelona and Milan are entirely distinct. I cannot compare two of the finest clubs in football. In truth, Messi had already come to regard Milan as superior. Social interactions transcend background and geography, and the club environment feels simpler. However, Barcelona had once been a healing presence for him, making it difficult for him to voice any disparagement against the Catalan club. Realizing that no significant news could be extracted from Messi, the reporters shifted to more conventional inquiries. Who do you believe is superior, you or Kevin? One journalist asked. Without a trace of hesitation, Messi replied, Kevin. Did you see the match? Kevin's last goal. I still cannot comprehend how that ball went in. I have often watched his highlight reels and attempted to imitate him, but I have often fallen short. After becoming teammates, Kevin explained to me how he strikes a particular ball, the areas he uses. I could only marvel at his skill. It is challenging to find a player with ball control and technique surpassing Kevin's. Is Kevin even better than Maradona? The reporter queried. Messi fell silent once again. Observing the proceedings from the sidelines, Ambrosini abruptly pulled Messi aside and admonished the journalists. Do not expect to uncover news from Milan. We have just won a championship, and you wish to make things difficult for our players. If this continues, no one will come to the mixed zone. After leading Messi away, Ambrosini advised. When faced with unwelcome questions, you may firmly decline, but sometimes the tone of refusal reveals more than one intends. It is too complicated. I prefer to focus on playing football, Messi murmured. Such is the reality of playing for a prestigious club. You know Totti, right? That guy struggles to gauge the nuances of press conferences, often saying too much, and there is always friction between him and the coach. Does every coach truly bear the blame? Ambrosini remarked. Even a devoted figure like Ranieri struggles to collaborate with Totti, which illustrates the complexity of Totti's character. Many Italian players exhibit a certain idiosyncrasy. Among them, Ambrosini is relatively mild-mannered. During the post-match conference, Mazzarri had already been seated for some time when Guardiola took his place. The journalists could no longer contain their inquiries. Why did Kevin not attend the press conference? Who is the true core of AC Milan, Messi or Kevin? Mr. Mazzarri. Will the disheartening defeat in the final impact the league, potentially causing you to fall out of European competition? Pep, could you elaborate on the key to today's victory? With Pirlo extending his contract for another year this summer, will you facilitate the club in renewing his contract during this transfer period? Guardiola adjusted his collar, leaned into the microphone, and remarked, Kevin did not attend the press conference because he chose not to. I will not compel players to participate. Within the team, some relish media interactions, while others do not. Is it Cruz who enjoys such attention? A journalist queried, eliciting laughter from the room. Sports reporters are well aware of Cruz's temperament. That East German lad is exceedingly forthright. Despite often speaking the truth, he inevitably offends some. They all knew Guardiola had imposed a media ban on Cruz. Who knew? Guardiola shrugged and replied, You don't engage with players regularly, so it's difficult to understand their personalities. Much of what you read in the papers is conjecture based on mere observations. If someone is seen eating McDonald's once, they are labeled as undisciplined. If another is spotted on a date, they are deemed a barfly. I often ponder whether I should become a sports journalist if I were to leave coaching. Suddenly, Mazzari interjected, There are many unknowns on the football field. Yet I knew prior to the match that victory would be elusive. It's akin to my sister giving birth. I do not know whether I will become an uncle or an aunt, but I am certain that the child will undoubtedly be my sister-S. Upon finishing, he stood up, seemingly oblivious to his own words. The press conference is always a platform for the vanquished to face scrutiny. Guardiola, however, maintained his composure, skillfully redirecting the conversation. This is merely a rhetorical device, perhaps tied to some psychological factors. You must understand that, Mr. Mazzari intended to convey that he does not know whether his sister's child will be a boy or a girl, yet it is certainly her child. He used this analogy to reflect on today's win or loss. However, I do not believe that Milan had secured victory before the match commenced. You witnessed the flow of the game. Napoli played with determination and executed their tactics exceptionally well, yet our players altered the outcome through their individual prowess. Mr. Guardiola, you still have not clarified who the core of the team is, Messi or Kevin. You wouldn't claim to be uncertain about becoming an uncle or an aunt, would you? A journalist asked, prompting another round of laughter. In the presence of a coach like Guardiola, the journalists seemed to relax a bit. Even when they sought news, they preferred to avoid the ire of Ferguson's red-faced reprimands at every post-match encounter. Guardiola smiled and raised a finger, stating, Typically, I refrain from answering such inquiries. But I wholeheartedly concur with the DJ's characterization of Milan today. In Milan, only Kevin is exceptional. A reporter raised his hand and inquired, Mr. Guardiola, do you have any comments on Van Bommel's malicious foul today? Guardiola's smile gradually faded, and he replied in a subdued tone, Mark was merely trying to protect his teammate. His actions were somewhat excessive, yet I shall not penalize him for his conduct. I will advise him to adopt a more tempered approach, as I believe we can communicate pleasantly, for Mark is not a bad person. Having said this, Guardiola then rose. The entire Milan team celebrated directly in Rome, at a hotel they had long since arranged. As it was still the season, they indulged in champagne with a lower alcohol content. Nevertheless, Juan Kevin was not spared from being inundated with drinks. The following afternoon, when he awoke, Juan Kevin found himself being whisked away by Inzaghi and others to tour the city of Rome. Later that day, upon returning home, he discovered it was already April. Juan Kevin opened the system and immediately noticed the latest store refresh along with a plethora of interception notifications. Special template, Dai Quanlin, 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Sancho 4,000 points. Anthony 4,700 points. Pogba 8,100 points. Skills, long pass mastery 2,500 points. Power shot mastery 1,500 points. Triathlon mastery 100 points. Items, 24-hour immunity card 20 points. Special item, Bayern Munich scout video 2,000 points. After pondering for a while, Juan Kevin finally recalled who Dai Quanlin was. He is the character A Dao from Crayon Shinchan. Although he appears quite foolish, he possesses a wealth of peculiar knowledge and is portrayed as a scientist in the theatrical version. The subsequent 3 templates are the Red Devils trifecta. Manchester United's recruitment is remarkably peculiar. Spending over €100 million is comparable to others' €10 million signings, perhaps even inferior. While Pogba has performed decently at Manchester United, his attitude is lackadaisical, his appearance rate low, and his negative impact is quite apparent. What astonished Juan Kevin the most was that after Pogba's suspension, Juventus sought compensation from Manchester United. How can such a thing occur without a transfer fee? Regarding the Bayern scout video, Juan Kevin found it quite valuable. Bayern's recruitment cannot be said to be consistently successful, yet its success rate remains relatively high. Compared to the subsequent Chelsea and Manchester United, it is undoubtedly superior. But Juan Kevin simply knows who can perform. Thus, this item holds limited utility. Ultimately, Juan Kevin purchased the Immunity Card and Triathlon Mastery for 120 points. The skill, Triathlon Mastery, elevates one's triathlon performance to the professional average level and significantly enhances endurance. Juan Kevin had previously drawn cycling, swimming, and running. This enhancement focused on endurance rather than explosiveness, leaving Juan Kevin somewhat disappointed. This skill evidently targets the delicate rather than bold. Juan Kevin continued to explore, eager to see the fruits of this endeavor. Napoli boasts a plethora of formidable players, including Lavezzi, whom Juan Kevin despises yet acknowledges his commendable skills. Given the challenge of usurping their championship title, the gains from this encounter proved to be substantial. Ding. Successfully acquired Napoli player Cavani's Italian Cup Championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic replicated. Ding. Successfully acquired Napoli player Lavezzi's Italian Cup Championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic replicated. Ding. Successfully acquired Napoli player Hamsik's Italian Cup Championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic replicated. Ding. Successfully acquired Napoli player Paolo Cannavaro's Italian Cup Championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic replicated. Ding. Successfully acquired Napoli player Christian Maggio's Italian Cup Championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic replicated. Characteristic. I thought he was here to assist me, Cavani. When you are the primary penalty taker and face no competition for the kick, your technique, power, and psychological fortitude for this penalty will be temporarily enhanced. This skill is indeed commendable, especially suitable for the king of yellow balls. However, while Cavani possesses numerous commendable traits, the acquisition of this particular characteristic left Juan Kevin somewhat disheartened. Characteristic, Argentine lone wolf, Lavezzi. Once regarded as a potential successor to the legendary Maradona, Lavezzi's positioning and dribbling are exceptional, coupled with top-notch physical prowess. However, his overly individualistic style has hindered his synergy with teammates. With this characteristic, each second you maintain possession enhances all your dribbling attributes until you either pass the ball or take a shot. Wow. Upon reading this, Juan Kevin could hardly contain his excitement. Had he obtained this characteristic in his early career, he would have been virtually unstoppable, receiving passes from teammates. He could dribble aimlessly like Denilson, culminating in a breathtaking solo goal after a minute or two. Although this enhancement offers some improvement for Juan Kevin now, its significance is diminished as few opponents can effectively counter him. Whether he improves or not, the outcome remains largely unchanged. Characteristic, iron-willed captain, Hamsik. Since assuming the captaincy at Napoli, Hamsik has exhibited remarkable performance, proving to be a worthy leader. Possessing this characteristic allows your influence over teammates' performances to be amplified, positively or negatively. Juan Kevin appreciates such traits that can inspire his teammates. After all, his own abilities are somewhat limited, and further enhancement may not yield significant benefits. However, the capacity to galvanize his teammates' spirits is indeed a noteworthy attribute. Even Milan, throughout a lengthy season, experiences periods of fatigue. Maintaining unwavering motivation is impossible, and this characteristic can truly shine in such moments. Characteristic, money-making brothers, Paolo Cannavaro. Young Cannavaro and his brother Fabio have accrued substantial wealth at Hungtai. Although Paolo is eager, his skill level leaves much to be desired. When you and your brother are part of the same coaching staff, you can receive compensation from the club that far exceeds your abilities. Incredible. Juan Kevin finds immense satisfaction in this skill. After establishing his reputation while coaching in Milan, he envisions leading a group of his comrades to other prestigious clubs to secure some retirement funds. Particularly concerning Inzaghi, it is imperative that he not remain in Milan. Should Inzaghi ascend, all the efforts of the illustrious king of yellow balls over the years would be rendered futile. The mere thought of such a life is exceedingly delightful. With assistant coaches like Ramos, Kaká, and Inzaghi, this coaching staff boasts an impressive tally of championships, as all three assistants have participated in the World Cup, which could justify a request for higher remuneration based on their remarkable credentials. One wonders which elite club would be fortunate enough to engage the king of yellow balls and his cadre of world champions for coaching duties. Only a handful of clubs possess the financial means to afford such talent. And Huang Kaiwen is curious if this unique characteristic could compel the Southern King to offer him a staggering salary. The Southern King has always been financially astute. However, their spending is indeed prudent. Characteristics. At 30, one stands firm, Maggio. His career has consistently progressed, yet upon reaching 30, Maggio has been repeatedly selected for the Serie of Best 11. Possessing this characteristic, one's abilities are poised for a significant resurgence post-30. Huang Kaiwen muses. How many more of these aging yet exceptional traits does the king of yellow balls possess? His good friend Kaka began to decline at 30, contemplating a potential transition to a more defensive role in the coming years. In stark contrast, Huang has not only maintained his prowess, but has grown increasingly formidable. Huang Kaiwen believes that by 2040, should his team encounter difficulties, he could effortlessly step in to remedy the situation. The likes of Miura Kazuyoshi, serving as a mascot in lower divisions, pale in comparison. The king of yellow balls celebrated his 60th birthday on the grand stage of the Champions League final. To his astonishment, the reward for intercepting Napoli has proven to be exceptionally generous. One can only remark on the sheer satisfaction derived from winning the Coppa Italia. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen awakens to newspapers predominantly mocking Mazzarri. His remarks during the post-match press conference have become a source of amusement. According to the Gazzetta dello Sport, Mazzarri appears uncertain about whether he identifies as an aunt or an uncle, indicating some issues with his gender perception. Napoli ought to be mindful of this and provide care for their unique coach. It is worth noting that this coach is rather unfortunate, unlike Pep Guardiola, who transitioned directly from youth training to coaching elite teams. Mazzarri's journey has been one of steady progression from promotion battles to maintaining league status before finally coaching a powerhouse like Napoli. His performance there has been commendable, even leading the team to the Champions League last season. However, facing Milan in the Coppa Italia final proved disastrous, and Mazzarri's emotional reaction post-defeat led to his gaffe in the press conference. Surprisingly, Huang Kaiwen could not find any information from the Italian Football Federation regarding Van Bommel's disciplinary measures. Upon returning to training, the Milan players are seen jesting about the situation. It appears that for a considerable time, Mazzarri will remain a figure of ridicule in Italy. Huang Kaiwen recalls that such news is relatively common in basketball, though he does not follow it closely enough to elaborate. After a brief afternoon respite, Guardiola appeared at the training ground, clutching his tactical board. He remarked, "I am aware that we triumphed over Arsenal in the first leg by a significant margin. Yet this does not warrant complacency. I shall implement a degree of rotation in the lineup, and I hope each of you seizes this opportunity." "Am I starting?" Inzaghi inquired eagerly. Guardiola's expression momentarily faltered before he nodded. With such a substantial lead, particularly with away goals in hand, it seemed fitting to grant Inzaghi a starting position. Elated by the promise, Inzaghi exuberantly urged his teammates to pass him the ball. "Kevin, make sure you pass to me," he said, wrapping an arm around Huang Kaiwen's neck. "Do you really think the coach will let me start?" Huang Kaiwen retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Well, you could always plead your case with him," Inzaghi encouraged. "Your individual statistics are quite significant as well." Huang Kaiwen replied, "Why are both of you at odds with the professor?" Naturally, he was unwilling to acquiesce to Inzaghi's suggestion. On April 3rd, at the San Siro Stadium, Guardiola indeed made extensive alterations to the lineup. Inzaghi partnered with Ibrahimovic in a dual-forward setup, which left Huang Kaiwen somewhat perplexed. Whether alongside Van Persie or Torres, Inzaghi had consistently demonstrated effectiveness. However, both Ibrahimovic and Inzaghi lacked the requisite speed, making it difficult for them to create situations where one could sprint to draw defenders away for the other. Milan's 4-3-1-2 formation clashed against Arsenal's 4-1-4-1, clearly reflecting the mentalities of both coaches. Guardiola, usually known for his innovative tactics, adopted a more conservative approach, evidently wishing to minimize exertion against Arsenal. The match itself encapsulated this dynamic. The trio of Van Bommel, Gattuso, and Ambrosini, while somewhat competent defensively and offensively, lacked inspiration, relying heavily on De Bruyne to provide support to the attack. Van Persie gestured towards the pitch, stating, "Walcott has always admired you. He dreams of swapping jerseys with you." In the last match, he probably forgot about it due to the heavy defeat. "His playing style is vastly different from mine. Huang Kaiwen replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Perhaps he has a skewed impression. In Huang Kaiwen's experience, Arsenal players often exuded an air of superiority. He was surprised to learn that the former prince was indeed a fan of the Yellow King. One's playing style does not diminish their admiration for an idol. Many fans of Ronaldo play as defenders, Nesta remarked. His injury has nearly healed, but due to his fragile physique, Guardiola typically refrains from fielding him in standard matches. Before long, Arsenal struck first. Chamberlain delivered a corner from the left, which Koscielny converted with a header, opening the scoring. This goal elicited little reaction. The 6-1 scoreline from the first leg was not easily overturned. However, in the 25th minute, Walcott burst into the box from the right and delivered a cross, which Thiago Silva inadvertently directed to Rosicky's feet. Rosicky then calmly slotted the ball into the bottom right corner, signaling the onset of an Arsenal offensive surge. The aggregate score of 63 has ignited hopes of advancement for them, while Milan's defensive performance today has laid the groundwork for a potential comeback. As the first half drew to a close, Rosicky's long-range shot once again altered the scoreline. The once jubilant San Siro fell into a profound silence. The last time they trailed by 3 goals at halftime was against Deportivo La Coruña. The distant memory resurfaced, casting a pall over the Rossoneri. Guardiola himself did not anticipate that the defensive lineup he deployed would leave him so disheartened. This time, he did not linger outside. He pushed through the door and returned to the locker room, hurling a water bottle forcefully onto the floor before the entire team. Guardiola spoke candidly, stating, "The world says Milan has 2 squads capable of reaching the Champions League final, and I once believed that too. But what are you doing today? If this continues, we may become the first team in Champions League history to be eliminated after leading 6-1 on aggregate. It is our problem," Gattuso muttered. Arsenal's rapid succession of passes unsettled their defense, presenting numerous opportunities for the Gunners. "Of course, it is your issue. Play well in the second half." "I do not wish to summon the captain at this moment," Guardiola remarked as he exited the locker room. Ambrosini rose and moved to the center, declaring, "Let us all muster our spirits for the second half. The coach is right. We cannot always rely on Kevin, and with the final approaching, bringing him on now would increase the risk. Let us show some fight. Forza Milan. Forza Milan." Trailing by 3 goals, the Milan players felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Inzaghi sat beside Huang Kevin, nudging him with his arm and suggesting, "Talk to the coach about getting you on the pitch. Everyone prefers I stay off." "I cannot be so stubborn," Huang Kevin replied. Even in dire circumstances, Milan still held a 2-goal advantage. Inzaghi continued to encourage him, "If you don't play, I want to be able to score. Don't you want to see your friend's Champions League goal record surpass that of Shevchenko and his ilk?" "Not at all," Huang Kevin retorted. 3 goals down. "If you can score 3 for me, I'll give you 10 million, Inzaghi said, raising a finger. Huang Kevin sprang from his seat. "Hey, where are you going?" Inzaghi called out anxiously. Huang Kevin turned back, saying, "I'm going to speak with the coach about my participation. Today's writing was a bit sparse. I apologize for wasting some time," he added. "Once the funds are in place, everything will be negotiable." "Coach, I want to play." Huang Kevin positioned himself in front of Guardiola. The latter felt little surprise, merely letting out a quiet sigh. With a first leg score of 61 and a halftime score of 64 in the second leg, it was no wonder Kevin was restless. "Shall we wait a little longer? Arsenal is playing quite freely today," Guardiola advised. Eager to equalize, Arsenal's movements could hardly be subtle. He believed it would be safer for Huang Kaiwen to enter the field after Arsenal had exhausted their stamina. "Never mind, coach, it's better to secure the score early," Huang Kaiwen remarked. Upon hearing this, Guardiola realized he could not evade the situation and could only nod in agreement. Huang Kaiwen turned directly and walked towards the tunnel to begin his warm-up prematurely. During his warm-up, he did not forget to partake in a lottery. Ding! You have received a 24-hour experience card for the UEFA Champions League match between Sparta Prague and Shakhtar Donetsk from the 2000-2001 season, featuring Tomas Rosicky. Not bad. The maestro of the green pitch. This template suits him quite well. As a close friend of Inzaghi, how could he bear to see Inzaghi troubled by his Champions League goal tally? Had he been born a few centuries earlier, the nickname Timely Rain would have undoubtedly belonged to him, the king of the yellow ball. As Huang Kaiwen warmed up by the sidelines, the previously quiet San Siro began to buzz with excitement. The appearance of both teams' players had a significant impact. Arsenal, who had played fiercely in the first half, suddenly lost their rhythm. It was inevitable. Any team that saw Huang Kaiwen warming up would feel a psychological shift. Even Wenger, though mentally prepared, stumbled slightly on his feet, nearly falling at the sidelines. It was evident. He knew AC Milan would not prevail without Huang Kaiwen entering the match. His ideal scenario was to maintain the current score until the end, substituting in other attacking players to secure 2 additional goals, thus denying AC Milan the opportunity to bring Huang Kaiwen onto the pitch. To his surprise, with a 2-goal deficit, AC Milan was already preparing to make substitutions. Oh, Maydays a shin, one might exclaim. Damn, I knew Arsenal's goal was merely to set the stage for Huang Kaiwen, and indeed, he was about to be introduced. It was something even a simpleton could deduce. Although Huang Kaiwen claimed not to care about records, could he genuinely allow AC Milan to be eliminated? Therefore, his words should be taken lightly. Anyone who believes them is a fool. The crux is that Huang Kaiwen has never stated he wished to lose. One cannot truly blame him. Criticism for feigned injuries and for playing is somewhat hypocritical. Alas, I had hoped for yet another miraculous comeback akin to Deportivo La Coruña, only to find that Arsenal could only muster a decent first half. To be fair, AC Milan had made numerous rotations today, had Messi started. The situation might have unfolded differently. How could they dismiss Messi, one of the strongest players of the present, as if he were merely an ordinary player? It's unavoidable. Having watched Huang Kaiwen play so often, other players invariably seem to fall short. Huang Kaiwen continued his warm-up. Arsenal was indeed feeling the pressure. In this scenario, they executed a series of high-level combinations, yet failed to create any clear goal-scoring opportunities. Van Bommel extended his foot to block Gervinho's warm-up, causing the ball to ricochet toward the sideline. Walcott sprinted to the edge, twisted, and sent the ball back into play, only to crash heavily to the ground. Arsenal was trying to waste time. Yes, mainly because they did not want Huang Kaiwen to enter the game. They were seeking any opportunity to score first. After Gattuso intercepted the ball, he intended to kick it out of bounds. Remarkably, Rosicky used his body to block Gattuso's powerful kick. Such determination was commendable. Kroos seized the ball, turned, and attempted a long-range shot from midfield, which sailed straight out of play. Arsenal's aspiration to score another goal before Huang Kaiwen's entrance ultimately went unfulfilled. Unexpectedly, Huang Kaiwen replaced Ibrahimovic. I had anticipated a substitution for Inzaghi instead. Guardiola observed the scene, and his decision to substitute Ibrahimovic rather than Inzaghi stemmed from his own considerations. Inzaghi, having finally earned a starting position, would undoubtedly feel discontented if taken off without scoring. Even if he disregarded Inzaghi's feelings, Guardiola had to take Huang Kaiwen's perspective into account. During discussions regarding Inzaghi's contract, Galliani had hinted that Inzaghi would not be departing. Considering the relationship between Inzaghi and Huang Kaiwen, Guardiola discerned the underlying reasons. While Inzaghi still possessed considerable skill, serving as a high-paid substitute was evidently not in Milan's best interests. Yet, he managed to renew his contract annually. If Guardiola remained oblivious to the situation, he would have wasted years navigating the complexities at Barcelona. "Remember to pass to me," Inzaghi cheerfully exclaimed as he approached Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen responded with an okay gesture. Given the context of €10 million, what could he not endure? As Arsenal resumed play from the back, Inzaghi charged directly towards the goal. Szczesny promptly cleared the ball away. The pass was somewhat rushed. Gibbs failed to control it. Seizing the opportunity, Gattuso surged forward. Although he did not secure the ball immediately, his experience allowed him to position himself effectively, preventing Gibbs from making contact. Vermaelen, noticing the situation, prepared to assist. Gattuso, seizing the ball, dared not hesitate. He twisted his body and pushed past Gibbs towards the byline. With a thud, as he crossed the ball, Vermaelen intervened, deflecting it out of play. "Kevin," Gattuso called out. "Forget it, it feels mediocre. A direct shot might not succeed." Huang Kaiwen waved his hand in response. Gattuso rolled his eyes, while others prepared corner kicks to find teammates. Huang Kaiwen seemed intent on going for goal directly. Nevertheless, upon Huang Kaiwen's remark, Van Bommel approached the corner flag. With Ramos absent, he assumed the responsibility of taking the corner. Kroos, eager to showcase his abilities, had to relent. His set-piece skills were superior to those of the Dutch captain. However, due to his inconsistent positioning, he rarely had the chance to take set pieces beyond the more common penalties and free kicks. Corners presented an excellent opportunity to bolster statistical records, with some teams scoring over 10 goals from corners in a season. Van Bommel glanced at Huang Kaiwen at the edge of the area, who discreetly gestured towards the penalty box. Van Bommel quickly understood his intent. With a whistle, Van Bommel sprinted and delivered the ball towards the center, and Huang Kaiwen made a sudden forward run. However, Vermaelen leapt swiftly, glancing the ball with his head, sending it soaring out of the penalty area. Positioned further back, Ambrosini reacted instinctively, heading the ball towards the edge of the area. The contest at the apex of the arc was fiercely contested. Kroos leaped, missing the header, causing the ball to ricochet off his back. As Kroos turned and jumped alongside Alexander Song, his late jump rendered him ineffective. Although Alexander managed to make contact with the ball, it deflected into the penalty area due to his influence. Koscielny rushed forward with great speed but struggled to handle the bouncing ball. Initially, he attempted to nudge it with his abdomen, only to find it slipping beneath him, resulting in a complete miss. On the flank, Antonini seized the ball and deftly pushed it with the inside of his foot to the awaiting Kevin Huang. Sagna charged towards Huang from behind, while the flustered Koscielny hurriedly closed in. Observing the situation, Antonini swiftly positioned himself to block Oxlade-Chamberlain, preventing any disruption within the penalty area. Huang, with a deft touch of his left foot, maneuvered the ball past Koscielny towards the byline. Koscielny turned to follow, yet Sagna boldly surged past Huang on his right side. At that moment, Huang advanced with his left foot, executing a rapid turn. Enveloped by two defenders, he performed a tight Cruyff turn. Kevin! 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 The nearby spectators erupted in jubilant cheers, their excitement palpable as they chanted Huang's name, struggling to articulate their exhilaration. Sagna swiftly turned, reaching out, but failed to make contact with Huang's jersey. Noticing this, Vermaelen abandoned the other players and rushed to provide cover. As Huang moved, he deftly nudged the ball with the inside of his right foot, rolling it past Vermaelen's outstretched leg. In this scenario, Huang elegantly sidestepped, smoothly gliding past Vermaelen. Rosicky, having re-entered the penalty area, charged towards Huang. Arsenal had four defenders along the left flank. However, in the center, only young Gibbs stood beside Van Bommel, Kroos, and Inzaghi. Wenger had anticipated the unfolding situation. Although Vermaelen's tackle temporarily disrupted Huang's control, his reaction speed was remarkable. Szczesny attempted to seize the opportunity. Yet Huang's right foot swiftly struck the ball first, guiding it along the goal line into the center. Inzaghi, positioned there, seized the chance to poke the ball into the empty net. "Kevin, I adore you," Inzaghi exclaimed, turning to dash towards Huang after scoring. He leaped onto Huang's back, attempting to plant a kiss on him. Huang lowered his head, inadvertently tossing Inzaghi off. The sudden drop startled Inzaghi, but Huang, intent on ensuring his safety, supported him with his hands as he descended gently to the ground. Inzaghi, who had aimed for a stylish celebration, found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Face down on the grass. As he rose, Inzaghi protested, "You've ruined my moment. At this rate, I might face a fine. Should I tell the coach that you injured me and I must leave the field?" Huang tilted his head, regarding Inzaghi with curiosity. No. Inzaghi quickly grasped Huang's arm. "I was merely joking, an American kind of humor. Why do you lack any sense of humor? I had no idea that Italians would jest with money, nor do Americans," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "Regardless of who it is, one cannot deprive the king of yellow balls of his hard-earned income." All right, I concede," Inzaghi pleaded. Previously, Huang Kaiwen had assisted him in elevating Shevchenko. Yet, Van Nistelrooy still stood before him. If he could surpass Van Nistelrooy this time, his next target would be the ring king, Raul. Inzaghi believed that to exceed Raul, an additional 20 to 30 million would suffice. After all, it is merely about scoring goals. With sufficient funds, who cannot find the net? Witnessing Inzaghi's flustered demeanor, the San Siro erupted in amiable laughter. Ever since Inzaghi acquired a mock regal title, the Italians have taken pleasure in his affairs, whether they involve mishaps, displays of flair, or romantic gossip. Inzaghi being thrown over Huang Kaiwen's shoulder could already be marked for a second edition. Although Guardiola wished to laugh, he restrained himself. He turned to Wenger, who could not help but frown. Damn it! Had it not been for the professor's composure, he might have unleashed a torrent of curses. Did this young man truly believe himself to be formidable? Damn it! Has he forgotten how Arsenal performed in the first half? Had it not been for Huang Kaiwen's presence in AC Milan, Wenger felt that his disciples could likely have made history, becoming the first team to overturn a deficit from 61. But the current scenario was different. Although it was just a single goal, Huang Kaiwen's entrance altered everything. Wenger cursed in several languages. For heaven's sake, he dribbled past 4 players and delivered an assist into an empty net. A player of such caliber is simply outrageous. They say first love is unforgettable because it remains unfulfilled. Yet, Wenger believed his lingering thoughts of Huang Kaiwen were not solely due to this. Huang Kaiwen's prowess was unparalleled. Previously, he had deemed Nasri's stability as top tier. However, in comparison to Huang Kaiwen, Nasri's close-range dribbling appeared almost laughable. As the players returned to the center, Arsenal commenced the kickoff, and Huang Kaiwen surged forward. As Huang Kaiwen dashed ahead, Inzaghi followed suit, accompanied by Cruz, who also pressed forward. Higuain, upon receiving the ball, dared not linger and promptly executed a backheel pass. Chamberlain deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, and in that fleeting moment, Huang Kaiwen had already arrived before him. Chamberlain hastily passed the ball sideways to Rosicky. Inzaghi approached rapidly. However, Rosicky, with a deft touch of his right foot, effortlessly delivered an exquisite lob with the outside of his boot, the ball soaring over Inzaghi's head to find Walcott on the right flank. Magnificent. Indeed, Rosicky plays with an elegance that is truly captivating. Yes, the Mozart of the pitch, Rosicky is an exceptionally talented player, though his frequent injuries are a lament. In this regard, Huang Kaiwen surpasses him, having suffered over 110 injuries, yet always returning swiftly to the field. Most crucially, it does not hinder his form. Walcott seized the ball and accelerated forward. Having been outmaneuvered several times in the first half, Antonini wised up, positioning himself sideways to press. Better to allow the opponent to reach the byline than to let Walcott approach the penalty area. Walcott, among the fastest players in football, demonstrated a remarkable burst of speed that surpassed that of Antonini. He suddenly accelerated, leaving Antonini several paces behind, and swiftly pivoted to deliver a cross. However, positioned outside the penalty area and at a considerable distance, the accuracy of his cross diminished significantly. Let me take it. Buffon seized the moment, sprinting from the goal and leaping high to grasp the ball with both hands. The players from both teams quickly turned to run. Buffon timed his approach perfectly, taking 2 steps before launching the ball with his right arm. With a whoosh, the ball soared past Milan's goal and reached the left flank beyond the halfway line. Huang Kaiwen positioned himself at the sideline, ensuring the ball did not go out of play. Walcott, in pursuit, extended his foot to intercept. However, Huang Kaiwen, acting swiftly, flicked the ball over his head with his right foot, then turned and charged forward. Walcott attempted to keep pace with Huang Kaiwen, but unexpectedly slipped and fell to the ground. Chamberlain, tirelessly chasing back, found his efforts futile as the gap between him and Huang Kaiwen only widened. Milan surged forward like a roaring red dragon, pressing aggressively into Arsenal's half. Antonini relentlessly followed suit, determined to provide an outlet for Huang Kaiwen, even if he could not assist directly. Whether Huang Kaiwen required support was his concern. As a fullback, it was his duty to follow the winger and offer aid. Alexander Song, the sole defensive midfielder among the 5 midfielders, had no thoughts of alternative routes. Upon seeing Huang Kaiwen, he quickly advanced towards the left flank. Despite being closer to the sideline, he could only watch as Huang Kaiwen dashed past him. Sagna reacted immediately, but Huang Kaiwen deftly nudged the ball forward with his right foot, propelling it over a meter ahead. He accelerated, leaping over Sagna's legs. Koscielny rushed towards the ball, yet his speed was slightly lacking. Huang Kaiwen pushed the ball forward once more, taking just 2 steps to adjust his footing, and with the outside of his right foot, he executed a delicate chip beneath the ball. The ball soared with an exaggerated curve, evading Koscielny. At one point in its flight, the trajectory came alarmingly close to the goal. However, Szczesny hesitated to make a save, for the ball's path was exceedingly unpredictable. Huang Kaiwen's ball control left a lasting impression. He never simply executed a linear arc or vertical drop. His passes embodied both horizontal and vertical curves, making it challenging for goalkeepers, as the ball's position would swiftly change after being struck, even altering its height. For a goalkeeper, this was exceedingly difficult to manage. Thus, he followed the ball, awaiting the intervention of other players before attempting a save. Even though close-range saves were daunting, they were preferable to facing such unpredictable deliveries. Inzaghi's charge was not swift, yet Huang Kaiwen delivered the ball with precision. It landed perfectly at the edge of the 6-yard box, where Inzaghi, poised, leaped forward and executed a diving header, sending the ball fiercely into the net. Goal! 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 Filippo Inzaghi scored twice, with Kevin providing a precise assist with the outside of his foot. I once claimed that if I were to play alongside Kevin, I could become the top scorer. It appears my assertion was misguided. Even a wooden post placed in the penalty area would receive a hat trick from Kevin's assists. The 2 consecutive goals were both crafted by Kevin, creating the ideal circumstances for Inzaghi. I harbor no doubts about Pippo's striking prowess. However, when the passer possesses such strength, the identity of the forward becomes inconsequential. Who knows? Perhaps one day Kevin might even allow his girlfriend to score a few goals. Lily, watching from the television, was momentarily inspired, contemplating a try herself. The young lady, discerning her thoughts with a glance, playfully pinched Lily's arm, warning, "If you appear in the locker room, I shall toss your belongings out." "How could I mingle with that group of filthy men?" "Heh," Lily responded, snuggling into her embrace. The young lady, with a teasing swat, remarked, "I can't tell if it's you or the child in my belly that's the more childish." Szczesny rose, shaking his head as he retrieved the ball from the net once more. After the first round, his resilience had improved significantly. Yet, such goals still left him feeling helpless. He had reacted correctly on both occasions, but despite his efforts, he could not prevent the goals. What more could he do? He had once contemplated a move to Serie A, but now his resolve to join the league had solidified. After all, Buffon was not getting any younger. In 3 or 4 years, he would take his place at AC Milan. With this thought, conceding goals became less frustrating. A strong future teammate was indeed a boon for him. For now, he focused on performing well at Arsenal, given Buffon's age. He would inevitably have his chance to step up. Szczesny hurled the ball towards the midfield, exclaiming, "Let us all muster some spirit, regardless of the outcome. We must deliver a performance worthy of respect." The professor standing at the sidelines wore a satisfied smile. Although his disciple occasionally engaged in mischief with Wilshere, he proved reliable in critical moments. He had been concerned about the lack of a leader on the field, but Szczesny had emerged as one. It seemed prudent to consider Szczesny's potential as a captain for the upcoming season. Rosicky, influencing Szczesny's rallying call from the front, urged his teammates to lift their spirits. Higuain rolled his eyes discreetly. Upon drawing AC Milan, he had sensed the conclusion of this season's Champions League journey. With Juan Kevin on the pitch, he was even more certain of this. Given the current circumstances, he would strive to score, but he would never risk injury to press hard in a match destined for defeat. As the game commenced, Higuain promptly returned the ball, and Chamberlain sent a through pass to him, with Higuain swiftly distributing it to the flank. He lacked the ability to dribble through the midfield, so at this moment, he preferred not to hold onto the ball excessively, fearing a potential interception that might lead to a loss, followed by scorn from the English press. After a few passes, Chamberlain directed the ball to the left flank. Gervinho immediately exhibited his impressive speed. Unfortunately, after a few meters of sprinting, he found himself unable to continue his dash. Gattuso, experienced in dealing with such naive players, quickly closed in, denying Gervinho any opportunity to exploit his pace. Once both sides became entangled, it was evident that the situation favored Gattuso. He often appeared somewhat awkward, as he tirelessly obstructed passing lanes, necessitating rapid adjustments to his positioning, and at times, he would simply sidestep into the fray. Gervinho struggled to find an opportunity to pass back, prompting Chamberlain to rush over for support. However, Cruz was also nearby. "Pass, you fool," Chamberlain shouted. Gervinho nearly cursed in frustration. Didn't he see that Gattuso was almost on him? He had no chance to lift his foot significantly. Though Gattuso's appearances were limited and he ranked lower than Ambrosini, his current form indicated that he could still make an impact in high-level matches. Indeed, this season, Gattuso had played primarily in the Coppa Italia and less significant matches, yet he consistently demonstrated a commendable work ethic, embodying the attitude expected of a professional athlete. Instead of quarreling with the coach and jeopardizing team unity, one should strive to earn their place through performance. This reminds me of Albertini at AC Milan. The long-standing conflict with Ancelotti is well known among veteran fans, but I believe Ancelotti may not have wielded as much authority as some presume. Albertini was also striving to prove himself, yet ultimately faced dismissal. On the field, Gervinho attempted to pivot forcefully, only to find Gattuso shadowing him closely, making it impossible to break free. Frustrated, Gervinho struck the ball fiercely, but Gattuso, anticipating the move, sidestepped quickly, causing the ball to strike Chamberlain's waist and ricochet out of bounds. That was quite a harsh impact. Chamberlain fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen. Arsenal prepared to make a substitution, with Chamak replacing Chamberlain. The AC Milan players expressed their dissatisfaction, as Gattuso perceived this as a prime opportunity for a quick counterattack, while the Arsenal player on the ground obstructed their ability to take a quick throw-in. Following Arsenal's substitution, Gattuso turned and hurled the ball forward. Lars Bender surged ahead with the ball. His offensive attributes were commendable, though not as extreme as Ramos. Alexander Song swiftly moved to the flank to block, and Gibbs also displayed impressive pace in his advance. Kroos hurried to offer support. Bender immediately passed the ball to Kroos. Alexander Song lunged towards Kroos. Kroos' pass struck Alexander Song's outstretched leg, soaring high into the penalty area. Inzaghi rushed in to contest the aerial ball. Vermaelen, who had jumped early, leaned heavily on Inzaghi, and neither player managed to make contact with the ball. The sphere landed within the penalty area. Hwang Kaiwan and Koscielny sprinted towards the ball, with Hwang enjoying a positional advantage, extending his right foot to nudge the ball and swiftly turning around. All Arsenal players were closely following Hwang's movements. However, at that moment, Hwang unexpectedly pulled the ball and executed a counterclockwise turn, deceiving everyone in his wake. As he pivoted a mere few degrees before he could fully face the goal, Hwang had already sent the ball flying with his right foot. This discreet pass rolled quickly towards the center, brushing past Hwang's left foot, so swiftly that even Koscielny, standing nearby, could not react in time. The ball reached Inzaghi, who had successfully maneuvered into the middle. Sagna's challenge caused Inzaghi to stumble 2 steps, leaving him unable to regain his balance. Inzaghi's right foot descended not to stabilize himself, but rather awkwardly pushed the ball from behind. This shooting motion deceived nearly everyone. Despite lacking power, Szczesny misjudged the direction as he dove, helplessly watching the ball roll into the left side of the net. Inzaghi, having completed his hat trick, turned and ran off, exhilarated by the comfort of the game he hadn't experienced in so long. He extended his tongue in gleeful sprint, reminiscent of Del Piero. While uttering unintelligible exclamations, he dashed all the way back to his own penalty area. Indeed, Inzaghi was genuinely thrilled to have achieved a hat trick today. Although his goal tally had been sparse over the past 2 years and his appearances limited, he noticed that whenever he played alongside Hwang, he received numerous assists. Their camaraderie was evidently strong. I recall after the 2004-2005 UEFA Champions League final, Inzaghi remarked that Hwang's shooting technique was something he had learned from him. It appears that might indeed be the case. How else could Hwang consistently assist Inzaghi? Even if he did learn from Inzaghi, Hwang has surpassed his mentor. His shooting prowess is undoubtedly among the finest in the current player roster, exhibiting both power and precision with an astonishing range. Since Hwang began playing, he has scored an impressive number of midfield goals. In the second leg, with a score of 3-3, the aggregate being 9-4, Arsenal's hopes were dim. Hwang's entry secured AC Milan's victory, earning him the title of King of San Siro. Buffon cast a disdainful glance at Inzaghi, who was carelessly spitting everywhere. Yet, he was curious and approached to inquire, "Pippo, why does Kevin take such good care of you?" "What care? It's my positioning ability," Inzaghi retorted, puffing out his chest. "Stop talking nonsense. Just now, Kevin bypassed the goalkeeper and deliberately passed to you. Tell me, what does that have to do with your positioning ability?" Buffon replied, exasperated. The goal scored with the outside of the foot could be deemed coincidental, but Hwang's prior maneuver, where he dribbled past 4 players only to choose to pass, clearly demonstrated his intention to assist Inzaghi. "Well, that's because I have a good relationship with Kevin," Inzaghi chuckled mischievously. "I just want to know how to strengthen my bond with Kevin," Buffon pressed on. "Want to know?" Inzaghi asked with a grin. Buffon nodded eagerly. "Give me 10 million euros, and I shall reveal it to you," Inzaghi proclaimed. Buffon responded with a raised middle finger. "Damn. That is more than his salary for 2 years. He even took a pay cut to join Milan. Inzaghi truly is a piece of work." Buffon resolved to spend more time with Hwang Kaiwan. Inzaghi may be adept at charming women, but Gianluigi Buffon is no stranger to romance either. Despite his marriage to Saradova, tabloids have perpetually circulated rumors about him. He has been photographed on several occasions in the company of other women. However, due to Milan's favorable relationship with the media and financial settlements, his infidelities have remained unreported by reputable sources. 5 minutes. Old Maldini approached Guardiola and stated, while he does not report to the team every day, he makes an effort to accompany them on match days. Being amidst these young players, Old Maldini often feels as though the pinnacle of the world is within reach. Guardiola nodded with a smile, remarking, 3 assists in 5 minutes is hardly a challenge for Kevin. Yet considering the one shooting ISNT Kevin, this may be the best outcome. What an astonishing young talent. Every time I witness such prowess from Kevin, I am relieved he did not join Inter. The thought of our potential misfortune is almost unbearable, reflected Cesare Maldini. The other players toiled for over 50 minutes without scoring. Hwang Kaiwen entered the fray and achieved a hat-trick in merely 5 minutes. It's as if Arsenal were rendered non-existent. History possesses an inherent inevitability. Guardiola chuckled. Even if Kevin had joined Inter, I doubt Mr. Maratti's methods would have made him feel at ease. He likely would not consider a second return to Inter. Guardiola alluded to the tapping scandal. Maratti fears the loss of exceptional players. Is Hwang Kaiwen not significantly superior to Vieri? Surely, he would be concerned about Hwang Kaiwen's departure as well. Even without a repeat of the tapping scandal, enlisting detectives for inquiries would be unavoidable. Such revelations would undoubtedly be quite unpleasant. Cesare nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of this matter. The Rossoneri, no, the entire Italian football scene ought to extend their gratitude to Barbara. Without Barbara's influence, and considering Berlusconi's character, Hwang Kaiwen might never have returned to Milan. Where would Serie A's current splendor be without Hwang Kaiwen? Following Milan's championship this season, Serie A will secure its position at the top of the European competition rankings. Without such a formidable Milan, the poor performances of other teams would result in a significant loss of points. Hwang Kaiwen is indispensable to Serie A, both economically and competitively, Cesare Maldini mused. Merely having signed Hwang Kaiwen would suffice to elevate Ancelotti as one of the greatest coaches in Milan's history. On the pitch, Arsenal initiated another offensive. Wenger had also instructed Park Ji-sung to begin warming up on the sidelines, as he found himself with scant players to utilize. Walcott continued to advance the ball down the right flank. This time, the young Tiger had learned his lesson, cutting inside early. However, Ambrosini and Van Bommel were no pushovers either. Ambrosini made an immediate advance, while Van Bommel did not rush to double team. Instead, he positioned himself strategically to intercept Walcott's return pass. Antonini surged forward, leaving Walcott with no choice but to loft the ball into the penalty area. The ball landed directly inside the box. Upon turning, Godin realized he was in a precarious situation and promptly extended his arms to shield Cheramak behind him, allowing Buffon to retrieve the ball. Godin was particularly cautious in this instance, deliberately avoiding contact with the ball. Had he touched it, with the opposition already in the box, Buffon might have faced a dangerous situation. Buffon bent down to gather the ball, and then took 2 quick steps into open space, launching a powerful clearance. The ball soared from the backfield towards the left wing in the front. While the pass lacked precision, it was of little consequence. Hwang Kaiwen accelerated past Alexander Song to seize possession, immediately embarking on a vigorous run. Sagna, having learned from previous encounters, sprinted back in anticipation, managing to stay nearly half a body length behind Hwang Kaiwen. However, this slight margin proved to be crucial. Hwang Kaiwen, having reached the byline first, deftly placed his left foot on the side of the ball and swiftly maneuvered his right foot around from behind his left leg. With a sharp flick, he delivered a low pass that, despite lacking a significant arc, was fast and of adequate height, slicing through the area and reaching the far post. Szczesny, unable to adjust his position in time, could only watch as Inzaghi leapt at the back post to head the ball into the empty net. Boom. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. The San Siro erupted in euphoria. 4 assists in 7 minutes. Hwang Kaiwen exemplified efficiency to the fullest. Such rapid scoring would be a challenge even on a basketball court. Hwang Kaiwen gestured for a substitution towards the sidelines. Inzaghi, the scorer, did not celebrate but approached Hwang Kaiwen, saying, "Kevin, splendid work." "Not too shabby," Hwang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "So how do we count that goal?" Inzaghi inquired. Hwang Kaiwen nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "Consider it a gift. Buy 3, get 1 free." It was truly unexpected that Manchester United triumphed in the Dirt Derby. One would have thought Chelsea might rise to the occasion. Although the scene was rather lackluster, the scoreline was surprisingly high. Seeking monthly votes and recommendations. 0550 The Emperor's trending topic, a total score of 104. Arsenal was utterly bewildered. The professor on the sidelines made continuous adjustments, yet could not alter the course of the match. Fortunately, Guardiola displayed some integrity by not substituting Messi for Hwang Kaiwan, opting instead for Rakitic. Otherwise, the game's outcome might have been drastically different. Ultimately, Arsenal played a commendable first half at San Siro, yet succumbed to a 5-3 defeat on the road, finishing with an aggregate score of 11-4. In the post-match press conference, Guardiola praised Arsenal's performance, stating, "Today, Arsenal posed significant challenges for us. This is their true strength. The team failed to execute sufficient tactical effectiveness. It was Kevin who helped us stabilize the situation. Our victory today was solely due to Kevin's individual brilliance." "And what about Inzaghi?" a reporter asked. Guardiola remarked with a smile that Inzaghi still exhibited the qualities of a top-tier forward, serving as a role model for the youth. "He is our Solskjaer." In truth, he did not find Inzaghi's goals particularly spectacular, yet such sentiments must be articulated. Wenger nodded with a smile and stated, "There are no excuses for losing, yet the gap in strength between us and AC Milan is not as vast as it may seem. I almost signed Kevin, who was willing to join Arsenal, but regrettably, we could not match the exorbitant wages he was offered. It is said that Abramovich gifted him 10 cars and a yacht. This transcends the realm of football. I am satisfied with the players' performances. Yet there are always circumstances beyond your control, no matter how hard you strive." "Arsene, do you have any plans upon returning?" inquired a British journalist. Wenger shook his head, replying, "Life goes on. This is merely one match. I know you enjoy writing about me. There were even whispers that I let air out of Mourinho's tires. In truth, I would never engage in such antics. I will prepare for the upcoming matches. Arsenal still harbors championship aspirations, and we shall contend for the Premier League title." "Is today's match also one you might contend for?" the journalist pressed. Wenger nodded, stating, "Arsenal once triumphed away against Standard Liège, who were formidable at that time. Thus, in football, nothing is predetermined. Today, we fought for victory, yet we were unable to secure it." After concluding his remarks, Wenger nodded at Guardiola and departed. Hwang Kevin returned home just before midnight, a fortunate circumstance given the match had been held at home. Ascending the stairs, he noticed Lily and the young lady were already asleep. He settled in the living room to watch television for a while. "Sir, here is your juice," Albert announced, presenting a tray. "You're still awake? I thought you had gone to bed." Hwang Kevin chuckled. "Did I wake you?" "No. It was due to a call from the editor of the Milan sports newspaper," Albert replied. "What was the matter?" Hwang Kevin inquired, well acquainted with Albert. The old steward would not mention anything without cause. He mentioned that Inzaghi, through a mutual acquaintance, wishes for his positive image to be emphasized in tomorrow's paper. The old steward said with a smile. Hwang Kevin paused for a moment before shaking his head in bemusement. "Indeed, such is the realm of His Majesty. Just after achieving a remarkable 4-goal feat, he turns to seek media attention. No wonder they called you. This matter indeed has its priorities. If Inzaghi is to be the headline, then Hwang, who assisted him, would naturally play a supporting role." Hwang Kevin waved dismissively. "If Filippo is footing the bill, then the headline rightfully belongs to him. I have no objections. After all, it's a matter of 10 million in hand. Let Inzaghi take the front page." "I understand, sir," Albert replied before turning to leave. The following morning, Hwang Kevin sat at the dining table filled with anticipation. The old steward placed the newspaper before him. Hwang Kevin opened it and nearly burst into laughter. The front page of the Milan sports newspaper prominently features a large photograph of Inzaghi, albeit with an image capturing the moment when the Yellow King toppled him. This seems to be an effort to placate the Yellow King, regardless of influence. The treatment of temporary clients differs from that of long-term ones. The Milan sports newspaper reports that Filippo Inzaghi emerged at a crucial moment, successfully thwarting Arsenal's aspirations for advancement with his goal, bringing his tally to 59 in European competitions. He stands as the Italian player with the most goals in Champions League history, a testament to Italy's honor. Kevin's 4 assists further illustrate Inzaghi's unique ability to inspire loyalty, leading Kevin to willingly provide him with assists. In the forthcoming matches, Guardiola should contemplate granting Inzaghi more opportunities in the Champions League. Astonishingly, the Yellow King believed that Inzaghi was merely seeking the spotlight, not realizing that he still coveted a starting position in European competitions. It is likely that Guardiola will find himself troubled upon reading the news. Inzaghi has adeptly leveraged his flexible nationality, previously celebrated as the Emperor of Brazil. He now invokes his Italian roots to captivate the Italian fans. No wonder so many are enamored with the concept of flexible nationality, It proves extraordinarily advantageous in critical moments. According to the Rome Sports newspaper, the 4 teams in the Champions League semifinals have been determined: Milan, Chelsea, Bayern Munich, and Real Madrid. Teams from 4 nations will engage in fierce competition, and the likelihood of Kevin facing his former club is quite high. This assertion holds validity. Even if UEFA does not engage in any manipulations, the presence of Chelsea and Real Madrid significantly increases the chances of the Yellow King encountering his old club. At this juncture, it matters little which team is faced. The strengths of Real Madrid, Chelsea, and Bayern are quite comparable. The counterattacks of Mourinho's Real Madrid are incisive, while Bayern remains consistently stable, bolstered by the presence of robbery. Ancelotti's Chelsea, too, need not be underestimated. Bale has been transformed into a winger under Ancelotti's guidance, with the English media bestowing upon him the title of the world's second-best left winger. This is primarily due to the lack of commendable wingers in English football worthy of their praise. The Turin Sports newspaper noted that Kevin Huang glanced at the article before discarding it. He was certain that His Majesty the Emperor had also contributed financially. Although the paper refrained from extolling Inzaghi's prowess, it portrayed him as a romanticist striving to create an ideal realm, while also acknowledging his charisma. The individual known to Kevin Huang, who relishes infusing the locker room with an unpleasant aroma, is far removed from this depiction. Shortly after breakfast, Kevin Huang received a call from Galliani. Around 11 a.m., Ramos arrived to pick up Kevin, and the two proceeded to the team. They did not arrive early. Upon entering the locker room, they found several individuals already present. They casually selected a spot to sit. At this moment, Kaka had yet to arrive, presumably tending to his children at home. "What is this? Even during our break, we are summoned," Buffon complained. "Who knows what the coach is up to?" Inzaghi, yawning as he entered the locker room, remarked. "I heard there's some kind of event," Kevin Huang responded. "Alas, even during the holidays, I am obliged to attend the sponsor's event. There is no such stipulation in my contract," Inzaghi lamented. Gattuso delivered a playful jab to his arm, responding, "Your contract does indeed include a clause on ethical conduct. Spare us the complaints if you wish to avoid fines." Inzaghi retorted with irritation, "How am I being unethical? Is it wrong to share a bed with a lady?" All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum," Ambrosini interjected. Shortly thereafter, the venerable Maldini and Guardiola entered the locker room. Cesare Maldini announced, "The recent match schedule has been quite demanding. We are all aware of the immense pressure on the team. Therefore, this afternoon and tomorrow, the club has decided to organize a hiking trip to alleviate some of that stress." "Dolomites?" Huang Kaiwan inquired, noting the ambiguity in Galliani's previous remarks. Guardiola nodded. "The coaching staff and I will not be participating. You should take this opportunity to unwind and enjoy yourselves. The club has arranged for a guide. You will hike, camp, and reconnect with nature before returning to the league. We are not children," Inzaghi muttered. "I find it rather delightful," Ramos chimed in, expressing his preference for outdoor activities over urban settings. "Participation is entirely voluntary. However, those who opt out of the hike must attend training tomorrow," Guardiola clarified. The locker room soon unanimously decided to embark on the hiking adventure. Occasionally, players' mindsets mirror that of students. The prospect of a day free from study brings them joy regardless of the activity. The team boarded the bus in a scattered fashion, each member receiving a travel brochure. The Dolomites, a segment of the Alps, are a renowned tourist attraction, extending over a considerable distance. The destination was likely the trailhead in the Trentino Alto Adige region, adjacent to Lombardy. As the bus set off, Inzaghi leaned out from the back, exclaiming, "Had I known we were going hiking, I would have brought my fishing rod." "Do you possess a freshwater fishing license?" Kaka inquired. Given Italy's extensive coastline, sea fishing does not require a permit. Inzaghi rolled his eyes. "How could I possibly not have one in Italy? We've gone fishing together before." Kaka chuckled. "I thought you might be leading us into illegal fishing, considering your history." Inzaghi was momentarily silenced. The journey from Milan to Trento spans 227 kilometers. Nonetheless, the two vehicles took nearly 3 hours to reach the trailhead. Galliani hopped out of the passenger seat of the van, quickly jogging to the bus door. Once Huang Kaiwan disembarked, he stated, "The supplies and equipment we've prepared must be carried by the players themselves. Consult with the guide regarding your camping preferences. If you prefer not to camp, accommodations in nearby villages or hotels are available." "Understood," Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile, pleasantly surprised by Galliani's thoughtful arrangements. He turned to call out, "Come gather your things." No one should arrive empty-handed. As Huang Kaiwen grasped Inzaghi, the latter nearly collapsed to the ground, feebly uttering, "Had I known it would turn out this way, I might as well have brought along the youngsters from the youth team. At least they could help carry some of the load." "You fool. Do you think it's 20 years ago?" Ambrosini chided with a laugh. "Back then, the elder statesmen of the team dictated what you had to do. It's quite similar across nations. When Manchester United's class of '92 ascended to the first team, they were not spared from bullying either. Yet, today's youth are far less obedient. Each member of the first team was burdened with a backpack filled with provisions, toiletries, sleeping bags, and other essentials, which could simply be rented. Messi had specifically opted for a large bag. Upon noticing, Huang Kaiwen promptly took it from him and handed Inzaghi's bag to him. "Hey, you should show respect to the club's veteran players." Inzaghi exclaimed animatedly. "Old man, how can you have the audacity to carry so little?" Huang Kaiwen retorted irritably, passing his own bag to Inzaghi. Seeing that Huang Kaiwen had not given him the largest backpack, Inzaghi ceased his protests. Such activities were more frequent during the summer transfer window, with the team often engaging in hiking and similar pursuits. However, during the season, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Excited by the prospect of outdoor recreation, the players were in high spirits. The guide, Bosic, a robust elderly gentleman, walked alongside Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "If we were driving, we could visit a zoo. There's a zoo here?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, though most of it consists of farms, where villagers keep their livestock confined to prevent them from wandering off," Bosic elucidated. As tourism increased, some clever individuals established a wildlife park, which is said to be quite profitable. "Is our main activity hiking?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Hiking or boating are both options. If you wish to ski, you would need to head to South Tyrol. The Rosengarten Peak there is more suited for snow sports, but camping is not advisable due to the cold weather," Bosic responded. Before long, a player exclaimed in astonishment. The scenery here was indeed breathtaking. Merely hiking felt like a rejuvenating balm for the soul. After prolonged stays within the city, venturing to tranquil places with stunning views was a veritable cleansing for the spirit. "Is that a rabbit? Tony, go catch it for an extra meal," Inzaghi encouraged. Cruz also appeared eager. Huang Kaiwen hastily interjected, "Don't go, Tony. If you get lost, we'll have to call in a rescue team." Bosic nodded in agreement, stating, "If one does not follow the trail markers, it's easy for unfamiliar individuals to get lost here. Many areas look quite similar." "Getting lost is something that could never happen to us," Inzaghi chimed in. "Even in North Africa, Kevin could guide us out of the desert." "Shut up, idiot," Huang Kaiwen reprimanded. Inzaghi chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further, fearing the news might spread and someone would seek him for repayment. After more than an hour's walk, the group arrived at the shores of Lake Braise. Bosic remarked, "This is undoubtedly the finest camping site, and one can also indulge in boating. Let us settle here." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Bosic continued, "Should you wish to stay overnight, one must venture to Lake Morwena, where the scenery is even more exquisite." "No need for that." Huang Kaiwen chuckled. He turned to beckon his teammates to set up the tents. Renowned athletes had experienced countless hotels. Camping offered a far more intriguing experience. Gazing at the crystal-clear waters, Inzaghi lamented, "If only I had brought a fishing rod." "Leo, did you manage to catch anything with him last time?" Huang Kaiwen inquired mischievously. Messi, who was busy hammering stakes, glanced at Inzaghi but could not bring himself to respond. Indeed, just as Huang Kaiwen had suspected, Inzaghi was incapable of catching anything. Gattuso and a few others followed the guide to rent a grill and other equipment, also purchasing various supplies. "Damn it, bottled water costs €2. Gattuso grumbled. "That is quite reasonable," Huang Kaiwen replied. "It's not much more expensive than in the supermarket, in our home country, or at Disneyland. A bottle of water could easily be 10 or 20 times the price." These Europeans had truly succumbed to capitalism. A slight increase in cost elicited their complaints. "We've bought plenty, so it adds up," Gattuso continued. "You're not even the one paying," Inzaghi retorted. "The club's funds cannot be squandered. Every additional bottle of water we consume could diminish the summer transfer budget by €1 or more," Gattuso asserted. Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up. Such awareness surpassed even his own. No wonder Gattuso could forego his salary. Although Gattuso's coaching was not remarkable, his devotion to Milan was commendable. "We do not visit often. This scenery surpasses that of Switzerland, and it is merely a few hours' drive away," Huang Kaiwen encouraged with a smile. Gattuso quipped, "You sound like a travel agency." I saw it on a travel show, Huang Kaiwan replied. Having skipped lunch, everyone felt famished. The ingredients prepared by Galliani were put to good use. Milan's gatherings increasingly featured Argentine barbecue. After the meal, many opted to go boating. Huang Kaiwan sat by the lakeside, admiring the view, and mused. Purchasing a villa here for holidays would be delightful. Indeed, but residing here daily might become tedious, Ramos chuckled. A brief escape from the city is refreshing. Yet long-term residence could induce loneliness, Huang Kaiwan praised, acknowledging Ramos's graduate-level insight. Later, with the guide's assistance, the Milan players commenced a bonfire gathering. A quarrel erupted over who had ignited the fire, proving the adage that men remain boys at heart. Ramos, holding an inexplicably borrowed guitar, began strumming and singing Abrazam, a sorrowful Spanish love song. Yet, amidst such company, it was impossible to feel melancholic. Van Bommel, seated beside Van Persie, became entranced by the flickering flames. How delightful it would be if the Dutch team could engage in such activities together. Come, it's time for the draw, Inzaghi exclaimed while holding up his phone. These days, even phones have radio functions. Does your phone still have signal? Huang Kaiwan inquired. Mine is TIM, their signal is excellent. Inzaghi chuckled foolishly while brandishing his phone. Ambrosini playfully slapped him on the neck, chiding, even if you are the spokesperson, you need not boast to us. Inzaghi turned the volume up to the maximum. As a group gathered around the campfire to listen to the draw, Real Madrid versus Bayern Munich. With the two teams drawn, the remaining matchups became clear. Milan's semi-final opponent would be Chelsea. I suspect John will be calling us soon. Ramos grinned mischievously. It's a perfect opportunity to see how Gareth, the world's second-best left-winger, performs. Just don't get overwhelmed. Huang Kaiwan cautioned. Fear not. In the second leg, I shall ensure he knows my prowess. I just worry they won't last until then, Ramos replied. He would still be suspended for the first leg of the semi-final. After the groupings were announced, Inzaghi clamored for ghost stories. Huang Kaiwan shared a modified tale of the Venetian witch alarm clock, leaving many unable to sleep well. The following day, after a long day of play, the entire team returned to the city of Milan. After dining together at a restaurant, everyone went home. It must be said that this camping trip had a remarkably positive effect. When the team returned to Milanello, their spirits were notably lifted. The newspapers reported that you all had great fun, which reassures me, Guardiola remarked from the sidelines. For tomorrow's match against Fiorentina, I expect to see a more spirited team. Is there any objection? None. Upon dispersing, Van Persie immediately teased, I hear that Jovetic is the Montenegrin Messi. Would you care to teach him how to play? Let it be, Messi replied, shaking his head. However, the next day at San Siro Stadium, Jovetic breached Milan's defenses within a mere 7 minutes. Bellucci delivered a through ball, and Jovetic effortlessly scored in a one-on-one situation. Guardiola, exasperated on the sidelines, threw up his hands and shouted, What are you playing at? How did that turn into a one-on-one? Why was there still a player left behind? Damn it. Is this the offside trap? St. Benade's head hung low in despair. It was due to his positioning error that the Fiorentina player could so easily seize the opportunity. Zambrotta approached, patting Benade's shoulder. Don't worry, it's not solely your fault. Yet my positioning was wrong. My error is the gravest, little Benade murmured. It's not a loss, nothing to fret about, Zambrotta reassured. What do you mean? Little Benade instinctively asked. Following Zambrotta's gaze, he saw Huang Kaiwan seated on the sidelines, laughing and joking with Torres. However, before Huang Kaiwan could react, in the 33rd minute of the first half, Ibrahimovic executed a stunning bicycle kick from Ramos's long pass in the penalty area, scoring a spectacular goal. Ibrahimovic consistently delivers such spectacular goals. Indeed, the talents of AC Milan's players are remarkable, including Inzaghi. Each individual has contributed numerous exquisite goals, making it impossible to rank them definitively. Today, Fiorentina performed admirably. Yes, Delio Rossi is a familiar face. When Huang Kaiwan first arrived in Serie A, he was coaching Atlanta and Lazio, and now he has taken the helm at Fiorentina. It is evident that these Italian coaches harbor ambitions to defeat AC Milan, as achieving victory against them in Serie A is a considerable honor. Messi, unfortunately, was absent from the squad today due to a fever, leaving his ardent fans disappointed, though Huang Kaiwan remained on the bench. It seems that as the match progresses, Huang Kaiwan will inevitably have an opportunity to play. With Van Bommel absent, Pirlo was chosen to start, yet AC Milan struggled to find their rhythm this season. Pirlo has only made 16 appearances, significantly fewer than last season. The primary reason lies in the abundance of talent in AC Milan's midfield, with each player excelling in their role. Neither team managed to score in the first half, and they entered halftime with a score of 1-1. Shortly after the second half commenced, Delio Rossi substituted Ruben Oliveira for Iljagic, opting for a midfield player in place of a forward, employing a 3-6-1 formation to encircle Milan's midfield. The San Siro stadium did not respond significantly. It is commonplace for other teams to aim for a draw here. However, as time wore on, Milan continued to falter in their scoring attempts, causing the Rossoneri supporters to grow restless. Substitute Kaiching. Substitute Kaiching. Substitute Kaiching. After over 70 minutes of play, the San Siro echoed with calls for a substitution. Should we make a change, Pep? Dominic Torrent inquired as he approached the sideline. Guardiola, arms crossed and standing resolutely at the edge of the pitch, replied, "Let Robin warm up." "Not substituting Kaiching?" Torrent asked, surprised. "No substitution," Guardiola asserted. The newspapers had already suggested he might be in trouble if Kaiching was replaced. While it was true, Guardiola still wished to test whether he could manage without substituting Kaiching. Fiorentina, too, was making substitutions to bolster their defense. Van Persie's entry did not significantly alter the match's dynamics. Today, Fiorentina's defense was resolute, their midfield actions numerous, compounded by the referee's leniency, which afforded Fiorentina greater latitude to operate. As the fourth official raised the substitution board, Huang Kaiching promptly opted for a gamble. Ding. Awarded a 24-hour experience card for the second leg of the 1988 Copa Libertadores, Newell's Old Boys vs San Lorenzo, featuring Gabriel Batistuta. Wow, Batistuta. This was precisely what Huang Kaiching needed. Those familiar with Pro Evolution Soccer understand that long-range shots are an excellent tactic to break through a dense defense. Batistuta's prowess in long-range shooting is undeniable. The combination of an enhanced Batistuta and Huang Kaiching's innate talent could yield extraordinary results. A prospect that left Huang Kaiching in eager anticipation. He swiftly removed his training jacket and approached Guardiola, declaring, "Coach, I wish to take the field." Guardiola chuckled and shook his head, responding, "Kevin, even a draw is not the end of the world. I understand, but I cannot bear to watch my teammates settle for a draw," Huang Kevin insisted. Guardiola massaged his temples and said, "Then warm up and enter the game afterward. There is little time left, and I am not overly concerned about your safety." Faced with Guardiola's resolute demeanor, Huang Kevin resigned himself to warming up on the sidelines. "Pass the ball to me, damn it. No one is allowed to commit any fouls. Everyone must pass properly," De Laurentiis bellowed from the sidelines, wishing to transform Fiorentina into Barcelona. As Huang Kevin warmed up, the San Siro reverberated with cheers. De Laurentiis understood well what that signified. Teams like Arsenal were where Huang Kevin racked up assists, and he certainly did not perceive Fiorentina as superior to Arsenal. But what did it matter? There were only 4 minutes of stoppage time. Huang Kevin's warm-up would consume at least 2 minutes. As long as his team maintained possession without losing the ball, Huang Kevin would have no chance to enter the game. The Fiorentina players played with fervor, their focus heightened to an unprecedented level in the closing moments of the match. Jovetic roamed back to assist his teammates in passing. The entire Fiorentina squad shared a singular thought: to deny Huang Kevin any opportunity to play. No one anticipated that the 1 point within their grasp could slip away just like that. Intense battles ensued in the midfield as Gattuso and Ambrosini seized the moment to press the attack. The fatigued Hussein Harja failed to control the ball. Gattuso, quick of eye and foot, surged forward, expertly shielding the ball. Harja, barely able to stand, instinctively lunged at Gattuso, who fell to the ground. The referee, poised to blow the whistle, ultimately refrained from doing so. At last, Huang Kevin entered the fray. Substituted in the 94th minute, this was a rare opportunity. Typically, being substituted at this time is merely a chance for young players to experience the atmosphere of first-team football, bordering on humiliation. However, with Huang Kevin, the outcome was uncertain. The stands of San Siro erupted in a thunderous chant of his name. De Laurentiis shouted fervently from the sidelines, "Do not give him any space. The position is too far. Even if he strikes with precision, the power will be limited. Just focus on guarding the goal. He might not even find his rhythm and hit the wall instead." Arthur Boric shot a disgruntled glance at the coach. This coach. Why instill fear in the wall when you should be encouraging me? He noticed the wall's hesitation beginning to take shape. Given the distance, Huang Kevin's free kick would not reach the box with great speed. Yet, the wall stood resolutely before him. If one were to empathize, it was clear that Huang Kevin would hold nothing back in such a scenario. Were he in Borik's position, he would certainly not serve as a barrier for this free kick. A peculiar scene unfolded during the free kick. The attacking player placed the ball on the ground and stood over it, showing no intention of advancing the ball. Meanwhile, the defensive wall struggled to position itself. The referee, Clerico, could no longer tolerate the delay and approached with a warning. If you do not set up the wall promptly, I shall issue a card. Time wasting will not go unpunished. Huang Kaiwen remained stationary, approximately 40 meters from the goal, a considerable distance, yet one that posed no challenge for body. As the whistle sounded, Huang Kaiwen began his run, his movements capturing the attention of the entire stadium. This was the final offensive maneuver of the day. With a resounding thud, the ball soared into the penalty area. Arthur Borik anticipated a deceleration, but the ball veered sharply within the small box without losing any momentum. Borik, caught off guard, stood motionless as the ball sailed past him into the net. Beep, beep, beep. As the ball found its target, the referee signaled the end of the match. The entire Milan team rushed onto the field in ecstatic celebration. Although Fiorentina was not a formidable opponent, a last-second victory would always incite euphoria. At that moment, San Siro transformed into a sea of joy. However, in the broadcast room, Cladelli, who should have been celebrating, remained silent for a moment before swallowing hard and exclaiming, "That ball traveled at a speed of 245 kilometers per hour. Frankfurt is impressive, defeating Bayern 5-1. Wow." A tablet, he added. Please support with monthly and recommendation votes. This is youth, a dramatic last-minute goal. The entire team was exhilarated. Huang Kaiwen invited his teammates for a celebratory dinner. Upon returning home, he encountered an unexpected visitor. Lily quickly explained, there were no important classes today, so I took Antonella and Monica shopping, and later picked up Gabriel and Francisco. Uncle Kaiwen, did you not wish to see us? Timidly inquired Francisco, while his sister Gabriel had already dashed into Huang Kaiwen's embrace. Smiling, Huang Kaiwen replied, of course not. Uncle Kaiwen is just overwhelmed with joy. Have you all eaten? Not yet. We just got home, Lily clarified, pointing to Gabriel. The young lady wanted to go ice skating, which is why we returned late. Perfect. I shall have Sergio bring in some food shortly. You all can stay inside with the children, Huang Kaiwen suggested. He had not invited many family members today, as the noise would hinder meaningful conversation. It was preferable to have a quiet meal with the children indoors. Finally settling Gattuso's children, Huang Kaiwen stepped outside and found Gattuso sitting in a daze. He brought over 2 bottles of water, seated himself, and offered one to Gattuso, inquiring, "Our tailors is once again contemplating the meaning of life?" Gattuso, despite his rugged exterior, possessed a delicate sensibility and was among the more literate players in Milan. "Oh, please," Gattuso said with irritation. "I merely believe that such a formidable team relies solely on your efforts. When you retire, the dynasty of Milan will inevitably collapse." Huang Kaiwen gazed at Gattuso in astonishment, taken aback by his frankness. Huang replied, "A powerful team will attract more exceptional players and coaches. Your concerns are entirely unfounded. If Sir Ferguson were to retire, would the Manchester United fans not despair?" Gattuso chuckled, pondering the future of Manchester United. "Perhaps it will surprise you." Huang winked in response. In the aftermath of Sir Ferguson's tenure, Manchester United only retained a semblance of their former glory under Mourinho and Solskjaer, but both were soon dismissed. From the experiences of Manchester United and later Chelsea, Huang Kaiwen came to the profound realization that a lackluster management leads a prestigious club to ruin. Thus, he intentionally maintained the rivalry between Galliani and Maldini, recognizing that despite their differences, both harbored affection for Milan and possessed considerable ability. Had they been replaced by those insufferable Wall Street elites, Milan might have faced the next debacle akin to the likes of Tanzi, a situation where ineffective players are renewed simply to be managed as assets. After sharing a few words, Huang discerned Gattuso's deep thoughts regarding the team, a quality that would eventually lead him to a coaching position. Nevertheless, Milan requires a more accomplished coach. If Gattuso were to refine his skills, he might have a chance to return to coach Milan. Huang Kaiwen focused intently on the beef he was handling while Nesta, carrying a bottle of wine, settled beside him. "Didn't you say you don't drink?" Huang inquired. Nesta, who took great care of his health, being somewhat fragile, replied, "I feel that no amount of caution is of any use. I see myself as a burden." He took a sip of champagne and continued, No mainstay of a team should only play 10 or 20 matches in a season. And what of that? Huang asked. By the end of the season, I wish to leave the team, Nesta responded after a moment of silence. Huang swiftly snatched the bottle from Nesta's hands and tossed it aside, stating, even if you cannot play many matches, your experience is invaluable to the young players, aiding Silva, the Binder brothers, and the youth squad in their development. That holds great significance. Fine, you've convinced me, Nesta said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Huang patted his shoulder, remarking, being so easily swayed indicates you never truly wished to leave Milan. In my homeland, there's a saying that no amount of reading can compare to first-hand experience. However, after wandering for so long, one finds even the pickpockets at the cathedral's entrance in Milan to be missed. Nothing compares to home. My hometown is not Milan, Nesta clarified. I say it is, Huang retorted with a smile. Damn it, Huang mused. I spend my days providing psychological counseling to these veterans. Next season, I must persuade Galliani to grant me a psychologist's salary. Just then, Ramos, having completed his tasks, sat down beside Huang Kaiwan. Huang Kaiwan enthusiastically remarked, your culinary skills surpass those of Zanetti. You possess a more authentic Argentine essence than he does. Ramos chuckled in response. This is due to his pursuit of profit, while my passion for barbecuing stems solely from personal interest. The motivations are entirely distinct. Hence, the flavors produced could never align. Huang Kaiwan once again gave a thumbs up, acknowledging his scholarly prowess. At that moment, Francesco Gattuso approached. What's the matter, young man? Huang Kaiwan inquired with a smile. Uncle Kevin, Uncle Sergio, Francesco stammered, failing to clarify his purpose. You can share anything with us. We promise not to disclose it to that stubborn old man, Huang Kaiwan said, pulling the boy close and sitting down. Well, Uncle Kevin, Francesco began, I have encountered some trouble. Among my acquaintances, only Uncle Sergio possesses the skills I admire. I wish to learn martial arts from him. What happened? Are adults troubling you? Huang Kaiwan pressed. Francesco quickly shook his head. No, it's individuals my age. But they are a gang that specializes in bullying others. Huang Kaiwan sighed with relief upon hearing it wasn't the adults. That's fine. I can teach you when I have time, Ramos assured him. Can we start now? Francesco eagerly asked. Ramos glanced at Huang Kaiwan, who nodded with a smile. As Francesco followed Ramos away, Huang Kaiwan promptly sought out the old steward, instructing, please keep an eye on Gattuso's son Francesco. When he engages in fights, ensure he doesn't suffer significant losses. Understood, sir, the steward replied with a nod. Huang Kaiwan's intent was clear. Allowing him to endure minor setbacks was permissible. Albert concurred, recognizing that failure and adversity foster growth. As the steward left, he shook his head, knowing full well the extent of Huang Kaiwan's contributions behind the scenes for the Milan players. Returning to the courtyard, Huang Kaiwan found Van Persie already performing. This fellow radiated joy within Milan. He proceeded towards the football field, discovering Ramos teaching Francesco the fundamentals of footwork. Starting from the basics is essential. Regardless of the style of boxing, footwork is paramount. In boxing, footwork often becomes the decisive factor between victory and defeat. After observing for a while, Huang Kaiwan called out, it's nearly time to head home, young man. We shall arrange for you to learn from Uncle Sergio again. Reluctantly, Francesco Gattuso made his way back. Ramos chuckled. This little guy is quite astute. That's wonderful. I imagine he will be quite persistent in seeking your guidance during this period, Huang Kaiwan replied. Once the teammates were sent off, Huang Kaiwan spent 20 minutes soothing Lily to sleep. Upon accessing the system, he immediately noticed a significant change in fate. Dramatically altered the fate of the mediocre player Francesco Gattuso, earning 200 fate points. Huang Kaiwan clicked to reveal the fate display, and a visual promptly appeared. Francesco Gattuso diligently followed Ramos in training, and due to his tenacity and perceptiveness, he made rapid progress in combat, astonishing even Ramos with his advancements. A month later, Francesco finally resolved to step into the arena. However, the formidable challenges he faced proved overwhelming. This time, despite his desire for vengeance, he could not secure victory. Instead, he suffered more severe injuries than before due to his fierce retaliation. Returning home wounded, he instilled considerable concern in the Gattuso couple, yet Francesco remained silent about his ordeal. Disheartened by his defeat, Francesco initially abandoned his training. Nevertheless, Ramos sought him out, coaxing the reluctant Francesco to persist in his practice. Throughout that summer, Aside from attending the Olympics, Ramos led Francesco into the depths of the mountains for rigorous training. They swam in the pond to build endurance, practiced stability beneath the waterfall, and honed agility through running in the woods. Thus, over the course of a vacation, Francesco made remarkable strides in his abilities. Upon returning to confront his adversaries, he ultimately succeeded. The mere common thugs stood no chance against the trained Francesco Gattuso. This triumph imparted upon him a profound appreciation for strength, and he continued to dedicate himself to martial training. As he entered adolescence, Francesco's youthful exuberance ignited. Out of admiration for you, he declared himself the second guardian of Milan, relentlessly confronting bullies. However, at the age of 16, during an altercation with local ruffians, Francesco inadvertently fractured one assailant's rib, which pierced the thug's internal organs. Though the individual was ultimately saved, the harrowing scene left an indelible mark on Francesco's psyche. Francesco came to a sobering realization: while force can serve as a shield, it also inflicts harm. This incident transformed him entirely. No longer engaging in physical confrontations, he immersed himself in philosophical texts, pondering the essence of life and its significance. Concerned, the Gattuso couple reached out to you. You took Francesco to the cinema, where a screening of The Dark Knight Rises captivated the audience. After the film, you inquired, "Has Gotham improved in the absence of Batman?" Francesco shook his head. Embracing his shoulders, you reassured him, "Precisely. Everything you do is to protect the vulnerable, which is the noblest endeavor. Even if, at times, you inadvertently injure a wrongdoer, do not bear guilt. Your actions, however painful for one, may save countless others." Batman refrains from taking lives, allowing villains to return time and again. Francesco questioned, "Isn't Batman afraid of losing himself after taking a life?" You smiled and replied, "As long as it is in the name of justice, you shall never lose your essence." Francisco held your words close to his heart and reflected on his own actions. Upon reaching adulthood, he ventured to Hollywood, where, utilizing his remarkable skills and connections from his time as a host in America, he quickly ascended to stardom. Concurrently, he undertook noble endeavors across the nation, combating crime by rescuing homeless individuals exploited as test subjects by pharmaceutical companies, thwarting arson attempts in Hawaii, and successfully safeguarding millions from Israeli artillery amidst the turmoil in the Middle East. In the process, he even met a lifelong partner. The Gattuso couple harbored no objections to having a daughter-in-law from the Middle East, as Gattuso himself once was a poor young man. His mafia overlord father-in-law did not impede his relationship with Monica. Both were remarkably open-minded about the matter. Enriched by love, Francisco made significant strides in his career, excelling in both acting and crime fighting, even becoming an Oscar-winning actor at the tender age of 24, a year earlier than Eddie Redmayne. While the Gattuso couple rejoiced in their son's success, they yearned for him to marry and start a family, returning to Italy. For that was the life of an Italian. After your persuasion and his own disdain for the environment in the United States, Francisco prepared to retire from acting and return to Italy to continue his fight against crime. In 2035, Francisco planned to hold his wedding at St. Kevin's Stadium. On the day of the ceremony, having indulged in spirits, Francisco insisted on practicing with you, eager to showcase the combat prowess he honed in real battles. Despite Ramos's admonitions, you took Francisco to the boxing gym. After an hour and a half, you and Ramos departed, leaving Francisco sprawled on the boxing ring, dazed and murmuring, "Uncle Kevin is still Uncle Kevin." Witnessing this, Juan Kevin found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. This child, what could he compare to you, his uncle? At 48, your physical condition surpassed that of his mother at 28. Besides, defeating you would not be an insurmountable challenge. Inzaghi remained the more pragmatic one, knowing that as long as the finances were in order, a worldwide broadcast could easily ensure a victory for him. Seeing that this child had not encountered any real danger, Juan Kevin felt a sense of relief. The exceptional talents of his teammates' children weighed heavily on him, leaving him to ponder what the future might hold for Juan Paulo. Without distinct talents in other areas, he might only achieve the status of a star like Maldini. The worry for his child's future lingered. The following day at training, Juan Kevin encountered an unexpected face. "Ricardo, is that you?" he exclaimed in surprise. Ramos merely scoffed. Kaka, smiling, replied, "My rehabilitation has progressed remarkably, and the doctors are astonished at my swift return to the field. So, can you play in matches now?" Juan Kevin inquired. "I'm not sure. It depends on the coach's decision," Kaka responded cheerfully. With Kaka's return, Milanello buzzed with renewed energy. Aside from deep-seated enmity, few individuals are inclined to witness their teammates falter. For such misfortune could befall them as well. The recovery of an injured teammate is always a momentous occasion. During lunch, Inzaghi tapped his cup and proclaimed, "Riccardo's recovery is indeed a moment worth commemorating. We ought to celebrate this." Indeed, the Milan players enthusiastically echoed. Guardiola and the coaching staff observed from the sidelines, amused by the players' merriment. At such times, it is fitting to employ a special commemorative gesture, particularly since our Ballon d'Or winner has reached the age of 30, a number worthy of celebration, Inzaghi continued. When Riccardo first participated in the Champions League final, he was but a youthful novice. Now he is a father. Inzaghi spoke with an enticing tone, prompting many seasoned players to reminisce. Kaká's face was alight with anticipation, while Kevin Huang shook his head, sensing Kaká might soon be disappointed. He sat back, curious to see what trick Inzaghi had up his sleeve. Surely, he had a plan. Inzaghi persisted. "Let us allow Riccardo to experience the sensation of the Champions League final once more," lined up alongside the same forward line. Unfortunately, very few took the bait. Guardiola rose and stated, "For the first leg of the Champions League semi-final, I have yet to finalize the starting lineup. Filippo, this is your opportunity." Inzaghi, with a forlorn expression, retorted, "If that is the case, it means I am not to be utilized." Guardiola replied, "He simply does not prefer to speak so plainly." With a forced chuckle, Guardiola added, "Of course not. The matter is still undecided." Watching Guardiola depart, Inzaghi muttered irritably, "This fellow surely does not wish for me to surpass Raul's goal record. They are all Spaniards." "Hey, the coach is Catalan," Torres remarked impassively. Being born in Madrid, he was particularly sensitive to the origins of players. "After all, they are all Spanish," Inzaghi grumbled. On April 10th, Milan secured a narrow 1-0 victory against Genoa away from home. At this juncture, Serie A had entered a critical phase. The Gazzetta dello Sport reported, Milan stands at 88 points, Juventus at 74. With 6 matches remaining, Milan's countdown to the title has commenced. The Turinese have only a theoretical chance of claiming the championship. Juventus captain Pirlo, in an interview, conceded that hope was nearly extinguished. He remarked, "AC Milan's consistency is truly remarkable. Aside from Kevin, they boast numerous exceptional players, including Messi, Van Persie, Torres, and Ibrahimovic, providing them with an abundance of options. Such a forward line would be difficult to assemble even in a football video game. Yet reality is this absurd. What is even more alarming is that these distinguished players are eager to join AC Milan. They will likely dominate Italian football for a considerable time to come." A 14-point lead with 6 matches remaining cannot merely be dismissed as an advantage. In the annals of football history, no team has ever squandered a 14-point lead with 6 matches left to play. On April 14th, after AC Milan's narrow victory over Bologna, the calls for their championship grew louder. With just 5 rounds remaining in Serie A, Milan held a 14-point lead, requiring only 2 points from their next 5 matches to secure the title. Thus, the flames of the Champions League reignited. The match between Bayern Munich and Real Madrid took place the day before Milan's game. Juan Kaiwan invited Messi, Kaká, and other nearby teammates to his home to watch the match. Inzaghi, that fellow, also showed up uninvited. "Filippo, you don't even live nearby. It'll be late when you head home after the game," Juan Kaiwan reminded him. Inzaghi, with his mouth full of baby food, replied, "It's all right. I can stay at Sergio's place." Kaká, somewhat disdainful, remarked, "That's not meant for you. I went out to buy it for later." "No worries. I'll help Paul taste it," Inzaghi said, smacking his lips. "The taste is rather peculiar. I think it could use some improvement." At 7:45 p.m., Howard Webb blew the starting whistle. Messi curiously asked, "Kevin, which side do you think will win?" "I don't know. Both teams are quite evenly matched," Juan Kaiwan replied. Messi nodded, agreeing with his assessment. Inzaghi rested his head on Messi's shoulder and inquired, "Which team do you hope will win?" "Bayern." Ramos and Kaká replied in unison. "What about you, Kevin?" Messi asked. "Probably Bayern too," Juan Kaiwan laughed. "Little Kevin holds grudges. He surely doesn't tee like Real Madrid," Inzaghi quipped gravely. Juan Kaiwan refrained from clarifying, mainly because he did not wish to see Ozil. "Well then, today I'll support Real Madrid. Otherwise, it won't be fun," Inzaghi declared. $1,000, are you in?" Juan Kaiwan set down his water bottle, exasperated. "Can't you just watch a match properly? Betting with teammates during a game isn't illegal." Inzaghi replied with a grin. All right then, I'm in. Huang Kaiwan nodded, and they all placed their bets on Bayern. Even Messi could not escape. However, it was not long before the Emperor faced a setback. Bayern earned a corner kick, and amidst the chaos, an unmarked Ribery scored with ease. A disappointed Inzaghi yelled at the television, "Show some courage. You are Real Madrid, noble and dignified." Messi stifled a laugh beside him. Kaká turned and said, "Don't mind him. He's not a Real Madrid fan. He's just worried about losing $4,000 to us." "Should I really expect to lose to you?" Inzaghi retorted, his tone shifting as Real Madrid struggled on the field. Huang Kaiwan shook his head and turned to Ramos, asking, "Has Francisco been in touch with you lately?" "Yes. He often finds time to come over for training, and he runs over every time. Nero has been putting in quite the effort with him," Ramos nodded. "Since he wants to learn, let us teach him well," Huang Kaiwan said with a smile. Ramos replied, "I will, but he is still quite young. We need to be cautious." Huang Kaiwan silently gave him a thumbs up. "My dear brother is indeed correct. The essence of a child's heart surpasses mere brute strength." It is quite surprising how adept Ramos is at mentoring his protégés. Although Cristiano Ronaldo provided an assist to his teammate in the second half, it was Lahm who ultimately set up Gomez for the decisive goal before the final whistle. Bayern Munich has established an advantage over 2 legs of the match. Inzaghi, visibly displeased, remarked, "Real Madrid performed poorly today. They hardly created any opportunities. The primary reason lies in Bayern's resolute defense on the left flank, which stifled Di Maria's contributions." Huang Kaiwan commented, "If Di Maria had been in form, he could have posed a significant threat. Today, Lahm closely marked Ronaldo, and with Di Maria's lackluster performance, Real Madrid's offense faltered. Henk's team executed their defensive strategy exceptionally well. After conversing for a while longer, they each returned home. The Chelsea players also watched the match from their hotel. Terry tossed the remote aside and said, "Our opponents tomorrow will be far more formidable. Everyone must remain vigilant." A sigh escaped Cech's lips as he lamented his near decision to feign illness to avoid traveling to Milan, though he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. God knows the fear he harbored about being struck in the head following his injury, especially when facing Huang Kaiwan, who had just unleashed a shot clocked at 245 kilometers per hour. Drogba reassured him, "Rest assured, Kaiwan is a nostalgic person. He won't harm your iron frame." Cech retorted, "So, you'll be in goal tomorrow?" Drogba chuckled sheepishly. "Even if I wished to, the coach would never permit it." There was a time someone boasted about their basketball skills, only to end up losing every shred of dignity before Kaiwan. Cech continued his sarcastic jibe. Drogba quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, all right, I'll retreat to my room then." At this moment, Ancelotti, who had been lingering at the door, finally turned to leave. Tassadi looked up at Ancelotti and inquired, "How are the players faring?" "Not well. They are all quite apprehensive about tomorrow's match," Ancelotti replied, raising an eyebrow. Kaiwan's intimidating presence is palpable. Even before the match has begun, the players are already on edge. "There's little to be done about it," Tassadi shrugged. "Kaiwan has played for so many years without a loss. That is his greatest asset. If I were facing such an opponent, I would feel anxious too." "Indeed. At such times, we must rely on our new machine," Ancelotti sighed. "Don't be so pessimistic, Carlo," Tassadi advised. "Didn't you say that the new machine is a groundbreaking invention? It might just play a pivotal role." Ancelotti gazed at the machine perched on the windowsill and asserted, "It's not a matter of possibility. It is a certainty." The following day, the entire Chelsea squad boarded the bus en route to San Siro. On their journey, they encountered no obstacles. Rather, fans expressed their gratitude for the care shown to Huang Kaiwan, leaving the Chelsea players both amused and bewildered. Terry, peering out the window at a stadium nearing completion, quietly asked, "Is that the St. Kevin Stadium?" "Apparently so. Who would have thought that Kaiwan could have a stadium named after him, given that we are all players of similar caliber?" Ashley Cole interjected. Terry nearly burst into laughter. Ashley Cole ought to take a good look in the mirror. His appearance was perhaps the only aspect in which he and Kevin Huang were closely matched. However, there lay a chasm of 1,000 roods between Ashley Cole and Kevin Huang. After Cole's interruption, the tension in Terry's heart diminished significantly. He understood that if they triumphed over AC Milan, Chelsea would once again have a chance to lift the Champions League trophy. Yet, this match was poised to be the most arduous of his career. At 4 p.m., in the press conference hall of San Siro, Terry, Ancelotti, Guardiola, and Kevin Huang took their seats early. As the security at San Siro opened the doors to the press hall, reporters surged in like a horde of zombies. They scrambled for front-row seats, resulting in a fierce commotion below. The press officer had to intervene to restore order, arranging familiar media representatives in the front rows. Once the atmosphere settled, Ancelotti leaned in and remarked, "We arrived early to take more questions, but I fear that may no longer be the case. Carlo, what are your thoughts on returning to San Siro? This should be your last opportunity to see AC Milan here," a reporter inquired. "John, do you believe Chelsea can win?" "Mr. Guardiola, Chelsea is a physically robust team. Will you adjust your tactics accordingly? There are rumors that Ashley Cole's divorce is related to you, Kevin. Is that true? It is said that Abramovich has provided you with a significant bonus. Will you go easy on Chelsea? Hummels is rumored to have been sold to Chelsea at your behest. Is that accurate, Kevin?" In the face of these inquiries, Kevin Huang became the center of attention. He took the microphone and smiled, saying, "You have many questions, and I know what you wish to ask. However, I have but one answer. Chelsea holds a special place in my heart. The weather in London may be dreadful, but the team allowed me to forget my troubles. I had a wonderful 2 years in London, forging great friendships with Chelsea players, Mr. Kenyong and Mr. Abramovich. Nevertheless, this does not justify leniency during the match. Respecting our opponents means giving it our all, and I have no desire to address other questions." Terry couldn't help but smile wryly. This was quintessential Kevin Huang. He preferred to avoid any talk of respecting opponents. Guardiola quickly stepped in to smooth things over, stating, "Your questions suggest a doubt in Kevin's professionalism. We all know Kevin is a paragon of a professional player, so there's no need to worry about him holding back. As for Chelsea, they are a magnificent team with remarkable qualities, and I will certainly need to make further adjustments in facing such a side. Carlo, please say something," an Italian journalist prompted. Ancelotti raised an eyebrow and replied, "Milan is the place where I have both played and coached during my career. Next season, Milan will be moving to a new stadium, so I am feeling quite reflective. I hope to secure a victory here, allowing the Rossoneri to witness my progress. Although it will be challenging. So, will you be relying on your machine?" A reporter pressed further. Ancelotti remarked, "As humanity transitioned from the era of manual labor to the industrial age, machines propelled the world forward and interconnected it. Nowadays, players return home to utilize pressure chambers for recovery, a transformation brought about by technology." A reporter inquired, "But what is the utility of your machines?" Ancelotti, slightly irked, replied, "If you are so eager to know, perhaps you should purchase my book." With that, he pushed the microphone away. Terry hastily interjected, "I cannot ascertain whether we will triumph today, for our adversary is exceedingly formidable." A journalist with a London accent probed, "Do you not have any predictions regarding the outcome of the match?" Terry furrowed his brow and after a few moments responded, "Indeed. I anticipate that our team will likely lose, given the strength of our opponents and the presence of Kevin. Nevertheless, this is no reason to concede. Even with a mere 1% chance of victory, we shall exert every effort for triumph. That is my perspective." It appeared Chelsea had faltered once more, bringing Boas closer to dismissal. The press conference concluded. Ancelotti swiftly returned to the locker room. As the players emerged to warm up, Ancelotti and Tassadi commenced assembling equipment. Sam Altmans, a technician who had joined the coaching staff as an assistant, tapped on his notebook, stating, "The database has finally simulated a scenario in which Chelsea emerges victorious." "That is splendid. This automated technology proves quite beneficial," Ancelotti responded. "It's not automated technology, it's AI technology," Sam reminded him. "That's an abbreviation for artificial intelligence." I am aware, Ancelotti nodded. "But this technology demands a considerable financial investment. In actuality, it merely pertains to the match model and does not necessitate such an expense. However, due to the multitude of uncertainties surrounding Kevin, we require an extensive number of GTX 680 units to simulate various outcomes, particularly on how to best AC Milan," Sam elaborated. He had applied to Chelsea through a recruitment advertisement. This time, in addition to the equipment brought to San Siro, they also had a data center in London, all funded by Abramovich. "Quickly, show me the results," Ancelotti urged. Sam set aside his laptop and enlisted Ancelotti and Tassadi to assist in assembling a desktop computer, explaining, "Due to the overwhelming amount of data, it is challenging for the laptop to process the results, hence we require additional equipment." "This is indeed troublesome," Ancelotti sighed, recalling how previously he could rely solely on a willpower amplification device. "Now, It necessitated the combination of artificial intelligence and willpower amplification. Once the computer was assembled and an exaggerated antenna receiver was connected, Sam finally displayed the match results. In the Canale 5 studio, Crudelli was narrating the warm-up activities of both teams. Chelsea boasts formidable strength, with their dual forward and single forward tactics exhibiting a remarkably mature system. Ancelotti has performed commendably at Chelsea. However, today, it seems arduous for them to emerge unscathed from Milan. Messi has recently recovered from a cold and is warming up for today's match. Guardiola is likely to field him as a starter. Kevin has already donned the captain's armband, and it is expected that he will also be in the starting lineup. At this juncture, the signal experiences a fluctuation. The screen abruptly shifts to a scene of Drogba breaching Milan's defenses. The image appears somewhat blurred, reminiscent of Serie A matches from a decade ago. Cruyff expresses disbelief, stating, "This is impossible. Where is this signal from? The match has not even commenced." And Chelsea could not possibly have scored. Yet, not everyone shares his level-headedness. Commentators from other nations are in a frenzy as the footage transitions from warm-up to live match. A rather rare occurrence. Is that Yang Qinglin on the left? What? They've already scored? One exclaims. Dude, if you observe the footage closely, you'll realize this is likely a game. It feels akin to the latest Pro Evolution Soccer. Is Koeman going mad? Interfering with the signal before the match could lead to legal repercussions. Perhaps a mistake affected the signal. While I would love to see Drogba score, look at Kevin's expression behind him. It's far from vacant. Laughter ensues. This reminds me of those Zhang Jiahui movies where the signal suddenly cuts out during the World Cup. Isn't that from The King of Gamblers? No, that's Gambling King 1999, featuring Zhu Yin. I feel Zhu Yin pales in comparison to the actress who often starred alongside Zhang Jiahui. Which one? Quan Shumei? I like her too. Yes, the film she did with Ren Dahua was truly captivating. You must be longing to see someone drenched in cold water, right? That is quite something to behold. At this moment, the screen has returned to normal. Both teams' players continue their warm-up routines. Today's match has attracted a significant number of fans. Kevin's former clubs include Real Madrid and Chelsea. However, due to a previous unpleasant experience with Real Madrid, Chelsea is the team more widely accepted by Kevin's fanbase. Chelsea's manager, Ancelotti, a legendary figure at Milan, returning to San Siro adds to the intrigue. As the warm-up nears its conclusion, Kevin recalls he has yet to draw cards. Observing that his anticipation level has reached 100, he decides to draw. Ding! You have received a 24-hour experience card for the 2001 International Friendly, England vs. Mexico, featuring Joe Cole. Joe? He was Kevin's former teammate and an iconic figure during Abramovich's early days. Joe Cole is one of those players whose performance diminished due to injuries. Although he has matured in various aspects with age, excessive injuries have robbed him of his earlier agility. During his time at West Ham, Cole was one of the brightest stars in the Premier League, displaying a style of play distinctly different from his contemporaries. After the departure of the King of Balls, he also left Chelsea. Currently, Joe Cole is playing in League One. Since he has drawn the card, Kevin opts to utilize it immediately. As J. Cole's pace was not particularly swift, and considering he was facing familiar foes from Chelsea today, Huang Kaivan refrained from utilizing his immunity card. Upon returning to the players' tunnel, Terry greeted him with a smile, saying, "Kaivan, you need not fear being struck by your entourage today." Huang Kaivan chuckled and raised his middle finger, retorting, "Tony claims you are quite dishonest. I believe I should publicly seek to acquire the photographs of you that have been captured." Terry's expression transformed instantly, as he clasped his hands together and bowed repeatedly to Huang Kaivan. The Chelsea players watching erupted in laughter, with Ashley Cole leaning against the wall. This was the reason for his divorce. Now, he could play however he wished. "Kaivan, you must exercise some restraint. Do not damage the ball." Czech interjected suddenly. "Do not damage the ball, or do not damage yourself?" Huang Kaivan inquired. "It's rather similar." "I certainly do not wish to be whisked away to the hospital by an ambulance," Czech sighed, expressing that such an experience was sufficient for a lifetime. "Rest assured, my friend, I will ensure your safety," Huang Kaivan replied with a smile, bringing a sigh of relief from Czech, who had been worried for several days. Just as Huneler was about to speak, the referee reminded both teams to take the field. Guardiola and his coaching staff trailed behind. Upon exiting the tunnel, he encountered Ancelotti, who gracefully extended his hand, saying, "I hope today will witness an exceptional match." "Indeed, it will." Ancelotti raised an eyebrow in response. Guardiola glanced towards the sidelines. Ancelotti's machine was particularly striking. Ancelotti, unfazed, remarked, "Truth is possessed by but a few. May you be among them." "Perhaps," Guardiola nodded in agreement. "Damn. These football coaches are all mad," he mused, relieved that he believed in science and the principle of equivalent exchange. Upon returning to the coaching bench, Guardiola immediately instructed, "Prepare the equipment. We are in for a tough battle today." "Is it that one?" Torrent inquired. "Yes, precisely that one," Guardiola affirmed. Torrent promptly turned to make the necessary preparations. During this period of personnel shortages, Guardiola had set his sights on his assistant coach. Torrent, being a true friend, readily accepted Guardiola's theories. Gold, aside from its scarcity, possesses industrial value. However, people from millennia past would never have used gold for chips. Their yearning for it evidently stemmed from their DNA, a primal craving for gold embedded in their blood. Torrent opened a velvet bag adorned with jewels, extracting a stone the color of blood. This was the fabled philosopher's stone, said to transmute base metals into gold. Guardiola believed that the philosopher's stone held greater potential for humanity than gold itself, hoping to employ it to safeguard Huang Kaivan from injury. Meanwhile, Tassadi, adjusting the machinery, noticed the commotion at the home coaching bench. Without waiting for Ancelotti to speak, he sought out Ancelotti's notebook. Ancelotti reminded him, "Page 22 from the end, black magic defense." "Rest easy, Carlo," came the assurance, as both coaching staffs drew considerable attention. The director frequently shifts the camera to the coaching benches of both teams. Oh, once it was Capello facing Ancelotti, and now it is Guardiola against Ancelotti. These esteemed European tacticians undoubtedly possess their own unique skills. However, as the theme song has concluded, let us take a look at the starting lineups. For AC Milan, in a 4-3-3 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Antonini, Godin, Stendardo, Zambrata, midfielders, Rakitic, Van Bommel, Gattuso, forwards, Huang Kaiwan, Van Persie, Torres. For Chelsea, also in a 4-3-3 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Cech, defenders, Ashley Cole, Hummels, Terry, Bozingwa, midfielders, Mikel, Modric, Mireless, forwards, Bale, Drogba, Huntelaar. It appears that Messi has not yet fully recovered, prompting Guardiola to place him on the substitutes bench. Indeed, AC Milan's defense is significantly lacking personnel, with Ramos suspended, Nesta unfit, and Thiago Silva having made an earlier error. Hence Guardiola opted for a combination of Godin and Stendardo today. I noticed an intriguing detail. Apart from Mireless, all Chelsea players were former teammates of Huang Kaiwan. This truly illustrates the excellence of Chelsea's previous squad. Even after 2 seasons, these players maintain commendable form. After exchanging team flags with Terry, Huang Kaiwan remarked, "Shall I choose first?" "Go ahead, I'll take heads." Terry quickly interjected. Referee Brych tossed the coin and, after holding it down, revealed the result with a stoic expression, "Tails." "We'll take the field," Huang Kaiwan shrugged in response. Terry gestured at him, clearly displeased with the coin toss outcome. Both teams returned to their respective halves to make final preparations. Huang Kaiwan found himself facing Huntelaar, who wore a broad smile. Though Van Persie's Champions League victory left him somewhat unsatisfied, Huntelaar understood that such matters were not Huang Kaiwan's fault. The professional journey ahead is long, and one can never predict future team compositions. At 7:45 p.m., the German referee Brych signaled the commencement of the match. Chelsea kicked off with a direct pass back. Upon receiving the ball, Bale was immediately confronted by Torres. The clash of these two speedsters did not unfold with the anticipated fervor. Bale, not dwelling on the ball, swiftly returned it to Modric. Modric, with a deft touch of his right foot, stabilized the situation, even as Van Persie pressed him rapidly. Yet, Modric remained composed. He pivoted, securing his position, and delivered the ball to the advancing Ashley Cole. Ashley Cole took a couple of steps forward before spotting Torres. As Torres turned to pursue Cole, the latter accelerated past him with finesse. Torres quickly spun around to give chase. Despite being the older player, Ashley Cole's speed could not match that of Torres. However, after a few meters of racing, Cole suddenly halted, allowing Torres to dash past him. Ashley Cole advanced along the left flank, drawing closer to the center. As soon as Gattuso and Van Bommel made their moves, Cole swiftly shifted his body and with a deft push of his left foot, delivered the ball to the advancing Modric. Unlike before, Modric was quick to respond. He extended his foot, not pausing to control the ball, and executed a delicate lofted pass. The ball sailed directly into the penalty area. Both Drogba and Huntelaar surged forward, each possessing commendable physical prowess. Godin marked Huntelaar, but Little Bender was unable to contain Drogba. Fortunately, Buffon made a crucial intervention, rushing out to snatch the ball from Drogba's feet just as he was poised to shoot. Drogba, having prepared to strike, adjusted and directed the ball towards the right side instead. What a start for Chelsea, launching an aggressive offensive aimed at leveraging their physicality. Indeed, with Drogba and Huntelaar, complemented by the rapid pace of Bale, AC Milan's somewhat compromised defense was certainly facing a formidable challenge today. In truth, AC Milan should consider altering their strategy. Engaging in a direct confrontation, even in Messi's absence, Torres and Van Persie remain exceptional talents, and Kaká was still seated on the bench. On the sidelines, Nesta clenched his fist in frustration. Were he on the field, he would have cleared the ball without hesitation, avoiding any entanglement with Drogba. However, Little Bender clearly lacked that awareness. The lad ought to recognize his limitations instead of attempting to challenge Drogba physically. Nesta, unable to meet the fitness requirements for participation, had not even made the matchday squad, which only exacerbated his torment. Each time he witnessed his teammates falter, yearning to contribute, yet being unable to do so, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Rest assured, we shall not lose, Ramos reassured. In his perspective, Hwang Kaiwan's starting position left no room for defeat. I am aware we will not lose, yet I remain anxious, Nesta sighed. On the pitch, Milan initiated a counterattack. Antonini delivered a precise diagonal pass forward. Rakitic, upon receiving the ball, noticed Mikel closely marking Hwang Kaiwan, yet he ventured a through ball. This pass granted significant advance momentum. Although Mikel was prepared, he was able to stay close to Hwang Kaiwan while stationary. However, once in motion, the disparity in their explosive power became glaringly evident. Before Mikel could take his first step, Hwang Kaiwan had already surged ahead by more than a meter. As he chased back, Mikel found his thoughts racing. He wondered how Hwang Kaiwan could react so swiftly without jumping the gun in a sprinting event. Mikel was certain that had Hwang Kaiwan's reaction time been measured on the track, it would have resulted in a false start. Mikel exerted every ounce of strength in his body, pushing back with all his might, yet the gap between him and Hwang Kaiwan remained unchanged. Bozingwa cursed under his breath, swiftly regaining his balance and retreating into the penalty area, showing no intention of engaging Hwang Kaiwan in a duel outside the box. Inside the area, if necessary, Terry could provide cover. Outside the box, if beaten, it would be nearly impossible to even delay the play. At that moment, he and Terry could only approach one by one. Hwang Kaiwan decelerated and faced Bosingwa, slightly bending his waist to adjust his balance. With nimble steps, Hwang Kaiwan advanced, forcing Bosingwa to retreat continuously. After 2 steps, Hwang Kaiwan's left foot suddenly swept over the ball, followed immediately by his right foot. However, his right foot did not lift above the ball. Instead, he flicked it to the right with the outer instep, feigning a breakthrough in that direction. Bosingwa hurriedly reached out to move along, but as soon as he did, Hwang Kaiwan's right toe swiftly pulled the ball back, sending it rolling behind his left leg toward the baseline. Bosingwa clumsily adjusted again. Yet, Hwang Kaiwan offered no more chances. Having evaded Bosingwa, he swiftly twisted his body, his right foot curling around his left leg, executing a delicate touch to propel the ball forward. The pass was exquisitely timed, neither too high nor too fast. Terry sprinted toward the left flank to provide cover, while Van Persie effortlessly surged toward the goal. At that moment, Cech leaped high, catching the ball with both hands. Fearing Van Persie's persistence, he cradled the ball closely. "What on earth are you doing?" Cech shouted. Terry looked at him innocently. Cech exclaimed, "Kevin hasn't he even entered the penalty area, and both of you rushed to defend him, leaving the center wide open. A Dutchman and a Croatian nearly scored. Do you understand, you fools?" Terry could only raise his right hand, pressing it down in a calming gesture, saying, "Relax, Iron Man. We didn't concede a goal, did we? If I hadn't moved left, Kevin might have gone straight into the penalty area. You always have an excuse," Cech retorted, albeit somewhat acknowledging Terry's explanation. Terry had previously stated that to defend Hwang Kaiwan, someone needed to press him up front. By forcing Hwang Kaiwan into a corner, the pressure he faced would be significantly reduced. One-on-one, Terry wouldn't dare to guarantee a successful tackle even after 100 attempts. Hwang Kaiwan returned to his half. Chelsea shifted the ball to the left flank. Bale's speed was remarkable. Even the experienced Gattuso misjudged, allowing Bale to break through successfully. The San Siro reverberated with gasps. It is well known that Milan boasts some of the world's finest sprinters. Typically, it was Hwang Kaiwan, Kaká, and Torres who threatened the opponent's penalty area. This time, Bale demonstrated a pace rivaling that of Torres, instilling a sense of fear within the Rossoneri. After all, on the left flank, it was usually Hwang Kaiwan's speed that posed a threat. There was no need to elaborate on what Hwang Kaiwan could do when he surged forward. Fortunately, Bale was not Hwang Kaiwan. Although he forcefully cut inside and penetrated the penalty area, his final left-footed shot veered well away from the right post. Even so, Guardiola could hardly maintain his composure. He gestured on the field, exclaiming, "Can you show some performance? Didn't your coaches teach you how to defend against speedy players when you were in the youth team? If you continue playing like this, we might concede a goal." Chelsea positioned Terry on the right flank, evidently to counter Hwang Kaiwan. He had made ample preparations today, yet the Milan players failed to deliver an appropriate response. During the initial phase of the match, he had already discerned Chelsea's tactical approach. Huntelaar epitomized the tactical forward. Aside from participating in defensive efforts, he surged alongside Drogba, their combined force creating considerable chaos in the opponent's defensive line. This advantage in physicality became evident, allowing them to seize the ball and shoot with ease. Bale roamed the left flank while Modric maneuvered between the central and right areas, effectively compensating for Huntelaar's inadequacies as a winger. Previously, it was noted that Ancelotti favored employing an attacking midfielder. However, it became apparent that his multi-forward strategy was equally effective. Guardiola, rubbing his forehead, found himself nostalgically yearning for Nesta. Hwang Kaiwan advanced with the ball down the left side, while Mikel, who initially kept pace, soon fell behind. Realizing he could no longer keep up, Mikel resorted to a slide tackle in an attempt to clear the ball. However, Hwang Kaiwan had anticipated this. As he dribbled, the ball was already positioned ahead of him, and with his rapid pace, Michael's tackle failed to make contact. Observing the situation, Bozingwa lunged in from the flank, intent on seizing the opportunity to intercept Hwang Kaiwan's unsteady control. To his surprise, Hwang Kaiwan deftly nudged the ball past him and swiftly leapt forward. Seeing Hwang Kaiwan stumble upon landing, Bozingwa quickly raised his arms in a gesture of innocence, indicating he had not committed a foul, lest Terry might confront him later. Terry, not lingering in the penalty area, aggressively pressured Hwang Kaiwan. As Hwang Kaiwan regained possession, Terry closed in closely, deliberately positioning himself sideways to force Hwang Kaiwan to continue towards the baseline. The two raced to the edge, and rather than seeking a teammate, Hwang Kaiwan pivoted and cheekily struck the ball against Terry's leg, sending it out of bounds. This is not the style of a great star. Shouldn't you have attempted a Marseille turn along the sideline to enter the box? Terry quipped from the sidelines. It reflects the immense pressure you applied. I dared not attempt anything, Hwang Kaiwan replied with a smile. Terry shook his head and turned back, not believing a word of Hwang Kaiwan's retort. Damn it. Get into position. Czech bellowed from the goal line. Hwang Kaiwan stood by the corner flag, contemplating either a direct shot or a tactical corner kick. Both options thoroughly vexing Czech, as they demanded entirely different defensive strategies. He needed to make a swift judgment. Czech scrutinized Hwang Kaiwan, attempting to glean some insight. Despite having been teammates for 2 years and Hwang Kaiwan's frequent training sessions with Chelsea, he found himself unable to discern any clues. Czech's mind raced, arriving at a singular possibility. As Hwang Kaiwan began his run, Czech quickly retreated, leaping and extending his left arm. The gratifying sensation of the ball striking his glove filled him with joy. Indeed, it was a direct shot aimed at the far corner. Kevin, Van Bommel called out. Hwang Kaiwan waved dismissively, uninterested in shifting to the opposite corner flag. Van Bommel proceeded towards the right corner flag. Both were corner kicks. Yet this time Czech felt no sense of urgency. Instead, he was imbued with unwavering confidence. The more this unfolded, the less Czech wished to encounter Hwang Kaiwan. He feared that a two-legged semi-final against Hwang would be enough to induce a heart attack. Van Bommel initiated a short pass, prompting Ashley Cole to swiftly advance towards Gattuso. Nearby, Gattuso instinctively returned the ball. Van Bommel received it once more, pivoting to deliver a long pass. The ball soared past the left post. As Van Persie and Hummels tussled for position, ultimately striking Van Persie's head and deflecting towards the center. Terry leapt high in the middle, directing the ball towards Hummels. With Van Persie having moved far away, Hummels had ample time to prepare. Adjusting himself, Hummels similarly tilted his head to send the ball soaring out of the penalty area. As the ball moved, Ancelotti let out a piercing scream, urging, "Defend against Kevin." Hwang Kaiwan, who had just taken a corner on the left, now stood just outside the penalty area on the left side, where the ball bounced perfectly into his chest from a distance of over 3 meters. Ancelotti clutched his heart, swallowing back words of concern. Leaning slightly back, Hwang Kaiwan successfully controlled the ball. Before it fully settled, he poised himself to unleash a right-footed strike. Cech felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing an innate primal instinct, akin to being targeted by a lion or tiger, rendering his breath shallow. After an internal struggle, Cech managed to regain control of his body. The shot was not a powerful strike, but a delicate lob, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Cech took a step to the left and leapt high, stretching out his right hand. Although his fingertips grazed the ball, a chilling realization enveloped him. Indeed, the strength in his fingertips was insufficient to deflect it. The ball grazed the post and crashed into the net. Roars erupted. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" 18 minutes into the match, San Siro erupted with fervor. Kevin! Kevin! Kevin goal! A quintessential Kevin goal, a lob from 30 meters into the corner. Ancelotti had coached Kevin for 2 years, yet it seemed he had forgotten who had bestowed upon him such accolades. I fail to comprehend why he did not assign a dedicated marker to Kevin. After taking the corner, Kevin found himself unmarked, and in that moment, I knew he would score. We often emphasize Kevin's records and goals on the pitch, yet we should also recognize his tender side. Cech, having sustained a head injury, remained apprehensive about further harm, even if the tank cap affected him slightly. Kevin evidently understood his former teammates' concerns, opting for a lob into the corner instead of a powerful long-range shot, entirely considerate of Cech's feelings. Great athletic prowess does not equate to a noble character. However, Kevin exemplifies both remarkable integrity and an array of extraordinary talents. It is said that the London Olympic Committee is already arranging the schedule, ensuring that all of Kevin's events are staggered to allow him to participate in as many competitions as possible. While I am uncertain about which events he will enter, I am confident that he will sign up for the 100 meters and 200 meters, for Kevin will not permit failure to tarnish his life. Bolt would do well to train diligently, for he will soon comprehend the true meaning of contending against a deity, despite dedicating an entire year to sprint training. He will ultimately succumb to Kevin in London. One after another, Milan players rushed towards Hwang Kevin, who did not indulge in ostentatious celebrations. Yet, this restraint stirred a sense of unease among several Chelsea players. Once disregarded by many, they achieved an astonishing 10 championships during Hwang Kevin's 2 seasons with them. After returning to Germany, Ballack still reminisces about Hwang Kevin. However, are they not akin to Ballack himself? They once believed life was merely about joyous rest, delightful vacations, and winning championships through football. Yet, upon Hwang Kevin's departure, they realized that those delightful descriptors were merely byproducts of Hwang Kevin, belonging to his teammates rather than to Petr Cech or John Terry. Come on, everyone, lift your spirits. We cannot allow Kevin to look down upon us, Terry exclaimed, clapping his hands. He had already mentioned during the press conference that he anticipated such a scenario, thus he felt little disappointment at this moment. Terry's constant reminders to his teammates evoked a sense of déjà vu among many Rossoneri. Upon noticing the captain's armband on the left arm of the number 10, they were reminded of how their number 10 relished performing such roles before donning the captaincy. Modric joined in the rallying cry, asserting that, in comparison to his past tribulations, these challenges were trivial. Chelsea is an indomitable team. A single goal cannot shatter their resolve. The Chelsea players quietly returned to their half of the field. Huntelaar was stretching his shoulders, preparing to showcase a more impressive performance. At that moment, he noticed Van Persie forming words with his lips, even without sound. Huntelaar understood Van Persie's message. Milan needed a striker this summer, and Kevin chose me over you. Veins bulged from Huntelaar's neck to his forehead. Van Persie had struck a nerve. He glared at Van Persie, thinking, just you wait. The Champions League was upon them. Let us see who prevails between Manchester United and Bayern Munich. As the game resumed, Ancelotti sat composed on the bench, while Sam Allardyce fidgeted restlessly, explaining to Ancelotti. The simulations yielded the same results. We are certain to emerge victorious. I understand. Computers can ultimately err, Ancelotti replied with feigned generosity. No, Allardyce retorted. Altman exclaimed. Our chance for victory hinges on Kevin, for he is bound to sustain an injury today. Have you consulted a sorcerer? Ancelotti inquired, astonished. Altman quickly shook his head, responding, not a sorcerer, but rather an analysis derived from multiple simulation outcomes regarding Kevin's performance. Just now, he executed several successful dribbles, mirroring the conditions we simulated. Considering his injury history, accumulated fatigue, daily routines, and dietary habits, his excessive restraint from consuming red meat, these factors have been meticulously calculated. Understood, Ancelotti nodded. He then turned to Tassadi and whispered, when I first heard about artificial intelligence, I imagined it was something akin to the Terminator, only to discover it was merely a charlatan. Carlo, the willpower approach is far more reliable. Tassadi immediately replied. Ancelotti nodded in satisfaction, stating, previously, we only considered shielding our opponents from receiving willpower, neglecting the fact that the spectators could also interfere with the player's absorption. Now that we have filtered out these individuals, the team should perform better. Sam Altman sat on the sidelines, amused and bewildered, observing the serious discussion between the two. He began to question whether his pursuits paled in comparison to Ancelotti's willpower. On the field, both teams were embroiled in a fierce battle. In terms of talent, Chelsea appeared to have the upper hand. Mikel, once dubbed the Little Zidane, occasionally showcased flashes of brilliance. As for Modric, he was undeniably a player who employed intellect in his gameplay. Milan's midfield was predominantly defensive today. However, what was more astonishing was that Chelsea's midfield combination was not significantly lacking in physicality. Huntelaar actively kept pace with Juan Kevin, his arms and hands continually in motion. Juan Kevin, feeling a bit exasperated, remarked, Buddy, if you keep this up, I might just have to sprint away from you. Kevin, Huntelaar pleaded, the European Championship is approaching, and I must showcase my performance to Van Marwijk. Only one of us can secure a starting position, and it can't be that rascal Van Persie. Juan Kevin retorted, with you saying that, what is the point of Huang the King? Are the forwards of the Netherlands now contemplating defense? You all are taking it too far. Nevertheless, despite Huntelaar's insistence, Juan Kevin would not relent. He could not afford to be outmaneuvered by a wide forward. It would render him a laughingstock worldwide. Modric, in possession of the ball, passed it once more to the left flank. Bale, taking the ball forward, clearly intended to exploit his speed against Gattuso. Gattuso promptly positioned himself along the sideline. Upon seeing this, Bale aimed to circumvent him from the outside. However, he did not anticipate Gattuso's awkward yet effective turn, which obstructed his path, preventing Bale from making an immediate move. The ball was seized by the advancing Zambrotta. Zambrotta played a lateral pass to stabilize the situation. Bale raised his hands in exasperation towards the referee, Brych. Brych quickly shook his head, signaling that no foul had occurred. Gattuso's defensive effort was commendable. Indeed, the scene appeared quite chaotic beneath their feet, yet it served its purpose. Primarily, Gattuso had not intervened. The defense, in this instance, was remarkably pristine, embodying the essence of a player skillfully maneuvering past an opponent. The Italian defenders exhibited commendable technical prowess. Chelsea pressed forward aggressively, but Milan struggled to release the ball promptly. Today, the defensive line lacked the requisite ability to transition the ball. Juan Kaiwan was compelled to retreat to the backfield. As Stambouli received the ball, he instinctively directed a precise pass towards Juan Kaiwan. Both Bale and Modric were alert, with Bale notably sprinting towards Juan Kaiwan ahead of time. Juan Kaiwan, however, was not one to remain stationary awaiting the ball. Even as Bale made a full-throttle dash, Juan Kaiwan, in motion, seized the ball first, nearly colliding with Bale. Modric positioned himself directly in front of Juan Kaiwan, denying him any room for maneuver. Zambrotta, who was on the flank, instinctively shut his eyes for a moment. Yet, a wave of astonishment erupted from the San Siro. Despite his previous rapid sprint, Juan Kaiwan, upon receiving the ball, seemed impervious to inertia, executing a counterclockwise Marseille turn and pivoting effortlessly before galloping away with the ball. Modric and Bale exchanged bewildered glances, with Modric's eyes brimming with inquiry. Bale's head bobbed vigorously, as if trying to gauge Juan Kaiwan's next move. While he was swift, his physical prowess was not extraordinary, even without having performed such a maneuver. Merely observing Juan Kaiwan's actions made Bale acutely aware of the strain on his joints and core muscles, as well as the pressure on his cruciate ligaments. This singular move could easily confine him to a hospital bed for half a year. Chelsea pressed higher up the pitch. Upon seeing Juan Kaiwan with the ball, they raced back desperately. However, Juan Kaiwan had already recognized the opportunity. After just 2 seconds, his left foot deftly caressed the ball's underside. With a sharp sound. As he passed, his left foot executed a distinct lifting motion. The ball zipped past Chelsea's defense and the already advancing Van Persie, landing just outside the penalty area. After bouncing, the ball had slowed considerably. Cech hurriedly dashed from his line, yet Van Persie was quicker, leaping and positioning himself to connect as he struck the ball with the underside of his foot, leveraging the force of his jump without exerting much effort. Cech gazed upwards at Van Persie, a wave of despair washing over him. Even without turning back, as a top-tier goalkeeper, he could discern from the sound of Van Persie's strike and impact that the ball would not soar over the bar. A multitude of eyes in the San Siro fixated on the ball as it descended towards the goal. It was evidently heading for the net, and the next bounce would surely herald a goal. In that crucial moment, a blue figure lunged towards the goal. It was Terry. Terry hooked his foot, clearing the ball away. Rakitic had already surged forward, poised to volley, but Hummels quickly headed the ball towards the sidelines, and Bozingwa failed to control it, letting it roll out of play. A goal, it was a goal. Van Persie spread his arms in protest, exclaiming, "What goal? It didn't even cross the line." Huntelaar rushed over, speaking rapidly. Terry initially intended to respond, but Huntelaar's swiftness overtook him. The referee prepared to intervene. Van Persie pointed directly at Huntelaar, exclaiming, "Are you blind? You fool. That ball has crossed the line." The referee was well aware of whether the ball had crossed the line. His silence indicated that it was not a goal. Huntelaar defiantly raised his neck. Seeing this, Juan Kevin hurriedly interposed himself between the two, suggesting, "Let us see what the referee has to say." The players from both sides turned their heads. Bruich felt an itch on his back, almost wishing to remove his shirt and engage. At that moment, he remembered his role as the referee. Despite having formed a judgment, he still approached the linesman for consultation, hesitant to reach a conclusion lightly. "Do they harbor a grudge?" Terry whispered, covering his mouth. "Well, they are Dutch. Infighting is quite common," Juan Kevin replied in a low voice. Terry responded with a silly grin, appearing somewhat mischievous. Juan Kevin quipped, "You lot are even worse than the Dutch. They are always favorites, and the performances of their WAGs outshine those of England." Terry promptly raised his middle finger, retorting, "Cheryl still has her eye on you. Shall I give her your address?" At that moment, Bruich caught sight of Terry's gesture. Terry quickly clasped his hands together in a gesture of explanation, saying, "We are friends, just sharing a joke." Bruich pointed at Terry, warning, "You better watch yourself next time. It may not be so lenient." He then returned to the goal area, declaring, "No goal. Prepare for the kickoff." "Damn it." Van Persie spat in displeasure as he turned away. Bruich promptly produced a yellow card, holding it aloft. "Is spitting a crime?" Van Persie turned, raising his hands in exasperation. "Can you explain what damn it means?" Bruich inquired, his eyes fixed intently on Van Persie. Clearly intimidated, Van Persie understood that any retort could lead to a red card. Juan Kevin quickly stepped in, pushing Van Persie away and guiding him back. Huntelaar, hands on his hips, shook his head in disappointment. If Van Persie were to receive a red card today, Huntelaar's chances of solidifying his starting position would increase significantly. Although Van Marwijk was not present at the match, Huntelaar was certain that the Dutch head coach was watching the game closely from home. Today's match was not merely a Champions League semifinal. It was also a pivotal assessment for determining who would be the starters for the upcoming European Championship. Their performances across the two-legged tie would influence their standing for the summer tournament. Displaying prowess in a high-stakes encounter held far more significance than dominating weaker opponents. Antonini threw a throw-in from the left side and immediately retreated. This was a strategy Juan Kevin had advised prior to the match. In his words, "The attack did not require assistance. Focusing on defense was sufficient." While this sentiment bruised Antonini's pride, it was nonetheless true. As Juan Kevin gained possession, Mikel charged towards him. Juan Kevin turned back towards his half, while Mikel hesitated to sprint fully, knowing that Juan Kevin could execute a Cruyff turn at any moment. Upon seeing Rakitic approach, Juan Kevin opted to return the ball with a single touch, leaving Mikel momentarily stunned. He instinctively surged towards Rakitic, who, without pausing for the ball, deftly nudged it forward. The pass was not particularly favorable. Juan Kevin, despite not sprinting with full force, found the ball behind him. Yet, as he lifted his foot, he skillfully brought the ball to a halt behind him and seamlessly pulled it in front, executing the entire maneuver without a moment's hesitation. Oh, such seemingly simple actions truly test one's fundamental skills, It would be fair to assert that Huang Kaiwen's ball control is unrivaled globally. Most impressively, he did not even glance back, yet seemed to instinctively know where the ball would land. Perhaps he discerned the trajectory from Rakitic's body language. Akin to the martial arts tales where a master can predict an opponent's move from their stance. Regardless, Huang Kaiwen's handling of the ball was exquisite. He evaded Boscov's sliding tackle, while Huntelaar had to chase him all the way to the corner flag. Huntelaar pressed Huang Kaiwen relentlessly, with no time to settle his weight. Huang Kaiwen gently nudged the ball forward with his right foot, quickly positioning himself behind it, and then deftly flicked it with his left foot from behind his right leg. With a crisp sound, the ball slipped through Huntelaar's legs. Van Persie, waiting in the penalty area, couldn't help but chuckle. Huntelaar, the jester, had dared to challenge him, and Huang Kaiwen had avenged him right then and there. Van Persie, distracted by the spectacle, found himself a step slow as Huang Kaiwen, from the baseline, delivered a delicate pass to him. When he instinctively attempted to control the ball with his chest, Terry had already launched a kick from beneath it. The ball soared high, and as it descended, Czech leapt from the crowd, grasping it with both hands. Torres was displeased. Indeed, Van Persie's reaction was somewhat sluggish. Huang Kaiwen said nothing. But it was Torres who first sought out Van Persie, as this opportunity should not have been squandered. Today, Huang Kaiwen had been quite the distributor. Perhaps it stemmed from a desire for team cohesion, but Chelsea had imposed significant restrictions on him. With Terry's defensive prowess, complemented by Mikel and the frequently tracking back Huntelaar, it could be said that Chelsea's defensive focus lay squarely on Huang Kaiwen. While Rakitic and Van Bommel performed adequately, they lacked such elegant passing abilities, resulting in Torres on the right flank seeing little of the ball, and Ashley Cole's side facing virtually no challenges. Chelsea launched another offensive down the left flank. Both teams today relied heavily on left-side attacks. Bale's speed rivaled only Huang Kaiwen's. He was indeed swift. Gattuso failed to intercept, as Bale had already propelled the ball several meters ahead, circling around from the sideline with remarkable decisiveness. Zambrotta lunged in, but Bale maneuvered past him, accelerating into the penalty area for a low shot. Buffon came to the rescue, swiftly using his foot to deflect the ball away. Both goalkeepers exhibited commendable performances today, as Chelsea capitalized on a corner kick, aimed towards the near post. Astonishingly, the ball found the net. Drogba, with a powerful header, leveled the score for Chelsea. The goal scorer, Drogba, jogged near the baseline, maintaining a composed demeanor without excessive exuberance. Such a performance has certainly endeared many Rossoneri to him. Huang Kaiwen refrains from celebrating, as Chelsea is his former club. However, Milan has no connection to Drogba. Ancelotti, in a fit of excitement, dashed to the sidelines, fervently waving his right fist, while Tassadi rushed in from behind to embrace him, both jumping with joy. "Did you see that, Mauro?" "Indeed, Carlo, you are correct," Tassadi exclaimed with enthusiasm. "We are destined to win, aren't we, Mauro?" Ancelotti inquired. "Absolutely, Carlo, for you are indeed right." The two jubilantly celebrated on the sidelines. Ortman, however, could not comprehend the Italian conversation. Yet, Ancelotti did not forget his technical advisor. Once the excitement subsided, he nodded and remarked, "This intelligent worker is impressive. Today's starting lineup owes its success to him. I shall speak to Mr. Abramovich about further investments." Ortman nodded weakly, devoid of the energy to correct Ancelotti. He realized that communicating with this old-fashioned and stubborn Italian coach was futile, as long as there were investments. It mattered not whether he referred to him as an intelligent worker or a functional intellect. Applause resonated throughout San Siro. AC Milan exhibited remarkable grace. Did Zhang realize that there were no boos today at San Siro? This must have been considerate of Huang Kaiwen's feelings, a gesture of goodwill, allowing Chelsea to experience a comfortable away game. "Haha, I suspect there may be another layer to this," he mused. Chelsea's phrase, "Welcome to Stamford Bridge," has become their trademark. AC Milan supporters, seeing their efforts to become the world's premier club, naturally sought to display greater magnanimity than Chelsea. Indeed, there might be some truth to that, he noted. AC Milan fans, much like Huang Kaiwen, feign generosity, feeling that defeat is out of the question. Brother, this matter is measured by actions, not intentions. From a conspiratorial perspective, there are no beautiful things in this world. You are right. I sense that AC Milan fans displayed considerable grandeur today, which is indeed the hallmark of a prestigious club. They probably do not regard Chelsea as a serious contender, given that Chelsea has only 2 Champions League titles, surpassing even Ajax in that regard. Speaking of Ajax, they have become a factory for nurturing talent, selling players each summer. At least Ajax does not sell its captain every year. How can you speak like that? Selling the captain annually and still competing in the Champions League is a skill in itself, you know? It seems the professor lacks the ambition for a title challenge. You are mistaken. It is not a lack of ambition, but rather an acceptance of reality. Arsenal, once a team known for its robust style, has now become synonymous with beautiful football and has even built a new stadium. It would not be unreasonable for Arsenal fans to show their respect for the professor. However, expecting him to contest for the title feels somewhat unfair. As the match progressed, both teams exhibited caution. As the first half concluded, the score was one that both sides could accept. Hwang Kaiwan also prepared to take a moment to rest. However, in the next moment, Van Bommel had already delivered the ball to his feet. Hwang Kaiwan silently rolled his eyes. Is he holding a grudge for not passing to Torres? Tito has barely touched the ball today. Though Hwang Kaiwan intended to gather his strength for the second half, Huntelaar remained cautious. He rushed towards Hwang Kaiwan with arms wide open. With a deft flick, Hwang Kaiwan evaded Huntelaar's center of gravity and accelerated past him with the ball. Mikel, without a second thought, lunged to the ground with a sliding tackle. Although Hwang Kaiwan managed to lift the ball over Michael's legs, he was slightly late in his jump and felt a sharp pain in his ankle from the contact. Terry sprinted down the left flank to join Boswinga in defending against Hwang Kaiwan. They shadowed him closely, but as Hwang Kaiwan attempted to maneuver with his right foot, the pain hindered his ability to control the ball, which was inadvertently nudged by Boswinga, rolling to Hwang Kaiwan's right side. Terry, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, was astonished to see Hwang Kaiwan falter. He had envisioned countless ways to bypass defenders, yet this outcome had eluded him. At that moment, Hwang Kaiwan pushed the ball into the penalty area, and Terry, still in disbelief, failed to keep pace. Merrills, having returned to the penalty area, confronted Hwang Kaiwan, who brushed the ball with his right foot while shifting his weight awkwardly due to the pain. He resembled a clumsy aircraft carrier. Nevertheless, this pendulum-like movement proved even more deceptive, allowing Merrills to miss his tackle. Hwang Kaiwan skillfully flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, prompting Merrills to grab at Hwang Kaiwan's arm, but the pass found its way to Hummels. Hummels swiftly cleared the ball. The referee, Broek, blew the whistle for halftime. Van Persie rushed to Hwang Kaiwan's side, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Kaiwan, are you injured?" Torres and Huntelaar, arriving a moment too late, exchanged exasperated glances, silently cursing the sycophant. Hwang Kaiwan waved dismissively, assuring him, "I should be fine." He was uncertain about the earlier contact, yet based on how he felt while running, it seemed to be a minor injury that had already improved. Van Persie bent down to assist Hwang Kaiwan towards the sidelines, admonishing players who obstructed their path, a display that caused Guardiola to feel a pang of anxiety. Abandoning his usual composure, he stormed onto the pitch, gripping Hwang Kaiwan's shoulders and asking, "Kaiwan, is your injury serious?" "I'm not hurt," Hwang Kaiwan replied, bemused. "I just got kicked and haven't recovered yet." Robin is being overly dramatic. Van Persie cast an awkward glance at Guardiola, who nodded in response. "It's fine. You did well." A cautious approach is seldom a mistake. Guardiola supported Hwang Kaiwan as they made their way to the players' tunnel, disregarding the other players entirely. Huntelaar inquired in English, "Is Van Persie always like this?" Torres retorted, "Last time he celebrated by bowing to Kaiwan. What more do you expect from him?" Unable to contain his laughter, Huntelaar chuckled at the memory. Torres had almost forgotten that incident. He resolved to order a few custom white t-shirts featuring Van Persie's bowing image from a local online store, intending to distribute them to teammates when they returned to the national team at season's end. Upon returning to the locker room, after removing his shoes, Hwang Kaiwan noticed his socks were stained with blood and his ankle was slightly swollen, but there were no other significant issues. Nonetheless, Guardiola remained apprehensive and advised, "It's best to exit the field, Kevin." "Just a little longer, coach," Hwang Kaiwan replied. As one of the players most familiar with Chelsea, he understood that if he were to leave the game prematurely, even with Hazard's presence, Milan would face considerable difficulty. Besides him, only Messi possessed the ability to alter the course of the match. Guardiola's tactics were faltering, compounded by numerous injuries within the team, making today's game particularly challenging. "Very well," Guardiola conceded with a nod. Once the Milan players returned to the locker room, Guardiola erupted in fury, exclaiming, "That was absolute rubbish. What I witnessed today was akin to a pile of excrement." I had anticipated a 4-5-1 formation, not a 4-3-3. Aside from Kevin, the others in the forward line were utterly ineffective. The midfield failed to provide adequate support. Van Persie instinctively interjected, but silence. Allow me to speak. Guardiola interrupted, asserting, I don't care what excuses you have. Before you joined Milan, you all claimed to be capable of playing in the number 10, 7, and 9 positions. Without midfield support, you must assume that role. Lack of performance is no justification. Guardiola was referencing Wenger's prior praise of Van Persie, who had been lauded for his ability to excel as a forward, playmaker, and winger. Van Persie sat there, brooding. Guardiola's tone softened somewhat as he continued. Many players are nursing injuries, and I do not wish to force them onto the pitch. Now, reflect on how you will play. With that, Guardiola exited the locker room, leaving a heavy atmosphere behind. Hwang Kaiwan was tending to his ankle with a spray when Buffon stood up and walked to the center of the locker room, declaring, The coach is right. We must deliver a performance. The opponent is focusing numerous players on Kevin, and others must create threats. We are fielding 11 players, not just one. Relying solely on Kevin is a grave mistake. We play alongside great athletes, and it is our duty to ensure that they have a commendable career. We must alleviate Kevin's burden, allowing his career to flourish without risking injury by constantly saving the team. Indeed, let us all pull ourselves together. Gattuso shouted. If Buffon had criticized Guardiola, he likely would have remained silent. However, Buffon's words rang true. Gattuso was concerned about Hwang Kaiwan's altered dribbling style before halftime. Ibrahimovic stood up, performing an ostentatious spinning kick that sent the tactical board flying, loudly declaring, Those without the ability to score should exit early and make room for those who can. Just wait and see, Van Persie retorted, visibly displeased. Torres also stood beside Van Persie, as he, too, was a starter today. Hwang Kaiwan cast a satisfied glance at Inzaghi, though at times a bit erratic. He knew not to complicate matters at this juncture. Hwang Kaiwan cast aside the spray, rose, and proclaimed, At critical moments, do not dwell on our shortcomings. If we lack goals, let us continue to score. A commendable performance in the second half is all that is required. I do not wish to lecture, but there is an old tale in our country shared with children. A king, on his deathbed, summoned his sons and asked them to break a single arrow, which they did with ease. However, when he presented them with a bundle of arrows, none could succeed in breaking it. The king imparted to them that only through unity can one overcome all adversities. So tell me, how do we seize the championship? Unity. Kaka was the first to shout. Indeed, unity is paramount. Fernando is Milan. Ibrahimovic is Milan. It is our collective spirit that embodies the essence of Milan. So let us unite and show Chelsea what we are made of. With a smile, Hwang Kaiwan extended his right hand. As more hands joined in, the home locker room erupted in a fervent roar. Unity, unity, unity. Guardiola, leaning against the locker room wall, could not suppress a smile. The players returned to the field. The Chelsea players wore solemn expressions, most of whom were former teammates of Hwang Kaiwan. Coupled with the echoes of the Milan locker room during halftime, they felt considerable psychological pressure. With just 45 minutes remaining, or even a mere 45 seconds, the Chelsea players dared not guarantee they could secure a draw at San Siro. Milan, Milan, we shall strive for you, echoed the song from the Rossoneri supporters as Van Persie sent the ball to the left. Hwang Kaiwan did not even stop the ball. He merely lifted his right foot slightly and struck, sending it behind Huntelaar. Huntelaar quickly turned, reaching out to signal Hwang Kaiwan to run alongside him. However, he failed to pay attention to his footing, and Hwang Kaiwan's speed was too swift. His upper body lurched forward, while his feet could not keep pace. After a couple of steps struggling to follow Hwang Kaiwan, he tumbled onto the grass, prompting laughter from nearby spectators. Mikel rushed towards Hwang Kaiwan, who suddenly executed a deft stop with his left foot, pivoted, and delivered the ball into the center with a flourish before darting towards Chelsea's penalty area. As Hwang Kaiwan moved, Chelsea's entire defensive line shifted inward. Observing this, Van Persie stepped out of the penalty area, seeking to connect with Van Bommel. To his surprise, Van Bommel opted for a backward pass. Rakitic, upon receiving the ball, immediately attempted a lob. Hummels, positioned behind Van Persie, extended his foot, leaving Van Persie unable to turn. The ball ricocheted off the two and landed at Hwang Kaiwan's feet. He secured the ball firmly, but Terry, from behind, pushed him. Seizing the moment of Hwang Kaiwan's stumble, Hummels charged towards him, preparing to encircle him with Terry. Many fans at San Siro held their breath, for Hummels and Terry constituted the finest center-back duo currently, both remarkably resilient and consistently stable. Some Rossoneri supporters feared this opportunity had slipped away. However, the off-balance Hwang Kaiwan, in his forward motion, nudged the ball with his left foot and swiftly pivoted to flick it with his right foot to the left. While Terry lunged forward but still arrived a moment too late, Hwang Kaiwan deftly angled the ball forward with his left foot, sending it directly behind Terry. What a sensational moment! Despite his unsteady footing, Hwang Kaiwan executed a remarkable maneuver, leaving him one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Cech found himself helpless as Hwang Kaiwan struck the ball into the net. Merely seconds into the second half, Hwang Kaiwan showcased his individual brilliance by creating a goal. Prior to the match, the English media had speculated whether Terry, Hummels, and Ashley Cole could contain Hwang Kaiwan. Now, Hwang Kaiwan had provided a resounding answer through his actions. He thrives against top-tier defenses, having previously bested world-class defenders like Puyol, Thuram, Cannavaro, Ferdinand, Vidic, Nesta, and Maldini, even after Terry and Carvalho faltered. Switching Terry's partner to Hummels proved futile. Following his goal, Hwang Kaiwan ran back without any intention of celebrating. In the VIP box, Abramovich felt a mix of satisfaction and regret. Ancelotti turned to Ortman, who explained, "We had anticipated that Kevin would sustain an injury in the second half. The half has only just begun." Ancelotti shook his head, realizing that these Americans were indeed unreliable. In times like this, one must rely on oneself. He instructed Morrow, "Increase the power." Tassadi promptly approached the device reminiscent of Loki's apparatus from the Avengers, forcefully pushing the control lever to its maximum. The early goal had struck a significant blow to the Chelsea players, who soon began to falter in their passing. Huntelaar's reception inadvertently fell to Rakitic's feet. Without hesitation, Rakitic sent the ball to the left. In front of Boswinga, Hwang Kaiwan delicately lifted the ball into the center with his left foot. Van Persie seized the opportunity to redirect it with a header, and as Hwang Kaiwan advanced into the middle, he controlled the ball with a deft touch of his left foot, evading Merrill's sliding tackle effortlessly. Before Terry could close the distance, he turned and unleashed a powerful strike with the outside of his right foot. The ball soared perilously close to the underside of the crossbar. Cech leaped but was unable to reach it, helplessly watching as the ball sailed past his fingertips into the net. Just as he contemplated complaining about Hwang Kaiwan's fierce shot, chaos erupted in front of the penalty area. Team doctor, team doctor." Amid Guardiola's frantic shouts, the Milan medical team rushed onto the field. Ancelotti gasped, slapping his forehead in disbelief, muttering, "This astute worker was indeed correct. It's no wonder the Soviets were so formidable. Workers possess strength." A fellow had just welcomed a child, and a brief delay had occurred. He apologized for the lateness. "Please support with monthly votes. Happy birthday, brother." Hwang Kaiwan was carried off the field on a stretcher. Although the second half had only just begun, the scene was unfathomable. Hwang Kaiwan had indeed suffered an injury and departed the match. Indeed, the next round will take place in a week. Will Hwang Kaiwan be able to participate in the upcoming match? His recent performance has been nothing short of explosive, leaving us uncertain about the extent of his injury. The San Siro was enveloped in a profound silence. Such a scenario was unforeseen by the Rossoneri. In Hwang's absence, even with a lead on the scoreboard, the Milan fans found little cause for celebration. "What is the situation?" Guardiola inquired urgently. "We require further examination." "I am preparing to take Kaiwan directly to the hospital," Giannini responded. "Then why are we hesitating?" "To the hospital," Guardiola urged, his hands gripping the edges of the stretcher as he jogged alongside. The two men carrying the stretcher had been managing it with ease, but Guardiola's presence caused congestion at the entrance. In a moment of distraction, he stumbled, tumbling down the stairs. Fortunately, the Milan medical team remembered to avoid dropping Hwang Kaiwan. Despite their frantic efforts to dodge, they did not relinquish the stretcher, or else the Milan Canal might have witnessed the emergence of a new concrete pillar that evening. "Pep, are you all right?" Giannini, following closely behind, asked. "Hiss." Guardiola was about to speak, but took a sharp breath instead. Grimacing, he waved his hand vigorously, signaling Giannini to attend to Hwang Kaiwan. The motion aggravated his back pain. Although Giannini was concerned, he proceeded to accompany the stretcher to the hospital. Hwang's injury had a significant impact on the match dynamics. Milan's creativity in attack vanished swiftly. Within minutes, Guardiola was also carried off the field on a stretcher. "What should we do, sir?" Torrent asked anxiously, accustomed to addressing the elder Maldini with respect, given his advanced age. Cesare Maldini replied, "Let De Bruyne warm up. Messi will not play today as he has not fully recovered." "Very well," Torrent nodded vigorously, immediately calling for the players to warm up. He possessed some command skills and maintained harmonious relations with the players. However, he faltered in front of the cameras. Without a guiding presence, his mind went blank. This was also the reason why he had not been appointed as the interim coach for the first team earlier. De Bruyne and Hazard were substituted in succession. Yet the Milan players appeared visibly apprehensive. Their offensive attempts consistently fell short. Just as the match approached its conclusion, Chelsea earned a corner. Modric took the corner kick, and Huntelaar headed the ball into the side netting. However, it ricocheted into the goal, and Bellucci declared the goal valid. Neither team had anticipated such an outcome. The elder Maldini, concerned for Hwang Kaiwen's injury, refrained from contesting with the referee. The match concluded with Milan 3, Chelsea 2, at the San Siro press room. Cesare Maldini attended the conference alongside Gattuso, while Chelsea was represented by Ancelotti and Terry. As both parties took their seats, the reporters eagerly began their inquiries. Kevin and Guardiola have both sustained injuries. Could this jeopardize AC Milan's chances in the Champions League? Why did Messi not take the field in today's match? Is there a rift between him and Guardiola? In the final moments of the game, Huntelaar's goal clearly struck the side netting. John, do you consider that a legitimate goal? Carlo, do Kevin's injuries have any correlation with you or Tassati? Was Tassati performing some sort of ritual on the sidelines that led to Kevin's injury? Carlo Ancelotti, what method did you employ that resulted in Kevin's injury? When the Italian journalist posed his question, it was rather impolite. Should it be established that Hwang Kevin's injury is linked to Ancelotti, both he and Tassati may find it impossible to return to Italy. Ancelotti is certainly aware of this. He could not remain passive. Seizing the microphone, he raised it to his lips, arching an eyebrow as he asserted, "Kevin's injury has nothing to do with me or Mauro. When I coach Kevin, I often employ my own methods to enhance the game. A coach's duty is to protect players and unlock their potential, not to harm them. However, how can you prove that you and Tassati did not lay hands on Kevin?" The Italian journalist queried sharply. Ancelotti was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in a sudden moment of clarity, he replied, "In the match footage from my tenure, there should be a situation that mirrors this one. Examine whether the opposing team's key player was sidelined due to injury, and you will have your answer. I will instruct the Chelsea staff to investigate this matter, and it will soon be published on the Chelsea website." He knew he had to clear his name. Otherwise, the media would tarnish his reputation. He would have to send his daughter abroad as well. Italy would no longer be an option. "Indeed, I believe Mr. Ancelotti is not that kind of person," Terry nodded. The British journalists expressed some disappointment. They had not anticipated Ancelotti would devise a means of extricating himself from suspicion so swiftly. A significant story had evaporated before their eyes. They had envisioned a sensational headline. If Hwang Kevin's initial injury was not the work of a sorcerer hired by Inter Milan, but rather Ancelotti himself. The enemy had been lurking nearby, enough material for half a year's reporting. Unfortunately for them, Ancelotti's quick thinking preempted their narrative. "So, do you consider the last goal valid?" a reporter inquired. "I observed that goal. It was not a legitimate one," replied Terry. "I did not expect the referee to award it as valid. By the time I realized, I could not approach the referee to clarify, as that goal was indeed crucial." Terry's remarks inadvertently shielded Ancelotti, absorbing the blame himself. There were no more topics to discuss. A reporter asked, "Carlo, who are your new coaching staff members? Are you referring to Sam?" Ancelotti raised an eyebrow. "He is our appointed expert. Sam employs modern techniques to help us strategize against Milan. As you have seen, aside from the unforeseen events of the match, there truly was not much difference. This is entirely distinct from how Milan plays against other teams." "Indeed, what method is this?" the journalist probed. Ancelotti, uncertain, replied, "I am not entirely familiar with the specifics. It seems to be referred to as intelligent labor. It essentially means employing computers to conduct calculations, simulating numerous outcomes, which necessitates a substantial amount of computer components, particularly high-tech GTX 680 graphics cards. You understand, right? We have utilized many of that model, and we have achieved remarkable results. This is a groundbreaking technology capable of forecasting infinite possibilities." The journalists exhibited little interest in Ancelotti's remarks, as he had previously enlightened them about the concept of willpower. Ancelotti's notion of groundbreaking diverged significantly from their understanding. The reporters finally shifted their focus to matters concerning Milan. Will Kevin and Mr. Guardiola be able to make it for the second leg? Old Maldini remarked. Currently, everything remains uncertain. I am somewhat acquainted with Pep's situation. He should take some time to recuperate, and perhaps he ought to undergo surgery. If both Kevin and Mr. Guardiola are unable to participate in the second leg, will it affect AC Milan's chances of reaching the finals? A journalist pressed. Gattuso seized the microphone, stating, "Of course it will, but we will give our utmost effort." Why give your all? Is it for Kevin's record or for Milan's Champions League? A journalist inquired, their tone sharply accented in Italian. Gattuso, however, remained unperturbed, calmly asserting, "It is for Milan's next Champions League and also for Kevin's record. Kevin's record is Milan's record. If it were solely for my record, it could not be deemed for Milan. But Kevin, he represents Milan, and each of us is willing to fight for him. To fight for Kevin is to fight for Milan. Could you comment on the final goal of today? What choice would you have made?" An Italian journalist asked. Gattuso nodded, saying, "I know that some Chelsea players concealed what they witnessed. If it were on the national team stage, I would remain silent upon seeing it. For goals in such circumstances are crucial. Therefore, Marco Materazzi is, to me, a hero. But what if it were in the Champions League and Milan were trailing?" The reporter pressed. Gattuso looked at him as if he were foolish, and after a few seconds, he replied, "Fool, we have Kevin." With that statement, the press conference concluded. The entire Milan team promptly made their way to the hospital, followed closely by Chelsea's bus. The two teams, who had fiercely battled moments earlier, appeared quite amiable at the hospital entrance. A group of them ascended the stairs with gifts of consolation, only to find Huang Kevin sitting there, enjoying an ice cream cone, eliciting a gleam in the eyes of several young nurses. "What brings you all here?" Huang Kevin inquired as he stood. "We just wanted to see how you were doing." Terry replied with a smile. "After all, Chelsea has a private jet. A slight delay in boarding is no issue. I'm fine. I will be able to play in the next leg," Huang Kevin responded with a grin. "What?" The entire corridor echoed a similar reaction from both teams. Yet the emotional undertones expressed were entirely different. Terry inquired, "Can you truly participate?" "Of course, there is no need for deception between us given our relationship. I jested with the coach earlier. I have merely sustained a minor muscle strain, and I shall recover in just a few days," explained Huang Kaiwan. Gattuso's face was alight with astonishment. Terry's fleeting disappointment vanished as he replied, "That's splendid. Let us endeavor to truly defeat you over the two legs. Best of luck." Huang Kaiwan patted Terry on the shoulder. "Hey, have you forgotten something?" "Check," holding a bouquet of flowers, remarked. "Thank you for the flowers?" Huang Kaiwan questioned tentatively. "The speed of your last goal was astonishingly swift, entirely contrary to our agreement," Check retorted, visibly perturbed. "After that goal, I was drenched in cold sweat. My apologies. I shall be more mindful next time," Huang Kaiwan responded. Check's reaction was indeed somewhat excessive, yet Huang Kaiwan could comprehend his concern. Observing Huang Kaiwan's demeanor, Check chose not to pursue the matter further. Seeing that Huang Kaiwan was unscathed, the entire Chelsea team proceeded to the airport. Huang Kaiwan and his teammates returned to their respective homes. The press conference was rife with hot topics. Yet no one anticipated that a seemingly insignificant piece of news would escalate into a monumental story. With a 9-hour time difference between San Francisco and Milan, many Silicon Valley companies had just concluded lunch before diving into meetings. Nvidia's stock price soared dramatically. Some quick-to-react distributors adjusted their offerings accordingly. The GTX 680 and GTX 690, priced at $499 on Amazon, were predominantly marked as sold out. Meanwhile, in the distant East, where darkness still prevailed, certain unscrupulous merchants were roused from their slumber by jubilant calls from their peers. They had reached a consensus to raise prices and sell as soon as they opened their doors the following day. Those with ample stock were eager to pay homage to Ancelotti, while Huang Kaiwan and his teammates were still ensconced in their dreams. A single message ignited the entire gaming sphere. The official announcement read, "Given the current trajectory of AI development, it is anticipated that the prices of gaming graphics cards may rise significantly, prompting the company to temporarily halt the development of certain gaming projects." This was akin to toppling a row of dominoes. One tech company after another declared an increase in investments towards AI projects, while a multitude of gaming companies announced delays or suspensions of their ongoing projects. CD Projekt Red's recently initiated Cyberpunk 2077, which had generated considerable anticipation among players due to its stunning visuals, similarly declared an indefinite postponement. Upon waking in the morning, Huang Kaiwen discovered his messages overflowing with texts from CEO Chun. After perusing them, he couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. The advancement of AI technology would indeed drive up graphics card prices. CEO Chun saw an opportunity to resurrect Legend and intended to negotiate the copyright with the Korean developers. If they wished to demand $100 million for half of the ownership, CEO Chun was prepared to follow Ma's lead and replicate Legend himself. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen finally grasped the magnitude of the implications this situation would hold. Games that do not require high-end graphics cards, along with certain console games, are poised to reap significant benefits. At this juncture, League of Legends stands prominently among them. The prospect of profit prompted Huang Kaiwen to promptly reach out to contacts at Tencent, urging an intensified promotion of League of Legends. He also took the opportunity to discuss with Riot Games the possibility of delaying plans to enhance graphical quality. In its early days, League of Legends had remarkably low hardware requirements, which contributed to its global popularity. Any reasonably old computer, as long as it wasn't too outdated, could easily run the game after a simple download. Without such minimal hardware demands, discussions about other aspects would have been moot. Even the finest games necessitate a player base. In this day and age, few individuals would invest thousands in a new computer merely to enjoy a game. Huang Kaiwen made several phone calls in succession. Lily, rubbing her eyes, complained, "What are you doing? You've woken me up." "It's nothing. You can continue sleeping," replied Huang Kaiwen, gently patting her head before changing clothes and heading downstairs. Albert continued, "Sir, Mr. Galliani called this morning and asked me to inform you that Mr. Guardiola requires surgery for his injury, which means he will miss all matches this season. Please prepare yourself for that." "I understand. I'll call him later," Huang Kaiwen responded. Being both a player and a coach is indeed exhausting. Huang Kaiwen preferred to let the seasoned Paolo Maldini lead the team instead, especially since Guardiola's tactical framework is already well established. During breakfast, Huang Kaiwen noticed that all reports were focused on the pitch. There were also humorous articles about Ancelotti's artificial intelligence. He shook his head, acknowledging the substantial impact this situation could have, albeit gradually unfolding. The world would eventually be taken aback. The most unfortunate ones would certainly be the gamers. Currently, graphics card prices are not excessively inflated. Top-tier cards hover around $300 to $400, while decent gaming cards can be acquired for about $1,000. However, following the AI developments, it is uncertain how much prices will escalate. The Milan Sports News reported that Bruich forced Chelsea to score a non-existent goal, leaving the suspense to linger until the next leg. It is difficult to say whether this was a deliberate act, yet it undeniably benefits the Champions League's viewership. Huang Kaiwen could not ascertain the intent, but the positive ramifications for viewership were evident. The Rome Sports News stated that Gattuso explicitly mentioned he would not make a fuss over such a goal, provided it benefited the team. As for AC Milan, due to Kevin's influence, such goals were unnecessary. Gattuso's discernment is commendable. No wonder he stands out amid the exuberance in Milan. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen returned upstairs. Lily had previously extended an invitation, and he felt compelled to oblige. After a day of rest, Huang Kaiwen and Lily spent their time in bed watching movies. It was only when the young lady returned in the evening that she impatiently shooed him out of the bedroom. Although Huang Kaiwen was in good health, he opted to rest at home for a few days. The following morning, news still predominantly focused on that controversial side-net goal. However, Huang Kaiwen observed two news items on the official website of the New York Times. To be precise, one news item. Nvidia's stock soared amidst favorable winds, yet Nvidia CEO, Jensen Huang, was hospitalized due to a cerebral hemorrhage brought on by overwhelming excitement. Astonishing, Huang Kaiwen nearly leaped in disbelief. Although they share the same surname, he and Huang Renxuan are worlds apart. He, the king of Huang, is a patriotic entrepreneur, while Huang Renxuan is merely a heartless capitalist. Were Huang Renxuan to meet his end, Huang Kaiwen would undoubtedly celebrate with a bottle of champagne that evening. On April 21st, AC Milan drew 1-1 away against Chievo. Due to Juventus's victory, Milan's championship aspirations would be delayed. The team Chievo, apart from its remarkable 17-year streak of survival in the league, left a profound impression on Huang Kaiwen through their captain, Pellissier. Chievo was later forced to disband due to financial crises. Pellissier tirelessly sought out former teammates and attracted significant investments, successfully rebuilding the team at the 9th tier. In an era dominated by financial football, such stories are increasingly rare, which is one of the reasons Huang Kaiwen cherishes the beautiful game. However, this time, it would be difficult for Pellissier to continue writing his loyal saga. Serie A has attracted attention from various international capitalists, and Chievo may soon welcome a new owner from China or the Middle East. After watching the match, Huang Kaiwen called the entire team. Tomorrow would be a day of rest, April 22nd. 2 players on the Milan team celebrate their birthdays, one of whom is Huang Kaiwen's good friend, Kaka. Huang Kaiwen resolved to make Kaka's 30th birthday unforgettable. The next morning, Huang Kaiwen descended the stairs. Albert remarked, "Mr. Cruz and the 2 benders are preparing in the courtyard, and we have also provided some assistance." "Excellent. Have the ingredients and beverages been prepared?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Indeed, sir," Albert replied. "That is reassuring. I shall go see the courtyard," Huang Kaiwen said. Upon entering the courtyard, he was taken aback by the enormous barbecue grill. Cruz immediately approached Huang Kaiwen and explained, "Since we are using charcoal, which requires a longer cooking time, we rented a grill from a German restaurant this time." The Bender brothers were seasoning the beef brisket, causing Huang Kaiwen's eyelids to flutter. In Europe, it seems condiments are as if they were free. Cruz continued, "Today, we have prepared pulled pork, beef short ribs, beef brisket, and spicy chicken strips, each with a distinct method of preparation, which will surely allow you to appreciate the allure of German cuisine. It is essential that everyone enjoys it," Huang Kaiwen chuckled, patting Cruz on the shoulder. The significance of the team gathering lies in satisfying the majority of teammates rather than catering to the dietary preferences of a single individual. Shortly after 9 in the morning, Van Persie entered with his wife, guided by the old steward. They carried a considerable number of items. Huang Kaiwen approached with a smile and asked, "Surely, you haven't brought all those gifts for Ricardo?" "Gifts have indeed been prepared, but there are also some for you," came the reply. Van Persie smiled and remarked, "Bucola has always been cared for by Lily, and she has longed to purchase something for you all. Recently, she visited Switzerland and brought back some local specialties. Knowing your fondness for art, she even acquired a painting for you during an auction." Huang Kaiwen interjected, "It seems that Van Persie is not here to celebrate Kaka's birthday, but rather to honor the King of Yellow." He promptly ushered the 2 into the room. Upon unwrapping the gifts, Huang Kaiwen was pleasantly surprised to discover an abundance beyond his expectations. "What on earth are these Swiss specialties?" he mused. It was evident to him that the cosmetics were high-end, boutique items, indicating that the couple had spent quite a fortune. Noticing the look in Huang Kaiwen's eyes, Bucola quickly chimed in with a playful laugh. "Taking care of yourself is essential. Your attention to Robin is worth far more than this mere monetary value, and besides, star athletes earn so much that they need not concern themselves with the worth of gifts." "Exactly, that's the spirit." Van Persie nodded vigorously in agreement. As Huang Kaiwen unveiled the meticulously packaged artwork, he exhaled in relief upon realizing it was not yet another purported Chinese antique. Typically, when guests present such items, the majority are counterfeit, and genuine pieces rarely possess significant value. Truly valuable gifts seldom manifest in such forms, unless bestowed by Kaka or Ramos. And even Inzaghi could be unpredictable. Huang Kaiwen instructed the elderly steward to neatly store the items away, while Bucola astutely took Van Persie outside to assist. Marrying a good wife is exceedingly important for anyone, but especially for players with limited education and social experience. Despite the Dutch team's frequent internal conflicts, these players generally enjoy stable marriages, often marrying their childhood sweethearts, who serve as supportive partners. Each one tends to eschew excessive spending and offers assistance to their husbands. Even Sneijder's situation was initially similar, though his infidelity complicated matters. Before long, Ramos and Inzaghi arrived. This time, Huang Kaiwen had not informed Kaka and Van Bommel in advance. He merely instructed them to bring their families later. Despite his regard for his close friend Kaka, Huang Kaiwen was determined not to make Van Bommel feel slighted on his birthday, as even well-intentioned gestures could inadvertently cause discomfort. Sometimes, it is not material scarcity that breeds resentment, but rather the comparison itself. The most prudent approach is to treat everyone equally. As teammates began to arrive one after another, Huang Kaiwen joined in the preparations. In addition to barbecuing, several teammates planned to contribute their signature dishes. However, an unexpected turn of events disrupted Huang Kaiwen's arrangements. The Van Bommel family arrived earlier than anticipated. He quickly approached to greet them, expressing surprise upon seeing Van Marwijk. "Bert, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I attended the Milan versus Chelsea match live and have been staying at Mark's house these past few days." Van Marwijk replied with a smile. Van Bommel's wife, Andra, explained, "Kevin, it's not that I couldn't keep it a secret. It's just that Dad has been around. And both Mark and he wanted to come early." "Not a problem at all," Huang Kaiwan replied warmly. "Shall we head inside?" He led the group into the house, where the steward promptly prepared refreshments. Huang Kaiwan set down his coffee cup and inquired, "Bert, you did not come here today merely to observe our celebration for Mark's birthday, did you?" "Of course, I have no regard for that scoundrel who has stolen my daughter," Van Marwijk retorted playfully. In truth, his relationship with his son-in-law, Van Bommel, was exceptionally cordial. "So what brings you to my home?" Huang Kaiwan asked. Van Marwijk placed his cup down, paused for a few seconds, and then replied, "You must be aware of the current situation with the Dutch national team. We are derisively referred to as the crowned kings and are often mocked for our internal conflicts during major tournaments. Indeed, I have heard some rumors." "What is it that you require of me?" Huang Kaiwan queried. "Well," Van Bommel interjected, "over the past few days, I have had extensive discussions with my father-in-law regarding the situation in Milan. The atmosphere in the Milan locker room is significantly more positive than that of the Netherlands, and you maintain good relations with many Dutch players. Therefore, we hope you might join the Dutch coaching staff as both the head coach and assistant coach. We believe this could help alleviate the tensions within the locker room." Upon hearing this, Huang Kaiwan fell into contemplation. Joining a national team coaching staff for a major tournament was indeed intriguing. It would benefit his future coaching career, providing him with a clear understanding of the distinctions between national team matches and club competitions, as well as the tactical focal points and other nuances. He could also learn a great deal from the experienced Van Marwijk. Yet, he still harbored some reservations. Van Marwijk then spoke. "Are you concerned about the Olympics, Kevin? I have seen in the newspapers that you are preparing to secure gold at the Olympics. However, the schedules for the European Championship and the Olympics do not conflict, and we will provide you with the best training environment. Even if you wish to consult a coach, the Dutch Football Association will cover the expenses. We desperately need you to act as a lubricant for the national team. The atmosphere surrounding the team has become quite tense recently, and without someone capable of tempering their spirits, I fear we may once again become a laughingstock worldwide." "Very well, I accept." Huang Kaiwan nodded. With Van Marwijk expressing his intentions so clearly, Huang Kaiwan felt he had no grounds for refusal. His prodigious talent would not be hampered by a few hours less of training each day in preparation for the Olympics. Upon hearing Huang Kaiwan's agreement, Van Marwijk immediately rose in excitement and extended his hand towards him, saying, "Welcome to my coaching staff, Kevin. I hope we can achieve championship success together, Bert." Huang Kaiwan grasped Van Marwijk's hand firmly and replied earnestly, "The King of Huang has but one goal, whether on the pitch or as a coach. All right, since you have agreed, I shall take my leave and discuss the details with them immediately," Van Marwijk said as he moved towards the exit. Huang Kaiwan followed him, urging, "Stay and join the gathering. One more day will not make a difference." Van Marwijk chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No, I shall not mingle with you young ones. That lad Robin has been stealing glances at me since I arrived. If I stay, he will undoubtedly feel uncomfortable." Huang Kaiwan nodded, refraining from pressing further. The presence of the national team head coach would indeed influence Van Persie. He escorted Van Marwijk out and instructed Neo to take him to the airport. Upon returning to the living room, Huang Kaiwan handed a box to Van Bommel, stating, "Since you were aware in advance, allow me to present you with this gift." Van Bommel accepted the box and opened it, revealing an exquisite leather wristwatch, the back inscribed with a message in Dutch, "To Mark Van Bommel, who never surrenders until the last second and eternally pursues victory." Despite his age, Van Bommel felt a hint of moisture in his eyes. Fixated on the back of the watch, reluctant to look away, his wife, Andra, cast a grateful glance at Huang Kaiwan. The affirmation from Huang Kaiwan held greater significance for Van Bommel than any cover feature in France football. Huang Kaiwan quietly rose, leaving the couple alone in the room. "Little Kevin, you've been slacking off," Inzaghi exclaimed. Huang Kaiwan responded with a defiant gesture. Buffon retorted, "Filippo, you haven't done much either. You're just causing chaos here." "Nonsense. I prepared a cabbage salad, which is my specialty," Inzaghi defended himself. "If merely chopping vegetables and mixing them with dressing qualifies as cooking, then there wouldn't be anyone in the world lacking culinary skills," Gattuso interjected. Inzaghi promptly grabbed the ketchup and squeezed it vigorously at Gattuso. With a splat. Gattuso's face and clothes were splattered with ketchup. "I'm going to kill you," Gattuso shouted, charging out. The two men, approaching 70, engaged in a playful chase before the family. Around 5 p.m., Beatrice informed Kaka that Huang Kaiwan had invited them over. Still irritated, Kaka immediately tossed his son into the crib, began changing clothes, and muttered, with such significant news, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Kevin must be planning a birthday celebration for me." "I celebrated your birthday at midnight yesterday," Beatrice said, bending down to change their son's clothes, her tone slightly irritated. Kaka shrugged without replying, but continued to bustle about in the wardrobe, trying on outfit after outfit. Having dressed their son, Beatrice knocked at the door, urging, "If you don't hurry, we'll be late." I know, Kaka exclaimed, hastily selecting an outfit to wear. Grabbing the stroller, he rushed downstairs. Beatrice sighed as she watched his retreating figure. She had never dared to ask whom she would save first if they both fell into a river. Fearing the answer would not satisfy her, Kaka and Beatrice ran together. Had she known it would come to this, Beatrice would have opted for jeans and sneakers to spare herself the discomfort. Upon arriving, Kaka's eyes welled with emotion at the preparations in Huang Kaiwan's yard. "Hurry up. We've been waiting for you," Huang Kaiwan called, waving and tossing a gift box to Kaka. As Kaka opened the box and discovered a wristwatch, he prepared to examine it closely, only to suddenly notice a hidden compartment within the box. Kaka retrieved the contents within, only to discover a piece of paper inscribed with the words, "U482 has been repaired. You may return it at your convenience. Indiana Jones." Manchester United, indeed. Their performance in the Champions League leaves much to be desired. I implore you to support me with monthly votes. Little Ronaldo and the diminutive flea, I must say. As long as the meat is not poorly prepared, it is delectable regardless. The Bender brothers and Cruz have truly invested their efforts this time. They must have acquired a secret recipe from a restaurant, for their culinary execution was quite commendable. However, the Emperor's salad was a travesty, rendering the vegetables akin to paper in texture. He is indeed a genius. Kevin Huang specifically invited a band and, with children present, decorated the venue with inflatable toys. The atmosphere was remarkably lively. Those unreliable parents became engrossed in their own merriment, leaving the children to watch with longing eyes. Kevin Huang observed Inzaghi and Gattuso clambering about within the inflatable castle like lively maggots, shaking his head in resignation. Damn it! It is impossible to discern who the true children are. Uncle Kevin, Tommaso, Nesta's son, tugged at Kevin Huang's hand, pleading earnestly. Kevin gently patted the boy's head and replied, "I cannot contend with so many rascals. It is beyond my means. Should Nesta venture to North America, this little chap might become a Chelsea supporter." Yet, as Kevin pondered, given the current state of Serie A, even if Nesta took a coaching position in the United States, Tommaso would likely remain loyal. The broadcasting advantage of the Premier League in America is substantial, yet Serie A still garners some viewership, while it may not rival the Premier League. It is not significantly lacking either. Those fellows are simply outrageous. Kaka interjected with a smirk, especially his father, who appears to be enjoying himself so thoroughly. "I've never seen Alessandro like this before. The older he becomes, the more childlike he seems." Kevin Huang chuckled and called out, "Enough, let us partake in another game." "Follow me," Ramos chimed in, drawing closer. Kevin soon gathered several juice cans and led a group of children and adults to the backyard. He drew a circle in the dirt with a stick and announced, "We shall play kick the can. The loser of rock, paper, scissors will be it. Anyone outside the circle may enter and kick the can out, at which point everyone must quickly evade. The person who is it must promptly retrieve the can and return it to its original position while counting to 10. Meanwhile, the others should find a hiding place." It took the children 2 repetitions to comprehend the instructions. "How does one catch someone?" Kaka inquired. "To catch a hider. Simply shout their name and race back to the circle, stepping on the can. That signifies a successful capture, and the caught individual must remain within the circle. If an untagged player manages to kick the can out while it is distracted, they can free everyone, and the game restarts," Kevin explained. There is also a speed element where the caught individual races back to kick the can to ensure their safety. However, given the significant age differences among the children and the presence of adults, we shall omit this rule. Otherwise, King Huang could prolong a single game indefinitely. No one in all of Milan can match his speed. "I want to play too." Van Persie jogged over and said, "All right. The children under 5 will not be the seekers. Let the older kids form a team with them and come over to play rock, paper, scissors. Huang Kaiwen called out. This game is merely a distraction for the children, not to be taken seriously. The group of kids gathered excitedly, their exuberant shouts immediately creating a palpable sense of anticipation. To Huang Kaiwen's surprise, Van Persie, upon losing the game, was not merely indulging the children. He was genuinely invested in the play. Found Ricardo, Van Persie exclaimed, pointing towards the corner. Catching a glimpse of Van Bommel's son, Ruben, attempting to sneak away, Van Persie pivoted and sprinted. Huang Kaiwen could confidently assert that Van Persie maintained this speed even when receiving a through ball. The two raced towards each other, with Van Persie evidently outpacing Ruben. Soon, he re-entered the circle, stepping on the can, and declared, "Ruben, you've been caught too." Ruben Van Bommel, with a crestfallen expression, stood inside the circle. Being one of the older kids present, he had hoped to rescue everyone, but unexpectedly found himself captured. Hiding behind a tree, Huang Kaiwen cautiously observed Van Persie's reactions through his phone's camera. Van Persie had also noticed the tree. Although the backyard was spacious, the designated hiding spots for adults were limited. Uncertain whether the figure behind the tree was Huang Kaiwen or Ramos, he pretended to move in another direction while his muscles remained tense. Feeling the moment was right, Huang Kaiwen sprang from behind the tree. Van Persie suddenly turned and sprinted towards the circle. Seeing this, Huang Kaiwen slowed down. If he accelerated further, Van Persie might injure himself. It was just a game. After all, Van Persie, having returned to the circle and standing atop the can, laughed heartily. "Caught you, Kaiwen. Now it's just two little rascals and Sergio left." "Uncle Kaiwen, how could you get caught too?" Ruben asked, somewhat disheartened. He had thought that with Huang Kaiwen around, Van Persie would surely be outmatched. "Uncle Kaiwen win all the time. He can get caught too," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Francesco Gattuso quickly interjected, "That's not true. Uncle Kaiwen was deliberately letting him win." "Why is that?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Because the master said you would surely not lose. If you did, it would be intentional," Francesco declared defiantly. Huang Kaiwen remarked, "That good brother Ramos teaching some combat skills may not have shown benefits yet, but the mindset has certainly improved." He suddenly realized that he bore too many expectations. He simply could not afford to lose. Van Persie miscalculated the location, and Ramos came over, kicking the can far away. Huang Kaiwen led the rescued children away once more. Van Persie, retrieving the can, swung his fist in frustration and resumed his role as the seeker. Later, the unreliable teammates returned to snatch the game from the children again. Around 11 that night, Huang Kaiwen sat in the living room, listening to the commotion from the backyard, and helplessly asked, "Haven't they gone home yet?" The children had all been taken back to sleep, but due to Torres' dissatisfaction with losing, another round had commenced. Ramos chuckled. The next morning, Huang Kaiwen enjoyed his breakfast. "I came across a report in the Gazzetta dello Sport concerning yesterday's events. The article mentioned that Kevin has long been affectionately dubbed Helios due to his fondness for celebrating others' birthdays. Yesterday, the entire Milan squad gathered once again for a birthday celebration, this time honoring Van Bommel and Kaka. It was said that the entire team enjoyed themselves immensely, yet every child left Kevin's house with a pout. According to our investigative reporters, the games that Kevin had prepared were so entertaining that the star players of the first team ended up monopolizing the children's space." Huang Kevin, in a mix of exasperation and amusement, covered his face. Unexpectedly, this incident came to light, a circumstance that was beyond his control. Often, it is the adults who derive more joy from purchasing toys for children than the children themselves. Once Juan Paulo is born, Huang Kevin intends to gift him a GTX 690 tactical graphics card in celebration. Later, Huang Kevin went online and observed that fans were expressing positive feedback regarding Milan's activities. The majority recognized his capabilities as an organizer. However, to Huang Kevin's surprise, the leader of the AC Milan Forum had orchestrated an event. Recently, a group of detractors had grown weary, with some even leaving the forum. In light of this, the leader of the Yang Qinglin left forum prepared 10 QB cards worth 100 each and organized an event. Ironically, those infiltrators in the AC Milan Forum, under the guidance of their leader, seized all the prizes and hosted their own event, leaving the detractors in a difficult position. While perusing his teammates' social media, Huang Kevin noticed that Inzaghi had posted about preparing for a vacation in New York. This sparked an idea, prompting him to call a familiar sponsor. He planned to return to training the following day, seeking a bit of amusement for himself. Later that evening, the Chelsea squad concluded their training session. Damn it, Inzaghi muttered as he approached his Kian. They're saying the team should sell me. As the season drew to a close, the newspapers were clamoring for Milan to part ways with him. This had been the case for 2 years now. Yet, Filippo Inzaghi remained firmly entrenched in Milan. Even without the necessity of a pay cut, the papers simply failed to comprehend his significance. Frustrated, Inzaghi drove home swiftly, ensuring to pack a dinner before he left. Upon arriving home, Inzaghi immediately opened his computer. Ever since he ascended to the role of the emperor of his empire, he had developed a fondness for interacting with online users. Although he had yet to recruit any elites for his empire, the respect shown to him by those online certainly catered to Inzaghi's vanity. After washing his hands, Inzaghi brought his seafood pasta to the computer desk, casually browsing social media. Following a few replies to messages from women who had sent him photos, Inzaghi opened his latest status update. To his astonishment, he noticed a significant increase in the number of likes beneath his post, an explosive growth compared to before. Have I truly garnered this much popularity? Inzaghi exclaimed in excitement. He quickly scanned the list of those who had liked his post, contemplating if any of them were worth reaching out to for a private conversation. However, it did not take long for Inzaghi to realize that the accounts liking his post about vacationing in New York were all in Arabic. The following morning, Inzaghi, bundled up tightly, rushed over to Ramos as he parked, exclaiming, "Kevin, I'm being watched." Hearing the commotion, Ramos paused. "What do you mean you're being watched?" Juan Kevin inquired. Inzaghi leaned in closer to Juan Kevin, whispering conspiratorially, "I suspect I am being targeted by Arabs, possibly Egyptians, eyeing my territory." Juan Kevin comprehended the situation. Previously, he had called the hotel to have them like Inzaghi's account as a prank, never expecting such a strong reaction from His Majesty. "What now?" Juan Kevin asked, suppressing a laugh. "What else can I do? Even in the face of a violent threat, I will not yield." Inzaghi stammered. "Well then, if you perish, I shall finance a film about your exploits," Juan Kevin remarked. "Shouldn't you be advocating for them to lay down their disputes and resolve matters peacefully?" Inzaghi said anxiously. He certainly did not wish to find himself bound and colliding with the Twin Towers one day. "Sorry, my words hold little sway there," Juan Kevin shrugged. "As you know, I have a close relationship with the Vatican." What now? What now?" Inzaghi slumped down helplessly, murmuring, "I do not want to die in a terrorist attack." "Rest assured, those in the Middle East are not as adept at this as the Jews," Juan Kevin reassured him, patting Inzaghi's shoulder. "Kevin, perhaps I should abdicate?" Inzaghi suddenly asked. Lifting his head, on the flight to London, Inzaghi was still sulking. It took multiple explanations from Juan Kevin before he believed it was a mere prank. Juan Kevin was surprised by how quickly His Majesty surrendered. "Little Kevin, you owe me compensation," Inzaghi called from the back seat. All right, Juan Kevin replied. "But you'd better not lose a single match this summer," Inzaghi continued. Juan Kevin instinctively responded, "Fine," but then quickly regained his composure and turned to Inzaghi, saying seriously, "Filippo, regardless of my capability to claim all the medals, I certainly will not exert my full strength in the preliminaries, and I may even aim for a lower rank intentionally. Thus, I advise you to steer clear of such chaotic matters. No one can win indefinitely." I understand. Inzaghi waved his hand dismissively. He had spent so much money. If he did not find a way to earn back a portion, how could he maintain a respectable lifestyle? Juan Kevin was uncertain whether Inzaghi absorbed his words. Nevertheless, he had expressed his thoughts. The flight lasted precisely 1.5 hours, and the entire Milan team landed at Heathrow Airport. Although Milan had deliberately concealed the flight schedule, a considerable number of fans still gathered to welcome them. The Milan team had booked accommodations at the Claridge's Hotel, notably owned by the Qatari royal family. In London, they possessed more properties than both the British royal family and the London Transport Authority. In 2010, Harrods was acquired by Qatari investors. The newly inaugurated Shard is also predominantly owned by them. It is situated not far from Hyde Park, approximately a 20-minute walk. However, Milan has little leisure time. After settling in and having dinner, the team utilized Arsenal's training facilities the following day. Upon arriving in London, Milan had merely a day to prepare. That evening, back at the hotel, Juan Kaiwan, Kaká, and Messi gathered to watch the match. Although Real Madrid equalized the aggregate score upon returning to their home ground, they ultimately succumbed to the Germans in a penalty shootout. Bayern Munich became the first team to reach the Champions League final this season. Juan Kaiwan instinctively reached for his pocket, only to realize he had forgotten the note. He was uncertain if Muller still remembered the matter. Schweinsteiger performed admirably, Messi remarked. Indeed. He excelled in the defensive midfield role. Hwang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. It was only after being converted to a defensive midfielder that Schweinsteiger emerged as a world-class player. However, Hwang Kaiwan remained a challenge to him. Ramos interjected. It's not as if he hasn't faced you before. He gets overwhelmed by you every time. It's not that simple, Hwang Kaiwan chuckled. Let us rest. Tomorrow is the match. Once his teammates departed, he lay on the bed, continuing to watch television. Can't sleep? Kaka inquired. Yes, Hwang Kaiwan nodded. Although I know it's the season, and I should focus on the team. Being in London makes it hard not to think of the Olympics. Is it because of Bolt? Kaka asked softly. Bolt is the only person in the world who has defeated Hwang Kaiwan twice. Yes, and no, Hwang Kaiwan replied. I simply don't want to disappoint those who support me. It has nothing to do with who my opponent is. Of course, Bolt is likely the most formidable adversary. You're placing too much pressure on yourself, Kevin, Kaka advised. You have already achieved so many honors and are still pursuing more without becoming complacent. That alone is quite impressive. I've heard many similar sentiments, and even Italians believe you should be the symbol of the Olympics. Haha, don't listen to their nonsense. Hwang Kaiwan said as he changed the channel. On the television, Lineker was analyzing the upcoming match. Lineker stated, although Chelsea lost the first leg, their 2 away goals are significant. Indeed, that is crucial for advancement, Ian Wright agreed. In the first leg, Bale put considerable pressure on AC Milan. If they wish to win, Bale's performance will be pivotal. However, Messi has returned from injury, and this time at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea will face a stronger AC Milan. Wright cautioned. Exactly, which is why I believe Chelsea will find it challenging to win. Their only chance is to score a goal and defend their 2 away goals. Ultimately eliminating AC Milan based on the away goals rule, Lineker concluded. Kaka thought he was being somewhat presumptuous. Hwang Kaiwan was unfazed by any dense defense. As he intended to discuss matters with Hwang Kaiwan, Kaka soon discovered that Hwang had already succumbed to slumber. He promptly sealed his lips, retrieved the remote control, and set a timer for 60 minutes before lying down himself. The following day, the much-anticipated match day finally arrived. After rising in the morning and completing his ablutions, Hwang Kaiwan called for Kaka and the others to join him downstairs for breakfast. Ramos assisted Hwang by arranging the newspapers, remarking, I heard Van Persie wandered the corridors all night, nearly mistaken for a thief. He speculated that it was likely due to nerves. Hwang Kaiwan chuckled, after all. Today determines whether we advance to the Champions League final. With the coach still unfit and the starting lineup yet to be announced, uncertainty loomed over his potential participation. Any anxiety would be in vain if he were unable to play. Ramos made a jest, and Hwang simply shook his head, choosing silence. He recalled a time when a close friend had shed tears over a mistake. Such matters are best left unspoken. Yet, Hwang would not allow Ramos to lose face. A sentiment he would never voice aloud. He picked up the newspaper, only to find the front page of the Times unexpectedly focused on graphics cards. They reported, NVIDIA's founder and CEO, Jensen Huang, remains unresponsive in the hospital. It is understood that he anticipated the surge in graphics card prices. Yet the abruptness and magnitude of the situation seemed to have overwhelmed this IT titan. There are unverified reports of his condition being deemed irreversible. Goodness, he still hasn't awakened. Is he on the verge of becoming a vegetable? Upon noticing Ramos rising, Hwang Kaiwan called out, Sergio, could you fetch me some bacon? Didn't you say you don't eat that? Ramos inquired, perplexed. Never mind. I feel like indulging today, Hwang replied, continuing to peruse several newspapers. He noted that the entire English football community appeared skeptical about Chelsea's chances of overturning the deficit at home. Conversely, there was considerable intrigue regarding Ancelotti's tactics. The Sun reported, Antonio Cassano has incited Ferguson's ire and may join Chelsea this summer to form a formidable wing duo with Bale. This prompted Hwang to scoff. Why doesn't the Sun focus on relevant matters? Just as he made this quip, he stumbled upon gossip about himself on the second page. American soccer star Alex Morgan stated in an interview that if she were to cheat on her long-term boyfriend, she would wish for the other party to be King Huang. Huang quickly discarded the newspaper. Such headlines were a frequent occurrence. In the West, and even Japan, magazines and newspapers often conducted similar surveys about whom people would most like to cheat with among celebrity athletes, a topic often treated with levity. In the afternoon, the entire Milan team departed the hotel shortly after 2 o'clock. Messi, accompanying Milan for the first time to London, was taken aback by Huang Kaiwen's overwhelming popularity. He had not anticipated the fervor. Fans lined the streets, brandishing posters of Huang or sporting Milan jerseys emblazoned with the number 10. Upon sighting the Milan team bus, they erupted into cheers and applause. Ramos proclaimed with a sense of pride, "In London, if Kevin seeks to run for mayor, Boris Johnson will soon be ousted." "That's a bit of an exaggeration," Huang Kevin retorted. As they approached Stamford Bridge, the Milan players felt an increasing intensity. The billboards lining the road were predominantly dedicated to Huang Kevin, showcasing either the products he endorsed or expressions of gratitude towards him. They celebrated Huang Kevin for the honors he brought to Chelsea and London, thanking him for salvaging the future of the city. One might mistakenly believe he was still playing for Chelsea. Upon the bus's arrival at Fulham Road, progress became nearly impossible. "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin," echoed the chants, regardless of the jerseys worn. Cesare Maldini stepped in front of the bus, addressing the players. "I know you have secured numerous championships, but I urge you to pursue victory with greater hunger. Today's match serves as the ultimate test before the finals. The league title is almost within our grasp, yet the Champions League remains uncertain. For 90 minutes, I ask only that you play exceptionally well. This is my sole demand." "Understood, coach," Huang Kevin promptly responded, met with a chorus of agreement from the bus. After approximately 30 minutes, the Milan bus finally reached its designated parking spot. Huang Kevin exited alongside his teammates, swiftly making his way into the stadium. Even then, cheers erupted behind them. Once the entire Milan team entered the locker room, they did not immediately change into their gear. Arriving early, they lingered in the locker room for a while longer. "Kevin, would you like to attend the press conference?" Old Maldini inquired. "Let us pass on that for now. We'll see after the match," Huang Kevin replied. "Very well, I shall go alone," Old Maldini nodded. Meanwhile, disappointment flickered across Cruz's face. He had hoped that with a new interim coach, he might have the chance to participate in the press conference. "By the way, I heard that fellow had a girlfriend in London." Inzaghi leaned closer to Huang Kevin, gesturing towards Ramos. "That's not true," Huang Kevin replied. "But I saw it in the newspapers. They said she was connected to royalty," Inzaghi murmured, anticipating some intriguing story. "Are you referring to Miss Spencer?" Huang Kevin asked. "Yes. That's the surname." Inzaghi nodded vigorously. "It sounds familiar. She is the niece of Princess Diana. Initially, she wanted to see if she and Sergio were compatible, so she introduced them," Huang Kevin stated directly. "Such matters were not shrouded in secrecy. So she wasn't interested in him, right?" Inzaghi pressed for clarification. "On the contrary, Sergio wasn't particularly taken with Miss Spencer," Huang Kevin chuckled. "A good brother prefers older women." "No way," Inzaghi exclaimed in surprise. Huang Kevin shrugged, offering no further explanation. Sensing the time was right, he glanced at the full anticipation meter and opted to draw a lottery. In the 2005 to 2006 season, during the English League Cup final between Manchester United and Wigan Athletic, Huang Kaiwen was utterly astonished to discover that it was none other than Cristiano Ronaldo. Moreover, it was the young Ronaldo from his Manchester United days. At this stage, the young Ronaldo had not yet developed his muscular physique, showcasing a considerable degree of agility compared to his later years, albeit with a flair for the dramatic. There were even several defenders who boasted about their intentions to tackle him aggressively. However, Ronaldo suffered few serious injuries during his time in the Premier League, which is a testament to his exceptional physical attributes. The ability to remain unscathed is indeed a significant talent in itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Kaiwen opted to utilize the experience card. Today, the King of Yellow intends to soar alongside the King of Messi in a dazzling display of dual brilliance. Perhaps the leftovers in the refrigerator had spoiled, for he felt a twinge of discomfort in his abdomen and decided to write less today. The Stamford Bridge away dressing room was opulently appointed. Regardless of its original intent, such luxury was advantageous for the visiting team's preparations. Inzaghi, observing the lavish showerhead above, remarked, "Such an extravagant dressing room, yet the showerhead is immovable. Perhaps they wish to prevent certain occurrences," Van Bommel suggested. The Netherlands is known to be one of the most accepting countries in the world. Even without seeking it, one inevitably encounters numerous same-sex couples throughout their upbringing. "Let us not dwell on that fixed hairdryer, Filippo," Huang Kaiwen interjected. "It is intended for drying your hands, not for placing your head underneath." "I find warmth conducive to reflection," Inzaghi countered, tilting his head. At that moment, the dressing room door swung open with barely a sound. Cesare Maldini entered, clapping his hands and announcing, I know you are all curious about the starting lineup. We have had our share of debates regarding it. But Pep has made some valid points, so today's lineup is as follows. Huang Kaiwen felt a jolt of apprehension. It was reminiscent of something Guardiola might do. However, this formation seemed to underestimate Chelsea. Many in the dressing room exchanged skeptical glances. The elder Maldini reassured them, if the strategy does not yield results, we can always make adjustments. Even without a forward, Kevin can penetrate the box more frequently. That should not pose a problem. The central midfielders must push forward promptly. Do you understand? Yes, coach. The players nodded in agreement. Go warm up. Let us give Chelsea a surprise today, the elder Maldini said with a smile. One by one, the Milan players exited the dressing room, coincidentally encountering the Chelsea players who were also preparing to warm up. Huang Kaiwen remained in place as Terry approached him directly, locking eyes and stating, I have recently been reading some Chinese literature. Oh, Huang Kaiwen did not mock him. Everyone goes through a phase where they seek strength from the written word. It was a poetry gathering. Fearing that Huang Kaiwen might not believe him, Terry gestured emphatically with both hands and said, I have decided to reduce my social engagements, which is why I joined the Mutual Aid Society. They shared with me a poem that conveys a profound message. Every individual has an appointed day of death. Yet leaving a name in the annals of history is far more significant than merely existing in obscurity. Since time immemorial, who among us has escaped death? Let us preserve our loyal hearts to illuminate the chronicles of history. Huang Kaiwen instantly recognized the poem's author. It was indeed the work of the illustrious Prime Minister One, an unparalleled masterpiece. Few could rival such audacity. Huang Kaiwen slapped Terry on the arm, exclaiming, I comprehend your intent. You wish to challenge us at Stamford Bridge. And I believe you possess the courage to do so. However, I think that being a good father presents a greater challenge for you than being an exemplary captain. I have already joined the Mutual Aid Society, Terry mumbled. Okay, my fault. Huang Kaiwen waved his hand dismissively. Some people take a photo at the gym and consider it a workout. Terry evidently fell into this category. Upon seeing Czech emerge, Huang Kaiwen hurriedly quickened his pace to exit. Even the diminutive Ronaldo possesses remarkable shooting power. One cannot afford to disregard Ronaldo's attributes today and merely aim at an open goal against the goalkeeper. Huang Kaiwen's demeanor caused Czech's heart to skip a beat. He wondered if it was too late to feign illness. St. Kevin. Stamford Bridge is indeed home to the stand of St. Kevin. Huang Kaiwen's significance to Chelsea is hardly less than that of Milan. Prior to Huang Kaiwen, Mourinho was often portrayed as a villain by the English media. Players like Terry and Cole graced the tabloids due to scandals, and Abramovich was not exactly a beloved figure. Although his investments propelled Chelsea's meteoric rise, the media environment surrounding Chelsea was quite dismal. Huang Kaiwen not only brought competitive success to Chelsea, but also enhanced various off-field aspects. The British Empire's Cross of Honor, the Order of St. George, and the Order of the British Empire, though royal accolades in the UK have become increasingly diluted. The honors Huang Kaiwen received remain among the highest in recent years. Competing alongside titans such as O'Sullivan and Bolt, he elevated the club's image and brand value in numerous regards. Those 2 years were pivotal in transforming Chelsea from a nouveau riche entity into a footballing powerhouse. Regardless of the cheers and praises, they could never fully articulate the gratitude and regret harbored by Chelsea fans. Some fans pondered, if the owner were a Slavic beauty, perhaps circumstances would have been different. With a resounding thud, after Messi's pass, Huang Kaiwen pivoted and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Buffon felt an unsettling familiarity, but thought little of it as he leapt to make a side dive. Yet, he was unable to thwart this goal. Hey, take it easy during warm-ups, Buffon called out. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved his hand. He was merely testing the waters. With a stature comparable to that of Cristiano Ronaldo, Huang Kaiwen required fewer adjustments when emulating the Portuguese star. The stands were filled with numerous renowned English legends and celebrity fans, with the most notable being Lord Mountbatten Windsor and his cousin. The camera frequently focused on the eastern stand, known as the St. Kevin stand. Cristiano Ronaldo, who had recently suffered a narrow defeat to Bayern in a penalty shootout, was seated in front of the television. After playing in the Champions League yesterday, he was granted a day of respite today. Irina Shayk, dressed in light attire, was seated beside Ronaldo, restlessly fidgeting and suggesting, since it's not your match, why don't we turn it off and engage in something more entertaining? Ronaldo brusquely pushed Irina aside and pointed to the laptop on the table, saying, if you wish to purchase anything, just place the order. Hey, This isn't your match, Irina retorted, discontented. Do you think I'm only wearing 2 scraps of fabric? You don't understand. Ronaldo replied earnestly. I have long suspected Kevin of emulating my playing style, and today I have discovered evidence. In the home locker room, Ancelotti was in a state of frantic disarray. Rarely irritable, he shouted at Samuel Altman. Is there still no resolution? Have you decided to go on strike, you intelligent worker? If you seek a raise, just tell me. Don't emulate the French and refuse to work. Carlo, it's due to our excessive power usage. The London Environmental Protection Agency forcibly cut off the supply to our server room, causing equipment malfunctions, Altman explained. So what? Without power, the factory can't function. I understand that, but you must provide me with a timeline and tell me who should start today, Ancelotti urged anxiously. I'm uncertain. Kevin is shrouded in too much unpredictability, and we need to conduct numerous calculations, Altman advised. Then call Mr. Abramovich and have him summon the accountants from London. Will that suffice for your calculations? Ancelotti, seeing Altman silent, exclaimed in frustration, not enough from London? Should I then summon accountants from the Middle East or Egypt? Altman felt a wave of exhaustion. His boss was Ancelotti, who, despite appearing progressive, was utterly oblivious to technological matters, yet had become a so-called technical pioneer in the eyes of the media. Tassadi interjected, Carlo, the power outage is an unforeseen event beyond our control. However, we still possess willpower, and that is our foundation. Yes, willpower. Ancelotti immediately bent down to start fiddling with the machinery. His actions were primarily driven by the fact that Huang Kevin was injured, but not severely. A situation that was both tormenting and yet provided Ancelotti with a glimmer of hope. He was eager for the intelligent worker to calculate how he could win today's match. The players had returned to the tunnel. The camera captured the scene within the corridor, and the director did not forget to switch the focus to the stands. At that moment, a dark figure caught the attention of many fans. Usain Bolt, the world sprint champion, was present to witness this Champions League match, ostensibly to scout a rival for the Olympics. Indeed, the rivalry between Huang Kevin and Bolt had been ongoing for quite some time. Since their first encounter at the 2008 Olympics, it was believed that Huang Kevin had adequately prepared himself mentally. It should be said that Bolt has adequately prepared himself mentally. He previously stated that Huang Kewen's participation in sprinting was undoubtedly laced with compliments. Yet who could have anticipated that a professional footballer could clock in under 9.8 seconds? Bolt has repeatedly acknowledged that Huang Kewen poses the greatest pressure as his rival. This year in London, they are set to engage in an epic showdown. Indeed, the two will compete head-to-head in both the 100 meters and 200 meters, a contest eagerly anticipated by many athletics enthusiasts as the ultimate clash of titans. However, Huang Kewen is currently in the midst of the season, which leaves him with limited preparation time. Furthermore, the Dutch Football Association has announced that Huang Kewen will join the coaching staff this summer. Even before this season concludes, his schedule is already brimming with commitments. Huang Kewen has registered for 5 events in the Olympics, and securing at least 1 gold medal should pose no challenge. Archery remains his forte, and should the Dutch team clinch the championship, Huang Kewen will also acquire the title of champion coach this summer. Why is it that Huang Kewen struggles in archery? With his innate talent, he could easily have registered for athletics events, where his chances of medaling would be considerably higher. Sprints, middle distance runs, and triple jump, all of which rely on physical prowess, should be his strong suits. I have no doubt about his capabilities. His physical attributes are indeed remarkable. Is it not apparent? Huang Kewen seems to have a vendetta against the Japanese archers, particularly given their formidable competition for the gold medal. He appears indifferent to the events themselves, solely intent on outshining his rivals. In this regard, I find myself supportive of him. The Japanese athletes can indeed be quite vexing. Let us hope there are no laser pointers in London this time. I feel confident that there won't be, as Huang Kewen is quite popular there. And the British are not as brazen as us. Should the Japanese attempt to use laser pointers, the local football hooligans would surely intervene. If Huang Kewen can indeed outshine the Japanese, I would gladly acknowledge him as my mentor. Have I forgotten my previous declaration? Is the tenure of mentorship only 4 years? In all seriousness, ever since the last Olympics, I have kept a keen eye on archery competitions. Both South Korea and Japan have proven to be strong contenders in this discipline, and Huang Kewen's potential victory would be no small feat, interestingly. Huang Kewen may even surpass the popularity of Japanese competitors in their home turf. It is not merely speculation, it is a certainty. This year, His photo books have sold over 30 million copies, a testament to his remarkable popularity. To put this in perspective, Japan's top male actor, Masato Sakai, saw his wife's photo book sell merely 800,000 copies. The disparity is staggering. Hwang Kei-wen could be dubbed the killer of Japanese housewives, as many have discreetly used their household budgets to purchase his photo books. Each time his books hit the shelves, Japanese supermarkets are known to heavily promote discounted items nearing expiration. The decline in physical fitness among the next generation in Japan can certainly be attributed to Hwang Kei-wen's influence. It never fails to amuse me. The discussions in online forums are quite lively. The players from both teams have already made their way through the tunnel alongside the officiating crew. The previous round saw a controversial decision by referee Bellucci that granted Chelsea an additional goal. Today, the officiating duties have been entrusted to Turkey's Cüneyt Çakır. Interestingly, the primary profession of Çakır, the referee, is that of an insurance manager. British media jokingly suggested prior to the match that he should recommend insurance to Czech. Among the goalkeepers set to face Hwang Kei-wen, several have exhibited psychological issues. Indeed, with Ramos returning, Nesta healed, and Messi rehabilitated, AC Milan's strength has undeniably escalated to a higher echelon. Yet, today, AC Milan still astonished us significantly. Let us first examine the starting lineups of both teams. Chelsea, in a 4-3-3 formation, featured goalkeeper, Czech, defenders, Ashley Cole, Gary Cahill, Terry, Eschen, midfielders, Mikel, Modric, Mireless, forwards, Bale, Drogba, Mata. AC Milan, also in a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, included goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Zambrotta, Nesta, Thiago Silva, Ramos, midfielders, Van Bommel, Rakitic, Ambrosini, forwards, Hwang Kei-wen, Kaká, Messi. Once again, Chelsea opted to deploy Eschen as an auxiliary fullback, reminiscent of the Mourinho era. Additionally, in contrast to the previous match, Huntelaar was replaced by Mata, who, having emerged from Real Madrid's youth academy, had previously signed with AC Milan before transferring to Chelsea. The starting lineup of AC Milan presented a pleasant surprise, particularly with Ambrosini's unexpected inclusion and the fit-again Kaká positioned at the forefront, evoking memories of Barcelona's false nine formation. While the rationale behind Kaká's forward positioning remains uncertain, it is evident that Guardiola's influence is at play. Capello, adorned in a purple robe, drew the attention of surrounding fans. However, he remained unfazed by their scrutiny. Observing Milan's lineup, a sardonic smile crept across his face, revealing his disdain for Guardiola's choices. Had it been him, he would have strategically placed a playmaker at the attacking midfield position, allowing any capable forward to serve as a pivot. At 7:45 p.m., referee Çakır signaled the commencement of the match. Chelsea, having lost the coin toss, was obliged to kick off first. As Hwang Kei-wen opted to challenge Chelsea in their accustomed half, there would be no leniency from Hwang Kei-wen in this regard. Drogba swiftly passed the ball to the right flank, where Mata seized possession and surged forward. Before Hwang Kei-wen could mount a challenge, Mata had already pivoted and delivered a lateral pass. While in possession, Mata had premeditated his next move. Drogba, regaining control of the ball, found himself pressured by Rakitic, who charged in to support Kaká. However, Drogba's physical prowess made it exceedingly difficult for Milan's players to contest the ball. Modric, arriving to receive Drogba's pass, promptly distributed the ball to Bale on the wing, while Messi endeavored to retrace his steps. However, before he could make a move, Ramos surged forward, executing a decisive slide tackle that sent the ball out of play. Remarkably, Ramos displayed unwavering resolve, denying Bale any opportunity to break away. Bale remains Chelsea's most potent threat, and neutralizing him significantly diminishes their offensive capabilities. The combination of Ashley Cole and Bale is exceptionally sharp. Ashley Cole stepped up, preparing to throw the ball back into play. Yet the Chelsea half was densely populated with players. Messi attempted to retreat, only to be thwarted by Hwang Kei-wen's presence. The Cole King possesses a certain attitude, yet his defensive prowess leaves much to be desired. It would be wiser for him to remain up front and capitalize on counterattacks. With so many players nearby, Ashley Cole took a step back and forcefully launched the ball towards the center circle. Messi immediately pressed forward, compelling Cahill to swiftly flick the ball ahead. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, Mikel lifted his leg to control the ball, but Hwang Kei-wen encroached directly upon him. The African Zidane's technical skills and ball control were evidently inferior to Zidane's, making it nearly impossible for him to maintain possession under Juan Kevin's pressure. The two players grappled as they advanced into the penalty area, and Juan Kevin, positioned ahead, successfully seized the ball. With a deft left-footed touch, Juan Kevin navigated down the flank. Although Mikel employed both hands and feet in an attempt to intercept, Juan Kevin's balance was exceptional, making it difficult for him to lose his footing. The speed of little Ronaldo is already quite remarkable, coupled with Juan Kevin's explosive talent, particularly on the left flank. As they reached the edge, Juan Kevin accelerated, effortlessly distancing himself from Mikel by 2 strides. Even at Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea fans are well acquainted with Juan Kevin's style, they were left astounded. How could Mikel, with a physicality that is already commendable, be left behind by such a margin? This astonishing burst of speed left them utterly amazed. It was a contest of an entirely different caliber. Juan Kevin, while in possession, scanned the field and noticed that Van Bommel was unmarked. In motion, he swiftly delivered a diagonal pass. The ball sailed past Eschen, finding its way to Van Bommel. Modric aimed to press, yet Van Bommel exhibited no intention of receiving the ball. Instead, he pivoted and executed another diagonal pass, directing it once more toward the left flank. Juan Kevin's sprinting speed was astounding. In the blink of an eye, he reached the ball again, this time without making any adjustments, delivering a long pass with his left foot. The ball, tracing a distinct arc, bypassed Terry and Cahill, soaring down the right side of the attacking front. This pass came unexpectedly, and Ashley Cole's recovery speed was impressive. Messi's initial attempt to control the ball was disrupted by Cole, preventing him from settling it at his feet. He pivoted towards the sideline, stretching to control the ball, which took a moment, allowing Chelsea's defensive players to return to the penalty area. The situation became precarious, with a host of defenders crowding the box. Messi appeared determined to take matters into his own hands. He evaded one defender, then another, weaving past 3 players in succession. Faced with check, he executed a precise shot into the net. Lionel Messi, just a few minutes into the match, received Juan Kevin's long pass and scored a magnificent goal. Messi's breakthrough was truly magnificent. Within a confined space, he effortlessly maneuvered past his opponents. However, the pass delivered by Juan Kevin was equally commendable. After a deft interception in the defensive zone, he sent the ball soaring over 50 meters to Messi. While Chelsea's defenders attempted to regroup, they were not entirely successful. Indeed, the opportunity for a counterattack was splendid, stemming from Chelsea's offensive play, with Juan Kevin's interception being particularly noteworthy. In a light-hearted moment, Messi sprinted back, eager to celebrate alongside Juan Kevin, only to discover, upon reaching the midfield, that it was too congested to join in the jubilation. This is a characteristic of AC Milan. Their goal celebrations are often crowded with players. The earlier encounter between Mikel and Juan Kevin, where they raced against each other, left a lasting impression on me. Did Juan Kevin, perhaps, know that Usain Bolt was in attendance and intentionally showcased his prowess? He could have easily employed finesse to bypass his opponent, but chose to rely on sheer physicality instead. Bolt, observing from the stands, did not share in the delight of the moment. The explosive power Juan Kevin exhibited in that instant caused Bolt to furrow his brow. Juan Kevin's sporadic training and absence from matches rendered Bolt uncertain of his current capabilities. Yet, one thing was clear. Juan Kevin's speed had undoubtedly improved since his time in Berlin, instilling a sense of urgency in Bolt. When leading by a significant margin, offering encouraging words to opponents can display one's magnanimity. However, when the competition is close, no one desires their adversary to triumph. Bolt found himself perplexed, uncertain of what actions to take. Perhaps playing football could indeed enhance his running skills. He contemplated seeking out a team to aid his development. Ancelotti furrowed his brow as he observed the pitch. He did not anticipate that today would see Kaká playing as a forward. The tactics employed by AC Milan left him somewhat at a loss for words. He was convinced that Rakitic possessed the least organizational ability among Milan's youthful midfielders. Yet here he was, starting as an attacking midfielder, though his positioning suggested he was more suited to a central role. Chelsea reorganized, directing the ball to their right flank. Juan Kevin retraced his steps, effectively pressuring Mata and dominating the physical contest. Zambrotta seized the opportunity, intercepting the ball as Mata attempted to pass. Observing the shift, Juan Kevin swiftly turned and surged forward, an action that inevitably drew the attention of Chelsea's defense. Sensing an overload on the left flank, Zambrotta returned the ball to Kaká. Upon receiving the ball, Kaká swiftly turned, galloping forward. As he crossed the midfield line, Mirallas quickly closed in on him. In motion, Kaká executed a deft outside-of-the-foot pass to the flank. Ramos gestured for Messi to advance, while he himself charged forward to receive the ball. Messi's forward run startled Chelsea's defense, prompting Ashley Cole and Cahill to hastily retreat to their positions. However, Ramos, in possession of the ball, unleashed a powerful right-footed strike. The ball zipped swiftly from the right flank to the left, evidently aimed at Hwang Kaiwan. Terry leaped alongside Hwang Kaiwan near the left post, and under Terry's interference, Hwang Kaiwan directed a header into Cech's awaiting arms. Even though the attempt did not result in a goal, Cech was left sweating profusely from the scare. Just 2 minutes had elapsed since the last goal, yet AC Milan once again threatened their goal. Cech, stationed at the back, bellowed, "You lot better be careful. Today is the Champions League semi-final, not some bars pickup scene. Don't act like drunken fools only thinking about getting laid." Terry, head bowed, dared not respond, though he internally questioned Cech's words. Damn, this is a trio of Ballon d'Or caliber players, Kaká, Messi, and Kevin. Any defender would appear as mere training dummies in their presence. Terry felt a peculiar sense of unease. Today, Kevin's style of play reminded him of a certain Manchester United player he had never quite admired. The young Portuguese, with hair slicked back and a youthful visage, frequently executed astonishing maneuvers. Cristiano Ronaldo, during his time in the Premier League, had been a subject of intense study for defenders. Thus, this feeling was particularly strong. Ronaldo's movements and center of gravity were distinctly unique. Don't relax, stay alert, Ancelotti urged from the sidelines, unable to remain composed as their goal faced repeated threats. AC Milan's counterattacks were alarmingly swift. He had not anticipated Kaká's resurgence after his departure. It seemed that fatherhood truly fostered growth in players. Just focus on Messi. Terry instructed Cole. You don't need to assist Gareth today. He won't pass to anyone anyway. I have no objections, but I can't guarantee I can stop him. Ashley Cole replied. Messi's footwork was incredibly nimble. Though his strides were long, his reactions lagged slightly. Moreover, the world-class left-back was undeniably on a downward trajectory. Cahill, catching Terry's glance, felt a chill run down his spine. Standing at 191 meters, he embodied the archetype of an English center-back, proficient in direct defense and aerial duels, yet lacking finesse with the ball at his feet. He was no Ferdinand, whose height and agility allowed him to turn swiftly. Messi could easily glide past him. Do your best, Terry sighed, fully aware of Cahill's limitations. Hummels, having been sidelined for clashing with Ancelotti in the dressing room, would have fared better against Messi than Cahill. At this moment, Terry longed for Carvalho, whom Mourinho had taken to Madrid. When it came to defending agile players, his old partner Carvalho excelled in that regard. Cech resumed play. Their passing patterns were all too apparent. With Huntelaar absent, the burden fell entirely on Bale, advancing the ball down the left flank. Ambrosini and Rakitic were keenly aware of the defensive responsibilities on that side, making it difficult for Modric to distribute the ball effectively once he received it. Ashley Cole, keeping an eye on Messi, found no full back to offer support. In this predicament, he had no choice but to carry the ball himself. Fortunately, Rakitic hesitated to press him immediately. Van Bommel charged forward, and upon seeing Kevin near Mata, Modric still hesitated to pass freely, instead pushing the ball with his right foot. Forcing his way past Van Bommel, Van Bommel swiftly extended his arm, stepping forward to obstruct Modric's path. Modric unexpectedly pulled the ball back, leading Van Bommel to believe he would pivot, prompting him to move in pursuit. To his astonishment, Modric delivered a penetrating through ball. This pass sliced through the defense with remarkable intensity, reaching beyond Thiago Silva, while Drogba charged into the penalty area like a frenzied bull. However, Buffon, poised to advance, halted, positioning himself to cover part of the goal. Sensing the impending strike from Drogba, the opportunity for contemplation eluded him. As Drogba approached the 6-yard box, a long leg swept past him, forcefully clearing the ball out of play. What a spectacle! Nesta's tackling prowess remained both precise and elegant. He cleanly averted contact while effectively banishing the ball from danger. Indeed, Buffon, witnessing Nesta's retreat, yielded space, a testament to his profound trust in Nesta. Now, Chelsea had a corner, and their set-piece execution was formidable. AC Milan ought to remain vigilant. Hwang Kaiwan returned to the vicinity of the penalty area. Chelsea players placed significant emphasis on this opportunity, with Terry and Cahill charging into Milan's box. Observing this, Hwang Kaiwan chose a vulnerable opponent, positioning himself beside Mireless. His primary role was to facilitate a counterattack, making it less advantageous to be inside the box. The cacophony that once filled Stamford Bridge had dissipated. Many Chelsea supporters clasped their hands in fervent anticipation, hoping their team could capitalize on this chance to score. The eyes of the world were fixed on this moment. With a sharp motion, Modric approached the ball and flicked it towards the near post. Cahill and Thiago Silva leaped simultaneously, their bodies colliding in an evident struggle mid-air. Yet, their vertical reach was insufficient. Meanwhile, in the center, Terry intentionally pressed down on Nesta during his jump, preventing Nesta from fully elevating. Although Terry's leap also lacked height, Drogba soared above, his dark forehead crashing into the ball. At that moment, hands emerged from behind the ball. Drogba's header struck the ball, only for it to encounter resistance, ricocheting off Buffon's gloves and soaring away. On the left flank, Zambrotta seized possession, while Hwang Kaiwen had already turned and sprinted forward. In that instant, Mireless executed a tactical foul, shouldering Zambrotta off the sideline. Indeed, the AC Milan players refrained from contesting with Chelsea, focusing instead on launching a counterattack. Zambrotta bent to place the ball, preparing for a powerful clearance. All eyes traced the trajectory of the ball. Some Chelsea fans could no longer contain their gasps. To the left, the ball was directed towards the left flank. Hwang Kaiwen and Eschen raced down the left side, with the ball descending between them. At the moment the ball began its descent, Hwang Kaiwen nudged Eschen with his body, slightly lowering his head to direct the ball forward before accelerating towards the left side of the penalty area. Essen realized he could not keep pace with Hwang Kaiwen and decided to make a direct run into the penalty area. Kaká, Rakitic, and Messi also surged forward quickly, deliberately spreading out their positions. Hwang Kaiwen was on the wing. Whether to pass or shoot, the ball had to enter the box. Indeed, Hwang Kaiwen, just before reaching the byline, deftly nudged the ball with his left foot and drove into the penalty area. Prepared, Essen accelerated towards the byline. However, Hwang Kaiwen had covered more ground. In his mind, he believed he could catch up, but unfortunately, Hwang Kaiwen's speed surpassed his own. Before he could reach his position, Hwang Kaiwen was already dangerously close to the left post. In this scenario, Essen could only stretch out his foot, but the distance was too great to disrupt Hwang Kaiwen's momentum. His attempt inadvertently caused Mikel, who was returning to the box, to pause. At that moment, Hwang Kaiwen suddenly unleashed a powerful flick with his left foot, executing a surprise cutback pass. Rakitic, positioned behind, had no time to adjust before unleashing a forceful shot. Even so, his attempt caught Chelsea off guard. Cech, reacting a moment too late, could only watch as the ball found the net. Rakitic immediately sprinted towards Hwang Kaiwen, incredulous that he had scored in such a crucial match. The nearby Chelsea players wore expressions of despair. Trailing by 2 goals in the first half, they faced an uphill battle. Ancelotti fiercely slammed down the water bottle in his hand. Guardiola truly had no shame. A genius coach? Nonsense. Today, he gleaned nothing tactical from AC Milan. It was all reliant on the players' individual brilliance. The applause resounded at Stamford Bridge. Although Essen's performance had declined due to injury and age, even at his peak, he would have struggled against Hwang Kaiwen's ferocious speed. Their left winger, Bale, had a far more limited offensive repertoire compared to Hwang Kaiwen. At this moment, Bale was formidable. Yet Professor Wenger once remarked that a good strategy against Bale was to disrupt his rhythm. There are only a couple of ways to defend against speedy players: close marking or forcing them into difficult angles. However, today, Hwang Kaiwen had already operated from a narrow angle at the byline, yet he still managed to assist Rakitic with a cutback. Ancelotti, who had coached both players, could distinctly feel the gulf between them. Ramos's defense against Bale today was commendable. Nevertheless, Ancelotti believed that even if Ramos were replaced by Essen, the outcome would not differ significantly. At most, Chelsea's performance would appear more polished. Terry remained dutifully supportive of his teammates. "It's all right," Essen waved his hand. He had anticipated such outcomes when assigned to play as a fullback. This defensive effort was commendable, and they should continue in this manner. Cech expressed his high regard for Essen, stating that as long as they prevented Hwang Kaiwen from taking long-range shots outside the box, he could shoot as he pleased. He certainly did not wish to face a shot exceeding 160 kilometers per hour, let alone one surpassing 200. As for whether they could advance, Cech had not contemplated it at all. Ever since he played alongside Hwang Kaiwen, he had come to understand a profound truth. The pinnacle of football's accolades is the UEFA Champions League runner-up. The championship is merely an accessory bestowed upon teams with Huang Kaiwen. One should also pay attention to the midfield battles. AC Milan's flanks are exceedingly formidable, Terry remarked to his midfield companions. Mikel, panting heavily, nodded, uncertain how long he could endure this day. Huang Kaiwen's sudden burst of energy placed a tremendous burden on him. The depletion of stamina, muscle fatigue, and psychological pressure all ensued. Modric solemnly nodded. Having endured a tumultuous childhood, each day was a gift to him. Thus, he would not surrender simply because Huang Kaiwen was formidable. Today, he had deliberately passed the ball and attempted to sprint back as quickly as possible. However, the disparity in explosiveness and speed was glaring. He would be left behind even before closing in on Huang Kaiwen. Modric cast a glance at Bale, who had also transferred from Tottenham. Alas, it was truly outrageous. Modric questioned whether he could even seize the ball from Huang Kaiwen's feet if they were to race together. He feared that any attempt to tackle might result in a foul from behind, or worse, a complete miss. Stamford Bridge continued to echo with "We are the champions." Yet even through the broadcast, fans from other regions sensed a shift in the melody. The hope once embedded in the song had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Drogba immediately passed to Modric. Modric deftly flicked the ball to Mata, who, under Huang Kaiwen's pressure, opted to pass back. Mikel seized the ball and executed a diagonal pass. Mireless received the ball and advanced. Bale distinctly felt the intensity of the left side defense before his teammates could pass. He dashed diagonally toward the right. Huang Kaiwen promptly retraced his steps. Mireless delivered the ball to Modric, and Rakitic surged forward. Modric, wary of holding onto the ball, distributed it to Mata. Both Mata and Bale appeared on the right flank, drawing Chelsea's defensive focus toward that side. Receiving the ball, Mata used the tips of his toes to nudge it forward, feigning a sprint. As Van Bommel drew near, he suddenly made a pass. The ball curved elegantly past Van Bommel, finding Drogba just outside the penalty area. Thiago Silva's challenge was somewhat reckless, with Nesta out of position. Drogba seized the opportunity to slip into the box and unleashed a shot. Buffon reacted instantaneously, diving to deflect the ball. The sphere fell within the penalty area, and the advancing Mireless aimed for a follow-up shot, but Ramos was quicker. Positioning himself adeptly, Ramos controlled the ball with his right foot, shouldering the opponent as he moved right. Mireless employed both hands and feet to suppress Ramos, unwilling to grant him a chance to clear the ball. At that moment, Ramos stepped forward with his left foot, executing a sudden Cruyff turn before sending in a cross. The ball arched across half the pitch, landing just behind the midfield line. Rakitic, holding off Modric, received the ball and deftly distributed it to the flank. Huang Kaiwen deftly nudged the ball forward, accelerating past the halfway line. In the center, Kaká, and on the right, Messi surged forward with remarkable speed. Just a few meters into his run, Huang once again delivered a left-footed cross. The ball elegantly evaded two Chelsea defenders, finding Messi just outside the penalty area. By this moment, Cech had already rushed out of the box, and Messi, without a moment to adjust, struck with his right foot, sending the ball rolling effortlessly past Cech and into the net. In a similar fashion, Huang provided his second assist. However, this time, Messi didn't even need to dribble. He could simply take the shot. Goal! 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 Kevin has achieved a hat trick of assists, his precise curvature effortlessly locating any teammate he desires. Yet, today, I must commend Ramos. The improvement in this right-back's technique is markedly evident. Although he occasionally employed the Marseille turn during his Sevilla days, the Cruyff turn is undoubtedly something he learned from Kevin. Following the Cruyff turn, a swift transition led to Kevin's pinpoint assist. I had long ago stated that remaining close to Kevin would yield significant enhancement. Even with the referee's assistance in the first leg, Chelsea barely managed to cling to hope. They believed a grand epic awaited them upon returning to Stamford Bridge. But in reality, it was merely a showcase of Kevin's brilliance. If they seek something to anticipate, they might as well hope for the appreciation of the computer parts Abramovich purchased, which could eventually finance the acquisition of a new star. Even as teammates flocked to Huang Kaiwen's side, Messi continued to jog forward from the front line. It felt utterly sublime. During his time in Barcelona, while he often sought opportunities through passing, there were many instances requiring him to dribble past opponents. However, playing alongside Huang Kaiwen, every time there was space, all he had to do was run, and he would not miss out. Even if he couldn't score, he would still have shooting opportunities. The experience was remarkably enjoyable. When he saw an opportunity, There was no need for contemplation. He simply sprinted forward. "I thought you would take it all the way for a long-range shot," exclaimed Rakitic, somewhat astonished. Kevin never concerns himself with scoring. As long as someone scores, he is content. Kaka remarked, more delighted than if he had scored himself. "My teammates are reliable, so I naturally run less distance." Huang Kaiwan responded with a smile. "If we were to assess purely based on shooting skills, Milan should undoubtedly be ranked first in the world. The sensation of passing the ball and having someone score is quite gratifying." Huang Kaiwan pondered whether he should aim for the title of historical assist king. Ancelotti grimaced at the unfolding events on the pitch. Continuing in this manner, Chelsea would have little hope. He turned to the coaching bench, just in time to see Samuel Altman's face aglow with surprise. Ancelotti quickly approached him, inquiring, "Is there a result?" "Yes, there is already a result," Altman replied joyfully. The Chelsea coaching staff huddled together, peering at the tablet in Altman's hands, awaiting the final formation. However, when the result was revealed, Ancelotti's expression darkened. "Terry in goal. Does anyone truly believe that everyone is like Kevin?" Altman, aware of the absurdity of the situation, nevertheless explained that perhaps Terry possesses an innate talent in this regard. "Are there other possibilities?" Tassadi inquired, fearful that Ancelotti might unleash his wrath upon Altman. Cautiously lifting his gaze, Altman remarked, "It could also be an erroneous outcome." Ancelotti raised an eyebrow, striding toward the sidelines, anxious to avoid witnessing the young man's inevitable outburst. At a critical juncture, the investment seemed futile. Substantial funds had been expended, and this felt like a deception. Tassadi hurried to catch up, offering, "Carlo, this is beyond our control. Machines are prone to malfunction, and one cannot place all hope in technology." "I understand," Ancelotti replied, his tone somber. Tassadi continued, "It appears that today's enhancement device has yielded little effect. We may have reached a bottleneck." "That seems likely," Ancelotti mused. "If only the receiver could be as diminutive as bacteria, perhaps it would better unlock the player's potential. I recall an American scientist proposing the concept of nanorobots. Perhaps we could explore this avenue." "What is that?" Ancelotti inquired. "Essentially, they are minuscule robots, comparable in size to bacteria and viruses, designed to perform surgeries within the human body," Tassadi elucidated, though he admitted his knowledge was limited. Ancelotti's eyes widened, sensing that this was the technological innovation he required. He promptly engaged Tassadi in a fresh round of discussion. Chelsea launched another offensive, their 3-goal deficit eroding their patience. The midfielders pressed forward with considerable intensity. Upon receiving the ball, Meyerless intended to pass left. Observing this, Huang Kevin immediately rushed toward the midfield to defend against Modric, knowing that Chelsea's advance would ultimately hinge upon Modric's handling. In the face of a team like Milan, characterized by relentless pressing, the ability to reclaim possession is paramount. Among Chelsea's 3 midfielders, only Modric possessed the requisite skill to swiftly manage the ball under pressure, either distributing it effectively or carrying it himself. Rakitic also surged toward Modric's vicinity. Meanwhile, Meyerless hesitated, turning his head repeatedly in search of an opening before opting to loft the ball directly into the penalty area from the halfway line. This time, Thiago Silva made no mistake. He accurately assessed the ball's trajectory and, under Drogba's influence, successfully directed it to Van Bommel with a deft header. Van Bommel sought to continue the play, but Mata's rapid approach forced him to unleash a long pass with his right foot. Spotting Kaka positioned to receive, Huang Kevin jogged forward to offer support. Kaka, evading Ashley Cole's defense with a flick of his head, passed the ball to the right flank. Messi, having moved into the center, observed Huang Kevin's positional shift. With remarkable precision, Huang Kevin delivered a curved cross that found Messi behind Cahill, who pushed for the far corner. The ball found the net. Messi completed his hat trick. Today, it seems that Kevin Huang has discovered the secret, delivering curved passes to find his teammates. And he is indeed hitting the mark with precision. Remarkably, just over 20 minutes into the match, the score stands at 4-0, culminating in an aggregate of 72. Chelsea appears to be in quite a predicament. Huang likely perceives that Cahill's turning speed is insufficient, thus relentlessly exploiting this weakness, yielding impressive results. Indeed, had it been Hummel's, the situation would not have been so challenging. Today, Huang is on a rampage. However, it is worth noting that he has yet to score. How, then, can one describe it as a rampage? Perhaps, feeling a sense of reluctance to score against his former club, he has refrained from netting goals. Yet he remains relentless in his assists. Frankly, I must admit that Huang's passing ability is truly remarkable, while others may rely on luck for such curved passes. His deliveries are consistently accurate. His prowess on the pitch is undeniable. In fact, I find Huang's goals to be aesthetically pleasing, and his failure to score today seems somewhat lackluster. His goals are rather ordinary. Why not indulge in a television series instead? Game of Thrones is quite captivating, after all, and it is indeed uncut and well-produced. I must share some unsettling news. The relationship between Emilia Clarke, known as the Mother of Dragons, and Kevin Huang is rather intricate. Is that true? I find it hard to believe. Whether you choose to believe it or not, back when the Mother of Dragons was still a student, rumors of her relationship with Huang surfaced while he was playing for Chelsea, making headlines. She has even praised him during interviews. Wow, Huang appears to be quite the charmer. Yet one might argue that he is rather unscrupulous. A call for accountability is in order. It is said that the Snow Queen is an accomplished artist. Is that true? I am uncertain, as I have not seen her work. Could you provide a link? Modric regains possession and swiftly distributes the ball. Rakitic intercepts successfully. Milan transitions rapidly from defense to attack. Huang moves towards the center, prompting Mikel to rush towards Rakitic. Rakitic promptly passes back to Van Bommel. Kaka charges forward from the left flank, yet Van Bommel seems uninterested in passing to him, opting instead to loft the ball forward with his left foot. Observing this, Huang swiftly turns and nudges the ball backward, causing Terry to miss his interception. Messi seizes the opportunity, darting past Cahill to retrieve the ball. Useless. Cech mutters under his breath as he rushes from his goal line. However, Messi's footwork is exceptionally nimble. He skillfully dribbles laterally to evade Cech and effortlessly slots the ball into the empty net. Not long after the previous goal, Milan once again alters the scoreline. Although Chelsea fans yearn to see Huang shine, they would undoubtedly prefer not to witness such a disheartening spectacle today. Kevin. Huang has once again set up Messi for a goal. The debate regarding whether Kevin or Messi is the true core of Milan has persisted, particularly within Spanish media. However, after witnessing today's match, I believe no one will continue to pose such foolish inquiries. When Kevin seeks to pass, he transforms into the finest playmaker. When he opts to shoot, he becomes the world's greatest striker. Beyond all of this, what deserves commendation is Kevin's character. Confronted by his former club, Kevin was resolute in his unwillingness to exploit his personal prowess to diminish his former teammates, rendering them utterly inept. In that moment, Kevin chose to pass the ball to his companions. The London conqueror wielded not brute force, but rather his noble spirit. A splendid quadruple. Messi had never anticipated that scoring would be so effortless. This time, the distance was relatively short, and he finally surged forth before Huang. Kevin. With excitement, Messi exclaimed, "What a beautiful pass. Not bad. Your goal was crucial as well," Huang. Kevin replied with a smile. Navigating past defenders and the goalkeeper, some forwards or wingers could hardly replicate such finesse. If it were the one worth 100 million euros, he might merely feign a physical maneuver and possibly relinquish possession himself. The quality of footballers seems to be on a decline. Had anyone told Huang Kevin that a Brazilian winger hailing from Ajax would struggle to dribble, he would have dismissed it as absurd. Damn it. When did dribbling become a bonus for wingers? Chuckled Cesare Maldini from the sidelines. Dominic Torrent approached the edge of the pitch and remarked, "No matter how many times you watch it, it remains astonishing, doesn't it?" Indeed, old Maldini nodded. If, in our era, we had players like Kevin, no one would want to continue playing, as the game wasn't particularly lucrative back then. Why face an unbeatable opponent? Previously, while at Barcelona, Pep had asserted that Kevin was exceptional. However, it was only upon arriving in Milan that Torrent could truly appreciate the depth of Kevin's talent. Let us not even discuss Huang Kevin's physical attributes. The key is that his style of play is ever evolving. After nearly 2 years under Guardiola's tutelage in Milan, the essence of Huang Kevin's style remains elusive. He suspects the team is indeed lacking personnel. Allow Huang Kevin to play any position, and upon mentioning a player's name, they would instantly witness him embodying that player's style on the pitch. This phenomenon transcends mere genius. Terry bowed his head. Even when contemplating the possibility of defeat, he had resolved to remain steadfast in the tunnel. Yet, before halftime, the impending collapse left him deeply unsettled. He had exerted himself, yet his efforts bore no fruit. At this moment, Terry recalled Huang Kevin's performances against Chelsea during their encounters with Real Madrid. Chelsea had not suffered an overwhelming defeat. Yet Huang Kevin had orchestrated a stunning solo goal from the goalkeeper's position. This fellow had no fear of any shot. Remembering his son in the stands, Terry summoned his spirit. His son was a devoted fan of Huang Kevin. If he faced Huang Kevin and emerged without victory while appearing cowardly, how could he ever hold his head high before George? Terry shouted once more, even if we do not win, we must demonstrate our resolve and show our families and fans our determination. Doesn't that feel eerily familiar? Czech suddenly interjected. What? Terry turned to inquire, perplexed by Czech's comment. The scene feels strikingly familiar. Back when Kevin was at Chelsea, both Manchester United and Liverpool faced us with dismal defeats. Gerrard, Neville, and Giggs would continually remind their teammates to muster their spirits, uttering platitudes about playing for family and fans. Czech waved his hand, prompting Terry to pause momentarily. It seemed indeed to hold some truth. Though he had initially rallied himself, Czech's reminder swiftly diminished his resolve. Damn it, competing against Kevin is truly arduous. Despite Mourinho's indelible imprint on the team, Chelsea's spirits inevitably sagged after trailing by 5 goals. Particularly after Kevin's departure, they remained competitive in the Premier League and other tournaments, instilling considerable confidence. Yet, facing Kevin's Milan, Chelsea came to realize that while they could vie for the Premier League without him, the Champions League remained a distant dream. Messi, having scored 4 goals, pressed vigorously. Chelsea players became reluctant to seize the ball. Modric emerged as the busiest player on the field. When Mirallas advanced, he encountered Messi's relentless pressure and promptly returned a sharp pass. Kaká seized the opportunity to charge forward. If not for Modric's quick reflexes to intercept and pivot, that ball would have been lost. Chelsea's struggles in offense primarily stemmed from their fullbacks. Indeed, the pressure exerted by Kevin and Messi on the flanks was formidable, compelling Ashley Cole and Eschen to devote more energy to defense. However, modern football places high demands on fullbacks for offensive contributions, with 2 absent. Chelsea's attack lacked a crucial element. Ashley Cole, aside from his defensive duties, possesses commendable offensive skills. Today, aside from being bested by Messi once, he made few errors. Yet the moment he strayed from his defensive zone, Messi was quick to exploit the opportunity, with Kevin's passes always lurking. Consequently, Ashley Cole hesitated to push forward. Another long ball aimed to create opportunities for Drogba up front. Drogba, with his back to the play, headed the ball back, and Bale, after a slight adjustment, unleashed a left-footed strike. Ambrosini successfully leaped to block the shot. The ball fell again to the center. Noticing the situation behind him, Drogba, in frustration, kicked the ball out of play. The Milan medical team entered with a stretcher, promptly carrying Ambrosini off. Gattuso, having barely warmed up, stood at the sideline. This moment underscored the Milan coaching staff's satisfaction with the current scoreline. The veteran Maldini embraced Gattuso, advising him, when you get on, tell Kevin and Messi to temper their play. This match is essentially concluded, and we must consider future matters. You need to lead the entire team in defensive duties, understand? Gennaro? Gattuso nodded vigorously and charged onto the field. Although he merely assumed a peripheral role, defending with a substantial lead, Gattuso still aspired to deliver an impressive performance. Milan relinquished possession back to Chelsea. However, as Cole threw in the ball from the sidelines, Huang Kaiwan swiftly maneuvered past Mirallas to successfully intercept it. With the ball at his feet, Huang Kaiwan advanced and found Ramos, who made a direct and rapid forward pass. As he neared the halfway line, Ramos delivered the ball precisely to Huang Kaiwan's feet. Huang Kaiwan pivoted and deftly nudged the ball forward, skillfully evading the encirclement of Modric and Mirallas. The Chelsea players remaining on their half were utterly astounded. Mikel, without a moment's hesitation, lunged towards the sideline with a reckless slide tackle, neglecting to secure his ankle. Had he made contact, his cleats would undoubtedly have pierced Huang Kaiwan's flesh. The commentary from Sky Sports described Mikel's actions as frenzied. Should Mikel have tackled Huang Kaiwan, it would have marked the end of his career at Chelsea. Yet, at that moment, Huang Kaiwan quickened his pace, propelling the ball forward with another deft touch, and, without even jumping, effortlessly leaped over Mikel's outstretched legs, successfully avoiding the dangerous slide. The central gate of Chelsea was wide open, and players from both teams surged rapidly into the penalty area. This sprint was exceptionally swift. Huang Kaiwan raced toward the byline, barely managing to maintain his balance, before pivoting and lofting the ball high into the penalty area. By this time, numerous players had surged into Chelsea's box. However, no one anticipated that the ball would land just outside the 6-yard area. Van Bommel, rushing in, met the ball with a downward header. And the ever-alert Czech didn't even have time to react before the ball thundered into the net. The jubilant Milan players dashed towards the corner flag. Yet Hwang Kaiwan remained indifferent to the celebration. Nevertheless, a sense of desolation swept over the Chelsea fans. In stark contrast to them, Bolt, seated among the away supporters, wore a grave expression. This sprint seemed to be Hwang Kaiwan's fastest of the day, and Bolt pondered whether Hwang Kaiwan had indeed clocked in at 9.6 seconds. Damn it, he had placed considerable pressure on Hwang Kaiwan. Yet, Hwang Kaiwan exerted an equal amount of pressure in return. Bolt's starts were never his strongest suit, consistently ranking in the mid-tier during major competitions. Hwang Kaiwan's acceleration was remarkably sharp. If he could maintain that pace in the latter part of the race, Bolt was uncertain whether he could still triumph. Should they race again, he certainly wouldn't glance back. John Terry clapped enthusiastically from the stands, while his mother, Tony Poole, quietly cautioned, "Be careful, George. We are in the home fan section." "So what?" George retorted defiantly. "Should I applaud poor performances? But your father is the captain of Chelsea," Tony reminded him. Before George could respond, his sister, Summer Terry, interjected, "Can you help me take a day off tomorrow? I don't want to go to school." Tony Poole gazed helplessly at her two children. Having a Chelsea captain as a father had become a source of embarrassment. Kroos was warming up on the sidelines, presumably preparing to substitute Hwang Kaiwan. Indeed, today Hwang Kaiwan exhibited an exhilarating performance, orchestrating assists with remarkable ease. What initially appeared to be a balanced contest swiftly transformed into a comprehensive training session for AC Milan. Such is the disparity in individual prowess. Both Chelsea and AC Milan's fullbacks were preoccupied with marking each other's wingers. However, the absence of Chelsea's fullbacks allowed AC Milan's attack to flourish, while Chelsea faltered. The crux of the matter lies here. Chelsea's offense found itself ensnared in a quagmire. Mata, not particularly swift, was stifled by Zambrotta, leaving him with no options to deliver a pass. Van Bommel and Nesta had effectively neutralized all pathways. When Mata sought to pivot and direct the ball towards Zambrotta for a throw-in, his intentions were too conspicuous, leading Zambrotta to effortlessly evade him. Consequently, the ball reached Nesta, who promptly advanced it forward. Van Bommel received the pass and relayed it to Rakitic, who, upon noticing Hwang Kaiwan in proximity, executed a diagonal pass without a moment's hesitation. Mikel rushed towards Hwang Kaiwan, yet after adjusting his stance, Hwang Kaiwan unleashed a powerful strike. A resounding thud echoed as the Chelsea defenders failed to react in time, merely feeling a gust as the ball surged into the penalty area. Although Cech had ample time to gauge the trajectory, he launched himself into action. His fingertips grazed the ball, yet this proved inconsequential. Rather, Cech felt a pang of fear that he might fracture his hand if he continued to exert force. In a split second, he opted to relinquish his effort, retracting some strength from his hand. The ball grazed the left post before decisively finding the net. And as Cech descended to the ground, he felt pain in his fingers, strangely relieved that he had made the right choice in that crucial moment. Goal. Kevin scores. Goal. 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 A quintessential Kevin-style goal. In the Champions League semi-final, he recorded 6 assists and 1 goal, an impressive testament to his abilities. Cesare Maldini opted for substitutions, and the Chelsea fans, initially ready to depart, paused to applaud Kevin. Yes, today they suffered a significant defeat. Yet they remained grateful for the 10 championships Kevin had brought to Chelsea. In truth, Chelsea ought to be familiar with this sentiment. After Kevin's departure, they were destined to transform from a premier global powerhouse to merely an ordinary club. Whichever team boasts Kevin is indeed the true titan of world football. Hwang Kaiwan acknowledged the stands with applause. Observing tears among some Chelsea supporters, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. The thrill of drawing little Ronaldo invigorated him, leading to a moment of abandon on the field. Nevertheless, the King of Hwang would not relent in his performance. Such circumstances are inevitable. Hwang Kaiwan generally prefers not to face his former club, yet UEFA has a penchant for theatrics. Upon reaching the sidelines, Hwang Kaiwan exchanged high-fives with Kroos as they exited the pitch. Old Martino handed the water bottle and towel to Hwang Kaiwan, smiling as he said, "At my age, there isn't much I can do. It's better to learn from the youth and take good care of our star player. Perhaps you should practice how to hold the trophy more elegantly," Hwang Kaiwan teased. Martino paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. He had been preoccupied with maintaining the harmony of the team as a coach, never realizing that they were just a step away from the trophy. If he could lift the UEFA Champions League trophy once more after so many years, he would have no regrets in life. Hwang Kaiwan took a seat on the bench, and Inzaghi immediately remarked, "Your assist today was wasted. If it had been for me, I could have surpassed Roll right away. Could you?" Hwang Kaiwan inquired, "Including the final." "Perhaps," Inzaghi replied uncertainly. At that moment, assistant coach Domnek approached Hwang Kaiwan and said, "Kaiwan, Prince William expressed a desire to meet you after the match. Chelsea has a game tonight, and he fears he might be dismissed around Christmas if they don't secure a victory." Although Hwang Kaiwan had been substituted, the match grew even more intense. Chelsea was fiercely battling Milan. With Hwang Kaiwan off the field, Messi became the primary focus of the defense. Although the king of football remained a threat, he could not replicate Hwang Kaiwan's ability to score effortlessly with each run. Particularly, Terry proactively switched positions with Cahill to assist Cole in defending against Messi. Once Huntelaar came on, Chelsea's performance improved considerably. However, it was not Mata who exited, but Bale. Modric played a deep-lying role, balancing organization with defense, while Mata acted as a highly mobile organizer in the attack. With 2 focal points, they still managed to exert significant pressure on Milan's defense. This style of play was simply about physically challenging your opponents. Against a typical team, it might have resulted in an additional player like Senderos being sidelined. Even Nesta and Thiago Silva found it challenging to contend with Drogba and Huntelaar. Cesare Maldini, concerned for Nesta's well-being, substituted him early. Upon entering, young Bendner immediately made a blunder, granting an opportunity that Huntelaar easily converted into a one-on-one goal. Unfortunately, they were already trailing by too much, and this goal held little significance. After Messi was substituted, Milan scarcely mounted any offense. This focal London clash concluded with a significant victory for Milan. It was the least crowded Hwang Kaiwan had ever seen Stamford Bridge's fans. He silently gazed at the stands, where Ramos and Kaká stood quietly by the sidelines. "Every team has its day of defeat," Kaká gently advised. "Let us hope that day is not ours," Hwang Kaiwan retorted. He removed his jersey and tossed it into the stands, striding directly into the players' tunnel. Old Martino, who was already waiting in the tunnel, extended an invitation. "Would you like to attend the press conference?" "Of course." Hwang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. Domnek Torrente reminded him, "Don't forget about Prince William." "I am aware," Hwang Kaiwan replied. Today, Chelsea should not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Carlo's defensive arrangements exhibited certain flaws, as he seemed to be overly engrossed in the transformation of the offensive strategy, remarked the seasoned Maldini. Kevin shook his head, confessing he was unable to ascertain the situation. Upon their arrival at the press conference, they found only Tassadi seated there, with no sign of Ancelotti. The atmosphere intensified with the presence of Kevin and the elder Maldini, as British journalists were eager to thrust microphones into Kevin's face. As the two took their seats, the reporters eagerly commenced their inquiries. "Mauro, why did Mr. Ancelotti not attend the press conference? Is today's defeat attributed to Mr. Ancelotti's decision to bench Hummels? Kevin, did Chelsea's status as your former club inspire you to score so many goals? Cesare, was it your or Guardiola's idea to deploy Kaká as a forward? Meeting Bayern Munich again in the finals, do you believe victory is assured, Kevin?" Tassadi, wearing a pained smile, grasped the microphone and stated, "Carlo is unwell and thus could not attend the press conference. The defeat is a collective accountability, not the fault of any single player." A journalist inquired, "Given the heavy loss, will Mr. Ancelotti face dismissal?" Tassadi waved his hand, responding, "No comment." Another question arose. "Will Hummels be released?" To which Tassadi again answered, "No comment." Feeling overwhelmed, Tassadi stood up, nodded to Kevin and the elder Maldini, and exited the press conference. Cesare Maldini remarked, "Kevin, being so young, frequently claims to be unwell. Meanwhile, I, of advanced age, still attempt to feign youthfulness, though I am not young. You may pose any question, but be mindful, for I may not hear you." Kevin silently rolled his eyes at the playful jab. "Will Mr. Guardiola be present at the finals?" A reporter asked. "I must unequivocally inform you that he will not be attending. Pep has undergone surgery and will miss the entirety of this season. It is a fortunate circumstance, as one must address ailments promptly," responded the elder Maldini. "Will AC Milan extend his contract?" inquired a journalist with a Spanish accent. "I am uncertain. You should direct that question to my son, as he may possess the answer," winked the elder Maldini. "What are your thoughts on entering the finals as a coach?" pressed another reporter. After a brief silence, The elder Maldini replied, "You know, death is an inevitability. I believe my journey had concluded, yet here I stand with this opportunity. I can assure you, I am profoundly excited. I have contemplated numerous strategies and ambitions, but truly, reaching the finals is not solely my achievement." "He is deceiving," Kevin interjected, seizing the microphone and smiling. "Reaching the finals is a triumph for each and every one of us. Excessive humility borders on hypocrisy, a sentiment I have encountered many times. Cesare is an integral part of Milan. How is your relationship with him, Kevin?" a reporter inquired. "We have known each other for many years. Cesare is a gentleman of exquisite taste, leading a rather orderly life. Long before he assumed the role of coach, we often encountered one another at Paolo's residence." Huang Kaiwan remarked. "What do you think of Mr. Maldini's coaching abilities?" a reporter pressed. The elder Maldini looked at Huang Kaiwan with curiosity, eager to hear his response. Huang Kaiwan candidly replied, "In terms of tactics, I haven't perceived much difference, as Mr. Guardiola's strategies remain the ones we currently employ. However, in the realm of personnel management, everyone can feel the allure of Mr. Maldini. He is a Milan legend, the captain of Italy and Milan, and commands deep respect from all." The elder Maldini chuckled and shook his head. Huang Kaiwan is indeed Huang Kaiwan. He neither exaggerated his tactical prowess nor failed to afford him due respect in other aspects. Cesare Maldini mused that even if Huang Kaiwan were not playing football, but instead mingling in politics, he would likely excel just as well. "Now, Kevin, share your feelings about today's decisive victory over Chelsea," a reporter with a London accent inquired. Huang Kaiwan shook his head, stating, "It is disheartening to see Stamford Bridge in silence, but this is the code of conduct for professional players. I have nothing further to say. Previously, I represented Chelsea in victories over Real Madrid and Milan, and now I have represented Milan in triumphs over Real Madrid and Chelsea. Is there an issue with that? Do you think England will emerge victorious in the European Championship?" the reporter pressed on. Huang Kaiwan responded, "That is a rather difficult question to answer. Even if Capello's England performs admirably, the national team still displays evident shortcomings. A team lacking wingers cannot go far, while England has an abundance of talent. It is also true that a multitude of wingers like Saka have recently emerged." Cesare Maldini interjected, "Well, that concludes today's press conference." He rose, taking Huang Kaiwan by the arm to depart. Huang Kaiwan's reluctance to answer the questions left the reporters somewhat disappointed. However, it did not hinder their ability to write their stories. After changing in the locker room, Huang Kaiwan called William. Milan's schedule was not particularly pressing. If not for the upcoming Milan derby, one might say only the Champions League final was worth focusing on. Consequently, the entire Milan team would not return immediately after the match. They chose to remain in London for a brief respite, allowing the players some time to unwind. Huang Kaiwan summoned a car to Kensington Palace, which was not far from his residence in London. Though referred to as an apartment, William's abode was quite expansive, boasting numerous rooms. Upon arrival, the butler escorted Huang Kaiwan upstairs. William, upon seeing Huang Kaiwan, warmly opened his arms and exclaimed, "Look who it is. Our King of London has arrived." "I am drenched in sweat." Huang Kaiwan exaggeratedly stepped back. William, bemused, replied, "I don't mind it at all. Perhaps I am just more polite." Huang Kaiwan shrugged. "I cannot argue with you on that point, but I trust you would relish persuading Mr. Collins face to face." William grasped Huang Kaiwan's arm and said, "Really? If he is here, I shall take my leave." Huang Kaiwan responded, wary, "Of course not, but I have other guests." William said with a smile, "Then I can wait. I have no desire to be involved in any state secrets." Huang Kaiwan replied, "Come on, it's all beautiful women." He added as the two entered the reception room. William took the initiative to introduce, "This is the renowned designer, Miss Georgina Chapman." "Just call me Georgina," she said, extending her hand with a smile. Her name was the same as Cristiano Ronaldo's later girlfriend, yet her appearance aligned more closely with Huang Kaiwan's aesthetic. However, she posed a significant complication, as her husband bore the surname Weinstein. Huang Kaiwan politely shook her hand, feigning ignorance of the peculiar sensation in his palm. "This is Gilly Hazel. You should be quite familiar with her. She is considered the ninth wonder of the world," William introduced. "Hi, Gilly," Huang Kaiwan greeted with a smile. Initially, Cole had been utterly captivated by her, and it was Huang, the football king, who persuaded Cole to abandon his infatuation. Seeing her in person, she was indeed striking, particularly in certain aspects that were quite pronounced. This needs no introduction. The most famous athlete in London, Kevin, William remarked. I did not expect them to come. We have tailored some outfits, and Jilly is the spokesperson for their brand. Huang Kaiwan nodded. That makes sense. If they were to date, it certainly wouldn't be in Kensington, nor would they be calling me the football king. We are not yet familiar enough to throw parties together. Georgina Chapman nodded and handed him a business card, saying, I mainly came to deliver the design sketches. The matter has concluded. If Kevin is interested in endorsing, feel free to call me. Huang Kaiwan smiled as he accepted it. Jilly Hazel cast several glances at Huang Kaiwan before departing alongside Georgina Chapman. Once they had walked away, William jested, they both seem interested in you. Why not indulge yourself a little? Do you believe I should inform the son of your comments? Huang Kaiwan retorted, raising his middle finger. Both of them are trouble. I have no inclination to attract complications, particularly with Georgina. All right, you have a point, but every British man wishes to be with Jilly Hazel. You've missed a splendid opportunity, William remarked. Including you? Huang Kaiwan inquired. William cleared his throat twice and said, The primary reason I invited you today is to discuss two matters. Go ahead, Huang Kaiwan replied, taking a sip from his wine glass. First, I wanted to inquire if the project you signed up for stands a chance of winning, William stated. Huang Kaiwan widened his eyes, staring at William, and asked, Are you suggesting I should place a bet? Why not? My expenses are considerable, yet avenues for profit are scarce, William lamented. Even so, the public still wishes to cut royal expenditures. Is there anything wrong with wanting a dignified lifestyle? There is nothing wrong, but I cannot guarantee victory, Huang Kaiwan replied. He could not promise such outcomes to anyone, not even to Inzaghi. William gazed at Huang Kaiwan for a moment before sighing. Very well. I will keep an eye on it. What about the second matter? Huang Kaiwan asked. William, before Huang Kaiwan's eyes, placed a disc into the player, and immediately, the figure of Daniel Craig appeared on the screen. He piloted the helicopter, escorting the Queen to the Olympic venue. Kevin Huang, perplexed, inquired, Is this one of the promotional clips for the Olympics? Are you showing it to me for my evaluation? I must apologize. I am hardly a professional director. No, you have misunderstood my intent, William clarified. We hope you might participate in the promotion. Your influence is substantial, and it would benefit the London Olympics. Kevin Huang fell into contemplation. After a few moments, he spoke. If it is centered on promoting athletes, I have no objections. I am willing to contribute to London, as the fans here have offered me tremendous support. However, if it involves being an ambassador or something of the sort, I would prefer to decline. I am not interested in that. The London Olympics followed the Yinjing event, where he had also abstained from promotional activities. Engaging in the promotion for London now felt inappropriate. It seemed that none of my wishes had been fulfilled today. William expressed a hint of regret. In any case, it does not greatly concern me. I merely felt that your participation would enhance the endeavor. Kevin Huang chuckled and shook his head. Then I shall take my leave. William was not being entirely forthright. The influence of the king of football was evident. If he could draw the king of football into the fold, it would reflect his own capabilities. The members of the royal family were astute, always scheming when idle. After departing from Kensington Palace, Kevin Huang retrieved his phone and dialed a number. How did you know I was in London? Do you think a superstar would have the leisure to call me after a match? The voice on the other end jested. The second season of the drama has just been released. I guess you might be resting in London for a while, Kevin replied with a smile. Shall we meet for a cup of coffee? The person on the line asked. That is precisely my intent, Kevin affirmed. Upon hearing the address, he promptly summoned a taxi. The driver was quite talkative, perhaps feeling lonely on a late evening, and kept conversing with Kevin Huang, who wore a cap. Kevin eventually found himself offering an extra 20 just to hasten his pace. Hampstead is located in the northwest of London, while Kensington lies at its heart. However, the total distance was merely a little over 10 kilometers, and in about 10 minutes, Kevin arrived at his destination. Just as he prepared to search, the door swung open. Kevin teased, Is the superstar so eager? The homes of the wealthy are indeed beautiful. The greenery here surpasses that of Kensington. Be quiet. Emilia Clarke raised an eyebrow and waved her fist. Unable to contain himself, Kevin burst into laughter. Flustered, the mother of dragons playfully struck Kevin's arms several times, prompting him to dart about. Exasperated, Emilia quickly pulled Kevin inside, exclaiming, Do you want the neighbors to know? Know what? Is visiting a friend prohibited? Kevin blinked innocently. You and your friends would engage in such activities. Emilia laughed reproachfully. What activities? Kevin queried. Seeing his denial, Emilia decided to take action to prove her point. Huang Kaiwen sat with his legs apart on the sofa, with only his head visible from the window. The following day, Emilia Clarke awoke to find only a solitary pillow beside her. Irritated, she scratched her head and muttered, "Damn it." After a brief tidying up, she made her way to the kitchen, only to jump back in surprise and exclaim, "Why are you still here?" "Of course, I haven't left," Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking the cup in his hand. "Your refrigerator has such sparse offerings that even a mouse might resort to pilfering from others to ensure you don't starve." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Emilia retorted, "I've been controlling my diet. It's necessary for an actress. Does a comedian need to do the same?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Emilia immediately raised her fist in response. "Let us just sit down for breakfast," Huang Kaiwen pleaded, raising his hands in surrender. The refrigerator contained only a few vegetables and toast, which he hastily sliced and assembled into a makeshift sandwich. To call it a sandwich seemed somewhat generous, considering there wasn't even an egg in the fridge. "I thought you had left," Emilia said, picking up a sandwich. "I did wait for quite some time. If you hadn't emerged, I would have left," Huang Kaiwen stated. "Who knew you could sleep so soundly? If I waited any longer, I might miss my flight back to Milan." "Damn it, this is all your fault. Vaseline is meant for your hands," Emilia exclaimed, tossing a slice of tomato at Huang Kaiwen. He swiftly turned and fled. As he reached the door, putting on his shoes, he made a gesture, prompting her to hurl her sandwich at him. Watching Huang Kaiwen stumble out of her home, Emilia couldn't help but smile, though she soon furrowed her brow and shifted her position slightly forward, feeling much more comfortable. Huang Kaiwen casually picked up several newspapers from a nearby stand and boarded the bus. The Times reported, Chelsea's loss was unexpectedly dismal. However, the discord between Ancelotti and Hummels has begun to impact Chelsea's performance. Gary Cahill seemed like a stationary pole against Messi, only managing to force him to alter his direction without offering any real resistance. Huang's precise passes allowed Messi to avoid dribbling altogether, merely needing to receive the ball and take a step forward for a clear shot. Chelsea's defeat would have been even more severe had Huang not been substituted early. Huang Kaiwen found himself in agreement with this assessment. Nonetheless, having too many star players posed its own challenges. Watching the match made it evident that even with dedicated defenders assigned to top stars, one could not entirely prevent them from scoring through sheer individual talent. When defending a major star, deploying 2 or 3 players may suffice, but when facing a trio of Ballon d'Or winners who can collaborate effectively, even the most legendary defenders become less impactful. The Sun reported, after the match, Huang Kaiwen met with Gigi Hadid and Georgina Chapman at Prince William's residence, where they lingered at Kensington Palace for over an hour. "Damn," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "How can they pin this on me?" The Sun clearly played a word game. The two women had arrived first, and Huang Kaiwen merely crossed paths with them after finishing his press conference before heading to Williams. The paparazzi, if present outside, could hardly be unaware of the situation. Their deliberate ambiguity seems designed to captivate readers. During an interview with the Daily Mail, the professor remarked, having watched the match, "I felt no surprise regarding the outcome. We once had the opportunity to sign Messi. AC Milan has several players I have long desired. They are all high-caliber athletes who played a remarkable game, and that is all there is to it." Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen recalled someone, Jadon Sancho. This young talent had caught the professor's eye towards the end of his coaching tenure. Had he been signed, the late-night dining scene would have shifted from Manchester United to Arsenal. After criticizing the third edition, Huang Kaiwen alighted and strolled back to the hotel. Upon returning to his room, Inzaghi rushed over to complain, "You, my friend, went out without inviting me. After all, I am an emperor. It wouldn't be beneath me to meet a prince." "Don't pay heed to the newspapers," Huang Kaiwen replied, bemused. "When I arrived, Julie Hazel was just leaving. I merely exchanged pleasantries." "Really?" Inzaghi asked, skepticism evident in his gaze. "Indeed," Huang Kaiwen affirmed with a nod. "I told you it's not as the papers claim." Kaka interjected from the side. At that moment, Inzaghi pressed his face against Huang Kaiwen's shirt, inhaling deeply. "Wait, that scent, a lemony fragrance. Quite distinctive. It must be a woman." Huang Kaiwen raised his thumb in approval, saying, "Milan Customs should consider you for a role as a sniffer dog." Ignoring Huang Kaiwen's jest, Inzaghi pressed further. "Was it Julie Hazel?" "No," Huang Kaiwen advised. "Instead of prying into my private life, why not engage in something truly beneficial for society?" "How do you know I'm not?" Inzaghi retorted with a pout. Noticing Huang Kaiwen's indifference, he sulked in silence. On the afternoon flight home, Inzaghi regained his energy. spreading rumors about Huang Kaiwen and Geely Hazel. Huang Kaiwen resolved that one day he would send this character off to star in a movie. Upon landing, Huang Kaiwen did not head straight home, but instead gathered a few teammates to visit the hospital. Inzaghi felt he had been shortchanged and sought to reclaim his lost ground at a nightclub. At San Raffaele Hospital, the finest trauma center in Milan, the group knocked on the patient's door. "Kevin, is that you? Come in." Guardiola greeted them with excitement. As they entered, Ramos and Messi placed bottled water on the floor, Huang Kaiwen set fruit on the bedside table, and Kaka found a vase for flowers. "I noticed you were drinking Barcelona's mineral water last time, so I brought some from the supermarket," Huang Kaiwen said. "You really didn't have to go through such trouble," Guardiola replied with a smile. "I watched the match live. You all played exceptionally well. It was merely tactical execution." Huang Kaiwen modestly responded. "Is there a specific reason for your visit?" Guardiola inquired. "Nothing in particular. We just came to see how you were doing," Huang Kaiwen indicated. Gesturing to Messi, "Leo has been quite concerned about your health." As Messi was about to speak, he was interrupted by Ramos. Guardiola chuckled and shook his head. Each individual possesses a distinct personality, yet it is true that he genuinely cares for Messi. Their relationship had flourished during their time in Barcelona. Once everyone was seated, Guardiola remarked, "I have been recuperating lately, uncertain of when I will be able to stand again. The doctors inquire daily about my condition, and I feel as though I am languishing in this sickbed. It is better to recover thoroughly than to suffer from a relapse," Huang Kaiwen suggested. Guardiola's back injury had flared up more than once. "Well, you are correct," Guardiola nodded in agreement. After conversing for a while longer, the group eventually returned home. The proximity of their residences proved to be quite convenient. Upon arriving home, Huang Kaiwen began to feel fatigued. The fame of Emilia Clarke has grown considerably, and her prowess has also seen significant improvement. He collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Back at the team's training, Galliani had organized various activities for many players. With the season nearing its conclusion, Milan was tantalizingly close to clinching 2 remaining titles. While the Champions League might still hold some suspense, Serie A seemed all but secured. Furthermore, with the European Championship and the Olympics approaching in the summer, several sponsors could no longer contain their eagerness to act preemptively. The Olympics were unlikely to impact players significantly, even if they participated in Olympic football matches. The viewership would be negligible. The tournament's age restrictions hindered the formation of the strongest national teams, and fans generally exhibited little interest in the Olympics. However, Huang Kaiwen was an exception. Galliani crouched before Huang Kaiwen and stated, "Numerous sponsors are eager to renegotiate your contract ahead of time, fearing that your market value will soar after the Olympics." Huang Kaiwen curiously inquired, "Isn't Barbara handling my commercial contracts?" "Indeed, but it has recently come to my attention." Galliani replied with a hint of exasperation. Commercial endorsements can be a treacherous pit. Despite Huang Kaiwen's popularity, I dare not express any subjective opinions when introducing endorsements. The amount of money is a trivial concern, yet if any brand encounters scandal, the blame would fall squarely on me. "All right, hand it over. I will review it tonight," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. Galliani finally exhaled in relief. On April 29th, at San Siro Stadium, Milan was poised for a championship match. As long as they secured a single point in this match, they would clinch the Serie A title ahead of schedule. The Rossoneri had prepared diligently, and the entire city of Milan transformed into a sea of red and black. As the bus departed from Milanello, the streets were filled with ecstatic Rossoneri supporters, brandishing posters of various stars and singing joyously. Some fans had already begun to ignite fireworks, reminiscent of a victory parade. Such scenes never ceased to enchant. "I could watch this 100 times, Gattuso sighed. "Old man, you haven't even retired yet," Huang Kaiwen teased. As the bus progressed slowly, Huang Kaiwen spotted an amusing handwritten sign and tapped Gattuso on the shoulder, pointing it out. Gennaro Gattuso's expression darkened immediately. The sturdy fan brandished a sign that read, "Come on, Gattuso, let your muscles convey your passion." After an hour-long journey, the entire Milan squad finally arrived at San Siro. The time spent on the road exceeded their expectations. The team entered the locker room and swiftly changed into their gear. Cesare Maldini stepped into the locker room and announced, "I am aware of your eagerness to win at home, yet there can only be 11 starting players. Therefore, I will select the key players of this season to take the field today. Is that agreeable to you?" A resounding yes echoed from Ambrosini and Gattuso, who spoke in unison. With their affirmation, Maldini nodded and exited the locker room, heading towards the press conference. Inzaghi began to express his grievances, saying, "I actually wanted to start today as well. Why didn't you mention it to the coach earlier?" Gattuso retorted curtly, "Hey, that's Paul's father. I must give Paul some face." Inzaghi replied, feigning righteousness as if he were particularly loyal. Huang Kaiwan silently gave a thumbs up, admiring His Majesty's knack for turning nonsense into seemingly credible statements. After donning his cleats, Huang Kaiwan, observing that his anticipation had reached 100, opted to draw from the lottery. Ding! You have received a 24-hour experience card for the match between Sevilla and Deportivo La Coruña in the third round of La Liga for the 2004-2005 season. There's a double red match today. Manchester United is in for a rough time. Seeking votes and recommendations. 0559 Kevin is not a bad person. Upon seeing the name drawn, Huang Kaiwan was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, it was his good friend Ramos. This was indeed an experience card that the King of Huang had never drawn before. Ramos possessed considerable technical prowess among defenders, coupled with exceptional physical attributes. Since he had drawn it, there was no further discussion. He would utilize his good friend today. Huang Kaiwan had always been curious to see if his friend possessed any unique passing enhancements. He often felt that Ramos's passing ability ranked him among the elite, akin to De Bruyne among defenders, as he could deliver the ball impeccably. Today would be the perfect opportunity to test this theory. However, Huang Kaiwan suddenly faced a dilemma. Where would he play? Given the various enhancements he possessed, using his good friend in a winger position seemed uncertain. In truth, playing as a pivot striker would be the most fitting role for this template in the forward line. Yet, the competition for spots in Milan's attacking front was fierce. If he were to claim a position, the four forwards would undoubtedly suffer as a result. The King of Huang was not one to engage in such antics. Reflecting on it, Milan indeed had the least competition on the flanks. Nevertheless, since he was employing his friend's template, he would need to play on the right and form a combination with Ramos. "Leo, I'll take the right flank today," Huang Kaiwan declared. Before Messi could respond, Ramos quickly stood up and said, "That's excellent. We will tear apart their right side." Messi nodded with a smile. "Let us make the switch." Kaká immediately chimed in. "Then you should play centrally. I'll take the left flank." Messi nodded again. In the realm of football, having previously donned the mantle of a false nine for Barcelona, our protagonist finds himself amidst a new cohort. The seasoned veterans dictate the tempo, while Ramos, seated beside Kevin Huang, engages in a spirited discussion regarding their tactical approach for the day. It has been quite some time since Ramos last shared the pitch with Huang, and today he exudes palpable excitement. As they step out for warm-ups, their dialogue revolves around the intricacies of passing. Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. The looming prospect of 2 away matches lies ahead. Should victory elude them today, they would forfeit a golden opportunity. The Rossoneri are enveloped in a wave of exhilaration and joy, with numerous fans proudly brandishing trophies crafted from foam. Among the throng, Huang spots a familiar face. The young fan who once assisted him with quick throw-ins has now matured into a young adult. Such moments are inevitably accompanied by jests directed towards Juventus and Inter Milan. The euphoria among the fans often surpasses that of the players. As the competitive fervor between supporters intensifies, each movement of the Milan players incites raucous cheers, while the Atlanta fans in the stands harbor little hope. Historically, attendance in Italy has been modest, and Atlanta, currently safe from relegation yet devoid of prospects for European competition, attracts only the most devoted fans to San Siro, along with local Rossoneri supporters. No Atlanta supporter dares to believe that a 12th-place team could challenge the storied Rossoneri. Even the top teams from the Premier League have succumbed to defeat against Milan. Numerous legends of AC Milan have gathered at the venue, eagerly awaiting the moment of triumph alongside the team. Galliani and Paolo Maldini converse amiably, their professional relationship having evolved but not significantly improved. Several sponsors are poised to renew their contracts, as Galliani remarks. Maldini counters, suggesting it would be prudent to discuss matters post-season, as the distinction between securing the Champions League and merely anticipating it is considerable. Galliani agrees, yet adds that there is also the matter of Guardiola's contract. "I am uncertain," Maldini replies, shaking his head. "His importance is subjective. What truly matters is the player's sentiments." Galliani rolls his eyes, contemplating the situation. Ultimately, it hinges on whether Huang wishes to retain Guardiola's services. He resolves to inquire about Huang's perspective later. Guardiola's salary is somewhat steep. and a change in management might prove beneficial. Additionally, Galliani has been in dialogue with the Dutch coaching staff. Despite Huang merely serving as a liaison between the Dutch manager and the coaching team, the Champions League presents a significant opportunity. With champions receiving 40 medals, 25 allocated to the first team and the remainder to the coaching staff. Given Huang's character, he undoubtedly aspires for the Dutch national team to achieve commendable results. Thus, Galliani must ensure open communication with the Dutch side, while performance outcomes are beyond his control. Any internal discord could lead Huang to seek compensation from the Dutch Football Association, as it would undoubtedly tarnish his personal image. As Milan's overseer, he bears the weight of numerous responsibilities. Meanwhile, within the private box, the families of Milan's players engage in animated conversation. Adriana sighed and remarked, "Ever since Chris gained fame in China, it feels as though he is no longer my child. He has inexplicably transformed into a wealthy individual, despite still being of school age. A century ago, I doubt anyone could have imagined that one could earn millions through playing football." With her pregnant belly, Barbara smiled and advised, "You must embrace a new industry. Even in the realm of video games, those who excel are truly remarkable." Indeed, Gabriella, Nesta's wife, added, "If my child were to achieve fame in any field, I would be grateful to God. However, I never harbor extravagant expectations, as long as they grow up healthy. Even being ordinary is perfectly fine." "Mark and I share this perspective," said Andra, Van Bommel's wife. "Even Cruyff's son may not necessarily excel. What of our son?" A group of women engaged in conversation about child-rearing, while Lily mingled with the younger crowd, discussing gossip and fashion. Jessica, Cruz's girlfriend, curiously inquired, "Aren't you all worried about Kevin? That's Kylian Mbappe. He is quite popular in Germany and frequently graces the covers of newspapers." "Indeed," Antonella replied. Lily shook her head, saying, "I am not worried at all. She is not Kevin's type." A lady exchanging parenting experiences turned to ask, "What is Kevin's type? Does she have to be someone he can see by looking down at her feet?" As the players returned to the tunnel, the enthusiastic fans began to chant the team song, "Milan, Milan, we shall support you." It was evident that everyone was anticipating AC Milan's victory today. The atmosphere was already quite fervent, and the intensity of the match was likely to be moderate. The camera panned to the trophy, and officials from the Italian Football Federation were prepared to present the award to AC Milan. Let us first examine the starting lineups. AC Milan employed a 4-3-3 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Zambrotta, Nesta, Thiago Silva, Ramos, midfielders, Van Bommel, Kaká, Gattuso. Forwards, Huang, Kevin, Ibrahimovic, Messi. Atlanta utilized a 4-4-2 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Consigli, defenders, Federico Paluzzo, Lucchini, Stendardo, Ferri, midfielders, Cazorla, Shigarini, Bonaventura, Raimondi. Forwards, Simone Tiliapoki. Herman Dennis. AC Milan fielded many key players, likely intending for them to relish the cheers of the home crowd. This season, Dennis has netted 14 goals in the league, a commendable performance that has significantly contributed to Atlanta's current ranking. Today, AC Milan's formation and positioning appears somewhat altered, with Huang, Kevin on the right, Kaká on the left, and Messi centrally situated, indicating further adjustments. At 1 p.m., with the referee's whistle, Atlanta commenced the match. Tiliapoki swiftly passed the ball to Dennis, who immediately advanced forward. As a forward from Argentina, his footwork is indeed quite impressive. Upon encountering not Huang Kaiwan but Kaká, Dennis felt a tinge of disappointment. His career had already entered its twilight, and as he faced AC Milan, his greatest aspiration was to outmaneuver Huang Kaiwan twice, to later compile those moments into a highlight reel. Nonetheless, Kaká is Kaká, after all, a Ballon d'Or laureate. Dennis deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, his body swaying in tandem. Kaká instinctively moved to match his rhythm, yet Dennis skillfully feinted and evaded him. Feeling rather pleased with himself for bypassing Kaká with such ease, Dennis advanced the ball a mere 2 steps before Van Bommel's sliding tackle appeared before him. As a pivotal player for a smaller team, he lacked the agility to evade such a challenge. Dennis's mind had already registered the imminent danger, yet he found himself unable to maneuver past Van Bommel. The ball was swiftly intercepted and sent behind him. Kaká seized the opportunity, turning and sprinting towards Atlanta's half. Raimondi charged directly at Kaká. However, the attacking Kaká was a different entity altogether. Though he had only just broken away by a meter, His speed surged as he deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot, effortlessly gliding past his opponent. This action stirred a hornet's nest. Atlanta's players swiftly converged towards the left flank. Their initial plan had been to target Hwang Kaiwan's defense. The strategy was already in motion, and now shifting focus to Kaka posed little challenge. In full stride, Kaka made a quick horizontal pass. Messi, intending to receive the ball, noticed Hwang Kaiwan's positioning and deliberately ran past it. Bonaventura nearly twisted his back in the attempt to intercept Messi, only to find that Messi had not taken possession. Receiving the ball on the right, Hwang Kaiwan accelerated forward. Peruso and Lucchini almost simultaneously adopted their stances, yet their approaches differed. Peruso, as a full-back, faced Hwang Kaiwan directly, unable to shift his weight effectively, thus opting to stay close to him. Meanwhile, Lucchini positioned himself in the penalty area, grounded and awaiting the right moment to collaborate with a teammate for a tackle. Hwang Kaiwan briefly acclimated to the Ramos template. His brother's technique exceeded his expectations. Enhanced by rigorous training and the various talents bestowed by the King of Yellow, he felt unperturbed facing the two defenders. Hwang Kaiwan shifted his shoulder to the left, prompting Peruso to follow suit. He swiftly altered his center of gravity and nudged the ball to the right. Peruso adjusted his stance accordingly. Unexpectedly, Hwang Kaiwan executed a feint, his right foot elegantly pushing the ball through the narrow gap between Peruso's legs. Although Peruso attempted to pivot immediately, his turn was slightly sluggish. In that brief moment, Hwang Kaiwan had already maneuvered behind him to reclaim the ball and continued his charge towards the penalty area. Lucchini, waiting inside, hurriedly advanced towards Hwang Kaiwan. Noticing the presence of someone near Ibrahimovic, Hwang Kaiwan decided to make a run towards the byline. With another surge of acceleration as he approached the edge, Hwang Kaiwan deftly maneuvered his left foot around the back of his right. With a swift cross from the wing, the ball deftly deceived Lucchini, who found himself unbalanced. However, goalkeeper Consigli anticipated the trajectory and expertly deflected the ball away from the goalpost. From the outset, AC Milan unleashed a flurry of attacks, showcasing sheer talent. The individual prowess of their players was striking. Notably, Messi's deft maneuver left Bonaventura bewildered. Now, it was time for a corner kick for AC Milan. Hwang Kaiwan did not approach the corner flag, allowing Ramos to take charge. Ramos has now assumed the role of AC Milan's second set-piece specialist, demonstrating remarkable skill in his delivery. The players engaged in a fierce contest within the penalty area, as set pieces are fiercely contested territory. Given Hwang Kaiwan's recent lack of aerial success, Atlanta focused their defensive efforts on Ibrahimovic and Thiago Silva. Nevertheless, they assigned both a defender and a midfielder to mark Hwang, prompting him to position himself slightly away from the goal. Ramos, observing the situation from the corner, noted Hwang's movement away from the 6-yard box, solidifying his belief that the ball must be delivered to the small area, anticipating Hwang's run. After a measured approach, Ramos launched the ball with impressive speed. Thiago Silva and Stendardo at the front post misjudged its velocity, allowing it to sail over their heads as they finally leapt. In the midst of the chaos, Lucchini and Ibrahimovic grappled for position, both determined to secure the header. Although Lucchini could not elevate, he managed to nudge Ibrahimovic, causing him to miss an otherwise certain opportunity. Before the Rossoneri could lament this missed chance, a figure surged forth, leaping and executing a powerful header. Boom! Atlanta's goalkeeper Consigli hastily dove, but misjudged the height, as the ball struck the net's upper corner with force. The Milan supporters behind the goal gasped in astonishment, witnessing the moment clearly. Hwang Kaiwan sprang from just outside the 6-yard box, utilizing his impressive hang time to meet the ball with a header. It was no wonder Atlanta's defenders struggled to cope with him. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The San Siro reverberated with excitement, as their beloved player opened the scoring on this momentous day, less than a minute into the match. Kevin's goal! 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 In just 33 seconds, Kevin had etched his name onto the score sheet. The speed of his goal was astonishing, the header entirely unexpected, even upon review. It was difficult to discern his intention to contest for the ball until it was too late. To defend against Kevin, one must act before he prepares to shoot. If he is to strike in 2 seconds, a defensive move must occur within 1 second, for by the time his action is perceived, a goal has become inevitable. In this aerial duel, Kevin showcased his remarkable leaping ability and hang time, a testament to his physical prowess. Even without engaging in basketball, Kevin would undoubtedly reign supreme in any sport he chose to pursue. Remarkably, even without any training, he could compel Bolt to exert his utmost effort, which in itself is a testament to Kevin's capabilities. Although the Olympics are still some time away, I am convinced that Bolt's legendary status is approaching its conclusion. This upcoming Olympics will mark the moment of his descent from the throne. Who will be next? O'Sullivan or Federer? There exists no medal beyond Kevin's reach. Only those he has yet to desire. Those medals and trophies are merely on temporary loan to others, awaiting the day Kevin takes an interest and retrieves them personally. Cesare Maldini applauded with a smile. During his tenure coaching the Italy U21 team, he believed that talents like Buffon, Vieri, and Totti would surely lead Italy to World Cup glory. Indeed, they achieved that feat, though the journey was far from effortless. Had Totti and his contemporaries possessed a talent akin to Kevin's, there would have been no need for nail-biting last-minute goals or for Materazzi to provoke Zidane. Even in an open-play scenario, they could have bested France effortlessly. One goal did little to stir emotions in Atlanta. Upon arriving at San Siro, they anticipated merely being a backdrop for AC Milan. The disparity in competitive prowess was glaring. While it is true that upsets occur in English Cup competitions, they are often predicated on the busy schedules of elite teams, with Wenger and Ferguson utilizing these matches for training. Now, AC Milan, poised for the Champions League final, faces no scheduling pressures, making an upset quite challenging. After the restart, they adhered to their tactical approach. Dennis, unable to match up against Kevin, sought to connect with Kaká once more. After being dispossessed last time he bypassed Kaká, he was eager for redemption and slowed down, anticipating Kaká's advance to employ a trick. However, Kaká saw through his ruse, maintaining his balance and swiftly redirecting the ball behind him. As Ibrahimovic received the ball, he was immediately pressured by Raimondi. In a swift response, he executed a deft pullback, followed by a quick nutmeg. Yet, upon evading Raimondi, Ibrahimovic found himself ensnared in a tight circle of defenders. "Damn it, pass the ball," old Maldini shouted from the sidelines. Totti had faced similar moments, receiving scolding during his U21 days. These technically gifted players often seek to showcase their skills without considering their capacity to resolve situations solo. Finally, Ibrahimovic returned the ball. Messi received it with almost no pause, his dribbling style distinctively exceptional. Shaqiri wanted to intercept, but Messi effortlessly maneuvered past him with a quick nutmeg. Bonaventura surged forward as well. Observing the scene, Kevin not only refrained from supporting Messi but also made a diagonal run, signaling Ramos to disregard the situation. While multiple defenders might apply pressure to Messi, each one approaching him individually would only amount to a futile effort, akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Indeed, Bonaventura was outmaneuvered. Atlanta's defense pressed forward, and only then did they remember to collectively rush towards Messi. However, Messi seemed disinterested in their advances. With a deft touch, he advanced into the attacking zone and, while glancing at Juan Kaiwan, delivered a pass to the right flank. Splendidly executed, this no-look pass bore the essence of Ronaldinho, though Juan Kaiwan too is quite adept in this regard. Ramos exhibited remarkable pace with the ball at his feet. Juan Kaiwan, unbeknownst to him, had sprinted to the left flank, and the two surged forward together. It was hard to believe Ramos was a full-back, as he delivered a low cross that found its mark. Juan Kaiwan, with a well-timed sliding shot, successfully directed the ball into the net. Merely 58 seconds into the match, Juan Kaiwan had achieved a brace, with all his goals today assisted by Ramos, truly a testament to their enduring partnership. After scoring, Juan Kaiwan rushed to the sidelines, embracing Ramos and exclaiming with excitement, "What a beautiful pass, Sergio! I just had a feeling it would lead to a goal. My touch is on point today, and I shall endeavor to deliver even more assists for you." Ramos chuckled, remarking that a significant portion of his assists each season is directed to Juan Kaiwan. Yet he still felt that the ratio was somewhat lacking. He mused that if only all his assists could be for Juan Kaiwan. Atlanta's coach, Stefano Colantuono, rubbed his bald head and turned towards the bench. It was impossible for him not to harbor some thoughts. Whoever could conquer the AC Milan side with Juan Kaiwan on the pitch would soon rise to prominence as a new coaching sensation. Such an opportunity was immensely tempting for a coach of his modest talents, having toiled in smaller clubs for 11 years. If he possessed the capability, he too would aspire to showcase his skills at a prestigious club. His thoughts mirrored those of individuals who, despite impoverishment, continue to procreate without sufficient resources for nurturing or even basic sustenance, merely waiting for unforeseen outcomes. Unfortunately, reality is starkly cruel. Within less than a minute of play, the match appeared nearly concluded. In such circumstances, he found little motivation to stand on the sidelines, preferring instead to rest on the bench. After 2 consecutive losses of possession, Atlanta's players hesitated to pass the ball to Dennis. Following the restart, Raimondi advanced down the right flank, only to be confronted by Kaká's pressing, at which point he promptly passed to Bonaventura. Bonaventura glanced up and sent a powerful clearance forward. Tiliboki triumphed in an aerial duel against Gattuso, successfully directing the ball to Alessandro Cassano, who immediately surged forward with the ball. However, his footwork was evidently lacking in finesse, and as he accelerated, he struggled to change direction. The experienced Zambrotta seized the moment, deftly intercepting the ball and sending it out of play. In their eagerness to attack, Atlanta hurriedly threw the ball in from the sidelines. Thiago Silva suddenly advanced and skillfully stole the ball, followed by a long pass that propelled it forward. The force behind this kick was excessive, and Huang Kaiwen, exerting full effort, chased the ball to the baseline but was unable to secure possession. As the ball seemed poised to cross the boundary, Huang Kaiwen accelerated once more, deftly maneuvering around it and sending it back into play with a powerful kick, only to tumble heavily onto the sideline. Peruso, who had been sprinting alongside Huang Kaiwen, was caught off guard, and the ball ricocheted off his foot, rolling out of bounds. "Are you all right, Kaiwen?" Ramos inquired, bending down to check as he reached the goal line. "It's nothing serious," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, extending his hand for assistance. Ramos promptly helped him up, and Huang jogged back to the penalty area. At that moment, a clash erupted between Cazorla and Kaká. Kaká, known for his short temper, shoved Cazorla squarely in the face. The referee, quick to react, blew his whistle and approached the scene, brandishing a yellow card. "What is going on?" Huang Kaiwen asked as he approached. "Nothing much." Kaká shook his head dismissively. "Are you sure there's no issue?" Huang pressed. "Really, it's fine," Kaká insisted. Thiago Silva tugged at Huang Kaiwen's jersey and whispered, "That guy said Ricardo's child resembles you." "And then Ricardo confronted him?" Huang inquired. "No. Ricardo just laughed and said that's a good thing. But then that guy claimed you prefer Ricardo's wife over him, which upset Ricardo," Thiago Silva explained. Huang Kaiwen, though somewhat perplexed, grasped the situation. It was clear that Cazorla had falsely accused him. Huang, known for his discretion while interacting with teammates' partners, understood the gravity of such accusations. In the realm of football banter, insults typically revolved around low blows or infidelity. If it were Rooney, he might have added something charmingly trivial. However, Huang did not expect such unseemly behavior from Kaká, who usually engaged in conflict purely over the game itself, without resorting to such harsh words. "Damn it. If we weren't on the verge of celebrating a championship today, I would have sought legal counsel to properly address Cazorla's behavior," Huang thought, angered by the audacity of anyone bullying his brother, the king of the ball. Ramos took the ensuing free kick, which was promptly cleared by Lucchini, sending the ball out of bounds. He then switched to a different corner flag. Huang Kaiwen, employing the same tactic, positioned himself just outside the small penalty area once again. "Don't just stand there, mark him," Lucchini shouted. Raimondi and Bonaventura trailed Huang closely, ensuring he could not rush into the penalty area unchallenged. Yet, Huang Kaiwen surged forward, and the 2 defenders barely had time to check if Ramos had taken the kick. They could only trail after him. A heartbeat later, Bonaventura realized he had been outmaneuvered. But by then, Huang Kaiwen had already turned and dashed into the penalty area. Ramos's pass directed towards the near post was met with little intensity from the players contesting it. The ball was not particularly high, and Stendardo along with Van Bommel awaited its arrival. Suddenly, both men noticed a flash of movement before them as Huang Kaiwen lowered his head and leapt, emphatically directing the ball into the net before their very eyes. The once frenetic San Siro seemed to fall into an eerie silence. The celebratory roar subdued compared to moments prior. Today, although Huang Kaiwen swiftly executed a hat trick, the manner in which he scored was anything but characteristic of him. While his headers and sliding shots in front of the goal were indeed spectacular, showcasing his striking ability, they lacked a certain artistry. After years of watching Huang Kaiwen play, the expectations of Milan fans have become quite discerning, while players from other teams toil for a single goal over 90 minutes. Milan supporters shook their heads at the sight of a goal today, muttering that Huang's performance was rather mediocre. Even Djokovic, seated in the stands, could not have anticipated such a scenario. However, upon reflection, it is not surprising. Huang Kaiwen has delivered countless solo runs and midfield goals, with an array of stunning strikes. So a goal from close range hardly merits acclaim. After his hat trick, Huang Kaiwen dashed to the corner flag to execute his signature acrobatic flip, a celebration that elicited cheers from the San Siro crowd. Federico Peruso, hands on his hips, observed the jubilant Milan players, having previously felt a twinge of disappointment after losing a coin toss. The glaring sunlight of the first half seemed blinding, yet now it appeared he had overthought it. Even if the match had been scheduled for the evening, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Champions, Milan, echoed through the stands. For the Rossoneri, today's match symbolized the early celebration of their championship victory. Despite being mentally prepared, conceding consecutive goals still dampened Atlanta's morale. They attempted to organize plays in midfield, yet no one dared to push the ball forward. Shigarini passed the ball to Cazorla, who engaged in a wall pass with Shigarini before quickly seeking out Kaka. With swift footwork, he danced around the ball, taunting Kaka. Huang Kaiwen, his eyelids twitching, felt compelled to chase down this provocateur. As he witnessed Cazorla bypass Kaka, Huang focused solely on executing a clean tackle. Timing his approach, he committed to a sliding tackle, but unexpectedly, Cazorla pivoted at that moment, and Huang collided solidly with his heel. The formidable bus of Tenzico indeed managed to level with Liverpool. The chapter concludes here. As the players rushed to the site of the foul, had it not been Huang Kaiwen who committed the infraction, Atlanta players were poised to retaliate. Huang's tackle had indeed made contact with Cazorla's heel, causing Cazorla to clutch his ankle and writhe on the ground. Referee Marco Guida was sweating profusely, as another Milan derby awaited. Although it bore no implications for the championship, such a derby would allow Inter to play freely, attracting a considerable number of spectators. Consequently, prior to this match, several prominent figures had advised him to ensure Huang Kaiwen's well-being. Yet now, Huang had inadvertently caused distress to others. "What do you have to say, referee?" inquired Herman Dennis as he approached. The Italian players from Atlanta stood motionless, exhibiting no signs of emotion. Gattuso glanced at the referee, discreetly pointing towards the stands with his right hand, implying that Milan should not cause any disturbances during their championship celebration. His unease prompted him to gesture towards Ramos. With an unmistakable warning, Marco Gida promptly brandished a yellow card, leaving both teams stunned. No one anticipated Gida's decisive action. But even more astonishing was that the player penalized was Cazorla. "What is going on? Why are we receiving yellow cards?" inquired Herman Dennis. Bonaventura also appeared shocked. Yet he managed to maintain his composure. Italy boasts numerous prestigious clubs, and perhaps there would be opportunities to further his career in Milan someday. "Referee, have you penalized the wrong individual?" Stendardo remarked. Cazorla, despite being carried off on a stretcher, insisted on hearing the referee's explanation. "Diving," Marco Gida asserted confidently. "What? How could that possibly be a dive?" Dennis incredulously questioned. "Who dives and ends up with their socks stained red?" Gida clarified. "He was unnecessarily dribbling the ball, deliberately provoking AC Milan players. During Thiago Silva's defense, he turned his back to the goal, clearly able to see Kevin's tackle. Yet he intentionally turned his body to invite the challenge, aiming to draw a red card. Unfortunately, he couldn't evade the tackle, so receiving only a yellow card is a rather lenient punishment." His explanation left the players from both teams speechless, yet it was remarkably rational. Huang Kevin felt that Gida was indeed astute. He speculated that Cazorla had focused too much on his duel with Thiago Silva, neglecting to notice the impending tackle. After all, anyone with a sound mind wouldn't use their heel to receive a tackle. The cost of such a maneuver could be exorbitant. "However, referee, my teammate is injured. Was that tackle not excessively fierce?" Dennis finally voiced after a long silence. Marco Gida shot a glare at Dennis and nodded towards Huang Kevin, saying, "That tackle was indeed reckless. Next time, be mindful of your control over strength and angle. Try not to let the opponent collide with your foot." Huang Kevin quickly turned to walk away. Although he did not know the referee, Gida's explanation made it seem as though they shared some undisclosed arrangement. Observing that the Atlanta players had accepted his reasoning, Gida turned to jog back. As he passed by Huang Kevin, he whispered, "My niece is a fan of yours. Could you please get me an autograph later?" Huang Kevin hurriedly lowered his head and continued forward. In a substitution, Atlanta replaced the injured Cazorla with Nadir Menotti, a defensive midfielder. It was likely that Bonaventura would shift to the flanks. Born in 1989, this young player can operate in several midfield positions and has played as a central midfielder, attacking midfielder, defensive midfielder, winger, and forward in the current season, proving to be a versatile asset in the attack. Indeed, however, I still find myself perplexed by that recent decision. After the referee's explanation, both teams accepted his reasoning. Yet I wonder if there are nuances I may have overlooked. Yes, indeed, I suspect there is more to this. The referee is a professional, the players are professionals too, while we are merely amateurs, likely grappling with some obscure rule. As for Yang Qinglin on the left, damn those rules. It seems like they are shielding Huang Kaiwen. Yes, it is somewhat illogical to suggest that the Italians are protecting Huang Kaiwen when it was an Italian player who was fouled. I suspect they might have deemed it a simulation, perhaps that blood was merely from a blood bag, and Cassano aimed to take Huang Kaiwen down. During my studies in the UK, there were odds on Huang Kaiwen being substituted. Perhaps he colluded with the underworld to manipulate the match. Come on, I'm in Italy. You cannot comprehend Huang Kaiwen's stature here. What stature? Let us put it this way. If Totti and Huang Kaiwen were to engage in a brawl, the next day's headlines would be filled with negative news about Totti, with Italian capitalists and politicians ready to criticize him. What if it were Vieri? Vieri has a bit of pull himself, but no player can truly compare to Huang Kaiwen. In Italian elections, if Huang Kaiwen endorses a candidate, that person instantly becomes a frontrunner. Is that for real? Why would I deceive you? Just the other day at the bar, I claimed to be Huang Kaiwen's elementary school classmate, and immediately, women were asking about his childhood. I spun quite the tale. And then, do share. My friends would love to hear. I ordered another bottle, only to find that those two ladies could outdrink me. Eventually, I lost track of time, and I ended up picking up the tab. Damn it. Atlanta has a free kick in the attacking area. The ball is delivered, and Buffon effortlessly collects it. Splendid. Buffon throws the ball to the left flank. Zambrotta, the seasoned veteran who has played for numerous prestigious clubs, exhibits remarkable composure. The ball follows a singular path, finding Messi in the center. Atlanta's defense against Messi is incredibly tight. They are all over him. Messi opts for a back pass to Van Bommel, initiating a collaboration with Gattuso, which is indeed a delicate maneuver. Goodness, Gattuso carries the ball as if he were a wild bull, charging into the penalty area. Messi bursts into the box, and Shigellini has no choice but to tackle from behind. That is undoubtedly a foul. As the referee blows the whistle, the entire Milan squad turns their gaze towards Huang Kaiwen. He jogs into the offensive zone. On the sidelines, Cesare Maldini gestures towards the bench, prompting Cruz to swiftly remove his training jacket and rush to his side. Old Maldini is taken aback. He has seen Guardiola do this before, but the intensity in Cruz's eyes unsettles him. Dominic Trento hurriedly approaches to assist with the situation, addressing Cruz. Tony, once we substitute Kevin, allow Messi to return to the right flank. We need you to orchestrate the attack, connecting Ibrahimovic, Kaká, and Messi. They possess immense talent and skill, yet require someone capable of harmonizing their efforts, and we believe you are the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Cruz immediately sprinted to the sidelines to warm up, lifting his legs with a heightened vigor compared to the average player. Cesare Maldini glanced at Trento, who murmured, well, Tony is a player who thrives on encouragement. When you uplift him, he can unleash an even greater energy. Old Maldini nodded in understanding. He realized this was a rather naive young man. Kevin. The Rossoneri were brimming with anticipation. The foul was committed just outside the arc, and Huang Kevin positioned himself directly behind the ball without any intention of adjusting it. He was ready to strike from wherever it lay. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he exerted considerable pressure on Atlanta, causing chaos near the penalty area. Consigli shifted his stance repeatedly, resembling a boxer preparing for a bout. Huang Kevin was acutely aware of Ramos' free kick tendencies, having been present whenever Ramos practiced. His dear friend's striking technique bore resemblance to Beckham's, favoring the inside of his foot for contact. Given Huang Kevin's talent, he could easily employ various methods with the experience card of Ramos. Yet the rarity of him using a similar approach for free kicks made it a surprisingly effective tactic. The referee, unable to tolerate the sluggishness of Atlanta's wall formation, blew the whistle. Following the sound, Huang Kevin took a slight step forward with his right foot, then planted his left foot beside the ball. He followed through with his right foot, brushing the ball with a flicking motion as his toes made contact. Bang! Although the wall leapt instinctively, the ball, spinning fiercely, sailed cleanly over them. Consigli, crouched and fixated on the ball, was prepared to leap, but it sped past him faster than he anticipated, veering towards the left corner. A placement he had not foreseen. Realizing his positioning was off, Consigli eased his tension, not wishing to exert unnecessary effort. Swish! The ball nestled into the net, producing a resounding sound of friction. Instantly, the San Siro erupted in jubilant cheers. Though the night was still young, the hearts of the Milanese were already aglow with excitement. Kevin! Goal! In the 6th minute of the first half, Kevin had decisively breached Atlanta's goal with a free kick into an absolute dead angle, completing a remarkable quadruple. The match had concluded, yet I wish to commend one other individual for an outstanding performance today, the match referee, Guida. He astutely saw through Cazorla's scheme, as Cazorla had clearly intended to position himself with his back to Kevin, enticing Kevin to foul him on his Achilles tendon. I find it perplexing what significance this held for him, but one must acknowledge that even an ordinary player, if sacrificing their entire career to earn a red card for Kevin, would not have lived their life in vain as a professional. Perhaps Cazorla aspired to achieve fame in this manner, envisioning future interviews where he could claim that Kevin had concluded his career, publishing a memoir to earn some money, and potentially even featuring on television shows in the future. My conjecture may carry a hint of malice, yet it pales in comparison to the animosity he harbors towards Kevin. The most egregious act in the world is deliberately confronting Kevin, who is obliviously positioned to receive a tackle. His teammates surged forward. Upon noticing the substitution board at the sidelines, Juan Kevin promptly patted Kaká on the back and made his way onto the field. The applause at San Siro resonated endlessly, with Juan Kevin's name echoing through the air. The substitution took over 2 minutes, yet neither side expressed any dissent. Cesare Maldini approached Juan Kevin, embracing him with a hint of excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you. Come now, at your age, shedding tears might invite mockery from your grandchildren." Juan Kevin gently patted the elder Maldini's back, responding, "Moreover, Milan is also mine. We must all give our utmost for it." Cesare Maldini quickly turned towards the coaching bench, wishing to conceal his tear-streaked face from others. Trento handed Juan Kevin a towel and a water bottle, stating, "Today's press conference may pose some complications. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you find a new target for the media." Juan Kevin smiled and replied, "All right, I shall propose it to Cesare." After rinsing his mouth, he returned to the substitutes bench. Rakitic immediately turned to him and inquired, "Kevin, do you think we can score more than 7 goals today?" "No," Juan Kevin declared resolutely. The recent decision had already stirred considerable ire among Atlanta. The king in yellow holds significant clout. They might endure it for now. But once he departed, if Milan pressed on to score, Atlanta would not show leniency. At worst, a red card could lead to a few match suspensions, but it would not affect the next season. Thus, the match was likely to unfold in such a manner, if Milan did not temper their efforts. The scene could devolve into chaos. Minutes later, Ibrahimovic struck a stunning goal. The elder Maldini observed the escalating actions of the Atlanta players and cautioned his teammates to avoid injuries, for they still had the Champions League final ahead. Ultimately, Milan triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory. As the referee, Judah, blew the final whistle, San Siro transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. "Champions! Champions! We are the champions!" Amidst the jubilant cheers of the fans, Juan Kevin dashed onto the field alongside his teammates. This championship holds profound significance for the Rossoneri, marking their 8th consecutive Serie A title since the 2004-2005 season, as well as yet another trophy for Cesare Maldini, the former captain of both Milan and the Italian national team.